Just before dawn in that darkest hour, a pair of eyes suddenly snapped open in a pitch-black room. The owner of those eyes instinctively tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand. Out in the corridor, a shadow moved soundlessly toward one of the beds. He walked with extreme caution, as if melting into the darkness. The iron bunk beds around him resembled rows of coffins. With every step he took, he paused to listen intently for any movement from the bed ahead. Thump, 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 thump. He parted his lips, slightly drawing in a silent breath, and exhaling slowly, easing the tension in his body in an effort to quiet his racing heartbeat. Step by step, he drew nearer. When the shadow lying on the bed was almost within arm's reach, he raised his arm to strike. In the next instant, the supposedly sleeping figure on the bed snapped his eyes open, cold and piercing as they locked onto him. A sudden kick slammed into his stomach, sending his body reeling backward. Then a chill grazed his neck. A soft tearing sound rang out as flesh was split and blood sprayed. So fast. Those were the last words that surfaced in the assassin's mind as death claimed him. The sound of people turning over and sitting up rippled through the room as countless figures abruptly woke. Dozens of eyes turned warily toward the commotion. The body by the bed collapsed with a dull thud, the dagger in his hand clattering to the floor with a crisp ring. No one screamed, no one spoke, and no one climbed out of bed. After the brief commotion, everyone lay back down in silence and continued to sleep, including the blood-soaked figure on the bed, who simply lay back as if nothing had happened. Moonlight spilled across the face of the body by the bed. It was a young face, still bearing a trace of childishness, with a stubborn unwillingness frozen in his eyes. The heavy stench of blood gradually spread through the room. Time trickled by. At a certain moment, the blood-streaked figure on the bed opened his eyes once more. A shrill whistle suddenly pierced the air, followed by the flare of blinding lights. More than 20 figures in the large room sprang up, rolled out of bed, and sprinted toward the door. Within barely 10 seconds, the vast room was empty save for the youth lying on the floor, whose body was already beginning to stiffen. "You little bastards, tell me, how many are missing today?" On the open ground outside, under the glare of searchlights, a burly black man paced before the formation, an obsidian black submachine gun dangling from his hand. Behind him stood more than 10 fully armed soldiers. The small formation of just over 20 people was a mix of skin tones, black, white, and yellow. At a glance, each face was numb, each gaze hollow and icy, devoid of the slightest vitality one would expect at their age. There were 10 such formations on this small island, some with more than 100 people, some with only a few dozen. Report 1. Number 42 was killed by me. On the left side of the formation, a gaunt, yellow-skinned youth stepped forward. His clothes were heavily stained with blood, yet his voice was flat and mechanical, as if reciting a routine answer. "I only won last night. You useless trash, are you all scared of him now? There's only one day left this week. If you can't kill him, all of you are going into solitary for 3 days tomorrow." The black instructor's face twisted into a strange grin before he bellowed at the entire formation. At his roar, a faint ripple flickered through many pairs of eyes. Solitary confinement was far from simply being locked in a room. If it were that simple, everyone present would be dreaming of being thrown into solitary. Number 17. How about letting you pick a girl from another formation today? The black instructor walked up to number 17, lifting his arm to point lazily toward a few formations in the distance. Report unnecessary. Number 17 replied, faintly, his face completely expressionless. "I'm giving you a chance. I'll ask one more time. Do you want it or not?" "Unnecessary." "Heh." The black instructor let out a weird chuckle and strode back to the center of the formation. "Get lost. Today's assessment starts now. If you don't make it back within 1 hour, you all know what happens to the one who comes in last." He pointed toward a rutted dirt road at the edge of the parade ground, pulled out a timer, and pressed it. The instant his words fell, everyone broke into a mad sprint in that direction. The sky gradually lightened with the first faint traces of dawn. The darkest hour had passed, and a fine drizzle began to fall. Waves crashed ceaselessly against the island's shore as groups of people in black t-shirts and track pants tore along the beach like madmen. Number 17 drew the dagger from the small of his back and reversed his grip. Hanging back alone at the rear of his dormitory's group, he fixed a cold gaze on the enemies ahead. In the formation ahead, 4 or 5 figures ran, while exchanging furtive glances, silently communicating among themselves. The training camp had a rule: each month a number would be drawn at random from those still alive. The one whose code was drawn entered Hell Week, and for that entire month, everyone in his dormitory would attempt to assassinate him around the clock. No method was off limits. As long as they could kill the chosen one, the entire dormitory would be considered the winner and spared solitary confinement. If, however, the chosen one endured for a week, then at month's end he would be granted a single day of leave, a brief taste of so-called freedom. Armed guards were posted all over the island, all masked and fully equipped, watching these groups of trainees with cold, indifferent eyes. Up ahead, the route curved and led into a forest, cutting off the line of sight. Number 17 followed behind the main group, jogging neither too fast nor too slow as he entered the trees. The moment he stepped into the woods, he pushed off hard from the ground. His body shot sideways toward the right, like a leopard pouncing on prey. From behind a large tree on the right, a white girl burst out swinging her dagger toward number 17's neck. At the same instant, 4 more figures lunged from the left, and ahead 5 people converging on number 17 in a coordinated ambush. A metallic clang rang out as number 17 blocked the girl's dagger. With his free hand, he snatched her arm in a lightning grip and flung her bodily backward. Her body spun helplessly through the air, hurled backward. 2 boys behind her, their eyes devoid of emotion, kicked savagely at her waist. Another boy's arm flashed, slicing open a long gash across her femoral artery. Metal-clanged bodies thudded and blades hissed through flesh. The girl's body crashed into a clump of bushes. Ahead, number 17 drove his dagger straight into a black boy's heart, wrenched the weapon from his hand, twisted his body to avoid another girl's thrusting blade, and slipped past her attack. Before the girl could turn around, both of the daggers in number 17's hands flew out, forcing back the 2 boys who had just rushed in, buying him the briefest instant of space. As the girl began to pivot, number 17 was already upon her, closing the distance. She slashed backhanded in desperation. Number 17 leaned back slightly, letting the blade pass, and hammered his forearm up into her armpit. Her arm went numb at once. A faint flicker crossed her face as she understood how this would end. The dagger vanished from her slackening grip, and a searing pain bloomed at her throat. Before she could savor the release of death, her body was sent flying, once more flung backward through the air. The 2 boys behind her narrowed their pupils. Number 17 was far too fast. From the moment he had first thrown the girl, only a few seconds had passed, and of the 5 attackers, 3 were already down. The remaining 2 darted backward to avoid the flying girl, then sprang forward once more to attack. The girl crashed into the bushes again. She was not yet dead. Blood fountained from her severed artery as she watched the 3 fighting figures, feeling her strength ebb away, quietly waiting for the end. Number 17's arms moved in a blur, his daggers fending off the boys' relentless attacks. Their strength was considerable, and though they fought with ferocity, neither dared to relax for an instant as they pressed him together. With a sharp push off a nearby trunk, number 17 vaulted into the air, soaring over their heads. As he passed above, his dagger whipped toward the back of a black boy's heart. The black boy twisted his body aside, dodging to one side. The other boy charged at the just landed number 17, their cooperation faltering for the briefest of moments. Number 17 turned his body, slightly slipping past the stabbing dagger, and drove a kick toward the attacker. The boy twisted away from the kick, but number 17's fist crashed into his chest. The boy's body shuddered, and before he could scream, arms snaked around his neck and twisted savagely. A crisp crack sounded. The last black boy froze 3 meters away, then suddenly spun around and bolted into the forest. 17 did not immediately chase after the boy ahead. Instead, he glanced at the 2 guards who had been standing not far away. The brief clash just now had not made them move a single step. Behind him came the sound of a group of people running. The other boys from the dormitory were catching up. 17 bent down to pick up a fallen dagger, then sprinted after the boy ahead. Haha, I win. Pay up. In a building at the center of the small island, the black instructor in charge of 17's dormitory grinned, bearing a mouthful of white teeth, and stretched out his hand toward the white man beside him. Fuck, the other mongrels in your dorm are all useless trash. 5 against 1, and they still couldn't win. The white instructor angrily pulled a wad of banknotes from his pocket and slammed it onto the table. In front of them stretched rows of surveillance monitors. Every corner of the small island was under constant watch 24 hours a day. Inside the monitoring room, more than a dozen instructors sat, each observing the trainees under their command. No, it's not that they are weak, it's that number 17 is very strong, far stronger than the other little bastards. Another white instructor with a face full of stubble shook his head. John is right. Among this batch of little mongrel dogs, the most outstanding is number 17. Out of the 300 in my dorm, half have been slaughtered by him alone. Huh. The black instructor's face was full of appreciation for number 17. Cardi, in this batch, he should be one of the higher-ups, chosen seeds, right? An instructor in the back turned his head and asked the black man, Cardi. Yes. I reported him up the chain half a year ago. Before long, he should be selected for the next training camp. If he can distinguish himself in the final grand assessment, I can retire early and enjoy my old age. Huh. Cardi's white teeth were shockingly conspicuous. I really envy you for having such a good seedling. My batch will probably be wiped out. Nothing but a bunch of useless waste. The white instructor, who had just lost money, wore a furious expression. None of the trainees he trained satisfied him, otherwise he would not have come over to watch Cardi's trainees. Even trash has its uses. If there are no promising seedlings, just get rid of them early and transfer them to the reserve camp, then take over the next batch. Will observe a bit longer. If there's still nothing, we'll have no choice. I heard that after this assessment, the higher-ups will send people to take away the elite trainees. In a corner, a lean, wiry instructor turned his head and spoke to the others. So soon? I thought it would still be a while. Everyone was surprised. I'm not sure. Maybe the other camps are progressing faster. One instructor after another fell silent, staring at the monitors, sizing up the trainees under their command. Their task was to train them and, in addition, to single out the very best to report to the organization, filtering them again and again. In this organization, not a single trainee entered the camp older than 5. They had no names, only numbers. From childhood, they were taught nothing but the law of the jungle. Killing was the main theme of their lives. In the outside world, this training camp bore an infamous name, blood-colored Purgatory. Some called it the blood prison, others simply hell, but in any case, it was a notorious terror organization that everyone wanted to eradicate. No one knew where the island was located. Even the instructors themselves did not know where in the world they were. The island was neither truly large nor truly small. A full circuit around it was 10 kilometers. 17 and the others were required to run 3 full laps around the island. 30 kilometers in 2 hours. Although they carried no additional weight at that distance in that time, and on sandy terrain, it was a task difficult even for the world's top marathon runners. Daylight was already bright. Of the trainees left on the island, about 1,000 remained, all running like madmen. Throughout the run, fights broke out frequently. Every clash ended with someone becoming a corpse. Death was the main refrain of this island, and scenes like this played out every single day. Everyone on the island, whether instructors, trainees, or the ever-present guards, had long since grown numb to death. After the ambush on the first lap, only 19 trainees from 17th Dormitory remained. No one else dared to rashly attack him. During his Devil Week, 17 had already killed dozens of comrades who had tried to ambush him. He stayed at the back of the main group, keeping a distance of 20 to 30 meters between himself and the others. Yet his gaze remained locked on the boy who had attacked him earlier. The boy was clearly on guard against him. After catching up to the main group with all his strength, he plunged into the middle of the formation to widen the distance from 17. Lap after lap, time trickled away. 30 kilometers in just 2 hours. Everyone was sprinting with everything they had. 17 also began to increase his pace. In normal training, the last person in each formation to return to the dormitory would suffer extremely severe punishment. Today was different. Today was the last day's assessment of the month. The last one back would be executed on the spot. Shuff, huff, shuff. Most faces had gone deathly pale, mouths wide open as they gulped for air. Even number 17 was no exception. On the final half lap, everyone had pulled away from one another, each wary of every person around them. No one wanted to have their leg broken and be dragged to collapse just before the finish line. Their instinctive desire to live drove them to squeeze every last drop from their physical limits. 17 remained at the very back. He could not rush forward. This was the last day of his Devil Week, and charging ahead would only give others an opening. His gaze was now fixed on a black girl who was also lagging behind. The girl's peripheral vision constantly checked the figures around her. Sweat had drenched her short hair, droplets sliding from her chin one after another. She keenly sensed the gaze coming from behind her. A fierce surge of will to survive flooded her eyes. She clenched her teeth, held her breath, and ran like a madwoman. The distance shrank. The dormitory ahead appeared in their field of vision. Shuff, shuff. Everyone panted in ragged gasps. 500 meters. 300 meters. The finish drew ever closer. 100 meters. Everyone held their breath and sprinted with all their might. A cold light burst from 17's eyes. His legs pounded the muddy ground, leaving pits with each step, and the dagger in his hand cut the air with a whistling sound as his arm pumped. The icy, murderous gaze behind her made the girl let out a desperate shout as she suddenly exploded with speed, overtaking a pale-faced Asian boy beside her. The boy suddenly swung his arm and stabbed his dagger toward the girl. She kicked off the ground, hurling herself forward in a dive. She chose to evade rather than clash head-on. A ruthless look flashed across the boy's face. He decisively swung his arm backward. He knew number 17 had caught up. Clang. The two daggers collided. Clang clanged. After 3 rapid exchanges, 17 kicked hard at the boy's knee, sending him staggering, then ignored him and sprinted after the black girl in front. The girl rolled once across the ground, then scrambled up and dashed for the dormitory, paying no attention at all to what was happening behind her. 17 closed the distance. Catching his figure in the corner of her eye, the girl suddenly dodged to the side, giving way. She was very smart. All she needed was to outrun the last-place boy. The two brushed past each other, and the girl followed behind number 17, running at full speed. 30 meters. Up. The boy roared in fury, throwing himself forward in pursuit of the girl ahead. 10 meters. The black instructor Cardi stood at the dormitory entrance with a timer in his hand, a cruel smile on his face. Shuff, huff, shuff. The black girl crossed the line. The Asian boy, last in the group, stumbled over the finish, face ashen, his eyes filled with despair. Trash. The scene just now had fallen clearly into Cardi's eyes. His face was full of contempt as he raised the pistol in his hand and without hesitation pulled the trigger at the boy's head. A gunshot thundered over the island. The boy's body crumpled to the ground, unwillingness still lingering in his eyes. After killing him, the instructor turned the muzzle toward the girl. Had too bad. A cruel smile twisted Cardi's face as he shook the timer in his hand. It read 20001. exactly 1 second over the time limit. The black girl's pupils contracted. No, a gunshot. She fell to the ground, her face full of unwillingness as the light faded from her eyes. Gunshots sounded again and again from the formations around the dormitory, each shot marking another trainee turned into a corpse. Number 17. Instructor Cardi called out to 17, who was standing not far away. Here. 17 stood where he was gasping for breath, his gaze fixed on Cardi. His instinct to survive made his hand curl slightly into a loose fist. His strength was spent. If the man wanted to kill him, all it would take was a pull of the trigger. He had no power to resist. Haha, I'm looking forward to your performance from here on. Cardi slid the pistol back into his waistband and pointed toward a row of tables not far away where all kinds of firearm components were neatly laid out. Before the firearms assessment, the trainees will have breakfast resting in the limited space to recover their strength. A large group of guards pushed breakfast carts towards each formation, distributing the meals. The breakfast was quite sumptuous. Milk bread, nutritious porridge, a small pack of nutritional liquid, and a mini energy bar the size of a pinky finger. Regardless of how harsh the training camp is on the trainees, the food was exceptionally abundant. As long as it is not during the hunger training, all trainees have strict food standards every day. The chefs have undergone rigorous training and selection, providing a well-rounded nutritional balance at every meal, which is the only place in the training camp that shows a hint of humanity, of course, except during hunger training. Standing in front of a long table, he finished the milk nutritional liquid, ate a small piece of bread, and after drinking a few mouthfuls of porridge, he felt halfway full. After taking a sip of water, he paused and sat down to rest. He needed to stay alert at all times. The emptiness in his stomach kept his brain's nerves in an active state. Not to mention feeling completely full. Even being 7 full would induce fatigue, a state that could be fatal and significantly slow his reaction speed. Not just him, all the other surviving trainees in the training camp had their own strategies, leaving no chance for others. Half an hour. From the time he returned from running, exactly half an hour had passed, and the blackguard Cuddy immediately stood up from where he was having breakfast with them. You have 1 hour of training time. 1 hour later, there will be firearms assembly and shooting assessments. The training camp does not need waste. Those who lose will go to hell. Cuddy stood in front of all the tables, shouting at everyone, start. Cuddy sat down on a chair to the side. At that moment, only 17 trainees remained in his formation, surrounded by 30 fully armed guards, all wearing bulletproof helmets, masks, bulletproof vests, and holding submachine guns, pistols, grenades, and other weapons. It wasn't that Cuddy was cautious, rather incidents of trainees attacking guards and instructors were never lacking in this training camp. Moreover, the organization of Purgatory seemed to somewhat advocate for trainees attacking instructors. As long as a trainee could take down their instructor, that trainee would immediately be recognized as a seed and their treatment would improve significantly. Standing in front of his long table, 17's demeanor was different from others facing the instructors. He faced all the trainees. During the period of Hell Month, he had to be on guard against others 24 hours a day. Among the scattered parts on the long table, there were live ammunition. He couldn't give anyone a chance. The pile of parts was in utter disarray, containing handguns, submachine guns, automatic rifles, sniper rifles, various types of bullets, all mixed together chaotically. After quickly scanning the pile of parts, 17's hands moved. His slender fingers were exceptionally agile, sorting through each firearm component. After examining all the parts with his hands, 17 closed his eyes again, scattering the parts once more. When he opened his eyes again, he took a deep breath, held it, and quickly searched the pile of parts for his target. Barrel, spring, stock, magazine, bolt. Each component danced between his hands. Click, click, click. In less than 10 seconds, a complete MP5 appeared in his hands. After assembling the MP5, he did not hesitate, grounding his body to the ground, remaining still, only his shoulders slightly moving as his hands searched for the handgun parts in the pile. Click, click. This time, even faster, in less than 3 seconds, a Glock 17 pistol appeared in his hands. Tossing it aside, 17's hands continued to rummage through his eyes, slightly lifting to scan the other trainees in front of him, always on guard. As the parts dwindled, the number of firearms on the long table increased. A sniper rifle, assault rifle, automatic rifle, handgun, and submachine gun all lay completed to one side, with no extra parts left after clearing the long table. After finishing the assembly, 17 did not linger. He took the MP5 beside him and continued disassembling it. The sound of metal clicking echoed throughout the arena as everyone focused intently on practicing assembling and disassembling firearms. Cuddy sat to the side with the timer, scanning the entire area, his gaze towards 17, reflecting unabashed admiration. That was his ticket to an early retirement. As time passed slowly, the anticipated situation did not arise. Although no one attacked him with firearms, he did not let down his vigilance. 10 minutes. Cuddy shouted. 17's movements paused, quickly disassembling the nearly assembled sniper rifle, then dismantling the nearby handgun and submachine gun, restoring a pile of scattered parts. Standing still, he coldly watched everyone without moving. He needed to be in the best state to face the assessment. Not only him, but some confident trainees also stopped practicing. Only a few remained focused on assembling and disassembling firearms. Cuddy glanced at the few trainees, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. 10 minutes passed swiftly. Stop! Cuddy's voice rang out, and the others immediately halted their actions. Draw lots for unknown haha. A guard brought over a black paper box, which Cuddy took, shaking it a few times before placing it on the side table. Reaching in, he drew out a piece of paper, glancing at it. Number 23. Here. A white boy stepped forward. Discarding the paper, he drew another. Number 116. Here. A black boy stepped forward with a guard standing next to Cuddy, recording on a tablet. Go ahead, please start your spectacular performance. Cuddy gestured towards the two long tables in the middle of the open space. The black boy and the white boy exchanged a cold glance before walking towards the center with everyone watching them. The two stood in front of separate long tables, quickly scanning the piles of parts before them. No rules, whoever loses dies, Cuddy said indifferently. Prepare. The two boys lowered their heads, fully focused, their eyes cold. Begin. With Cuddy's command, the hands of the two boys moved swiftly among the parts on the long table. 17 watched with a cold expression. He had experienced this scene countless times. Since he could remember, he had trained in the camp, transitioning from the initial training camp to now having gone through 4 training camps, reaching this one that was close to the final stage. He had forgotten how many companions had died around him and could not recall how many he had killed. Time passed second by second. The parts on the long table in front of the two were randomly disassembled and mixed by the guards, so they needed to quickly find the target parts for the firearms they had chosen. Number 23 chose a handgun. It was simple to assemble and quick. Number 116 chose the MP5 submachine gun, as he had already found all the firearm parts, rapidly assembling them with his hands while slightly lifting his gaze to coldly watch the white boy across from him. Click, click, click. The sound of metal assembly echoed continuously. As number 116 inserted the last magazine, a different sound caused number 23's expression to change. Although he only wasted less than 2 seconds searching for parts, slow was still slow. The muzzle of the MP5 rose as soon as number 23 finished assembling. His handgun survival instinct compelled his body to lunge to the side. But at that moment, the MP5's gunfire erupted. Bang! Number 116 did not give him a chance, decisively pulling the trigger. The body was dragged away by the guards and tossed aside. Number 116 let out a sigh of relief, quickly disassembling the MP5 in his hands, tossing it into the pile of parts on the long table, turning around with a relaxed expression as he walked back to his place. He had won. He could stand to the side and continue breathing in the air thick with the smell of blood. Groups of people went up for the assessment, with only one surviving from each group. Number 17 had not drawn a lot and quietly stood by his table, watching as one by one his companions perished. Number 68. Number 119. A man and a woman stepped forward, heading towards the central table. Aside from the 4 killed by number 17 and the 2 by the instructor, there were a total of 17 people left in their squad. They had gone through 7 rounds of competition, and the current man and woman were the 8th group. On the nearby empty ground lay 7 corpses, a strong smell of blood filling the nostrils of everyone present. Number 17 glanced at the 2. The man was a black youth, about 1.7 meters tall, with well-defined muscles. His exposed skin was covered in scars, and his cold gaze remained fixated on his opponent, the girl numbered 68. From the first day he entered this dormitory, number 17 had noticed this girl. This girl was of mixed race, part Asian and part Caucasian. She inherited the delicacy and symmetry of Asian features, and her figure was tall and slim like that of Caucasians. While her limbs were not as robust as some girls, she exhibited considerable explosive power, having seen her take down many boys stronger than herself. He had killed too many companions to recall the exact number, yet he felt a sense of familiarity with the girl, though he could not remember where he had seen her before. Number 17's gaze flickered slightly before he concealed it. In the training camp, emotions and trust were liabilities. He would not entrust his back to anyone, as that would be an extremely foolish act. The two stood 10 meters apart at the table. The girl glanced at her opponent, then focused intently on the chaotic array of gun parts. Prepare. Begin. The two quickly began sorting through the gun parts, both opting for pistols, as nearly everyone had chosen pistols in previous competitions. Assembling a pistol was significantly simpler compared to other firearms. Even if it took some time to find parts, it was much faster than assembling other types of weapons. Gun parts were swiftly found and assembled. In 3 seconds, the black boy glanced at the girl from the corner of his eye, a cold smile spreading across his face. The girl was a step slower than the boy. This type of challenge involved a degree of luck. Some gun parts were hidden underneath, requiring a bit of time to uncover. This tested their observational skills, arm coordination, speed, and familiarity with firearms. Click. The bullet was chambered, and the black boy wore a victorious smile as he prepared to raise his arm. But he saw the girl's arm shoot up quickly, a burst of gunfire erupting from her muzzle. Bang! With a gunshot, the black boy's smile froze on his face, a bullet-sized hole appearing in his forehead. Bang! His body collapsed to the ground, still clutching the assembled pistol, having only been a fraction of a second slower. Even in death, he couldn't fathom why the girl's gun, which had not been loaded, was able to kill him. Clap, clap, clap. Not bad, a beautiful one, ha. Cuddy applauded from the side, having seen clearly, and number 17 noticed as well. The other trainees looked upon the girl with some trepidation. While assembling the gun, the girl had skillfully pinched a bullet in her palm with the first part she picked up. When she connected the barrel and firing pin, she slipped the bullet in, thus skipping a step in loading the magazine compared to the black youth. Number 17 was not surprised. He could perform such techniques too. As the girl turned back to her team, she glanced at number 17, who stood alone. Whom you all did well, you've passed the assessment. Number 17, it's your turn. Your luck seems a bit unfortunate, you get a bye? Cuddy shrugged at number 17, a bit helpless. Getting a bye in the training camp did not mean passing, it indicated a stronger opponent was waiting. Every instructor in the training camp would often say that luck is sometimes a part of strength. You can no longer choose from them, but you can choose me or any guard present as your opponent. Trainees who had already passed could no longer choose. This was a limited protection by the training camp, a final test for those unlucky in the draw. Cuddy pointed to himself and then to the group of guards surrounding them. Guard. Number 17 looked at Cuddy, his gaze unwavering. After a moment of silence, he calmly stated, you may choose freely. They cannot refuse you. Cuddy smiled, seemingly pleased with number 17's perceptiveness. As an instructor, if number 17 chose him, it would imply a disregard for him as an instructor. Although he was confident in winning against number 17, it was a form of recognition from a trainee that satisfied Cuddy's vanity. Around them stood 30 guards, each fully armed, wearing bulletproof holographic helmets that concealed their facial expressions and eyes. Number 17 surveyed the area, the guards standing as still as statues. After 2 rounds of observation, he suddenly turned and pointed to a guard on his left. Are you sure? Cuddy wore a smile. Sure. With number 17's affirmation, Cuddy shouted at the guard, step forward. Clap. The guard stepped cautiously forward. Number 17 watched him intently, his expression cold, devoid of any emotion. Disarm. The guard could not refuse Cuddy's order, it was the rule. If he refused, it would mean his death, and number 17 would automatically pass the assessment. Thus he had no choice but to engage. The helmet was removed along with the bulletproof vest, submachine gun, and pistol one by one. A Caucasian man, handsome in appearance, seemed to be in his 30s, which was considered elderly compared to the trainees in the camp. Report, I need to familiarize myself. The guard requested from Cuddy to familiarize himself with the pile of gun parts. Facing such an exceptionally skilled trainee as number 17, the guard felt considerable pressure. He had been rotating on this island for 2 months and was well aware of how terrifying the opponent was. Go ahead, 5 minutes. Cuddy waved his hand, and the guard hurried forward. The sound of assembling parts echoed as the guard focused intently on practicing with the gun parts, cherishing every second. Number 17 and the others silently watched him. Most of the guards on the island were selected step by step from the training camps. In this Purgatory, there were numerous training camps with varying focuses, some specializing in training assassins, others in mercenaries, and yet others in bodyguards. Some individuals who were eliminated but fortunate enough to survive would receive further training directions based on their strengths and be sent to other training camps. The training camp that number 17 and the others were currently in was among the elite with no specific training direction assigned yet. They were receiving comprehensive training. Only after the assessment would the instructors conduct a thorough analysis of the trainees, considering their abilities, specialties, and personalities. Those suited for assassination would be sent to assassin training camps for specialized training, while those suited for mercenaries would go to mercenary training camps. In short, the Purgatory was an exceedingly complex, large, and twisted organization where every individual emerging from the training camps could be described as a cold-blooded extreme killing machine. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. A guard stepped forward to shuffle the gun parts for both again. Prepare. Number 17 stepped forward, standing at the table, glancing at the nervous guard before lowering his head to search for the quickest and most suitable firearm. His luck today seemed poor. In 3 seconds of searching, he did not find a weapon that could be quickly assembled. Taking a deep breath, Cuddy shouted, start. Number 17 and the guard moved simultaneously. The guard chose a pistol as it was the simplest and fastest to assemble, which was common knowledge. Click, click, click. Barrel, stock, spring, bullet, magazine, each part rapidly assembled in his hands. Number 17 also chose a pistol as other firearms were too complex to assemble, but his spring had been hidden underneath, and by the time he uncovered it, the guard was already ahead of him. At that moment, Cuddy's expression changed, as did the gaze of the girl numbered 68 in the trainees' camp. Click, click. The guard's bullet was chambered, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. Number 17 was slow. His expression turned cold as he clenched the remaining parts in his hand, stepping back and delivering a powerful kick to the table. Bang! The table toppled forward with great force, scattering the parts into the air. The guard instinctively fired bullets, bursting from the barrel. Bang! Clang! The bullets struck the scattered gun parts suspended between the two, producing a sharp metallic clattering sound, and the stray bullets flew who knows where. The guard's face changed drastically, his eyes filled with terror at that moment. Click, click. With a shake of his hand, number 17 instantly completed the assembly of his pistol, raising his hand to fire. Bang! As the guard took a step forward, a bullet hole appeared in his forehead. His expression held disbelief. He never imagined number 17 would kick over the table to disrupt him. The moment he instinctively fired, he knew he had lost. If he could have waited just a moment firing after the parts had fallen, he would have been assured victory. But the opportunity was only once. The training camp had no precedent for a duver. Losing meant death. Clap, clap, clap. Brilliant. Ha ha. Cuddy sighed in relief, having not expected number 17 to kick over the table to interfere with the guard. His face openly expressed admiration for number 17. In the training camp, as long as you could eliminate your opponent, you were the victor, and you could continue to survive. You may take a short break. Once that side is finished, we will proceed with the unified assessment. Cuddy glanced at the group. Although they were reduced to 9, each individual possessed exceptional strength, ranking among the top in the entire training camp. The upcoming assessment included numerous components. The physical fitness and basic firearms evaluations had just concluded, along with combat, driving, language, disguise, and injury treatment, among a series of specialized skill assessments. Before being assigned to the precision training camp, they needed to learn a vast amount of knowledge and skills. While these were foundational, they were essential for an elite-level assassin or mercenary. Half an hour later, Codis' walkie-talkie crackled to life. Assemble at the center. Let's go. We will proceed with the driving and shooting assessment. Cuddy walked ahead with a group of guards escorting the 9 of them toward the center of the small island. The driving skills assessment included various vehicles, such as motorcycles, jet skis, and speedboats, along with some common transportation methods. Certain specialized talents would also undergo aviation training, including civil aviation, helicopters, fighter jets, ships, and trains. The driving and shooting assessment was a team game. One person would drive, while 2 others shot. The targets for shooting would be the other assessment participants, meaning they would engage in a real combat shooting match. In previous assessments, there were always 10 vehicles, with the first 6 groups crossing the finish line winning, while the rest faced elimination and confinement penalties. Of course, many times the vehicles behind could not even reach the finish line. This training camp had reached its final stage, aiming to select elite-level students, resulting in a rising death rate. Cuddy had only 9 individuals, perfectly forming 3 groups. You can group yourselves, he said, before moving to a shaded area nearby to observe the other formations. They remained in place, scanning their companions from the same dormitory. The others remained silent, exchanging glances filled with caution. Suddenly, the short-haired girl from Group 68 stepped forward toward them, drawing the attention of the others. "They'll team up with you." With her words, without waiting for a response, 2 or 3 others began moving toward them. 2 males and 1 female stood before them, all gazing at them in silence, their intent clear. They were waiting for a response. They looked at them calmly. "I don't need companions, 1 person per group." The words were somewhat cold, causing everyone to frown, especially Group 68's girl, whose gaze held a hint of resentment, though she concealed it well, allowing only a fleeting glimpse to catch their attention, leaving them puzzled. "No, you must form groups of 3. Cuddy interjected, turning to look at them with an authoritative tone. 68, 123. Their brows furrowed slightly. They glanced at the 4 before them and spoke calmly. The corner of Group 68's mouth twitched before returning to a neutral expression. She specialized in submachine guns and assault rifles, showing great talent in mid-range combat. Group 123 was a very robust black male, standing over 1.90 m with powerful arms. He excelled in various heavy weaponry, and Cuddy regarded him as a natural firepower expert. Since they had to team up, they unhesitatingly chose 2 strong allies. Seeing that they were not chosen, the remaining 2 exchanged glances and quickly grouped together. Another white boy also approached, forming a small team. The assignment of the 9 was completed in an instant. Cuddy privately compared them and concluded the 3 of them were the strongest in their group, while the other 2 had similar strengths. "Cuddy, bring your team over and merge with Chelsea's formation." A voice came through Codis' walkie-talkie. "Let's go line up with those little scraps over there." Cuddy pointed toward the already grouped formations ahead. The 9 of them stepped forward toward the indicated area. In Chelsea's formation, there were about 10 more teams, all the students watching them coldly, with no communication between the 2 sides, standing apart in a large group. We will now begin the driving and shooting assessment. The rules are the same as before. For the first 300 meters, no shooting. Groups will be assigned randomly through a draw. A white instructor shouted with a megaphone in front of the 5 formations. Cuddy approached with a tablet. Your group has been assigned to the first large group for the first assessment. Go get ready." Cuddy said with a smile. The 3 of them did not hesitate and turned to walk forward. In the front area, 10 vehicles were parked, including sedans and SUVs, all randomly assigned. The adjacent parking lot also had many vehicles that had undergone simple modifications. Though they lacked bulletproof glass, there was only a bulletproof steel plate at the rear. Next to each vehicle was a long table equipped with various submachine guns, assault rifles, automatic rifles, light machine guns, etc. But only firearms were available. There were no grenades or explosive weapons like RPGs. Group 123 unhesitatingly picked up an M249 light machine gun, which is famous worldwide. Many countries have equipped this model. The M249 light machine gun weighs 7.5 kilograms empty and about 10 kilograms loaded with a magazine firing 5.56mm caliber rounds. It can accommodate a 100-round magazine or a 200-round magazine, as well as belt-fed ammunition with a firing rate of 50 to 1,000 rounds per minute and an effective range of 1 kilometer. The short-haired girl from Group 68 picked up an 433 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle known for its excellence among assault rifles using 5.56 by 45 millimeters caliber ammunition. It has a firing rate of 650 rounds per minute, and this rifle employs the latest pneumatic drive system, effectively reducing recoil and noise with high shooting accuracy and stability. The 433 Hong Kong dollars light assault rifle. 17 casually picked up a G36 assault rifle firing 5.56 by 45 millimeters in ATIA standard ammunition. It has a firing rate of about 750 rounds per minute and is considered excellent, being purchased by many European countries for its stable shooting accuracy and reliability. G36 assault rifle, due to restrictions, part of the front is not visible. After each selected enough magazines, they headed toward one of the vehicles. They were assigned to a sedan, which had some disadvantages in visibility compared to an SUV, but also had advantages. A sedan is much more stable than an SUV at high speeds and during drifting. "You drive," 17 said to the girl from Group 68, then directly opened the rear door and sat down. 68 and 123 exchanged a glance and then got in the car. Bang! The car door closed and 17 checked the firearm in hand, finding 5 magazines filled with 30 rounds beside him. He loaded a magazine, pulled the bolt, and disengaged the safety. Group 123 sat in the front passenger seat, bringing 3 200-round drums, ensuring they had ample ammunition. Vroom! The engine roared to life, a thunderous sound emanating from the vehicle. Although it looked somewhat battered, the engine had more than enough power. The front area was a circular track approximately 2 kilometers in circumference, but the road was very complex with smooth concrete paths, bumpy dirt roads, and a section submerged in muddy water obscuring the surface. In short, without solid driving skills, attempting to engage in life-or-death struggles here could easily lead to failure in the assessment. 17, aren't you driving? Group 123 voiced their confusion. Both knew that 17's driving skills had consistently ranked among the top 3 in their training camp. If 17 drove, combined with their firepower, they would have at least a 90% chance of passing this assessment. "I don't trust you." But 17's calm response left both feeling helpless. In all their training camps growing up, trust was the most extravagant and ironically laughable term. The engines of the cars roared. All vehicles burned rubber in place, producing a large amount of white smoke. Every driver's gaze was fixed intensely on the road ahead, while a guard holding an AK stood not far away, firing into the sky. As the gunfire erupted, the arm of No. 68 swiftly released the handbrake and pressed the accelerator to the floor. With a roar, 10 cars surged forward simultaneously. Within 100 meters of the track, 10 cars could race side by side, but beyond that point, there was a constricted section where only 3 cars could advance in parallel, making this stretch a test of the driver's skills. Of course, the output of the engine's horsepower was also crucial, but all of these vehicles, whether sedans or SUVs, had been modified, resulting in similar horsepower outputs. The vehicle's RPM instantly reached 8,000. When the speed hit 50 kilometers per hour, No. 68 shifted from first gear directly to fourth gear. With a bang, cars collided right at the start. Everyone was vying for position, aiming for the top 3 spots to avoid the crossfire from the front and rear, allowing them to stabilize and suppress the vehicles behind. The top 6 would pass the assessment, with the fiercest competition occurring for the 5th position, so no one wanted to fall behind. "Fuck, no." 68 cursed as she was squeezed between 2 SUVs, as the height of her sedan put her at a disadvantage. Having originally surged to 4th place, she suddenly dropped to 5th, a perilous position within the combat zone. In an instant, the 100-meter mark was reached. Although No. 68 was a woman, her fierceness was unmatched by any man in the training camp. Accelerating to 80 kilometers per hour, she knew that once they passed the 300 meters, she would be under fire from both sides. Gritting her teeth, No. 68 slammed the accelerator, yanking the wheel toward the 6th-place car that was slightly behind her. With a crunch, the high-speed vehicles wedged together, and both No. 68 and her opponent struggled to steer their cars, preventing them from flipping over. Boom. Shit. The driver in the opposing car shouted angrily. No. 68 pushed the 6th-place car onto the roadside, crashing it into the intersection. She quickly corrected her steering, barely entering the narrow passage, maintaining her 5th position, keeping a distance of 20 to 30 meters from the car ahead, trailing the second group. Her strategy was to reduce the number of competitors. The opponents following them would surely start firing, and taking out one car would eliminate one competitor. No. 68 glanced at the rearview mirror, observing the vehicles behind them colliding wildly. To the side, no. 123 leaned out with an M249, aiming backward, while no. 17 crouched with an assault rifle targeting the vehicles trailing behind through the rear window. 200 meters ahead, a bend appeared marking the 300 meters. Once they entered the bend, they could open fire. That was the only rule. Boom boom fizz. No. 68 gripped the steering wheel with one hand, alternating her feet between the accelerator and brake with finesse. With one hand on the handbrake, she smoothly entered the turn, gliding along the inner curve, a clear advantage of sedans that SUVs could not replicate. The gunfire of the M249 and G36 erupted simultaneously, while shooters and other vehicles also opened fire hastily. In an instant, the entire venue was filled with the sound of gunfire. The bullets struck the car body, each creating holes as they emerged. These vehicles could hardly withstand the gunfire, so both no. 17 and no. 68 did their best to shrink their bodies. The fourth-place driver did not fire immediately at them, but instead chased after the top three. No. 68 continuously pulled the steering wheel back, maneuvering the vehicle at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, dodging the bullets being fired from behind in an unpredictable manner. With a bang, they entered a muddy dirt road, and the bumpy surface caused their speed to drop drastically. Bang. With two successive shots, the pursuing vehicle swerved violently to the side. No. 17 eliminated the opposing driver, causing the vehicle to flip over from being pushed by another car, blocking the road for the vehicles behind and creating some distance. At that moment, a figure emerged from the front vehicle, holding a gun, preparing to fire at them to suppress their speed. Up ahead. No. 68 shouted, and no. 17 quickly turned, aiming the gun out of the car to shoot forward. Bang. Crash. The windshield shattered instantly, and a gust of wind rushed inside. The deafening gunfire caused a momentary ringing in the ears of the three, but it did not affect them. The sound of bullets hitting the car was drowned out by the engine's roar as the front vehicle fired furiously backward. No. 68 had no choice but to reduce speed to evade. No. 123 adjusted the M249 and turned the gun toward the front, unleashing a barrage of bullets that struck the steel plate at the rear of the opposing vehicle, sparking a shower of flames. Chase them. No. 17 said coldly. No. 68 clenched her teeth, slammed the accelerator down, and the engine roared as she pursued the vehicle ahead. Out of the total 2 kilometers, nearly half had already passed. According to their current standings, finishing fifth would allow them to pass the assessment. However, both no. 17 and no. 68 understood that this position was precarious. If they were overtaken, or if the front vehicle blew a tire, they would instantly lose their qualifications. Only entering the top 4 or 3 would ensure their safety. The top 3 in the first tier were not engaged in combat at all. Their drivers were flooring the accelerators, rushing ahead. The distance that had been lost earlier was closing in. The fourth-place driver, seemingly intent on preventing them from getting closer, began firing at them. No. 123 retaliated, extending the M249 out of the window with one hand, while no. 17 sat in her seat holding the G36 without firing, her eyes glued to the scope, her body swaying with the movements of the car. Bang. A shot rang out. No. 68 and no. 123 experienced a brief ringing in their ears. The head of a person sitting in the back seat of the front vehicle instantly burst in a shower of blood. Boom boom. The driver in the front vehicle seemed to feel the call of death, flooring the accelerator and racing forward. Bang. Bang. 2 shots blew out the rear tires of the front vehicle. Coupled with the bumpy road, the vehicle's speed dropped drastically. No. 68 yanked the steering wheel, pressing the accelerator hard, and crashed directly into the vehicle ahead. Bang. The 2 vehicles collided, and no. 123's M249 fired wildly at the car's body. As the remaining shooter in the opposing vehicle opened fire with an assault rifle, they engaged in close-quarters combat. No. 68 hunched down in the driver's seat. No. 17 crouched behind the right seat, firing continuously, while no. 123 leaned against the car door, becoming the primary target for the opposing shooter. Blood splattered inside the car as the front passengers suffered fatal injuries. Boom. No. 68 stepped on the brake, twisted the steering wheel, and charged forward. No. 123 was thrown out of the vehicle. There was no way to avoid it at such close range. No. 17 and no. 68 exchanged glances, their faces emotionless, as they had witnessed death far too often. Stealing a glance back, the pursuing vehicles were still 50 to 60 meters away. Click, click. No. 17 reloaded the magazine and sprayed bullets backward to prevent the approaching vehicles. The engine roared amid the intense gunfire. No. 68 looked at the distant finish line, breathing a sigh of relief. Although she had a slight disadvantage at the start, they ultimately made it. The fifth-place vehicle did not close in. As long as they maintained this position, they could pass. Therefore, their driver carefully kept a certain distance from No. 17 and the others, while the other two inside the car fired furiously to suppress the pursuing vehicles. Without any surprises, No. 17 and the others crossed the finish line in fourth place. However, No. 123 died on the road, his body crushed into several pieces by the pursuing vehicle. For an entire day, they underwent assessments in all their subjects, including physical fitness, firearms, combat, driving, languages, and disguise. A full moon hung high in the starry sky as they dragged their weary bodies back to the dormitory after completing a 10-mile armed swimming assessment in the sea. During the day, there had been more than 20 people in the dormitory, but now only 6 students remained, 4 boys and 2 girls. It's the last day, you know, Katie reminded the others as he stood at the dormitory entrance before turning to leave. Bang! The heavy iron door slammed shut, and the automatic lock clicked into place. Despite the dormitory having only 6 students left, 4 guards continued to watch over them around the clock, and fully armed guards stood outside each iron window. The defense for the students was taken to the extreme. For many years, no student had ever successfully escaped from the training camp, which was a testament to how severe the defense was. The dormitory was large enough to accommodate 300 students, with each iron frame resembling a coffin. Now, with only 6 people left, it felt eerily empty. Number 17, we know you are strong, so we don't want to provoke you. We want to attack you tonight. The speaker was a black boy numbered 264, standing at 1.8 meters tall with muscles that made a striking visual impact. His dark skin allowed him to blend perfectly into the night. Humph! A white boy coldly snorted, his icy gaze sweeping back and forth between 264 and 17. Number 17 shot them a cold glance, but said nothing as he walked toward his bed. After a whole day, he was exhausted, but he wasn't naive enough to believe 264's words. He needed to recover his strength. The girl numbered 68 was still alive. She said nothing, simply glancing at 17's back before turning to walk toward her own bed. The body by the bed had disappeared, but the strong smell of blood still lingered in the air. 17 paid it no mind. He was already accustomed to it, and sleeping among the corpses was a daily routine for the students in the training camp. Lying on the bed, 17 closed his eyes. The lights in the dormitory were turned off from the control room, and numerous cameras covered every corner of the dormitory. While they were resting, the conference room in the center of the island was brightly lit. 10 instructors, 3 camp commanders, along with the head of the security forces were gathered there. What meeting is being held at this late hour? We have training tomorrow. A white instructor yawned, looking displeased. Joel, shut up. The organization has a mission. A bearded white man shot him a glance and scolded him coldly. Ding! Before anyone could ask, a screen on the front white wall suddenly lit up, revealing a man in combat gear with a mask covering his face. You have 1 week to conduct a detailed assessment of the students in your charge. The organization will select students for final training. The man's voice was deep. Sir, what if we haven't finished screening all of them? Joel's tone was very respectful. He couldn't afford to offend such high-ranking figures in the organization. Just do what you are supposed to do. The man replied indifferently. Yes. Also, instructors who fail to cultivate seed candidates will have to accept new students next month. Yes. Dismissed. With just a few simple words, the projection on the wall was turned off, and the instructors in the conference room fell silent. Receiving new students again meant starting over, which would be a long process. Thinking of this, the instructors cast envious glances at Katie. Although they didn't know what the reward was, at least Katie had number 17, a seed candidate, and wouldn't have to accept new students. They knew that although their treatment was good, there were at least 800 instructors in the organization. If 3 consecutive batches of students yielded no seed candidates, they would be stripped of their instructor status. Once stripped of their instructor status, they would be sent back to the battlefield, either to fill in combat personnel in the mercenary unit or to serve as guards, and their treatment would not be as good as that of instructors. Ahem, let's not say too much. You have 1 week to conduct a detailed assessment of your students. Remember to ask the students about their intentions. Don't assign those skilled in assassination to the mercenaries, otherwise you know the consequences. The bearded man said, glancing around the room sternly. Yes. Get out of here. A group of instructors headed for the door of the conference room. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, number 17 lay on his bed, with his eyes closed, his breathing steady. Though his consciousness urged him to fall asleep, he still clung to the last thread of wakefulness. The other 5 in the dormitory seemed to be asleep, but 17 knew they would not give up so easily. He had experienced the pain of solitary confinement. No one wanted to be in that place. It was a small room, more like an iron barrel, just big enough for a person to crouch inside, filled with the stench of filthy water, with only a small hole the size of an arm at the top for breathing. The filthy water was swarming with maggots, rats, and other disgusting creatures. That was just the beginning. During confinement, there was no food, no water, and occasionally electric currents would pass through the water and shock the body. To survive, one had to drink the filthy water and eat those disgusting creatures, enduring the electric shocks. It was a place no student wanted to be. As midnight approached, 17 suddenly opened his eyes, the pitch-black environment obscuring objects 2 meters away. But he heard someone stepping on the ground, making slight noises. He tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand and coldly stared at the left front. Who? Breathing sounds were faint, coming from 3 directions. He shifted his body slightly to be ready to launch a counterattack at any moment. They were getting closer. It was not 3, but 4 slowly surrounding him. Whoosh! With a swift motion, 17 suddenly sprang up, throwing the dagger in one direction and leaping from the bed toward another. He wasn't afraid of being surrounded, but the space in the bed area was too confined. Once surrounded, even if he was strong, he could still be injured, and if he got injured, he couldn't ensure his survival in this cannibalistic training camp. Bang bang. Crack. In the dark, he couldn't see clearly, he could only see shadows swirling. Crash. The bed collapsed. Crack. The sound of bones breaking echoed. In the darkness, number 68 sat on her bed expressionless as she listened to the fighting. Earlier she had agreed to join the others, but now she lay still on her bed. Clang clang. Bang thud. With the last sound of blood spraying, the dormitory fell silent, and a figure lunged forward. Number 68 took action. Number 17 stood covered in blood, coldly watching her. As she approached, he shifted his body and raised his arm. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Number 68 stopped about 5 meters away from 17. 1427. Her cold voice was so soft that 17 could barely hear it. Upon hearing these numbers, 17's expression finally changed. Although he couldn't see her clearly, he had committed this string of numbers to memory. I can't stand. Number 68 continued softly, her voice very faint. After saying this, she drew forth a dagger and charged at 17, her arm raised high. 17's expression changed as he sidestepped and grasped her arm. In such moments, he usually would have snapped her arm, but he hesitated for a moment, pushing upward before pulling. Crack. Humph. Number 68 let out a muffled grunt as her arm dislocated. Then a sharp pain shot through her chest, a feeling the beat of her heart. A smile crept onto number 68's lips. She had gambled right. 17 delivered a punch to the back of her neck, and number 68 slumped down weakly. In the dormitory of 300 people, he was the only one still standing. 1427 was the first designation assigned to him, the earliest memory 17 retained. He had been very young then, and even now he could not recall his exact age. Looking back, he estimated it must have been around 4 or 5 years old. It was the first training camp, populated entirely by children roughly his own age. Though dedicated caretakers oversaw their development, 17 refused to revisit that period of growth. Hunger, beatings, brawls, cutthroat competition, and forced knowledge absorption, all enforced under relentless pressure. This ordeal lasted 4 full years, a living hell, the shared nightmare of every cadet in the camp. Gazing down at the girl lying on the floor, a face long buried in the depths of 17's memory slowly surfaced. The girl who had slept beneath him in the bunk bed designated 1428. That first camp still held traces of humanity among the children, unlike the cold, emotionless cadets of later camps. For 4 unbroken years, the two had supported each other, jointly resisting oppression from their peers, bound by survival, stepping forward together over corpses inch by bloody inch out of the camp. After graduating from the first camp, they were randomly reassigned to separate facilities. 17 had assumed the little girl from his memories had long since perished, only to discover with jarring disbelief that trainee 68 was none other than the same girl who once secretly slipped him food and tended his wounds. 1427. Remember to be strong. Even if you cannot win, you must still fight. Once you defeat them, no one will ever harm you again. That was her quiet parting admonition. From that moment onward, across 3 successive training camps, he carried those words like a vow, acting on them instinctively. 17 slowly knelt down. A dagger remained embedded in trainee 68's chest. Crimson blood soaked through her clothes. As her face, gradually revealing startling beauty, came into focus, the strange look she had cast upon him earlier resolved itself in that instant. Gently, almost reverently, he reached out and brushed her cheek. Thank you. His voice was barely a whisper, so faint it nearly dissolved into silence, as his fingers traced her face with delicate care. Every wall-mounted camera in the dormitory was trained directly on him. All were high-resolution night vision units, capturing their every motion, every breath, every whisper louder than a sigh. In the surveillance room, a duty officer chuckled. Never imagined trainee 17 had that particular inclination. Huh. Which of these brats is truly normal? Such inclinations are common among them. Another glanced up, a wry, knowing smile playing across his lips. In their eyes, trainee 68 was already dead. The thick, coppery stench of blood spread through the air as the other 4 corpses stiffened. 17 sat motionless amid the carnage, gazing only at her. Emotions were strictly forbidden in the camps. Discovery would not only seal 68's fate, it would also erase 17 himself despite his status as a seed cadet. The Crucible's doctrine demanded only flawless, soulless killing machines. How could he save her? 17's expression remained impassive, yet his mind raced. 68 was not dead. The dagger had deviated by a hair's breadth, grazing past her heart. Terrifying to behold, but in truth only a superficial wound. Time crept forward, sinking into the profound darkness before dawn. Time was running out. If 68 were discovered alive at daybreak, merely wounded, both would immediately fall under suspicion. And suspicion meant relentless interrogation and unspeakable torture. No one could endure such torment, not even 17, who dared not claim certainty. After long deliberation, he rose, lifted 68, and carried her to an intact bunk bed, where he laid her down. Thud! A dull, heavy sound echoed. Her eyelids trembled faintly, yet her expression remained unchanged. Noting the subtle shift in her breathing, 17 knew she was awake. I have no choice. His hands gripped the fabric of her uniform, then tore. Her top ripped open, revealing the bandage beneath. It snapped apart instantly. Her athletic trousers followed. Her lashes quivered. She fought the urge to open her eyes. No one wished to die, and 68 understood 17 was saving her. Dislocate my left arm, she whispered, her lips barely moving. 17's gaze fell upon her left arm. Without hesitation, he seized it, twisted and pulled. There was a sharp, sickening crack, and the limb went slack. Their bodies pressed close. Though the room reeked of blood, they could still detect the raw, primal scent of each other's hormones. Creak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The iron bed frame groaned with unnatural rhythm, while a dozen monitors in the surveillance room watched transfixed. Some even began placing bets. I'm opening the book. 10 minutes 30-60. Place your wagers. Odds 111213. Timer starts now. A bearded white man held a stopwatch. With no diversions on the island, such spectacles had become their grim pastime. Instantly, a dozen men pulled out wads of U.S. dollars. Minutes ticked by. 10 minutes passed. Haha. 10 minutes. Go on, kid, help me win this bet. The bearded man pocketed 2 stacks of cash, grinning broadly. Fuck. Don't people with that kink get more aroused in moments like this, eh? Shit. Trainee 17 really is a seed cadet. A deep thunderclap rolled across the sky. Moments later, torrential rain lashed the island. Yet the men in the surveillance room remained rapt, eyes locked on the screen. Time flowed on. Dawn's first light bled into the sky. Half an hour, huh? The bearded man tucked 5 bills into his coat, already certain of victory, his grin widening. Cuddy Rose frowned at the downpour outside and cursed. Damn weather. Fuck. Grumbling, he donned a raincoat and strode toward the dormitory, flanked by armed guards. Beep. A sharp, piercing alarm echoed across the entire island. Bang, bang, banged. Harsh lights blazed to life in every dormitory. Figures burst forth, sprinting to designated positions, standing ramrod straight in the drenching rain, submitting to its baptism. Cuddy stood at the dorm entrance, watching 17 emerge unhurriedly. A satisfied smile crossed his face. Good. Truly the finest brat I've trained in years. Are they all dead? Amid the deluge, 17 paused at the doorway, stepping aside to grant Cuddy entry. Cuddy entered, accompanied by his guards. The moment he stepped inside, the dense metallic stench of blood struck him. For bodies lay sprawled in pools of coagulated crimson, rigid, lifeless. His gaze shifted on the nearby iron bed. Trainee 68 lay naked, a dagger still lodged in her chest, both arms dangling limply at her sides. Haha. Cuddy flashed a row of white teeth, his expression unmistakably lewd, and strode forward. Moi. Cuddy studied 68's flushed face, eyebrows knitting slightly. He sniffed the air, recognizing the musk of recent exertion, then examined her closely, both shoulders dislocated, unconscious from blunt trauma. She's not dead. Cuddy returned to the doorway, locking eyes with 17. I have no such inclination, 17 replied flatly, his gaze unwavering, utterly devoid of emotion. Cuddy stared coldly, as if attempting to pierce the veil of his thoughts. They held each other's gaze in silence, until Cuddy broke it with a bark of laughter. Fine. Take her to the infirmary. That's your reward. He turned to his guards and issued the order, then beamed warmly at 17. Naked 68 was dragged into the storm. 17 didn't glance back. Cuddy's satisfaction deepened. Higher command has instructed me to conduct detailed evaluations of all of you. Your next phase involves specialized training. So tell me, do you aim to become an assassin or a mercenary? Cuddy stood at the threshold, stern-faced, awaiting 17's answer. A flicker of change crossed 17's features. He turned toward the raging downpour, paused in thought, and spoke quietly. An assassin. Huh. Excellent. Exactly what my assessment predicted. Mastery of long-range sniping, close-quarters combat. You'd be wasted anywhere else. Cuddy's grin widened, radiant and unrestrained, starkly contrasting the distant, furious shouts of other instructors. A seaplane skimmed over the surface of the sea, heading towards a distant island, its powerful engine roar capturing the attention of many on the island. Among them was a recruit 17, who was doing physical training. Remembering what the instructor had told him a few days ago, 17 estimated that he would soon be heading to the next training camp. Before long, the seaplane landed steadily on the beach, and a Caucasian instructor rushed over, shouting at the training recruits, "You have 1 minute to return to the front of the dormitory." Dozens of expressionless recruits quickly began to run, and 17 was no exception. However, he was the only one heading back to the open space in front of the dormitory where Cardi was already waiting. 17, I perform well at the next training camp, don't embarrass me, Cardi. Cardi shouted at 17 with a beaming smile. Yes, instructor. Wait here, someone will come to pick you up shortly. Cardi left, but 8 guards with assault rifles remained around him, leaving no chance for escape. 17 sat down at the dormitory entrance, gazing blankly ahead, his face devoid of any expression. No one knew what he was thinking. About half an hour later, Cardi approached with 2 tall black men. 17 stood up and looked at them calmly. Sir, this is 17, one of the 4 seeds from our training camp. Cardi pointed to a leaner black man wearing sunglasses, bald, with a scar running from his forehead to his chin, looking quite menacing. Skilled in sniping, driving, close combat, proficient in firearms languages, and disguise. He glanced at the information on his tablet, then fixed his gaze on 17, wearing a hint of disdainful smile. Despite wearing sunglasses, 17 felt as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake, his skin instantly tensing up. Sir. Cardi's expression darkened, but he forced down his anger. The other party was the ace instructor of the entire Inferno organization, specifically training the world's top professional assassins, and 10 years ago, he was a top-tier assassin with the codename Black Mamba, whose name once hung high on the blacklist of the underworld as one of the most wanted. Something trained by a waste like you dares to claim proficiency. Black Mamba glanced at Cardi with a face full of disdain. Cardi was filled with rage, almost ready to explode, but thinking of the other party's identity, he forced himself to remain silent. Waste. Black Mamba moved closer, approaching 17. He stopped about 2 meters in front of him and took off his sunglasses. A cyclops. Although he had replaced it with the latest artificial eyeball that looked exactly like a real one, 17 noticed a slight abnormal reflection from the eyeball instantly. Attack me with whatever means you have. Only by touching me do you qualify to be my student. I only train the most talented students, otherwise you can go train with that bunch of trash. Black Mamba spoke to 17 in a calm tone. 17 looked at him without moving and turned his gaze towards Cardi. No need to look at him here, I am the highest officer on this island. Black Mamba's tone was very indifferent, as if he looked down on everything on the island. Yet 17 remained unmoving. This was the rule of the Inferno. Black Mamba revealed a hint of a smile, watching 17 with interest. Follow the command of the officer. Cardi's throat moved, forcing out a sentence. Just as Cardi's words fell, 17 moved, launching himself off the ground like a leopard. The distance between them was only 2 meters, and the dagger hidden in his arm instantly fell into his hand, slashing towards Black Mamba's neck. Oh! Black Mamba's eyes lit up, especially that artificial eyeball, which reflected even brighter light. 17's speed was too fast for ordinary people to react, but Black Mamba's reflexes and body control were even quicker. He slightly tilted his body, reaching out to grab 17's right hand, while slightly raising his knee, then kicked out powerfully. 17's pupils contracted instantly, abandoning the dagger, retracting his arms, and curling his body tightly. Bang! 17 was sent flying, landing several meters away, and rolling on the ground, immediately flipping over, and launching himself back up his feet, driving forcefully against the ground, as he continued lunging at Black Mamba, his speed shocking Cardi beside him. He thought he understood 17 well enough, but at that moment he realized he had still underestimated 17's strength. In that brief moment, 17's explosive speed, reaction, and decisiveness had far exceeded that of an ordinary recruit. As 17 lunged, his left hand slashed towards the left rib of his opponent, while his body shrank. Black Mamba's body retreated, throwing a punch towards 17's chest. 17's shrinking body advanced, instead of retreating, the dagger stabbing upward towards Black Mamba's chin. This was clearly a trade-off approach, and a cruel smile appeared on Black Mamba's face. 17's gaze was icy. He knew he was not the opponent's match, and that if he wanted to win, he could only gamble. Neither side backed down, fighting for their lives. At that moment, even the black man who had come with Black Mamba showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Sizzle. Bang crack. 17 was sent flying with 3 ribs broken. If he hadn't shifted his body to the side at the last moment, that punch could have shattered his sternum and pierced his heart. Meanwhile, Black Mamba turned to look at his arm, blood gushing out. At the instant of their collision, Black Mamba's body turned, evading a fatal blow. According to his calculations, 17 couldn't possibly hurt him, but he didn't expect the dagger in 17's hand to slip out and cut toward his arm. Although injured, Black Mamba was not angry, but rather pleased, as if he were in a state of exhilaration, his eyes shining as he looked at 17 lying on the ground. Not bad, you can have this recruit who I want him. The black man beside him was slightly more robust than Black Mamba, his muscles radiating a sense of power. However, anyone who underestimated his agility and speed due to his build would surely pay a heavy price. His codename was Shadow, a top instructor in the mercenary training camp, who once led the Shadow Squad in Inferno to sweep through the entire underworld. No, this is mine. Haha, I didn't expect such a good seedling to emerge from this trash training camp. Not bad, not bad. Black Mamba raised his arm, licking his wound with his tongue, excitement flooding his face. 17 right. Come with me, I can place you at the pinnacle of the assassin world. Black Mamba seemed to foresee the rise of a top assassin in the underworld, his artificial eyeball flickering continuously. Cardis' expression shifted from gloom to brightness. 17 had been trained under him. Although the time had not been long, 17 had become a seed candidate in his hands, a merit that was enough for him to hold his head high among the instructors of Inferno. Obey the arrangements. 17 stood still, his face showing no expression, as if the 3 broken ribs did not belong to him. Go wait by the beach. Black Mamba raised his arm, pointing towards the beach. 17 turned and walked in that direction, followed immediately by the 8 guards escorting him. Not bad, let's go see the others. Black Mamba and the 2 men left, heading towards the next dormitory. Walking along the beach, 17 noticed that many guards had already gathered, and he was the first student to arrive. A guard wearing a holographic helmet waved at 17. He walked over, stripped down. 17 did not resist, and handed over the dagger he was holding. This was the rule and the procedure. Having transitioned through so many training camps, 17 understood well that there was no loophole to escape in the Purgatory, including now. He took off his short sleeves and shorts. His body was not as smooth as those outside. At least over 30 hideous scars marred his skin, with some indentations where ribs were broken. 3 guards meticulously examined 17's body from top to bottom and inside out. After confirming that 17 had nothing on him, they let him put on the shorts, then directly shackled him with handcuffs and leg irons. These black shackles were unlike ordinary handcuffs. There was no key, and a mere wire could not open them. Even a fire axe could not sever them. After being shackled, 17 was taken aside to sit down. His ribs are broken, give him some treatment. A guard who was examining 17 said to someone behind him. Several guards set down their guns and approached with a large box to treat 17's injuries. The box opened to reveal various first aid supplies and simple surgical tools. As 17 endured the pain while the others treated his wounds, he noticed a group of guards escorting some students from a distance. When this batch of students came closer, 17 glanced over and spotted 68, who had previously shared a dorm with him. They exchanged a subtle glance, but soon turned their attention away. Since the day 68 was taken away by Cardi, 17 had not seen him again. He did not know if 68 was dead or had been transferred. He had done all he could, so he did not deliberately seek Cardi for information in the past few days. Each student who arrived was checked in turn, and regardless of gender, they were required to strip completely to ensure they were hiding nothing before being shackled. Time passed slowly. Each of these students bore various injuries clearly inflicted by the Black Mamba or the Phantom. They had to personally assess these students. When the Black Mamba and the Phantom returned, about 30 students had gathered on the beach. Everyone put on helmets and bombs board the plane. The Black Mamba shouted to the guards, and immediately 7 or 8 guards came over carrying several large black boxes. The boxes were opened to reveal holographic helmets, and there was a collar as well. The students knew it was a micro bomb connected to the plane, as soon as they moved a certain distance away it would detonate. Thus 17 never considered escaping Purgatory. There was simply no chance. Including 17 and 68, all the students donned the pitch-black helmets and collars. Once they put on the helmets, they could see no scenery at all, as these helmets did not display the outside world. The seaplane's engine roared as a guard dragged a student toward the plane in the water. When 17 was thrown onto the plane, someone grabbed his arm and tossed him aside. Then the handcuffs were yanked sharply, and he heard a series of clicks as he was locked to the cabin wall. With a loud roar, the plane glided along the water for a distance before taking off, flying away, close to the sea surface. The guards on the beach quickly returned to their posts, and everything in the training camp returned to normal. The remaining students who were not selected would continue their training, awaiting the next assignment. Time flowed slowly. The students in the cabin quietly leaned against the walls. They were the type of people who would be alert at the slightest noise, so the deafening roar of the engine made it impossible for them to sleep peacefully. Although 17 could not see the outside scenery, he kept track of the passage of time. After departing from the island, the seaplane flew for a total of 10 hours, stopping for fuel twice along the way. Then the plane stopped and remained quiet for over an hour before footsteps approached. Change planes. This voice was not that of the Black Mamba, but rather another unfamiliar man. A group of guards rushed in, pulling 17 and the others down. They were tossed into an iron cage, still shackled inside. A loud roar echoed as they soared back into the sky. A series of hurried breaths reached 17's ears, causing him to frown. Before long, he smelled a foul odor. After nearly 12 hours, someone finally could not hold it any longer. Starting with the first person, it was as if everyone opened the floodgates one by one, losing their patience. 17 followed suit and loosened his bladder. This flight did not last long, only about an hour. The plane stopped once again. This batch of students was dragged out, but this time, they were not taken back onto the plane. Instead, they were divided into groups and placed onto speedboats. As the speedboat's engine roared, 17 realized they were being transferred on 3 speedboats. After 2 hours of being blown by the sea breeze, the speedboat gradually slowed down. Go wash them before sending them to the 4th level. 17 and the others were dragged off the speedboat and escorted along. Though they could not see the scenery outside, the smooth texture under their feet and the occasional sounds of machinery led 17 to guess they must be sent to some base. Bang! The sound of the door closing echoed and a stream of water poured down from above as 17 endured the biting cold of the icy water. All right, take them down. A bearded white man shouted to the guards outside the door. The guards turned off the water valve, rushed in one by one, and dragged 17 and the others out toward the elevator. The entire base was brightly lit with guards wearing holographic helmets at the entrance of every room and around corners. Many figures in white coats walked by, ignoring the guards. Another batch of students delivered. A bespectacled white woman looked at 17 and the others, asking the bearded man, Darren, this batch should be the last one. The white-bearded man seemed to respect the blonde-haired woman and paused to respond. Send them down. The instructor is down below. Understood. After taking the elevator to the 4th floor, they exited into a hall. The center was divided into several operating rooms by transparent glass, and numerous small rooms surrounded the entire hall. They could see silhouettes of people lying on beds inside through the glass. Mr. Surely the students have been delivered. On one of the operating tables, an elderly man with graying hair was performing surgery, not raising his head as he replied. Lock them in the rooms and administer anesthesia. Immediately 17 and the others were confined to small rooms surrounding the hall and were forcibly injected with general anesthesia. 17 fell onto the bed as a wave of drowsiness hit him. He murmured to himself, finally, I can get a good night's sleep. Beep, beep, beep. The piercing warning sound rang out as the black man lying on the operating table suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging in his eyelids. His limbs and body were tightly bound. Numerous monitoring devices adhered to his chest, and several 4 tubes, filled with a pale yellow liquid, continuously flowed into his body. The veins on his neck stood out, and he clenched his fists tightly. Mr. Shay, it's over the limit. His genes are collapsing. An assistant beside him firmly held down the man's body to prevent him from moving. Inject the stabilizer, hurry. Shay exclaimed with an anxious expression, shouting at another assistant who stood aside in panic. Oh, okay. The assistant picked up a green syringe from a nearby tray and injected it into the black man's arm, quickly pushing the stabilizer into his body. Bang, bang. The black man struggled violently, causing the operating table to shake. The screams echoed throughout the laboratory hall, causing the security personnel standing by to turn their heads, some even trembling slightly in their arms and legs. Pooh! A large amount of blood sprayed from the black man's mouth, the strong metallic odor overwhelming, but Shay and the 2 assistants continued to administer various medications to the black man, hoping to stabilize his worsening condition. Beep! Beep! The long sound resonated as the black man collapsed onto the bed, motionless, his eyes filled with anguish. Bang! Crash! Damn it, what kind of trash is this? Shit, send me the one with the best physical condition. Shay, witnessing the complete collapse of the black man's genes, angrily smashed the surgical tools on the ground and yelled at the guards. A guard quickly took out his tablet and searched rapidly. Mr. Shay, the one with the best physical condition among your test subjects just died. The guard looked around and took a couple of steps closer, pointing at the black man still lying on the bed. I don't care, bring me someone with good physical condition or I'll make you my test subject. Shay was barely 1.7 meters tall and very thin, his combat prowess comparable to that of a harmless old man, yet his words made the guard shudder. Mr. Shay, my physical condition is simply insufficient. I can't withstand your medications. The guard trembled in place, afraid to move, while the others remained silent, fearful that Shay's wrath would fall upon them. Who are they? Shay stepped out of the laboratory, glancing at the small rooms around him. They are the latest batch of excellent trainees sent from above, preparing for you to implant biological chips. The guard captain noticed Shay's attention shifting and quickly replied, disregarding the previous order not to let Shay touch this batch of trainees. This madman might actually inject them with something. The best, eh? Shay's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he walked past one room after another. Yes, the best. After the biological chips are implanted, they will immediately enter the final stage of training. The guard captain answered every question, just ensuring that this madman wouldn't inject anything into him. Give it to me. Shay wore a satisfied smile, extending his bloodied palm toward the guard. The guard captain immediately handed over the tablet, remaining silent. Shay pressed a few buttons on the tablet and began scrolling through, selecting his test subjects from this batch of trainees. The tablet recorded detailed data about each trainee's physical condition, which he examined one by one. This one looks good. Shay nodded as he looked at one black trainee and gestured to the guard captain. All right, sir. This one is also good. After selecting, a total of 11 out of 28 trainees were chosen. The guard captain's mouth twitched under his helmet, but he dared not refuse. Shay was the head of the core gene modification project in the organization Purgatory, his status so high that he could nearly speak directly with the upper echelon. Bring them all over. Shay tossed the tablet to the captain, excitedly heading back to the laboratory. With test subjects on hand, he was ready to resume his experiments. Go bring these people out. The guard captain instructed his subordinates nearby and quickly left the laboratory to report upward. Among the 11 trainees, including 17, who had been injected with anesthesia, lay on the bed in deep sleep, completely unaware that they were about to face the most crucial moment of their lives. Just then Black Mamba and 2 men in combat suits ran over. Stop! Black Mamba shouted from a distance. The guards recognized Black Mamba and halted their actions. Ignore him, hurry. Shay glanced at the approaching Black Mamba and stepped aside to press a button. Viru. The bulletproof glass at the entrance quickly closed, blocking the 3 outside. Mr. Shay, these are the trainees we've selected. Do you want to cut off this generation of trainees in the organization? Black Mamba stood outside, full of fury. However, Shay ignored him, turning to the guards and shouting, Hurry up. If you keep dawdling, you'll become my test subjects. The guards trembled in fear, quickly transferring Shay's selected targets out, sending them into the central laboratory. Bang! Damn it! Black Mamba looked at the trainees tied up on the beds, punching the bulletproof glass. Give me the phone. Get a Barrett over here. Black Mamba yanked a satellite phone from the waist of a man behind him and quickly dialed, while another man following him turned and ran. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Shay instructed his assistant to retrieve vials from the freezer, quickly mixing and distributing them. His expression and eyes were filled with fervor. He was a genius, a rare genius. In his eyes, there was only the experiment, only the data. Everything else was irrelevant. Vials were prepared, and the assistant began administering them to each trainee. Watching this, Black Mamba slammed the phone down in frustration and began to tremble with rage, cursing loudly. At that moment, the man fetching the gun rushed and holding a heavy sniper rifle, the Barrett M82A1. Stop, or he'll shoot. Black Mamba quickly aimed the gun, standing 10 meters away from the bulletproof glass door, shouting at a nearby speaker. Damn it, if you have the guts, shoot. He'll report you and strip you of your instructor status. Shay was startled and shouted angrily at Black Mamba. Boom. Crash, crash, beep. Beep. A loud bang echoed throughout the base, and the shrill alarm immediately blared as numerous guards rushed over. Black Mamba's expression turned icy, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. While others feared Shay, Black Mamba did not. He was one of the top instructors in Purgatory, having achieved countless glories for the organization. In recent years, he had trained a large number of elites. His status was not inferior to Shay's. Moreover, and most importantly, the people behind him were in a hostile relationship with Shay's supporters. Shay never expected Black Mamba would actually fire. The bullet from the Barrett shattered the bulletproof glass door. Black Mamba threw down his gun, storming into the laboratory, grabbing Shay by the neck and squeezing tightly. The 2 subordinates behind him quickly communicated through their earpieces and then rushed to the beds of the trainees, pulling out the needles. Before long, the alarms throughout the base were silenced, and the guards who had rushed halfway returned to their posts. You dare touch my people. Black Mamba's eyes were filled with murderous intent. His fingers tightened slightly, causing Shay's face to turn red, instantly unable to utter a word. Click, click. The guards in the laboratory quickly raised their guns, aiming at Black Mamba. Sir, please remain rational. He is Mr. Shay. One guard's voice trembled. The scene had escalated beyond what they could bear. Any injury to these people would result in their entire families being buried with them. Bang. Crash. Black Mamba hurled Shay away, scattering the instruments on the nearby table everywhere. Shay held his neck, coughing violently as Black Mamba approached and crouched down to stare at him. If you dare touch my people again, I will break your bones inch by inch, making you taste the pain of the operating table. Damn it, cough, cough. I will kill you. Black Mamba, just wait. One day, I will make you lie on my operating table. Shay coughed violently, his face twisted with madness. Black Mamba, full of disdain, shouted at the surrounding guards. Get out, take him away, and don't let me see him in this base again. The guards trembled in fear, quickly dragging the nearly insane Shay toward the exit. Sir, we've already injected 1/3 of the dosage. The 2 men following Black Mamba rushed in and quickly removed the needles from the trainee's arms, but 1/3 of the medication had still been administered. Damn it. Bang. Black Mamba punched the metal table beside him, denting the surface. Leave Darren behind. Let her monitor their condition closely. Also have Darren hurry to implant the biological chips. After finishing, Black Mamba turned and left. Yes, sir. 17 had a dream. He dreamed that he had become a creature neither human nor ghost, and he didn't know how long it had been since he last dreamed, to the point where he thought he was truly dead. Awake. A cold voice came through. 17 turned his stiff neck slightly, seeing a pale-faced figure with golden hair and blue eyes, looking tired and worn. As 17's vision gradually cleared, he realized he was tightly bound to the bed with numerous 4 tubes inserted into his arms. Various monitoring devices were attached to his chest and head, while the sound of beeping machines filled the air. Turning his head slightly, he saw many instruments, so many that he couldn't recognize them. You're quite lucky to have made it through. I must say I admire your willpower. After saying this, Darren turned and left the enclosed room followed by 2 assistants. 17 surveyed the room, which was about 50 square meters pristine white, with no windows. Apart from the bed he lay on, the entire room was filled with various large instruments, and there was even a high-end nutrient chamber nearby. Not long after, Black Mamba pushed open the door and walked in, standing by his bedside with a nonchalant gaze. 17 looked back at him, and they exchanged glances for a moment. Black Mamba picked up a tablet and swiped on it for a while. 17 will be your lifelong number. Only after my training will you have the opportunity to change your code. 17's gaze remained steady, but he felt a slight surprise, indeed a surprise. Numbers in the Purgatory are assigned randomly. Every time one enters a training camp, the numbers are shuffled and reassigned. The training camps 17 had experienced before were all like this. He didn't know if Black Mamba's camp followed the same rules or if there was a specific alteration for him. Tomorrow I will take you to a new training camp. After saying this, Black Mamba left the room. 17 moved his body but was tightly bound. He let out a slow sigh and closed his eyes again. The next day, Black Mamba entered the room with 4 guards, and 17 opened his eyes, looking at them with indifference. 2 guards approached to untie him, while the other 2 guards and Black Mamba stood at the doorway, rifles aimed at him. 17 was certain that if he made any sudden movements, they would fire immediately. As 17 got off the bed, his body swayed unsteadily, nearly causing him to fall, which inadvertently startled the 2 guards at the door into readiness to shoot. You have been unconscious for a month. After such a long period without movement, your body has become stiff. Black Mamba's voice sounded again. 17 looked at him, but did not speak, although he felt some confusion. Why had he been unconscious for a month? Furthermore, the woman he met yesterday said he was lucky to have made it through. What did that mean? 17 speculated that something must have happened to his body. Clank, clank. Handcuffs and leg irons were put on him, and a completely black helmet was placed on his head. 17 did not resist. After leaving the room, he was led by the guards, taking left and right turns, and after half an hour on the elevator, 17 smelled the damp, warm air, realizing he had been taken out of the base. Boom. The sound of the speedboat's engine roared. The wind was strong over the sea, and 17 used this time to make subtle movements, stretching his joints to regain control over his body. Behind the speedboat was a freighter. 17 caught a whiff of rotten cargo from the ship. It was a large cargo vessel. For 3 whole days, only one guard brought 17 some simple bread and water. He was confined in an iron cage located in a cargo hold. After 3 days, he was thrown off the ocean freight ship and onto a speedboat again. Stepping onto the familiar beach, 17 knew he had reached his destination. Most training camps in Purgatory are located in the vast ocean surrounding Earth, hidden on uninhabited islands or deep within the expansive Amazon rainforest. 17 had spent 2 years in the Amazon rainforest before. Clank, clank. The handcuffs and leg irons were removed, and the helmet on his head was lifted. Black Mamba stood not far ahead, looking at him indifferently. 17 flexed his wrists while surveying the surroundings. This island was large, at least more than double the size of the previous training camp. Let's go to the dormitory first. Your training starts tomorrow. Black Mamba led 17 deeper into the island, while 8 guards behind them stood at the ready with their guns. Crossing the beach, 17 followed Black Mamba into the island's forest, where guards stood watch every 10 meters. The defenses in Purgatory were impeccable, and at least to the current 17, he felt he could not breach this kind of defense. Casting aside that thought, 17 followed Black Mamba through the forest for a while until they came upon a large cave. The base. The entrance revealed a heavy metal door that had already been opened, and rows of small rooms greeted their eyes with an elevator at the end. Your room. Halfway through, Black Mamba stopped and pointed at the door marked with the number 17. A guard stepped forward and pushed the door open. 17 glanced inside, and his face was filled with surprise. He looked suspiciously at Black Mamba. Huh, don't look at me like that. As long as you are good enough, not only will you get a single room, but you could even stay in the top luxury hotel suites in the world. Black Mamba wore a hint of playful smile. Why? 17 looked around and noticed that in this row there were 10 rooms, while the opposite side only had 3. There are 10 spots. As long as your score ranks in the top 10 each month on the island, you can have a single room. If you rank lower, you have to share a dorm. Black Mamba pointed at this row of small rooms, then gestured toward the 3 doors on the opposite side. Go in. Training starts tomorrow. After Black Mamba finished speaking, he walked toward the elevator at the end. 17 entered the room, and the door slammed shut behind him with a loud bang, followed by a clanking sound as the door was locked. The room was small, about 20 square meters, with cameras installed on all 4 walls. The furnishings were simple: a bed with 2 short-sleeved shirts, 2 pairs of sweatpants, and 2 pairs of black sneakers. There was a table and a chair with 2 daggers, a handgun, and 2 fully loaded magazines placed on the table. There was a small door on the side. 17 walked over and pushed it open, finding a bathroom and shower room inside with some basic toiletries laid out on the side. This treatment and specifications filled 17 with confusion and shock. The previous training camps were not like this. There were no single dormitories, only large shared rooms that housed dozens or even hundreds of people. 17 sat on the chair, picked up the 2 daggers and the handgun, feeling a sense of calm wash over him with weapons in hand. He was very familiar with various gun types, having fired over 10,000 rounds in his past training camps. However, in previous training camps, it was impossible for trainees to be assigned handguns. Almost every training camp managed firearms in a strictly perverse manner. After each shooting practice, they collected every shell, and all guns had to be disassembled for inspection to check for missing parts and so on. Clank, clank, clank. The handgun was quickly disassembled and checked thoroughly. After confirming there were no issues, he swiftly reassembled it and placed it back on the table. Why is it like this? Black Mamba said he had been unconscious for a month, and the strange words of the woman he met upon waking along with the single dormitory and even the assigned handgun left 17 with an uneasy feeling. 17 lowered his head and thought. Everything about this felt strange. He took off his clothes, preparing to shower to calm himself. Turning on the shower, cold water cascaded over his body. Where are my scars? 17's brows knitted tightly together. As he looked down, his skin was remarkably smooth and even very fair. Through the metal reflection on the door, his back appeared the same. The scars left from years of training had disappeared without a trace, further confirming to him that something had indeed happened to his body. The sound system hidden in the wall emitted a piercing noise, and simultaneously a clicking sound came from the entrance as the door lock opened automatically. 17 swiftly climbed out of bed, putting on a black t-shirt and athletic pants, the shirt adorned with a red stripe on the shoulder. He had been locked in the room for a whole day, but despite being confined, this was the safest place he had stayed since the first training camp. With a dagger, handgun, and magazines concealed at his lower back, he opened the door and stepped outside. In 5 minutes, gather on the beach outside, no firearms allowed. As he reached the corridor, a black man dressed in camouflage combat gear stood at the entrance of the base, shouting towards him. 17 turned and pushed the door open, stepping inside. No matter the training camp he had been in before, whenever the alarm rang, if one did not reach the assembly point within 30 seconds, there would inevitably be severe punishment. Entering the bathroom, he brushed his teeth, washed up, took care of personal hygiene, sipped a bit of purified water, and sat down on a chair for a moment before placing the handgun under his pillow and getting up with the dagger in hand. As he opened the door, he noticed that the doors across from him and beside him were all ajar. His gaze swept over and saw numerous figures. In the large dormitory room across, everyone was clad in black sportswear. One room filled with males while the other contained females. Clearly they were separated here, unlike before when males and females were mixed. Click. The door to the room on 17's left was pushed open and a Caucasian man stepped out. 17 glanced at him, focusing his attention on the man's hands. The man stood around 6 feet tall, handsome, and more muscular than 17. Particularly notable were his long hands with calluses on the knuckles and palms. A dagger whirled in his grip, performing impressive tricks. "Hi, I'm number 20. The man flashed a charming smile and greeted 17. "Number 17. 17 replied, his expression indifferent, and he stepped outside. "You are number 17. I heard our training was delayed for you few at the end." The two walked outside, maintaining a distance. 17 paused at number 20's words, but made no further reaction. Exiting the base, they arrived at the beach, where Black Mamba, breaking from his usual demeanor, wore beach shorts, exposing his upper body, sitting under a large tree to cool off, while 4 guards clad in combat gear stood ready around him. 17 and number 20 walked over, standing in the gradually forming formation. Tat tat. Black Mamba picked up an AK by his feet and fired 2 shots into the sky before striding towards the formation. "The last batch is all here. You total 100 people, and formal training begins today. You are all personally selected by me from various training camps below, having passed my preliminary assessment. Although you were the best students under those incompetent instructors here, you are still not enough. One could even say you are just barely qualified, far from excellent." Wearing sunglasses, Black Mamba stood before the entire formation, raising a finger and lightly shaking it. No one spoke in response to Black Mamba's words. No one dared to question him, having witnessed his strength during their tests in the training camp. "Moreover, I can tell you in advance that this is the last stop of your training camp. 3 years later, I will only need the 10 best among you. As for the rest, whether you live or die, it depends on your luck. Here you have seen the treatment. 10 single rooms are prepared for the 10 most outstanding individuals, as long as your strength is sufficient. Your food, accommodation, weapons, and even other needs, I can satisfy all of you." 17 noticed that besides Black Mamba and the 4 guards around the formation, there were no other figures in sight. Although the guard team was small, no one dared to make any move. "I won't waste words. A formal training starts today. The sea behind you, 20 nautical miles to the east, has personnel waiting for you. Go now. If you aren't back by dark, you won't need to return." Black Mamba pointed towards the sea behind them, then turned and walked towards the chair under the tree, no longer paying attention to 17 and the others. As the instructor's words fell, all members of the formation moved, turning towards the sea. The males stripped off their clothes, wearing only black shorts, while the females wore small bras and underwear, plunging into the waves. One by one, figures plunged into the sea with daggers. 17 was no exception, just as he was shedding his clothes. "How this pretty boy has no scars on him." A buzzing voice came from the right. A remarkably well-built black man was murmuring to a few others, pointing at 17's smooth, fair body. 17 cast a cold glance at him, ignoring him as the warm sea water washed over his feet with the incoming waves. He took 2 steps and dove into the sea. "Come on, follow him. He actually has no scars at all." The other companions of the black man grew curious about 17, and a few quickly rushed towards the sea, splashing down and swimming behind 17. One must admit that in the hellish training camp, having no scars on one's body was a miracle. Regardless of strength, whether male or female, passing through various training with no scars at all was practically impossible. Some individuals bore dozens of scars. Now the appearance of 17 completely unscathed attracted numerous gazes. "You all stay here and call me when they return." Black Mamba, sitting under the tree, watched all the trainees plunge into the sea and then stood up to head back to the base. "Yes, sir." The 4 guards stood under the tree, gazing towards the sea, resembling 4 statues, completely still. In the sea, 100 individuals diving in was indistinguishable from 100 small stones thrown into the water, each head bobbing up, swiftly swimming east. The surface water was warmed by the sun, but a meter down the temperature dropped significantly. Below 2 meters, it became chilly, growing more biting the deeper one went. 17 tried his best to keep his body afloat near the surface, maintaining his pace to swim in the midst of the main group. Splash, huff, hiss, huff, hiss. No one spoke, all maintaining their breath rhythm as time passed slowly. An hour later, 17 noticed that the group around him showed no signs of fatigue. Their breathing remained steady. As for 17 himself, if it had been in the past, he would have felt some fatigue, but now he was surprised to find that after swimming for an hour, he felt no discomfort at all. Instead, he felt his stamina was still abundant. "Fuck, sharks are coming!" Someone shouted from ahead, causing everyone to reduce their swimming speed and look around. 17 raised his head and looked around, noticing 3 streams of water rapidly swimming towards them from the left front, moving at an incredible speed. "There are more behind." Someone shouted from behind, and 17 turned to see 4 streams of water closing in on the figures lagging behind. "Gather, don't panic, cooperate together." Someone shouted, but it seemed ineffective. In the training camp, unless the instructor mandated cooperation, one would seldom see any teamwork. Everyone distrusts each other, making it impossible to turn one's back to someone untrusted. 17 treaded water, conserving his strength. A scream tore from behind. Then a figure vanished beneath the waves. In an instant, crimson bloomed across the sea as blood stained the water. Seizing the chaos while the sharks fought over the corpse, the surrounding figures surged forward, swimming hard to flee that deadly zone. "Fuck off!" A black man roared in fury, wildly slashing his dagger through the water, only for a blade to pierce both his feet an instant later. Bright red blood billowed outward, swift and relentless. Seeing him wounded, the attackers scattered, instantly kicking away from him in panicked strokes. "You goddamn bastards!" he bellowed, lunging after them. But with his feet maimed and blood draining fast, his strength ebbed like the tide. His movements slowed, each stroke growing heavier, slower, weaker. Splash! A violent jet of water erupted behind him. "Hawk!" He thrashed wildly, limbs flailing, yet resistance was futile. In the next breath, he vanished, dragged under by a shark's crushing jaws. 17 watched coldly, every nerve alight with vigilance. Then, explosive motion, arms churning, body cutting through water with ruthless efficiency. He would distance himself from the crowd, from this vortex of death. "Kill! Shit!" Battle cries and curses ripped across the waves. High above, a silent drone captured it all. Every scream, every surge, every vanishing silhouette, and transmitted the feedback to the training camp headquarters. Black Mamba stood rigid in a monitoring room, eyes fixed on clusters of scarlet blooming across the sea surface. His jaw tightened. "Pathetic. A pack of juvenile sharks, and they're already falling apart. Sir, I believe you've just lost the bet." "Huh. Don't forget your wager," drawled a white man lounging nearby, legs crossed, a smirk playing on his lips. "Humph. Less than 10% eliminated. White Bear, you're celebrating far too soon. I'll be watching." "Huh." The white man's chest bristled with thick hair, his face was shadowed by a dense, unkempt beard. He served as another firearms instructor at the camp, but ranked distinctly below Black Mamba, who held the position of chief instructor. Meanwhile, out at sea, 17 had remained isolated since entering the water, keeping deliberate distance from others. Amid the pandemonium, he seized the chance to swim clear of the vortex's heart, angling sideways to escape the slaughter zone entirely. Then, without warning, a column of water erupted behind him, surging forward with lethal intent. He'd been singled out. The current churned violently. 17 twisted sharply to look back. Shit. Among so much prey, why target him? a lone figure. To the sharks, they were all mere morsels. Even 17 couldn't suppress a low guttural curse. His palm clenched the dagger's hilt, knuckles white, eyes locked onto the rising water column. As the shark closed in, he drew one deep, decisive breath and plunged headfirst into the abyss. A 3-4-meter shark lunged, jaws agape, razor teeth poised to shear flesh and bone alike. One bite, and he would be severed in two, beyond salvation. But 17 had anticipated the strike. Twisting mid-water with explosive force, he evaded by millimeters, the beast's maw grazing his waist. The shockwave hurled his body sideways. The shark and man parted in a violent liquid blur. His arm snapped forward, dagger driving deep into the shark's dorsal ridge. Splash! Turbulence exploded around him. He gripped the blade with desperate strength, pain igniting the predator's frenzy, sending it careening through the depths. He noted the scars, gashes crisscrossing the shark's belly and back, wounds inflicted during its savage competition for carrion. Splash! The shark launched skyward. 17 kicked hard against its flank, twisted midair, and landed squarely atop, its back fingers locking around the rigid dorsal fin. Splash! Down they plunged, vanishing beneath the waves. 17 trusted his breath hold, but if the beast dragged him into the crushing dark, drowning would be inevitable. With no choice, he wrenched the dagger free, released the fin, and let go. The shark's thrashing currents hurled him backward. Already 15 meters down, he kicked powerfully, rocketing upward toward the light. Sensing its prey fleeing, the enraged shark wheeled mid-water, jaws wide, and charged. 17 floated calmly, exhaling 2 slow bubbles, body slack, mind razor sharp. The shark struck, jaws snapping shut where he'd been. Underwater, his speed lagged behind land, but years of aquatic combat had taught him to ride the currents, to harness the sea's own fury. He twisted, using the shark's own turbulence as leverage, and slipped past the killing bite. Only because this shark was young, unseasoned, injured, did he survive. Against any mature predator, he would have died in those jaws. In the split-second gap as they passed, his dagger drove home again, this time striking deep into an existing wound. Blood gushed forth in a dark, pulsing torrent. The shark convulsed, thrashing wildly, careening blindly through the ocean's vastness. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. 3 minutes underwater, and counting. His personal record exceeded 7 minutes, but only in absolute stillness. Now oxygen-starved and fighting for life, his vision dimmed at the edges. Right hand gripping the dagger, left fist hammering the hilt, again and again, seeking to drive the blade deeper, to ignite agony sharp enough to force the beast airborne. The shark writhed, desperate to dislodge him, but each violent lurch only deepened the wound, sharpening the torment. Splash! It breached, leaping high above the waves. 17 gasped, 2 ragged, burning breaths, before the shark crashed back into the sea. Oxygen flooded his lungs. He refused to release the dagger, to yield. Even now, he would endure. He would fight. Failing to shake him loose midair, the shark likely recalled its earlier dive, and dove again, plunging with terrifying speed toward the abyss. 17 acted without hesitation, yanked the dagger free, kicked hard off the shark's back, and shot upward with the current's momentum. Splash! Gasp, gasp, gasp. His head broke the surface. He sucked air in great shuddering gulps, eyes bloodshot, veins bulging. Around him, nothing. No figures. No chaos. Just open sea. The shark's velocity had carried them far, far from the carnage. Dark currents swirled beneath his feet. He dove instantly, peering downward. There, wounded, furious, the shark surged upward, jaws wide, aiming for his legs. 17 pivoted, feet spreading wide, then planted both soles firmly upon the shark's gaping jaws. The beast launched skyward, lifting him clear of the water in one violent, soaring arc. Whiz! His dagger flew, straight into the reeking maw. A strange, keening cry echoed from within, thin, eerie, unnatural. Splash! They crashed back into the sea. The shark thrashed, convulsing, twisting, its agony creating violent eddies that tossed 17 like driftwood. Time dissolved. Then, silence. The current stilled. The shark was gone. 17 surfaced, breathing hard, deeply, steadily. He oriented himself, then swam eastward. Back at base, Black Mamba stared at a monitor, and for the first time a flicker of genuine respect crossed his face. That's 17, not bad. White Bear remarked casually. My selection, naturally exceptional. Ha ha ha. So did you forget? 12 are already dead. That's over 10%. You lost. White Bear's grin turned sly. Get lost. Black Mamba's expression darkened, storm gathering behind his eyes. Woo! A drone descended from the sky, hovering just above the water's surface. 17 halted his swimming and looked up. The drone's belly glimmered with flickering lights. After noticing 17, it changed direction and flew to the left front. 17 oriented himself according to the position of the sun, realizing that the drone was indicating the way. He then glided his hands and swam towards the drone. Time passed gradually. 17's stamina was also depleting. After long periods of swimming, his arms and legs began to feel uncomfortable. However, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Earlier, the shark had led him off course, separating him from the main group, and he had no idea how far he had swum by now. He swam until the sun hung directly overhead, and in the distance, he faintly spotted a small fishing boat and several speedboats. His huff. Splash. His huff. 17 was the last to arrive. When he reached the side of the fishing boat, it was crowded with trainees. Hey, this little white face is indeed a rookie, ha. At the ship's railing, several black individuals pointed at 17 in the water, laughing loudly, and the guards on the fishing boat and speedboats did not intervene, pretending not to hear. Splash. 17 grabbed the rope ladder and began to climb onto the boat. Little white face, just float down there, ha. At that moment, the group of black individuals rushed over and slashed the rope with a dagger, cutting it. Splash. 17 fell into the sea. Surfacing, 17 looked coldly at the three black individuals, laughing loudly, observing the guards around who made no move. 17 understood that the training camp was still the same. Splash. Huff. The severed rope suddenly whipped out of the water. Before the black individuals could react, the rope circled around the boat's railing with one end caught in a slot. 17 leaped, suddenly kicking against the hull of the boat, propelling himself upward. Bang! 17 landed steadily on the deck. Oh, this little white face has some skills. The leading black individual grinned, pointing at the newly boarded 17, a hint of surprise in his smile. Be careful! One of the black individual's companions shouted, raising an arm forward. 17 rushed towards them, his speed so quick that it was hard to react. The leading black individual instinctively stepped back upon hearing his companion's warning. Unfortunately, it was too late. Bang! 17 struck fiercely at the other's waist, causing the black individual's body to jerk violently, bowing forward. 17 transformed his fist into a palm, grabbing the opponent's neck, pivoting his body to dodge a dagger thrust from another black individual. Crack! With a twist of his hands, the previously mocking and smiling black individual convulsed, his eyes turning white. Dead. The remaining two individuals quickly lunged at 17 with their daggers. Clang! 17 swiftly pulled the dagger from the dead black individual's grip, raised it to block, and kicked out. Bang! Cough, cough, cough. Sizzle! One black individual was sent flying several meters by 17's kick, kneeling on the ground, clutching his stomach, violently coughing, while the last individual's dagger struck the corpse of the black individual still grasped by 17. 17 turned his head, coldly staring at him. Instructor Black Mamba said that we are not allowed to fight privately or harm each other. The black individual withdrew his dagger and quickly retreated warily, eyeing 17. Taha, worthless. The dozens of trainees nearby burst into loud laughter at the black individual's words. Meanwhile, 17 hefted the body weighing over 100 kilograms and hurled it towards the other side. The black individual sidestepped, avoiding the corpse, but the next moment his pupils constricted as he attempted to dodge 17's dagger. Sizzle! Ho ho ho! Bang! The black individual knelt on the deck, desperately covering his neck with both hands, but a torrent of blood gushed forth from between his fingers. 17 turned around and walked towards the black individual who had just gotten back up. Don't come any closer. The black individual's face turned pale. He had just taken a solid kick from 17. Had he not trained for years possessing strong resistance, an ordinary person would have been killed by the kick. Cough, cough. 17 pushed off the floor and charged towards him. The black individual wanted to dodge, but the internal organs in his abdomen sent waves of sharp pain, hindering his speed and agility. Bang! Crack, crack, ah! The sickening sound of bones cracking echoed as 17 brutally twisted the black individual's cervical vertebrae and spine, killing him instantly. On the deck, dozens of trainees leaned against the ship's railing, resting. They were no strangers to such scenes, and most cast curious glances at 17. 17's skin bore not a single scar, making him stand out. Yet at that moment no one dared to provoke 17 again. Even the dullest individual could tell that 17 had exhibited tremendous strength. Number 17. 17 turned around, and a guard approached him with a box. Here, clean up the bodies, we depart back in an hour. The guard tossed the box to 17 and turned to leave, not even glancing at the three corpses on the ground. 17 looked at the box in his hand, which contained a bottle of pure water, a piece of bread, and an energy bar. Bending down, he dragged the bodies towards the ship's railing. Two trainees saw 17 dragging the corpses over and stood up to move aside, clearly not wanting to provoke him. Splash! One by one the three corpses were thrown into the sea, and 17 leaned against the ship's railing, sitting down. He opened the box, took out the bread and water, and began to eat, resting. You're quite good. While 17 was eating, a white man not far to his left spoke to him with a look of admiration. 17 glanced at him. It was the individual from room 20 who had stayed next to him that morning. He nodded at him, not saying much. Right now he urgently needed to rest and recover his strength. He didn't believe that these boats would take them back in the afternoon. Beep, beep, beep. Those who haven't returned to the island before dark will be shot on sight. A loud shout came from the speedboat as a guard shouted towards 17 and the others while holding a loudspeaker. 17 stood up, shaking his arms and legs. Together, room 20 walked over with a slight smile. No need. 17 glanced at him coldly and replied in an icy tone as he picked up the dagger he had previously taken and jumped into the sea. He's so cold. Is this person suited to be an assassin? A hint of doubt flickered across room 20's handsome face, but he soon dismissed it and dove into the sea behind 17. Small black dots swam vigorously in the sea heading towards the base. However, during the return journey in the afternoon, they encountered no sharks, which relieved the ever-watchful 17. It wasn't until around 5 in the afternoon that 17 and the others dragged their exhausted bodies back to the base's beach. Assassins are the messengers of death, phantoms wandering in the darkness. Here the words qualified and excellent are no different from useless. I only require mastery and top-notch students. In the next 3 years, I will impart all the skills of an assassin to you. Basic firearms assassination, poisoning, long-range sniping, causing accidental deaths, along with other essential survival skills, hand-to-hand combat, disguise languages, driving, medical skills, and so on. After dinner, 17 and everyone else were gathered in a large conference room. Himamba, accompanied by 2 instructors, stood at the front teaching them a survival course. This course covered a vast array of knowledge. 17 had encountered similar content in the previous training camp and had learned a great deal of basic survival knowledge. Here the 2 instructors behind Himamba provided deeper instruction. In the next 3 months, I will teach you the 5 major languages of the world. Each of you must be proficient in at least 3. The first, English, which is the language we are using now. Second, French. Third, Russian. Fourth, Mandarin. Fifth, Arabic. A white man wearing rimless glasses sitting to the left of Himamba addressed the students in the room. 17 remained unfazed. Language skills were the most fundamental aspect among all subjects. Before being selected by Himamba, 17 had already mastered English, Mandarin, and Russian and could communicate simply in Arabic and Portuguese. Not just 17, but the students in this conference room mostly met the basic qualifications. However, as Himamba had said here, being qualified or excellent was not something to boast about. Himamba's goal was to train them to be flawless, tougher than the beasts modified within the organization. He firmly believed that human desires and survival instincts could unleash infinite potential. The survival class continued until midnight. You may disperse now, but here's a hint: tomorrow we will have long-range sniping training. I look forward to your performance. As the session neared its end, Himamba returned to the conference room and addressed the students. Following the crowd, they returned to their dormitories. 17 opened the door and found a meal waiting on the table, a medium-rare steak accompanied by a fruit salad. Turning to look at the dorm across from him, he noticed they did not have such treatment. 17 immediately understood that the single-room accommodation was better than he had imagined, at least in any previous training camp. He had never heard of food and fruit being provided at night. Shutting the door without hesitation, he sat at the table and began to devour his meal. A safe environment with edible food and drinking water felt like paradise. The sound of chewing echoed in the closed room. This time 17 ate, slowly savoring the delicious food. This scene was not unique to 17's room. It was happening in the other 9 single rooms as well. For these 10 students, this moment was a rare leisure time. After finishing his meal, he washed up and lay on the soft bed. The night was unsettlingly quiet. 17 maintained a half-awake state, fearing a sudden training session in the middle of the night. But until morning, when the sky began to brighten slightly. Beep. The hidden alarm clock in the wall emitted a wake-up call, and 17 immediately rolled over and got out of bed, opening the door. He noticed that both the rooms next door and across the hall had opened their doors, but no one rushed outside. In the large dormitory opposite, students held wash basins, towels, and toothbrushes, rushing to the wash station. Seeing this, 17 turned back to his room and washed up quickly. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of wheels rolling on the floor came from the door, and 17 went out to check. 2 carts escorted by a group of guards began distributing small boxes to each room. 17 received one and looked inside. It was breakfast. Milk bread, a small piece of beef, a high-calorie energy bar, and a small apple. Each person's portion was the same whether in a single room or a large dormitory. Himamba seemed to have no strict requirements regarding food for this batch of students, and surprisingly, it was quite generous. The student in room 20 next door who had arrived earlier seemed unfazed. With a smile on his face, he raised his breakfast box towards 17. Enjoy your meal. After saying this, he turned and entered his room. 17 also closed his door and sat at the small table to eat. In half an hour, gather on the beach. Himamba's voice came through the speakers. 17 quickened his breakfast pace, finishing in under 3 minutes, leaning against the wall in anticipation. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door, and 17 got up to open it. It's almost time. Shall we go together? The handsome face of student 20 wore a slight smile. No need. 17 shook his head lightly and closed the door. Past experience told him that aside from himself, no one in the training camp could be trusted. Haha, student 20, so you like men. Student 20 lived to the left of 17, while the door to the room on 17's right opened. A tall white woman stepped out wearing a playful smile, her body figure exaggerated. Standing just over 1 meter 90 with strong, powerful legs, her arm muscles were no less impressive than those of an average man. The scars crisscrossing her exposed skin were her badges of honor. But that pretty boy with his pure white skin makes one want to touch him. The white woman displayed an exaggerated expression. Number 12, you should watch your words. First, I am not like those black guys, I have no such preferences. Second, while you are decent, you are merely decent. Consider this a warning to stay away from me. Student 20 stood at 17's door, turning to look at her with a very cold tone, his gaze as chilling as a snake's stare at number 12. I will give it a try when the opportunity arises. Number 12 wore a provocative expression, unafraid of Student 20's threat. Student 20 turned and walked outside, but paused after a few steps, looking back at number 12 with a playful expression, saying, "Let me give you a piece of advice. It's best not to provoke him, or you will die a horrible death." Student 20 pointed at 17's door, his meaning clear. After speaking, he walked away without looking back. Inside the room, 17's expression turned cold upon hearing Student 20's words, his eyes narrowing. Outside the door, number 12 shifted her gaze from Student 20's back to 17's door. Is he strong? That sounds fun, otherwise I wouldn't be interested. A hint of fanaticism flickered in number 12's eyes as she licked her lips, staring at 17's door for a while before turning to walk outside. 17 remained seated in his room until it was almost time before he got up and opened the door. At this moment, the hallway was nearly empty. 17 concealed his dagger at his lower back and stepped out towards the beach. On the beach outside, a considerable number of people had gathered, many of whom were students residing in shared dorms, forming small clusters. However, whether these groups could rely on each other in times of danger was something only they truly understood. Number 17 scanned the surroundings and walked over to a tree, sitting down cross-legged. He even declined the invitation from number 20, who lived in a single room, so it was unlikely that he would mingle with others. Himamba seemed intent on maintaining the gender ratio of the trainees in the training camp, with 7 males to 3 females. 12 had died in the sea yesterday, leaving only 88 trainees in the camp. Number 17 carefully observed the surrounding trainees, sensing a hint of danger from a few individuals sitting alone. He knew these people were powerful and posed a threat to him, silently noting them in his mind. Ding! Assemble! A guard emerged from the nearby woods and shouted at everyone. All the trainees quickly ran over and formed a square formation. Himamba wobbled out from the base, accompanied by a large number of guards, each holding an iron box. Long-range sniping is a skill you must master. If you wish to become the top students in my hands, you must achieve proficiency in this skill. Himamba, wearing sunglasses and dressed in a black tank top and camouflage pants, stepped to the front of the formation and said to the crowd in a calm tone, "Please note the proficiency I speak of is not the same as what is widely perceived outside. Some of you may already know that there are many organizations like ours around the globe, and there are many individuals like us. The proficiency I refer to is achieving the highest level among our group so that you can become the top assassins in the world when completing tasks for the organization." Himamba paced back and forth as he spoke. "To what extent you must reach, I will demonstrate. If your sniping skills meet my requirements in 3 years, you will graduate flawlessly." A guard behind him opened a box approximately 1.5 meters long, revealing a sniper rifle inside. Himamba approached, pulled out various parts, and within less than 10 seconds a TAC-50 anti-material sniper rifle appeared before everyone's eyes. TAC-50, I shouldn't need to introduce it much, right? Himamba raised it with one hand and waved it at the crowd. The TAC-50 is an anti-material sniper rifle released by Macmillan in the United States in 1980. It features a rotating bolt action and uses a 5-round magazine. It fires 50 caliber ammunition, 12.7mm. This rifle is among the world's top anti-material sniper rifles, renowned for its shooting accuracy and range, holding the record for the longest confirmed kill at an astonishing distance of 3,450 meters. Over there's a colored ball. You can use binoculars to see it. 2 guards set up a table on the beach, and Himamba carried the TAC over, placing the rifle on the table while pointing to the other side of the island. Number 17 looked over in that direction, but due to the distance, he could only see a vague silhouette. Without Himamba's reminder, no one would have noticed that point. A group of guards opened a box filled with several monoculars and distributed one to each person. Number 17 received a monocular and raised it to his eyes to look over. A small balloon about the size of a palm was tied to a branch with a thin string, swaying irregularly in the sea breeze. Using the rangefinder within the monocular, number 17's expression shifted. 3,900 meters, the location of the colored ball was nearly 4 kilometers away from their position. Lowering the monocular, number 17 glanced at Himamba, who was busy adjusting the sniper rifle in his hands. So far. If he can hit it, won't he become a god? Damn, that distance exceeds the limit, doesn't it? The trainees in the formation began to whisper among themselves, their skepticism evident. Number 17 also doubted whether Himamba could hit a drifting colored ball from such a distance. "Do you have confidence?" Suddenly a low voice came from behind. Number 17 recognized it was number 20, who stood to his left rear. Number 17 ignored him. To him, such a question was pointless. If he had that capability, he would have left the training camp long ago instead of enduring suffering here. In fact, in the dark world, the record for the longest confirmed kill is held by our instructor. Himamba once set a record for a kill at a distance of 4,000 meters. Though number 20's voice was low, his words startled the surrounding trainees. Boom! A loud gunshot drew everyone's attention, interrupting number 20's speech and silencing him. Himamba crouched low, resting the sniper rifle on his shoulder, his eye pressed to the scope. After firing a shot, he adjusted the rifle's accuracy and then pulled the bolt back to chamber another round. Boom! The deafening gunshot rang out, causing some to instinctively grab their binoculars to look at the target balloon. After 2 shots, Himamba adjusted the rifle's accuracy again. Let me teach you your first lesson. Every time you receive a new rifle, you must personally calibrate its accuracy and familiarize yourself with every minute difference in the firearm. Long-range kills, especially at extreme distances, involve factors such as wind speed, temperature, humidity, Earth's gravity, the planet's rotation, speed you're breathing, finger pressure, and the feel of the gun. Every minute difference can lead to significant deviations. As assassins, particularly top-tier assassins, we often have only one shot when choosing a long-range kill. Therefore, when you decide to take a shot, you must ensure a kill with one shot, guaranteeing that all external factors do not affect you. After finishing the rifle adjustment, Himamba stood in front of the formation, his expression serious as he addressed all the trainees. The knowledge was something number 17 and the others had learned in previous training camps, but now Himamba used his own strength to demonstrate, making it more profound and detailed for the trainees. A top-tier instructor must possess top-tier strength, which is a trait shared by all elite instructors in the organization known as Hell. Next, pay attention. Himamba crouched down again, resting the rifle on his shoulder, his eye pressed against the scope. Many trainees instinctively raised their binoculars to look at the distant target. Number 17 did not do this. Some others in the formation also refrained from doing, so their gazes focused on Himamba. All surrounding sounds ceased, leaving only the constant breeze from the sea. Himamba's body resembled a statue crouched in front of the table, without moving for 3 full minutes, his chest rising and falling at a fixed rhythm. Number 17's gaze was fixed on him, not missing any subtle movements, including the frequency of Himamba's breathing and the rise and fall of his shoulder muscles. After an unknown period, some trainees could not help but lower their binoculars to look at Himamba. At that moment, number 17's gaze sharpened as Himamba's shoulder muscles slightly contracted and his finger curled. Boom! A thunderous gunshot echoed and the TAC's muzzle expelled a burst of flames. Number 17 quickly raised the binoculars to his eyes. 23045, he counted in his mind, and about 5 seconds after Himamba fired, the distant colored balloon suddenly exploded. Monster! Number 17 lowered the binoculars, staring at the now upright Himamba, his previously expressionless face revealing a hint of shock. Upon arriving at this training camp, 17 distinctly felt the difference here compared to other training sessions. While previous camps had given a sense of chaos, this training camp felt like stepping into a meticulously organized facility. Every day began promptly at 6 in the morning and concluded at 11 at night, with occasional surprise training sessions scheduled one night a week. The rest of the time followed a strict routine, with every training course and progress rigorously planned. In the past training camps, both the trainees and the instructors were exceedingly chaotic. The subjects taught were scattered across a wide array of topics. However, here, each individual was assigned specialized personnel to observe, assess, and formulate the optimal learning direction. For instance, 17 excelled in long-range sniping, hand-to-hand combat, and driving. Black Mamba devised a series of training plans for him, primarily aimed at maximizing his potential in these 3 areas. Take, for example, the woman in room 12, who lived next door to 17. She specialized in infiltration and assassination, adept at disguise and poisoning. She too was assigned a detailed training regimen to fully unleash her capabilities. As time passed, the number of trainees in the camp gradually dwindled. Some died during training, while others were eliminated. Black Mamba sent all of them away to other training camps. He had no need for the useless. A month later, on a morning following a fierce storm on the island, the trainees gathered in formation on the beach, with Black Mamba standing before them wielding a Nepalese curved sword. I trust you've all been eyeing the single dormitories for quite some time. Today marks 1 month, and we will be redistributing 10 single dormitories. With a flourish of his curved sword, Black Mamba bore a slight smile. As soon as he finished speaking, excitement spread among the trainees in the formation, while the 10 individuals from 17's group slightly furrowed their brows before returning to a calm demeanor. The allocation method is simple. The current occupants of the 10 dormitories will stage a challenge. Those who lose will relinquish their dormitory, while the winners remain. As for the competition, it will be the most primal form of contest, hand-to-hand combat. You can consider it a hand-to-hand assessment. Of course, regular comprehensive assessment scores also factor into the dormitory competition. If your overall score exceeds that of someone in a single dormitory, you can directly take their place. Report. A white female trainee stepped forward. Speak. Isn't this competition unfair to us women? The white woman was tall, her skin showing signs of sunburn and peeling. It is widely recognized that men possess natural genetic advantages. In terms of physical attributes and reaction speed, they significantly outperform women. However, in the profession of assassination, women can often lower others' guard more easily, making task completion simpler. Thus, despite women generally having inferior physical attributes compared to men, Black Mamba selected a portion of women to be trainees at the camp. However, those who made it through his selection process could in every aspect easily overpower ordinary men. Get lost. Black Mamba's expression darkened as he coldly uttered a single word. Talking about fairness with me. Do you think I'm being too lenient on you? Do not negotiate with me. You are not yet qualified. Once only 10 of you remain, then you can come to me with conditions. Follow me. With that, Black Mamba turned and walked towards the forest behind him, and everyone in the formation followed suit. There were no guards in the forest, and Black Mamba carried no firearms, yet none dared to ambush him from behind. Half a month prior, 3 trainees had conspired together, but before they could execute their attack, 3 bullets had taken them out. After a month of observation, 17 noted that the island was riddled with cameras and remotely controlled machine guns. Any sign of disobedience would immediately result in a hail of bullets raining down. Moreover, the most crucial piece of information he had overheard during a casual chat between 20 and others was that each trainee had been implanted with at least 2 biological chips. If they disobeyed, even if they managed to escape the island, hell could remotely activate the chips, taking their lives in an instant. This news reminded 17 of the time they were taken to a certain base, where he had remained unconscious for a month. Emerging from the forest, they arrived at an open area the size of a basketball court where the concrete ground was stained with large amounts of reddish-brown blood. This was where they trained in hand-to-hand combat. The individuals in the first 3 rooms stepped forward. Black Mamba gestured towards the center of the open area. The first room was occupied by a black male numbered 119. The second room belonged to 20, and 17 was in the third room, making him the first challenger. The 3 stepped to the center of the arena. Those wanting to stay in a single dormitory go ahead. Oh, and weapons are limited to daggers. Furthermore, in this contest, you can utilize any strategy you wish. Black Mamba moved to sit on a nearby tree stump, adopting a demeanor of amusement. Initially, Black Mamba prohibited lethal force during certain training sessions, as the trainees had all progressed through various training camps to reach this point. They were among the elite of Hell's training facilities, and even if eliminated, they could be reassigned to other camps or directly sent to the battlefield. However, the underlying implication of his words now suggested that lethal force was permitted. Those seeking to challenge should be prepared for death. 17 stood on the right side of the open area with a dagger in hand, his expression utterly devoid of emotion, radiating indifference. He scanned the trainees before him. In other competitions, 17 might lose, but in hand-to-hand combat, he was confident he could rank among the top 3 in the camp. He'll go. A burly black man gripped a dagger in one hand and strode towards the center of the arena. His gaze lingered on 17 and the other 2 for a moment before heading straight for 17. Heh! A mocking smile crept across Black Mamba's lips. Among the 3, 17 was of Asian descent, 20 was white, and 119 was black. On the surface, it appeared that 17's physical attributes were naturally inferior, yet Black Mamba knew that in terms of strength, 17 overwhelmingly surpassed the other 2. 17 glared coldly at him. The black man stood about 3 meters away, holding the dagger in a reverse grip, positioning himself in a defensive stance. Boom. 17 wasted no time waiting for his opponent to prepare, launching himself forward with a powerful kick against the ground. The 3-meter distance vanished in an instant. Clang! The black man raised his arm to block 17's dagger, but his expression changed as he felt an immense force push him back 2 steps. Immediately afterward, 17 delivered a swift low kick. Knee-raised body angled. The black man's reflexes were also quick. Bang! Clang, clang, clanged. The sound of metal clashing echoed as 17 did not hold back. The dagger danced in a mesmerizing display. Yet the black man, despite being pressured, showed no signs of weakness. Bang! 17 delivered a kick to the black man's chest, while simultaneously driving the dagger toward his heart. The black man withstood the kick and quickly seized 17's ankle. With a twist of his body and a powerful yank, he aimed to stab 17's leg with the dagger. However, 17 had no intention of complying. Leveraging one leg on the ground, he propelled himself into the air, twisting in the direction of the black man's grip, and landed a powerful kick to his face, executing the entire maneuver so swiftly that the black man could barely react. Oomph! Thud, thud, thud. Tears uncontrollably streamed from the black man's eyes as he fell momentarily blind. Instinctively, he raised one hand to shield his head, while the other waved the dagger in front of him, attempting to block 17's assault. Swoosh! Hiss, hiss! 17 charged in as he landed, sidestepping the black man's erratic dagger swings, and plunged a knife into his left armpit, targeting his heart. From the beginning of their confrontation to its conclusion, no more than 10 seconds elapsed. 17 coldly stared at the black man. Boom. The black man's body collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his armpit, staining the concrete red. It was too fast. The strength displayed by 17 made all the trainees wary within a mere 10 seconds. Whether it was in strength, speed, technique, coordination, or reaction time, 17 completely dominated the opponents. Many trainees exchanged positions in shock, realizing that they could not block 17's strikes. Even 20, watching 17's figure from the side, showed a hint of wariness in his eyes as he sensed a strong aura of danger emanating from 17. Not bad, huh? Black Mamba clapped his hands, expressing satisfaction with 17's performance. Hurry up, don't dawdle, there's more training ahead. Black Mamba bellowed. Among the trainees, they exchanged glances before two individuals stepped forward, but they did not approach 17, opting instead to challenge 20 and 119. 17 stood aside, coldly watching with a dagger in hand, as the two black trainees simultaneously launched their attacks at each other. In an instant, the sound of metal clashing filled the air as the four moved with incredible speed, each strike aimed to be lethal, without any unnecessary movements. In the fierce combat, one was cut by a dagger and quickly fell into a disadvantage. After several seconds, bang, one black trainee was kicked away by 20. Before he could hit the ground, 20's dagger shot directly towards the black trainee. The trainee twisted his body to evade the dagger, only to have a long hand grasp his arm. Crack. Humph. Following that, 20 dodged the dagger and plunged his knife into the black trainee's carotid artery, blood spraying up to 2 or 3 meters high. On the other side, victory was also achieved as 119, defending the ring, broke the neck of his opponent at the cost of 2 knife wounds. 3 corpses lay on the ground, the smell of blood lingering in the air. Those who wish to challenge can continue. Black Mamba reminded others that they could keep challenging. Indeed, upon hearing Black Mamba's words, 2 white trainees immediately stepped out from the crowd, heading towards 119. However, one of the white trainees, slightly slower, retreated. Another bloody battle ensued, and 119 sustained 2 more dagger cuts, his bare upper body covered in blood, while the white trainee lay motionless, his heart pierced by a knife. Hiss wheeze, hiss wheeze. 119 stood still, breathing heavier than usual, yet his expression remained indifferent. The minor injuries did not affect his combat effectiveness. Time slowly passed. No one among the trainees stepped forward again. No one left. Then you all can go down and switch to the next 3 rooms. Black Mamba waited for a moment, seeing no one step forward to challenge 17, and the others then instructed them to go down. 3 more stepped up, including number 12, a female whose appearance caught the attention of many men. Without waiting for Black Mamba to speak, 3 trainees immediately walked out, heading towards number 12. Heh. A cold smile appeared on number 12's lips. Her physique was quite robust, rivaling that of an average man. The leading white male trainee lunged at her with a dagger. Number 12 licked her lips with her tongue, pushed off the ground, and charged at him. Clang clanged. The 2 collided, sparks flew as their daggers met. Surprisingly, number 12 matched the opponent blow for blow, not retreating at all. The expression of the white male shifted as he underestimated this woman. Bang! Clang clang clanged. The 2 engaged in fierce combat. Number 12's strength and speed were formidable, and her agility was no less, exchanging blows with the white male. After more than 20 seconds, number 12 suddenly pivoted, evading the dagger aimed at her, and backed into the opponent's embrace. With a reverse grab, she seized his arm and forcefully tossed the white male into the air. In this scenario, as he left the ground utterly exhausted, everyone knew his fate. Number 12 would not let such a good opportunity pass. The dagger flew from her hand. The white male twisted at the waist, evading the dagger, but as he landed, number 12 pounced, wrapping her legs around his neck and twisting violently. Crack! The dagger fell weakly to the ground, producing a metallic clanking sound. Releasing the white corpse, number 12 picked up the dagger, a wicked grin on her face as she stood in the center of the arena, extending her hand towards the trainees and curling her fingers in a provocative manner. Heh, aren't you going to step in and take her down? Among the trainees, 20 and another stood not far from 17, appearing quite relaxed as they had already completed their assessments. 17 cast a cold glance at number 20, ignoring him. Hey brother, how's your injury? Seeing that 17 did not respond, number 20 shrugged, still smiling, and turned to look at 119 beside him. I'm fine, just a minor injury. When 119 left, the arena guards were already approaching with a medical kit, having performed simple sutures and bandaging. For the next month, we'll be neighbors, so please take care of me. Number 20 seemed to be friendly with everyone, his handsome face always adorned with a smile. However, 119 merely glanced at him, coldly nodding, but saying nothing. In fact, not only was 119 wary of him, but 17 was also very cautious of this seemingly cheerful boy. Although he might be slightly inferior in close combat, his mid-range shooting skills were exceptionally formidable, among the best in the entire training camp. In the arena, the sounds of combat and dagger clashes echoed continuously. Number 12's provocation led to her being challenged repeatedly, and not just her, but the owners of the other two rooms were also attacked. After a few minutes, Number 12 still stood in the arena with 3 corpses at her feet, though she bore 7 or 8 more wounds, 2 of which were deep enough to expose bone. Alright, each champion can refuse further challenges after successfully defending 3 times. Next batch. Black Mamba spoke up, halting others from continuing the battle. After all the room owners had taken their turn, the arena had 15 more corpses. Notably, 2 of the 4 rooms in the back were taken over, with the previous owners becoming part of the dead. Greed is the greatest taboo for any assassin. Today is meant to make you understand that one must have self-awareness and know their capabilities. If you lack the ability yet still rush, and it leads only to death. Those who are arrogant and greedy will eventually die at the hands of their enemies, so they are not worthy to leave this training camp. Black Mamba walked to the center of the arena, pointing at the corpses on the ground. After this round, the number of trainees in the formation had decreased by more than 10, all of whom had become corpses. Get lost, go for firearms training. Black Mamba waved his hand, pointing towards the southern part of the island. Behind the formation, more than 10 guards stood ready, and 2 firearms instructors awaited them. Firearms training was straightforward and brutal. Feeding bullets to any individual regardless of their talent required countless bullets to develop top-notch shooting skills and instincts. This batch of 17 not only needed to master top shooting skills, but also had to familiarize themselves with various types of firearms worldwide, from handguns to automatic rifles, submachine guns, light machine guns, heavy machine guns, and sniper rifles. All firearms had to undergo assessment. According to Black Mamba's standards, they had to demonstrate the abilities of top soldiers with any firearm they were given to pass. As for others, specific training plans were set. For instance, Number 17's long-range sniping required hitting a coin swaying in the wind at a distance of 2,000 meters. Many people say that the first ray of sunlight in the morning fills one with hope and warmth. However, 17 feels none of it. His world is gray, devoid of color, filled only with day after day of training, transitioning from one training camp to another. Since he could remember, the world he saw was only filled with bloodshed, slaughter, and darkness. The only principle he followed was the survival of the fittest. The brutal law of the jungle was vividly displayed in every training camp. Time passed slowly, day after day, and 17 couldn't even tell how long he had been on the island, every day feeling like a machine going through the motions of training. Firearms, hand-to-hand combat, physical fitness, survival, camouflage, stealth, assassination, language. An array of training filled their days to the brim. His expression grew colder and his eyes more numb. Year after year, the number of trainees in the camp gradually decreased, and during this time sporadic batches of men and women were brought in. They could anytime ask the guards to take them to their rooms to vent their pent-up emotions. 17 had grown taller, his frame broader than before, and his muscles were now filled with explosive power and flexibility. His close combat and sniping skills were gradually revealing a terrifying talent. That morning, the remaining 20 trainees of the camp gathered on the beach. 3 years have passed, and I am somewhat satisfied with your training results. Originally, you were supposed to undergo a major assessment, with only 10 of you graduating from my hands. However, the higher-ups have other arrangements and changed your assessment to a real battlefield. Black Mamba stood at the front of the formation, a cigar in his mouth. Next, the organization will assign each of you a task. After completing 10 tasks, your ranking will be based on your completion rate, and the ranking will directly affect your future treatment. As soon as Black Mamba's words fell, the eyes of the remaining 20 individuals sparkled with a hint of excitement, and 17 gazed intently at Black Mamba. Most of them had grown up in training camps and had never stepped outside. Their understanding of the outside world came entirely from the explanations of various instructors' video broadcasts and introductions. Despite each of them being familiar with various aspects of the outside world, they had never truly set foot in human society. You don't need to look at me like that. You can go out. As long as you serve the organization, you can graduate from my hands. After 10 tasks, you will no longer be just a number, but individuals who can choose their own names. While serving the organization, you will enjoy the highest quality services in this world. Black Mamba's words were filled with temptation, causing the group to feel a tinge of yearning for the future. After all, they had all seen the treatment Black Mamba received. He came and went as he pleased, unfettered by any constraints. There will be no training today. In the afternoon, someone will take you away to arrange for your first mission location. Remember, once you arrive in the outside world, do not forget or harbor any thoughts of treachery, or else Black Mamba smiled slightly, pointing at his heart. Everyone understood his meaning. Their bodies had biological chips implanted, and after such a long time, they confirmed that at least 2 chips were installed in them, one in the neck and one in the heart. As long as they made any unusual movements, the headquarters could activate the chips with a press of a button, and they would undoubtedly die. Black Mamba then turned and left. 17 and the others dispersed on the spot. Some returned to their dormitories while others strolled along the beach. In these years, their activity had been limited to this island. They had never ventured beyond the surface of the base that lay beneath. 17 walked to the seaside, sat down, and stared at the shimmering sea surface, letting his thoughts drift as he wondered what kind of life awaited him outside and what he would encounter. Footsteps approached from behind, and 17 turned his head slightly. The footsteps stopped a few meters away, and number 20 sat down, maintaining a distance between them. What name do you want to give yourself? Number 20 lay on the beach, hands behind his head, letting the sea wash over his feet, looking completely at ease. 17 paused for a moment. He had never thought about this question. Number 20 was already accustomed to 17's silence. I want to be called Jack. It's a nice name, and I really like it. Number 20 smiled broadly. You should be called Ice Block. It suits your personality perfectly, haha. 17's silence did not deter number 20's interest. He continued to lie there, talking to himself, occasionally chuckling. The two sat by the beach, one in silence, the other nervously rambling on, as if they were longtime friends. 17 had never let his guard down with him, nor had he ever trusted anyone else. Although the training camp seemed harmonious, he knew that everyone was a highly dangerous existence. With just a slight negligence, anyone could take his life. In this rare leisure time, 17 sat on the beach until noon, and only when it was time for lunch at the dormitory did he get up and walk back. The food in the cafeteria today was abundant, featuring various precious seafood, high-quality, nourishing ingredients, and the most exquisite meats, all accompanied by richly flavored soups. For this meal you can eat to your heart's content. There will be no training in the afternoon. Black Mamba said, holding a plate and sitting at a table addressing everyone. 17 took some meat, some seafood, and nourishing ingredients, filling a large plate, and quietly walked to the side to eat. He did not know when his appetite had doubled compared to before. Fortunately, this training camp never deprived them of food except for the occasional hunger training. Instead, it provided ample supplies. Over the past 2 years, 17's physical fitness had doubled, now far surpassing everyone else's in the camp except for Black Mamba. This situation led him to doubt whether he had been limited in his physical development by hunger before. Finishing his meal, quietly 17 returned to the dormitory he had lived in for 3 years. For 2 years, his single room had never changed. In the first few months, he occasionally faced challenges, but after half a year, no one dared to challenge his dormitory anymore. It was a symbol of his strength. In these 3 years, 17's growth was all-encompassing, not just in close combat and sniping, but also in mid to short-range shooting, assassination, stealth, survival, and driving. He had pulled far ahead of others. As of now, among the remaining 20 trainees, hardly anyone could face him head-on. Black Mamba had once mentioned in a reporting meeting that among the most outstanding trainees of this batch, 17 ranked at the top. Knock, knock. A knock on the door came, and 17 stood up to open it. A guard stood at the door, handing him a folder and a small package. Sitting at the desk, he opened the folder, which contained a hidden miniature earpiece, a small box, and inside, it was a very thin eye mask, and national ID card from M Country, and a bank card. The photo on the ID card was of him with the name Thomas, a very common name. On the back of the bank card was a small note with a series of passwords. 17 glanced at it and silently memorized it. Inside the package was a set of gray casual sportswear and a pair of sneakers made of ordinary material. As 17 changed into them, some commotion was heard outside. Departure. Each of you has a different destination. In the time to come, I hope you can complete the assigned tasks well. Black Mamba shouted from the center of the dormitories. A speedboat raced across the surface of the sea, approaching the distant coastline. This is the coastline of Low City in Country M, where numerous figures moved about on the beach. Seated on the speedboat, 17 gazed at the shadows in the distance, lost in thought. Before long, the speedboat approached a beach away from the crowd. 17, from this moment on, you must integrate into human society and conceal yourself. Additionally, your dedicated liaison has come online, so maintain communication with them at all times. On the speedboat, a burly Caucasian man cheerfully handed him a small black package and gestured towards the beach. All right. 17 stood up. He was shorter than the Caucasian, standing approximately 1.78 m with a well-proportioned physique and muscles, exuding a sense of groundedness. Wearing a white t-shirt, gray sweatpants, and sneakers with a baseball cap on his head, 17 received the small package, opened it for a glance, revealing a black Beretta 92F pistol. The Beretta 92F is one of the most widely used handguns globally and is renowned for its aesthetics, frequently appearing in various films and television shows. It uses 9mm cartridges measuring 217mm in length and weighs 0.96 kilograms when unloaded, with a muzzle velocity of 333 meters per second and an effective range of 50 meters. The double-stack magazine holds 15 rounds. Besides the pistol, the package contained 2 fully loaded magazines, a jet black dagger, and a small stack of U.S. dollars totaling 45 rounds of ammunition, including those in the pistol. His sweatpants had a wide drawstring hidden in the elastic waistband, allowing him to conceal the pistol and dagger at his lower back. 17 nodded at the burly man, jumped off the speedboat, and walked towards the distant crowd. 17 has left the speedboat and is now in the hands of the liaison. The burly Caucasian man spoke into the hidden earpiece in his ear, watching 17 walk away. Receive. Boom. The speedboat's engine roared to life and sped off into the ocean, disappearing from the surface. Meanwhile, before 17 could leave the beach, a beep echoed in his ear. 17, hello. Unless something unexpected occurs for the next year, my partner and I will be your dedicated liaisons. You can call me J. 17, hello. I am your other liaison, you can call me H. Both of us will provide you with uninterrupted service for 24 hours. You can call us with any questions. Two sweet female voices echoed through the earpiece. Received. 17 softly replied, falling silent as he walked straight towards the road above the beach. 17, I will be responsible for you during the 12 hours of the day, while H will handle the 12 hours of the night. For the next 3 days, you can freely explore Los Angeles, and after 3 days, someone will escort you to Mexico. All right. Two blonde beauties wearing bikinis approached, chatting and laughing. 17 glanced at them, sidestepped, and they brushed past each other. Chris, what's wrong? Are you unable to take your eyes off that handsome guy? One of the shorter beauties froze in place after passing 17, while her companion teased her. He is indeed very handsome, but... Ella, didn't you see his eyes? Chris turned to look at 17's back, her earlier cheerful demeanor now overshadowed by a cloud of unease. No, what's wrong? Are his eyes ugly? Ella asked playfully. Not. Very. How should I put it? They're just indifferent. No, not indifferent, very gray. Yes, very gray, devoid of life. I don't know how to describe it. It feels like the entire sky is gray. Chris gazed at 17's retreating figure, her words tumbling out incoherently. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Each person's gaze hides their inner world. Even strangers who meet for the first time and cannot communicate can sense each other's goodwill or malice through eye contact. However, Chris had never seen such a gaze. The dull gray of 17's eyes struck her world with immense shock. What exactly are you talking about? Ella asked, noticing her friend's disheartened expression, her tone filled with confusion. Just then, several male friends ran over, pulling them away to play beach volleyball. Chris felt a bit dazed and turned to look back. 17's figure had already vanished down the road. Meanwhile, 17 stepped onto the pedestrian walkway, curiously observing everything around him. Although they had seen introductions to society through various videos for many years and had systematically learned the functions of all modern facilities, he knew there was a vast difference between the outside world and their training camp. On the surface, it appeared to be a normal, orderly human world. This was his first encounter with society. The organization had given him 3 days to experience and integrate into it. On the road, all sorts of cars whizzed by, and a diverse array of men and women walked along the roadside in groups, chatting and laughing, their faces beaming with sunshine. Their gazes were unlike the cold stares of his companions from the training camp. Everything was astonishing to him. Mommy, I want ice cream. A little girl ran past 17, heading towards a nearby store. Katie, slow down. A young couple dressed in light clothing shouted to the little girl from a short distance. 17's gaze followed the little girl's figure as she entered the adjacent store, selecting products. After her parents gave her money, she happily enjoyed her ice cream, beaming with joy. Beep. A car horn interrupted 17's thoughts. He raised his head, confusion, bewilderment, and complexity reflected in his dull gray eyes. 17, what are you planning to do next? Jay inquired through the earpiece. I don't know, 17 replied softly. I have a plan. Do you need it? Sure. 17 did not refuse. He felt a bit flustered and confused. This was his first time leaving the training camp, the first time he had to arrange his own itinerary, and the first time encountering human society. I suggest that your first step should be to find a hotel or inn for accommodation. Then seek out a restaurant for a meal, go shopping or purchase anything you wish, or visit any other places you want to experience. For trainees like 17, as such reactions were expected, so a series of plans and detailed arrangements were made to guide and assist 17 in gradually integrating into society and concealing himself. All right. In fact, 17 had systematically learned how to integrate into normal human society and conceal himself during the training camp. He knew all of this. However, this was different from shooting and killing, and hand-to-hand combat had already become second nature to him. This was his first encounter with human society, and the lively crowd on the beach and the harmonious atmosphere contrasted sharply with the environment he had known for as long as he could remember. Every scene was a shock to his worldview. He lifted his foot and began walking along the road, following J.'s advice to find a hotel or inn. 17, you can wave down a taxi. Jay had to remind him that 17 had been walking for half an hour continuously and that there were not many hotels nearby. All right. 17 immediately stopped, standing at the roadside, watching the cars come and go on the road. Meanwhile, in a hidden base whose location remains unknown, in a spacious hall, a wall is covered with various surveillance screens, and several rows of desks filled with numerous computers are set a few meters away from the wall. A dozen men and women dressed in identical white uniforms sit in front of the computers, continuously typing. Behind them, transparent glass partitions divide the space into small rooms, with a young woman seated in each room. Each of their workspaces is equipped with a computer, and they wear headsets over their ears. In one of the rooms on the right, a blonde woman leans back in her chair staring at the screen with a somewhat helpless expression, her pen spinning continuously in her hand. 17, you should hail a taxi. Her code name is J, and she is the dedicated liaison for 17. The screen on her computer displays a split screen. One half shows a satellite map, while the other half shows 17's perspective. A highly advanced ocular lens is embedded in 17's left eye. This ocular lens does not affect 17's vision. In fact, the headquarters can use it to provide data prompts and assistance, and it can also transmit what 17 sees in real time. The technology of this ocular lens is extremely advanced and costly, though out of the 20 trainees, only 5 are equipped with this device. Okay, 17's voice is somewhat cold, but J is unfazed. She has assisted several trainees like 17 and has grown accustomed to their reactions. Many are even more difficult to deal with than 17. Before long, 17 hails a taxi. Hey buddy, where are you going? To a hotel. Which hotel, eh? The nearest hotel. Okay, hold on tight. Jay hears the conversation between 17 and the driver through her headset. She watches the screen without interrupting 17, knowing when to assist and when to remain silent due to her rigorous training. Sitting in the taxi, 17 gazes intently out the window, ignoring the driver's attempts at conversation. After a few unreciprocated remarks, the driver focuses on driving. As 17 observes the towering skyscrapers outside, curiosity arises. How are such tall buildings constructed? What does it feel like to stand on a rooftop and look down? Boom! A thunderous roar echoes from above. 17 is near the International Airport in Los Angeles, where a plane is making a thunderous landing. Watching the distant plane, his eyes reflect a hint of something unusual. He has flown on transport planes many times, but they were always forced to wear holographic helmets, preventing them from seeing the scenery outside. This time, getting off the island took 2 days of twisting and turning over the sea. Everything feels so foreign and novel to 17. 3 years ago, 17 might not have had such thoughts, but in the last 3 years, the treatment from the Black Mamba has improved immensely, even though the training has intensified significantly. In terms of humane management, the Black Mamba has indeed shown a touch of humanity. Meals, accommodations, and reasonable training schedules have given 17 and the other trainees a sense of being treated like human beings. Lost in thought, 17 arrives at a large building where the taxi driver greets him. Sir, welcome. Even though it's a taxi, a doorman outside quickly runs over to open the door for 17. 17 hands the driver a 100 bill and exits the vehicle, looking up at the towering building. Seeing that 17 did not ask for change, the taxi driver quickly drives away as soon as the door closes. Sir, may I ask if you are checking in or reserving a restaurant? The sign above reads Los Angeles Coast Hotel. 17 retracts his gaze and glances at the doorman. Checking in. After speaking, he lifts his foot and walks toward the entrance, where well-dressed gentlemen and elegantly dressed ladies come and go. 17's attire feels completely out of place here. As 17 nears the entrance, the doorman, who was momentarily stunned, snaps back to reality and quickly turns to chase after 17. The grand lobby is bustling with people, yet it is not noisy. Even conversations are conducted quietly while standing or sitting to the side. This gentleman is checking in. Upon entering the lobby, the doorman calls over a beautiful woman, handing 17 over to her before returning outside. Hello, please follow me. After waiting at the spacious front desk for a while, it is finally 17's turn to check in. He presents the identification provided by the organization to the front desk. Hello, Mr. John, what price range of room do you require? The manager attending to 17 asks with a professional smile. Whatever is fine. 17 replies indifferently, not even lifting his eyelids. Upon hearing this, not only the manager, but also several other guests checking in nearby look at him in astonishment. However, 17's baseball cap obscures his face, so they only glance at him briefly. Sir, here are the types and prices of our rooms. The manager pulls out a brochure filled with pictures and hands it to 17. 17 takes it, flips to the first page, glances at it, and says, this one. It is the first one on the first page. The manager is momentarily taken aback. Sir, are you sure? This room costs $800 per night. Sure. 17 replies flatly, sliding the organization's black credit card across the counter. The Inferno is quite generous with top trainees like 17. They were informed that there is $100 in the bank, which will be replenished after use. Growing up in the training camp, their understanding of money has become incredibly blurred. All right, please wait a moment. The manager's smile becomes more sincere as he quickly processes 17's check-in, drawing the attention of other guests nearby. However, with 17 dressed in nothing but ordinary clothes and a baseball cap obscuring part of his features, they cannot fathom how this seemingly average person can casually rent a luxurious suite costing $800. You're not a thief, are you? Your wealth isn't stolen, is it? At this moment, a successful gentleman in a suit glances at 17 with a scrutinizing look. 17 turns, glancing at him. Do you have a problem? His indifferent tone, cold expression, and dark eyes pierce into the man. No, not at all. The white man stares in his 17th's eyes, momentarily dazed, his throat unconsciously swallowing, then he awkwardly adjusts his tie to mask his embarrassment. 17 turns back to the manager handling the check-in. Please hold on, it will be ready shortly, he says, lowering his head to quickly complete the paperwork, which is done swiftly, and a beautiful woman leads 17 to the exclusive elevator for the upper floors. Sir, our restaurant is on the 12th floor, and there is also a small restaurant on the top floor. If you don't wish to go to the restaurant, you can notify us for room service. The woman walks ahead, while explaining the services of the luxury suite as they wait for the elevator. 17 responds with a faint acknowledgement. Watching 17's departing figure, those who had exchanged glances with him earlier cannot help but think of the absurd notion that they were intimidated by a young man's gaze. The elevator goes straight to the top floor. This building has a total of 60 floors, and 17's room is on the 59th floor. Ding, sir, this way, please. The woman walks in front, her long legs clad in black stockings, and her swaying figure is highly alluring. Upon opening the door, a luxurious suite comes into view, and 17 steps inside. Sir, enjoy your stay. Oh, feel free to call me if you need anything. The woman, having stood far away before, did not notice 17's eyes. With a slight smile, she winks at him, placing a small note with her phone number on a nearby table before turning to leave. 17 picks up the note, glances at it briefly, sees a string of phone numbers, and tosses it aside as he walks toward the living room's floor-to-ceiling window. The view from this room is quite impressive. He can see the distant coast and the surrounding city, while cars on the road below appear like little boxes moving swiftly across the ground. The people on the ground look like ants moving slowly. In the Inferno base, Hey Mamba walked into the hall dressed in casual attire. He went into each small room to inquire, and although they had already left the training camp and entered society, he would still be the direct supervisor of these 20 rookies for the next year. Pushing open the glass door, he entered J's small room. Hey Mamba looked at the stunningly beautiful Jay, leaned against the glass and slightly raised his chin towards the computer screen, casually asking, hee, how's number 17 doing? Overall, the situation is good. He listens well, and I've guided him through everything. He has already begun to integrate into society. Jay pointed to the screen on the computer, which displayed a bustling street, clearly showing that number 17 was wandering around. Is there anything unusual? Hey Mamba stroked his chin and asked. As of now, there is nothing unusual. Over the past 3 days, I have guided him to many crowded places, streets, parks, cinemas, restaurants, supermarkets, and he has followed my instructions. The video recordings of his behavior over these 3 days have already been uploaded to the server. Is there any sign of violent tendencies? No. Is there any sign of rebellious psychology? No. Has he shown any initiative in forming social connections? No. Hey Mamba continued to ask, and Jay reported according to her observations. What is your evaluation? Finally, Hey Mamba put down the tablet and looked at Jay. Qualified. Why not excellent? Hey Mamba frowned. From my observations, his personality is too cold, as if devoid of any humanity. However, his learning ability is exceptionally strong, and his ability to disguise himself is also remarkable. I saw in the footage from the first day that after making eye contact with a passerby, he briefly appeared lost in thought. This situation should stem from his gaze and temperament being difficult for ordinary people to accept, along with his overly strong protective instincts leading to such occurrences. On the second day, I gave him a slight reminder, and yesterday, and today, he deliberately concealed himself. Though I don't know how he disguised himself, there have been no more such incidents from yesterday to today. Jay conducted a detailed analysis of everything she had observed. She had received professional training and was specifically responsible for guiding initiates like number 17 who had just left the training camp. Her job was to help these students integrate into society and observe their psychological state. If any abnormal psychological conditions arose, such as thoughts of escaping the control of the Inferno or planning large-scale violent actions, she needed to report it promptly for upper management to make decisions. Hey Mamba nodded while looking at the screen, then turned and left. Jay pressed a button to restore communication. One must admit that the Inferno organization has achieved perfection in these aspects. Not to mention other training camps. Among the 20 students in this batch, any one of them would possess top-tier combat abilities on a global scale. The training that number 17 received over the past 20 years allows him to exhibit terrifying combat abilities in nearly any environment. If he were to go out of control, it would be a significant loss for both society and the Inferno organization. If number 17 were to conduct a large-scale massacre and the outside world learned that an assassin from the Inferno had lost control, it would cause immense trouble for the organization regardless of its size. Therefore, not only for number 17, but any student who emerged from the Inferno is subjected to strict monitoring and tracking. As for number 17, after wandering around the streets of Luo City and having lunch at a restaurant, he hailed a taxi to return to the hotel. Over the past 3 days under JS guidance, number 17 quickly adapted to modern life. Staying at a hotel, shopping, visiting parks and attractions, and experiencing various activities, he underwent a complete series of experiences, and the cold aura surrounding him began to shrink rapidly. The indifference on his face softened slightly, and the grayness in his eyes was deeply concealed. In ordinary attire, and with an unremarkable appearance, Number 17 had hidden himself within 3 days, transforming into an average young man. Number 17, a speedboat will pick you up at the coastline of Luo City in 2 hours and take you across the border to Mo, from where you will proceed to Mo City to complete your first mission. Upon returning to the hotel, Number 17 had just laid down when JS' voice came through his earpiece. Okay, you can rest for an hour. I will notify you when it's time to leave. Number 17 quickly tidied himself up, changed into a newly bought black tracksuit, and laid down on the bed with his eyes closed to rest. An hour passed swiftly. Without waiting for Jay to remind him, Number 17 opened his eyes, stood up from the bed, and tucked the dagger and pistol from beneath his pillow into his waistband. Number 17, you can set off now. Number 17 walked to the table, put on the sunglasses and cap that were there, and headed straight for the door, leaving behind all the other items he had purchased over the past 3 days. He simply adapted to modern life according to guidance, making purchases and clocking and showing no interest in the other items, which remained untouched after being bought. After checking out at the hotel, he hailed a taxi at the entrance, leaving his first stop and integrating into society. Hey brother, where to? The black driver flashed a white-toothed grin, wearing a goofy smile. Port Coast. Port Coast. Number 17 stated the destination based on JS instructions. All right, please take a seat. The taxi wove through the eastern part of the city, and the driver occasionally chatted with Number 17, his expressions very animated. You've taken a detour. After half an hour, Number 17 suddenly interrupted the driver's performance, looking at him with indifferent eyes. Hey brother, it's congested over there. Although this way is a bit longer, it will be faster in terms of time. I won't lie to you. The black driver displayed an exaggerated expression, one hand on the steering wheel while gesturing with the other. 20 minutes to the destination. After saying that, Number 17 threw out a $100 bill. Okay. The black driver gestured, pressing the gas pedal, and the yellow taxi sped through the flow of traffic. 15 minutes later, the taxi arrived at the Port Coast. Brother, my driving skills are top-notch, right? The black driver boasted proudly. Number 17 glanced outside, ignored him, and pushed the car door open to exit. The black driver inside the car picked up the $100 bill next to him, grinning and humming a tune as he turned the steering wheel towards the city. The speedboat will arrive in 10 minutes. You can find a spot to wait. Okay. Number 17 surveyed his surroundings and chose not to walk towards the crowded areas, but instead walked along the road until he reached a dirty beach heading toward the sand. In the distance, the low rumble of an engine came from the sea as a speedboat rapidly approached. The chaos of Mo City is renowned worldwide. Even in corners of the world lacking information networks, the infamous name of this city of sin can be heard. This city has a population of over 20 million, making it the most populous city on the American continent, as well as the city with the most slums and the highest crime rate in the world. In this city, drug trafficking and gang violence are among the most serious issues, with English and Spanish being the predominant languages spoken. At an altitude of over 2,000 meters, the city's temperature remains around 20 degrees Celsius year-round, which has made it a globally renowned summer retreat. Here, the gap between the rich and the poor is as vast as the heavens and the earth. It is a paradise for the wealthy and a hell for the impoverished. 17 is here to complete his first task assigned by the Purgatory, to assassinate the true leader behind a gang. As night gradually descends, an airplane slices through the sky, slowly descending towards Mo City's international airport. 17 sits in the back of the economy class, wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, quietly leaning back in his seat, admiring the view of the city below. This is his first time overlooking a city from an airplane. In the training camp, Black Mamba had also provided them with a detailed explanation of the city, as it harbors countless darkness and serves as a hideout for many members of the underworld, which gives 17 a sense of familiar strangeness towards the city below. The airplane taxis on the runway, gradually slowing down. A black man sitting next to 17 stands up and leaves his seat. 17 also stands up and follows the flow of people out of the cabin, then walks towards the airport exit. Since he boarded the flight within Mo's territory, he soon exited the airport. Parking lot, block B, parking space 317. JS' voice comes through the earpiece. After determining the direction, he lifts his feet and heads towards the airport. After wandering around, he finally arrived at the vehicle that the organization had arranged for him in advance. An Audi A6 sedan. In the eyes of the wealthy, it is neither good nor bad, but if this car were to head into Mo City's slums, it would surely attract a crowd of whistling onlookers. Feeling for the key under the tire, he unlocked the door and sat inside. A small box was placed on the seat beside him, while a long case rested on the row of seats behind. Click. He opened the small box to find 2 Beretta handguns for magazines filled with bullets, a box of loose rounds, a dagger, and on the other side a dossier, a fake identity document. 17 glanced at it before putting it back. Beretta. Climbing to the back seat, he opened the long case, revealing a long-range sniper rifle. TAC-50, one of the world's finest long-range sniper rifles. Before boarding the plane, Jay had given 17 a brief report on the mission, informing him of the task at hand and inquiring about the equipment he needed. The handgun and long-range sniper rifle were his own choices. Since the target of the assassination is a gang leader surrounded by many guards and tight security, long-range killing is the preferable option. Vroom. The engine roared and 17 drove the A6 out of the parking lot. 17, you have entered mission status. From now on, I will remain silent. If you need assistance, please give a signal. Jay in the earpiece fell silent after speaking. These guides had received extremely rigorous training knowing when to speak and when to remain quiet. For instance, now that 17 had reached his destination and entered mission status, she must remain silent. She must not say anything that could lead 17 to make a misjudgment during the mission, potentially resulting in failure or loss of life. All right. Navigation: Missouri City Street, Laley Hotel. The navigation route immediately popped up on the A6's display. Vroom vroom. 17 pressed the accelerator twice, and the car sped onto the highway heading towards the city center. The A6 had undergone some modifications. The body and windows were bulletproof against handguns, and the controls had been altered to allow for manual mode. A manual handbrake was discreetly added beside the electronic handbrake, allowing this car to instantly transform into a wild beast if necessary. After driving for more than half an hour, 17 arrived at his destination. Jay, here. Check the current location of the target. Okay, please hold on. He parked the car in the hotel's parking lot, grabbed the small box, and walked towards the hotel's main entrance. Welcome. This area belonged to the wealthy, who everything appeared orderly and most pedestrians wore faint smiles. Check in for one. He handed over the new identity document and a stack of US dollars. All right, please wait a moment. The receptionist, a black woman, began processing the check-in immediately after taking the money and ID, casting no peculiar glances at 17's small box or his attire. Before long, 17 arrived at a room located on the 12th floor. The room was small, 20 square meters with one bed and a bathroom, a standard hotel room. 17, the target's current specific location is unknown. The last we tracked, he returned home the night before last and has not left his villa since. All right. 17 surveyed the entire room, then carefully searched it to ensure there were no pinhole cameras or listening devices. Standing by the window, he drew back the curtains and looked outside. Beyond 2 10-story buildings was a villa area where the target's residence was located. He opened the box and took out the target's detailed dossier, studying it carefully. The first page contained a photograph of a middle-aged black man, bald with fierce eyes and a large frame. Charles, male, 42 years old, 195 meters tall, of black descent, poses as a wealthy businessman in Mo City, owning a multinational trading group, but in reality he is the actual controller behind the underground organization Leaser in Mo City. The target owns properties in Mo City, Bo City, in Country G, and New York in Country M. His son manages his business in Bo City while his wife and daughter reside in Country M. He himself spends most of his time at his headquarters in Mo City. This dossier is incredibly detailed, outlining the target's favorite hangouts, preferred foods, and even documenting the women he has slept with in the past month. After finishing the document, 17 found a disposable match provided by the hotel on the desk and went to the toilet to burn the dossier. Returning to the window, he looked over at the distant villa area, where one villa was partially obscured by trees. It was indeed Charles' home, but the full view was blocked. After watching for a while, 17 took the items out of the small box, got up, and left the room, returning to the parking lot downstairs and opening the car door. He opened the large case and took out the sniper rifle. Click, click, click. He quickly disassembled it into parts and concealed them in the small box and under his clothing. To avoid drawing attention, he chose to take the fire escape back to his room. He quickly assembled the parts back together. In just a dozen seconds, the TAC-50 was restored to its original form. In a villa area 2 kilometers away from the Laley Hotel. Inside a luxurious villa, a bald black man wrapped in a bathrobe descended from the second floor. Baby, you're awake. The food is ready for you, come eat. In the kitchen on the first floor, a scantily dressed white woman holding a wooden spatula glanced at Charles, her face beaming with a charming smile. Haha, you are my food, just eating you is enough. A lewd smile appeared on Charles' face as he slipped his hand inside his bathrobe. I've barely eaten in the past few days. Don't mess around, let's eat first. The woman struggled a bit, casting a glance towards the bodyguard at the villa's entrance. Charles chuckled. Don't mind them, but I'll let you off today. I have to go out later, so stay home and wait for me. Okay. The two proceeded to the dining table. Unbeknownst to Charles, a sniper rifle was aimed at them from a hotel room 2 kilometers away. 17 sat on the bed, his right eye pressed against the night vision scope. A desk was pulled up to the window with the sniper rifle resting on it, and the window curtains were slightly parted. Through the scope, 17 scanned every room window of Charles' villa. However, most of the curtains were drawn, obscuring the view inside. There were 12 bodyguards scattered around the villa and at the entrance. The kitchen window faced away from him, so 17 did not see the earlier scene. As the rifle's aim moved, the scope shifted too. When 17 spotted food being arranged on the dining table in the first-floor restaurant and glimpsed half of the woman's figure, he halted the rifle's movement, locking onto that window. The night gradually enveloped the city, and all the lights came on. The opulence of the affluent area remained undiminished and vibrant, contrasting sharply with the darkness of the slums where a stifling atmosphere spread. Pedestrians hurriedly walked by, constantly alert to the possibility of sudden robberies. As time passed, the woman stood up to clear the dining table, while Charles returned upstairs to change into a suit. "Go prepare the vehicles," Charles shouted to the bodyguard by the door. "Yes, boss." The bodyguard was quite large, standing over 2 meters tall with a robust build, exuding a strong sense of security. This team of bodyguards had been personally selected by Charles and had been with him for 4 to 5 years. Soon a bulletproof Maybach emerged from the garage and stopped at the villa's entrance, followed by 2 other models of Mercedes. 17 naturally observed this scene, with the rifles aim locking onto the villa entrance. After about 10 minutes, 4 bodyguards appeared at the villa's entrance, each towering in stature. 17 furrowed his brow. Through the scope, he caught a fleeting glimpse of the target, but it was only for a brief moment before being blocked by the bodyguards. Under such circumstances, he would never pull the trigger. He stood up, picked up the sniper rifle, and quickly disassembled it. Click, click, click. The target is leaving the residence. No shooting opportunities. Requesting location of the target. As he disassembled the weapon, he placed the parts into a small case, hiding the ones that didn't fit on his person. 17 spoke softly while working. "Received. I will immediately request assistance from the network intelligence team." Just as J.S. voice finished, 17 picked up the case and walked toward the door. At the door, he set down the case, turned around to restore the desk and bed to their original state, wiped everything he had touched with a towel, and then carefully checked once more to ensure no traces were left behind. Exiting the room, he chose the fire escape and made his way downstairs into the parking lot. The target convoy is leaving the villa area, heading towards the Western District, expected to reach Highway 27 in about 10 minutes. Vroom. The engine roared to life. 17's car sped towards the exit of the parking lot. "Give me the route map." Although he had looked at the city's road information before arriving in MO City, the city was too large and the complicated roads intertwined. To be safe, 17 had Jay mark the best locations. "Okay, right away." He heard the sound of Jay typing on a keyboard. "The ocular projection is connecting. Connection complete." In front of 17's left eye, a virtual route map appeared with a red dot and a green dot flashing. The red dot is the target location and the best route has been marked. "Receive." 17 multitasked, glancing at the route map before flooring the accelerator. Vroom. The engine of the A6 roared, suddenly surging forward on the road, causing nearby vehicles to swerve in panic. The road conditions in MO City were not great, even in the affluent area. Now that night had just fallen, some vehicles were still on the road, causing occasional congestion on the narrow streets. Vroom. 17 switched to manual mode, and as he pressed the accelerator, the A6's acceleration immediately surged to another level. In 200 meters, turn left at the intersection. The target just entered Highway 27, 4 kilometers to the target. Vroom vroom. The A6 swayed left and right on the narrow road, overtaking one vehicle after another nearing the entrance. Screech. The piercing sound startled pedestrians nearby, causing them to scatter in all directions. 17 ignored the traffic lights, executing a drift and smoothly turning left onto the road. 17, your actions have already prompted someone to call the police, but the police have yet to respond to intercept you. Please be cautious. JS warning came in timely. The distance between them continued to close. By the time 17 reached Highway 27, a Charles convoy had already traveled over 10 kilometers as vehicles moved much faster on the highway. Once 17 hit the highway, he pressed the accelerator to the floor. The front of the A6 lifted sharply and the engine emitted a deep roar. In under 3 seconds, the speed exceeded 100 kilometers per hour and continued to rise. 120, 140, 160. The speed kept climbing, with vehicles being left behind by 17. On the virtual route map in his left eye, the distance between both parties continued to shrink. 8 kilometers, 6 kilometers, 3 kilometers. Time passed gradually. Just as 17 was about to catch up to Charles, the latter's convoy exited Highway 27, disappearing from the virtual map. The target location has no cameras, and the satellite signal has lost tracking. JS voice came through. 17's speed remained high, continuing in pursuit of the direction where Charles exited the highway. They were not far from each other. After a dozen seconds, 17 saw the intersection and slammed on the brakes, reducing speed slightly as he charged down the road. Ahead, the taillights of 3 Mercedes Maybachs disappeared into the left turn at a traffic light intersection. Cancel left eye assistance. Having already caught up, 17 no longer needed the virtual route, as viewing things this way still had a significant impact on him. Okay, disconnect. 17's vision blurred as the virtual imagery vanished, and he surged after Charles' convoy. Moching's West District was a sprawling slum of low-rise tenements, their walls plastered with exaggerated graffiti and slogans. The quarter teemed with gang networks and idlers, making it the city's most crime-ridden district. Here firefights could erupt repeatedly in a single night. Even Moching's police, when alerted, avoided this area after dark. 17 slowed his vehicle considerably. Streetlights were scarce, pedestrians nearly invisible, and traffic pitifully thin. To avoid drawing Chersis' attention, he tailed the convoy from a respectful distance. Distant gunfire cracked and rattled. 17 paid it no mind, following Chersis' convoy as it twisted through the lanes. Suddenly, the last car in Chersis' convoy stopped at the curb and lay silent. 17's instincts kicked in. He altered course, leaving the tracking line and slipping into a narrow alley to the left. Jay? Here. Jay answered through the earpiece at once. I'm getting out to move. Their target should be the gang headquarters. Give me route guidance. Understood. 17 opened his small case and assembled the sniper rifle with swift, practiced hands. When the rifle was ready, 17 stepped from the car and scanned the alley mouth. Chersis' bodyguards had already gone, and the street lay deserted. He returned to the vehicle's side. He affixed a suppressor, mounted the rifle on the A6's trunk, and trained the barrel on a distant building. He steadied his breath, locked onto a corner near the roof, finger resting on the trigger. When the shot went, the thudding report slipped through the alleys despite the suppressor reverberating among the narrow lanes. After the shot, 17 made a minute adjustment in the scope. This was a new rifle. To be certain, he needed to familiarize and tune it first. Give me route guidance. After calibrating, 17 shouldered the rifle and darted along the shadowed facades, vanishing into darkness as he moved. Distance to target gang headquarters, 5 kilometers. In 500 meters, turn left. 17 carried several satellite beacons, so Jay could pinpoint him precisely without any ocular interface. The shot had alerted residents of figures began to gather at windows, peering out warily at the street below. Yet the road remained empty. 17's speed and the faint light made it easy for him to dissolve into shadow. Those who glimpsed a fleeting silhouette did not venture downstairs to investigate. Life is lived but once. In such chaotic precincts, people's first reflex upon hearing gunfire is to flee, not to gawk. He drew controlled breaths, an inhalation, a hiss, an exhale, carefully pacing himself. He did not sprint. He preserved his breathing rhythm, avoided lights and the occasional surveillance camera, and melted into the darkness like a phantom. Turn right ahead. After 1 kilometer, you will reach Chersis gang headquarters. Jay continued to feed him directions through the earpiece. 17 halted, cocooned in a recessed corner, and surveyed his surroundings with a cold, methodical gaze. The dossier he had reviewed at the hotel described Chersis headquarters as a 3-story factory converted into a compound. His primary plan favored a long-range shot at 1 kilometer, neither too near nor too far, so he needed a commanding vantage point. Not long after, he spotted a 7-story apartment block a few hundred meters away. Without hesitation, he sprinted for it. Jay, understanding his intent, fell silent, prepared to assist remotely when required. Approaching the building, 17 noticed a flare of lights at the intersection and the roar of engines. A motorcycle gang, the thought flashed through his mind. He ignored them and slipped inside the residential block. Outside, an AK unleashed a staccato of fire along the street. Shouts and the clatter of doors and windows closing rose from nearby buildings. The block had no elevator. 17 bounded up the stairwell. The presence of the bikers left the dim stairwell deserted. In less than a minute, he reached the rooftop. Down below, the gunfire never ceased, accompanied by hoarse shouts and curses. From the roof, he turned his gaze toward Chersis headquarters, only to find 2 other apartment blocks blocking the direct line of sight. Ignoring the battle beneath him, 17 raised his rifle and peered through the gap between the buildings with his eye pressed to the scope. Fortune favored him. He soon located Chersis' convoy. 3 Mercedes Maybachs were parked at the factory gate, and 4 bodyguards stood watch outside, armed with G36 assault rifles. The factory doors stood wide open. Through the scope, he could see a throng of moving figures on the first floor, though a scan revealed no sign of Chersis himself. He set the rifle down, slammed the rooftop door shut behind him, and moved to a wider vantage point, cradling the weapon on the concrete parapet. Cries and gunfire echoed below. Pleas of help, bursts of automatic fire, shouts to kill them. 17 half crouched on the rooftop, cloaked in shadow, sighting the distant factory with absolute stillness. Inside the factory, Chersis reclined in a second-floor room with a bikini-clad black woman in his arms. In the room with him was a white man. Each held a scantily dressed woman. Mr. Fayer, rest assured, my stock is purer than that filthy woman's, Chersis said, lifting a glass of red wine. His ferocity momentarily softened. Fayer wore a tailcoat, his blonde hair immaculate, a gentleman's smile fixed on his face, as if he were nobility. Chersis, I'm here chiefly to discuss price. If you can lower it somewhat, I am interested in establishing a long-term partnership, Fayer proposed, clinking glasses with a placid smile. Chersis protested, No, Fayer. My goods come directly from Galuin. The costs are astronomical. If you cut the price further, I won't turn a profit. He withdrew his hand from the woman's chest, and wagged a finger. I can handle massive quantities. My distribution is extensive. If you supply the goods, I will move them all. Fayer set down his glass and leaned back on the sofa, an air of confidence about him. Chersi hesitated. Fayer was a client he had coveted for a long time. He had expended great cost to reach this contact and wrest him away from that other woman. If he could secure Fayer's distribution, he could double his enterprise. Drop the original price by 10%, and he'll take all your stock, Fayer offered, throwing his card on the table. Chersi looked up and met Fayer's gaze. All of it? Yes. If you don't trust me, there's no point continuing. Fayer smiled, full of assuredness. Very well, it's a deal. Chersi lifted his glass, and the two men toasted, their smiles thin but satisfied. A kilometer away on the rooftop, 17 remained half-crouched and motionless, the scope still locked on the factory's main entrance. The street battle below had at some point subsided, leaving 7 or 8 bodies strewn and still waiting for someone to clear them away. A faint iron tang of blood hung in the air. Night had fallen, yet the streets of the western district of Mo City became lively. In just a few hours, 6 gunfights occurred, and there were even 2 car explosions. One can imagine how chaotic this district was. As time passed, the crosshairs of 17 never left the entrance of the distant factory. Boom! The roar of a car engine echoed from afar, and 17 glanced over. The cleaners had arrived, specifically tasked with clearing away the corpses. Before long, the bodies on the street below the building were removed, leaving behind patches of brownish red blood to inform the next day's passers-by of how many lives were lost here. As dawn approached, the factory in the distance finally stirred. 2 cars emerged from the darkness, heading toward the factory entrance, and 17 slightly adjusted his crosshairs to observe the situation. At this moment, Charles and Fayer walked down from the second floor, their arms around each other, flanked by bodyguards. Charles, next time I'll take you to my private club, let you experience a different world. Fayer's collar was somewhat disheveled, with faint lipstick marks visible on his neck. All right, brother, once my shipment arrives, I'll personally escort it over, and then we can have a good time together. Charles, whose fierce demeanor softened, displayed a knowing smile that men understand. Ah, good, I'll take my leave now. Oh, I need to rush back to Country M. All right, I'll arrange for someone to see you off. No need, my bodyguards are here. Don't worry, they are all top-notch experts. The two continued their conversation as they walked toward the factory's main entrance. A group of burly men who had been drinking on the first floor stood up. Charles raised his hand to signal them to continue drinking, while only 4 out of the 8 bodyguards approached, leaving the rest behind. In their minds, they were in their stronghold and felt no danger. The 4 approaching bodyguards were merely for show. At the entrance, Fayer's car had come to a stop. His driver and several bodyguards rushed over to open the rear door. He'll be off now, my brother. Looking forward to our next meeting. Goodbye. The two stood by the car, shaking hands. Just then, bang! Charles' head suddenly exploded, a spray of blood and brain matter erupting outward, while Fayer's hand remained clasped with Charles. Enemy attack. Long-range sniper, 9 o'clock. It wasn't until his bodyguard shouted, shoving Fayer into the car, that he snapped back to reality. Disregarding the blood on his face, he yelled at the driver ahead, "Go!" Boom! The sound of the sniper rifle pierced through the kilometer distance, reaching the factory entrance. Charles' bodyguard, looking at his corpse on the ground, finally snapped out of his stupor. Boom, boom! The engines of Fayer's 2 cars roared, drowning out the shouts of others as they quickly fled the scene, vanishing into the night. The boss is dead. A bodyguard in a black suit turned and shouted into the factory. A group of drinkers rushed out to see what was happening, mistakenly thinking Charles had been killed by Fayer, immediately drawing their guns in preparation for a fight. Sniper, long-range assassination. The bodyguard captain rushed over, seeing Charles' body with its head completely blown off, the surrounding walls splattered with blood, confirming he had been taken out by a sniper. Right, the sniper is at 9 o'clock. A bodyguard hiding behind a car pointed in 17's direction. Let's go pursue. The bodyguard captain immediately ran toward the car, jumped in, and started the engine, heading in 17's direction. The others exchanged glances, getting into their vehicles one after another to follow. They had to pursue. Charles was dead, but he had a son, and his son was still in Golan with considerable influence, making it easy for him to crush these bodyguards. The scene shifts back to 17. When Charles and Fayer emerged, it was already a death sentence for him. 17 chose the moment when Charles was least guarded, the time when he was most certain, that is when Charles stood still waiting for Fayer to leave. At this moment, Charles' body would certainly remain stationary for a brief period. When 17 saw the two shake hands in farewell, he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Through the scope, he clearly saw the target's head explode, the corpse collapsing to the ground. 17 confirmed the target was dead and immediately rose. He didn't even dismantle the sniper rifle, picking up the shell on the ground and directly hugging the sniper rifle as he turned and dashed toward the stairwell. Thump, thump, bang. Thump, thump, bang. The heavy footsteps echoed rhythmically in the stairwell. He adopted the fastest way to descend, leaping down 2 steps at a time, one hand on the railing while the other held the sniper rifle. Layer after layer, within 30 seconds after firing, he burst out of the residential building, sprinting down the street. Minutes later, 3 Mercedes Maybachs arrived at the scene, but by then 17 had already vanished into the darkness far from the location. Hiss. Breathless 17 returned to the alley where the A6 was parked. Whether it was luck or the alley's concealment, 17 had originally planned to flee this district, yet the A6 had remained untouched all night amidst the chaos. He opened the car door and started the engine. Vroom. The A6 quickly reversed out of the alley. In the distance, the streets were filled with the roar of engines, clearly indicating that Charless men were searching for 17. Z. Vroom. The A6 shot out, heading toward the streets outside the Western District. H. Received what assistance is needed. J and H1 in daylight, 1 in darkness, provide him service 24 hours a day. It must be said that the organization of Hell is exceedingly meticulous. Mission accomplished, target confirmed, killed. Receive. Withdrawal route. Leave the Western District. Do not enter the city center, head directly to the northern suburbs, where someone will assist you in handling the vehicle and firearms, arranging for your departure from Mo City. Okay. Half an hour later, a large number of thugs surged out of the Western District brandishing knives and guns, but by this time 17 had already left the range of the Western District, driving toward kilometer 28 in the northern suburbs. In a certain base of Hell, H sat in a small room rapidly typing on a keyboard. She was a black woman, her physique not as muscular as a combatant's, slightly plump, yet her hands were extraordinarily nimble, the screen on the computer constantly flickering. Minutes later, a video was saved and then sent out. 17's first mission completed, rated as elite level by the evaluators. This is HS evaluation of 17's mission. Within Hell, these guides also serve to assess the capabilities of trainees executing missions. Naturally, any trainee's level is determined after extensive evaluations, but her and JS assessments carry significant weight. In Hell, there are many levels from qualified excellent elite to top-notch ace, and so on. Every trainee just out of the training camp undergoes such level evaluations, with each level corresponding to vastly different benefits. In HSI's 17's first mission level reached elite status. As the sky gradually brightened, an A6 raced down the highway at an astonishing speed. Inside the car, 17 rested one hand against the door frame, steering with one hand, reminiscing about his very first mission in the truest sense. As for why he had to kill Charles, whether it was due to personal vendetta or business rivalry, 17 did not dwell on it. The Inferno assigned him a task, and all he needed to do was complete it, a philosophy instilled in them by every instructor in the training camps. 17 felt no discomfort or guilt. Throughout his life, the number of people who had died by his hand was no less than 800, if not 1,000. For him, killing a person was as trivial as stepping on an ant. He was merely reflecting on the entire process, pondering where he could improve, where he could act more efficiently and simply. Little did he know that with that first shot, 17 had truly embarked on his assassin career, beginning his legendary life. Years later, he would become a myth that made many powerful figures around the globe tremble in fear. After an hour of driving, 17 arrived in the northern suburbs of H. This area was also a slum, but slightly better than the West District, as there were fewer gangs here. However, it was still just a slight improvement, with robberies and murders rampant. In 3 kilometers ahead, turn right, and go straight for 1 kilometer. Someone will be waiting for you by the roadside. He will take you to a safe house. The voice of H came through the invisible earpiece. Okay, 17 replied indifferently. On the early morning road, there were very few vehicles and pedestrians. The common folks had yet to leave their homes, and the idle thugs were just returning to sleep, making this moment the most tranquil time in Mo City. Navigating through low-rise buildings, shanties were scattered everywhere with heaps of garbage by the roadside, emitting a foul stench. Before long, 17 reached the intersection mentioned by H and saw a woman with exposed attire and blonde hair, standing just over 170 centimeters tall, holding a white plastic bag. The A6 slowly stopped by the roadside. The woman, dressed in denim shorts and a white t-shirt, turned her head to scan the surroundings. Noticing no one else was paying attention, she walked straight over. Bang! The car door slammed shut, and a mix of perfume and cigarette smoke made 17 frown. He coldly regarded her, glancing at the plastic bag, which contained some food and bottled water. You can call me Lucy. Go straight for 500 meters, and then turn right. The woman smiled slightly at 17, pointing down the road ahead. Boom! The engine rumbled as 17 suppressed the urge to kick her out of the car and drove along the road. Turn right, go straight for 300 meters, then turn left. After a series of left and right turns, about 10 minutes later, they arrived beneath a dilapidated residential building. Up their 5th floor, 512. Lucy pulled out a rusty key from her chest and waved it at 17. He took it, unbuckled his seatbelt, and opened the car door to get out. Lucy followed him down, but walked straight towards the driver's seat. 17 did not leave immediately. Instead, he opened the rear driver's side door and pulled out the sniper rifle. Click, click. He ejected the bullets from the chamber and removed the magazine, taking all the bullets with him before closing the car door and turning towards the nearby rundown staircase. Hey, if you need anything, you can find me. Lucy called out to 17 from the driver's seat, extending her hand to pass the plastic bag. 17 glanced at it while standing still, accepted it, and turned to walk toward the staircase. Only when 17's figure disappeared into the staircase did Lucy start the car and leave the area, dialing a number on her phone as she drove. Vehicle received, firearms received. Only the sniper rifle, and he took the bullets with him. All right. After hanging up the phone, Lucy quickly vanished into the northern suburbs, needing to handle the car and the firearms. This was her task and job as an outer member of the Inferno. Once inside the staircase, 17 did not head straight up, but instead walked to the corner on the second floor, hiding there to observe the A6 outside. Only after the A6 completely disappeared from his sight did 17 look up at the stairwell and begin to ascend. The building housed many common folks with a dozen households on each floor, creating a complex environment. The entire staircase was littered with garbage, and certain floors emanated a pungent odor. Clang, Norman, get up. Noises gradually filled the residential building. Room 512 was not far from the staircase. 17 listened at the door, then looked around, took out the key, and unlocked the door. Creak, the metal door emitted a grinding sound. Stepping inside, he quickly scanned the entire room. The entrance led into a small living room combined with a kitchen featuring a row of wooden sofas against the wall near the door, a wooden table, and a countertop near the window. To the left was a bathroom, and to the right was a small bedroom. 17 entered to take a look and found only a small single bed and a wardrobe. Every piece of furniture was covered in a layer of dust, and there was a musty smell in the room, indicating that it had clearly been unoccupied for a long time. He reached for a wooden chair by the table and placed it at the door, then moved the table in front of the door to block it. Next, he walked over to the window to survey the outside, then scanned around the surrounding high-rise buildings in search of a sniper point. Swish! After taking a look, 17 opened the window slightly to let in some fresh air before pulling down the curtains. Knock, knock, knock. Mark, let's go. If we don't leave soon, we'll be late. A shout came from outside. 17 gently lifted the blanket on the bed to avoid stirring up the dust on the surface. Sitting on the bed, he took out the food and water from the plastic bag. I'm here. Can I trust her? 17 scrutinized a bottle of mineral water. You can trust her. Lucy is an outer member of the organization and has served for 5 years without any negative records. Moreover, no one knows your identity and whereabouts, including the mission you executed last night. HS assurance came through the earpiece. All right. 17 carefully examined the bottle of mineral water, ensuring there was no wax seal. He squeezed the bottle, and as the water was compressed, he inspected the entire bottle, finding no droplets. Despite HS assurances, he still conducted a thorough check. As an assassin, his years of training made it impossible for him to trust a stranger he had only met once. Once he confirmed the water was fine, 17 twisted off the cap and took a sip to moisten his throat. He then carefully examined the vacuum-sealed bread and canned food in the plastic bag, ensuring there were no issues before beginning to eat and regain his strength. I'm taking a break. Okay. After finishing his meal, he drew out the dagger and gun from his lower back, holding them in his hands, lying back on the bed and closing his eyes. In a certain base of hell, the same hall, the same glass room, 20 men and women sat inside, each with at least one computer in front of them. Some even had 2 or 3. The sound of keyboards clattering was incessant, occasionally accompanied by a few shadows picking up phones to speak in hushed tones. In the far right room, a man wearing frameless glasses sat in front of a computer where a chat box was open on the screen. Dear Mrs. EC, your order with our company has been completed. Please verify the delivery and proceed with the final payment. Received. The final payment will be made within 5 minutes. Okay. Not long after, a message arrived in the chat box once again. Payment completed. Thank you for your trust. Mrs. EC, you are a silver member of our company. We will maintain strict control over your information. If you upgrade to a gold member, our company will monitor your identity in real time on the dark web. If we learn that someone intends to harm you, we will alert you in advance. Thank you. How much more do I need to spend to reach gold member status? The man quickly switched screens on his computer and queried the internal network system. You have spent $3 million with our company. To reach gold member status, you need to spend another $2 million. To reach platinum member status, a total expenditure of $10 million is required. To reach diamond member status, a total expenditure of $50 million is required. Is the highest level diamond member then? No, there is a black diamond member above requiring $100 million in spending. Additionally, our company's esteemed supreme member, whose status is equivalent to that of senior management, requires an investment of $1 billion into the organization. After sending this information, the other party remained silent for a long time. After a quiet wait, just as the man thought the other party had gone offline and was preparing to communicate with other clients, the other party sent another message. Target for bounty: Charles Illy, Charles Hill, Charles Miller. Please provide me with a quote. Okay, please wait. I will give you a quote in half an hour. The man quickly typed a response and then forwarded the message to his superiors. His superiors sent the message to the intelligence department, quickly querying information about the 3 individuals on the dark web. In just over 10 minutes, the man received a response from his superior. Charles Miller, male, 29 years old, currently located in Bogeo City, G country, controlling the source of goods for his father, Charles Weffer. Security level is A with a quote of $500,000. Charles Illy, female, 49 years old, currently located in New City, M country, wife of Charles Weffer, security level B, $200,000. Charles Hill, female, 26 years old, currently located in New City, M country, daughter of Charles Weffer, security level B, $200,000. After sending the information to the other party, the man began to wait for their reply. This time he did not have to wait long, as the other party quickly responded. Place the order. Okay, please pay 70% of the deposit, and we will arrange personnel to take care of your concerns as soon as possible. Within 3 days. The time is a bit tight. We suggest giving you a response in 7 days. 3 days? Ew, I want Charles Miller to disappear within 3 days. All right, but the amount will double. No problem, I will pay the deposit now. Okay. 17 stayed in this safe house for 3 consecutive days. For 3 days, besides going downstairs every morning to pick up food brought by Lucy, he did not go out. Huff, huff, huff. 17 was bare-chested, using one hand to support himself on the ground while doing fingertip push-ups. His push-ups were different from those of an average person, with the difficulty increased by more than double. His thumbs to pinkies would perform push-ups with 2 fingers at a time, completing 100 as one set. 17's face and body were covered in beads of sweat, and a puddle had formed on the floor beneath him. Damn it, you poor bastards. If I come back tomorrow without getting the money, I'll kick all of you out. Outside, a group of thugs were shouting. They came to collect rent, and almost came every day, but they had never knocked on 17's door. Perhaps they did not know someone was inside, or maybe Lucy had paid the rent in full at once. After completing a set of push-ups, 17 got up from the ground. He walked to the wall, supported himself with both hands, stretched his shoulders and waist, and did a handstand. Once stable, 17 retracted one hand and balanced on one hand upright in the center of the room. The muscles in his shoulders and back tensed, and his arms began to bend slightly downwards. After 50 repetitions up and down, 17 switched to the other hand and continued the same motion. Sweat dripped down his skin, pooling on the ground beneath his chin. After working out his arms, waist, back, and legs, 17 nearly exercised every muscle in his body within this small room. This was his daily routine. Such training was merely a warm-up for him. 17 had ingrained this habit into his very bones. He had to maintain peak physical condition, even if he lacked the means to train. 17. A voice called out from the earpiece. 17 stopped his movements, got up, and walked to the bed, picking up a bottle of mineral water to take a small sip. Task: target Charles' son, Charles Miller, male, 29 years old, currently located in Bogeo City, G country, controlling the source of goods for his father, Charles Weffer. Security level is A. Okay. 17 picked up a towel and walked towards the bathroom. This task may be a bit tight. You only have 3 days. I have already contacted Lucy to arrange for you to leave the city, and transportation routes are also being arranged. Okay. Turning on the shower, cold water poured down from above. The position of the target is more chaotic than Mo City. What equipment do you need? I will report it now. Jay spoke while typing on the keyboard. Does the target have armored vehicles? Previously, while reviewing Charles Weffer's information, there was a part that mentioned his son, so 17 also had some basic understanding. According to current intelligence, the target has a military George Patton bulletproof level unknown, a Humvee H1 a bulletproof level unknown, and 3 Land Rovers. Sniper rifle Barrett M82 A1, 5 armor-piercing rounds, 5 regular rounds. Beretta pistol, 4 full magazines, and a dagger. Without waiting for Jay to finish, 17 spoke up while showering. Do you need a bulletproof vest? No need. All right. 17 wiped the water droplets off his body, then got dressed and sat on the chair waiting patiently. After a few minutes, 17 Lucy will be downstairs in 3 minutes, and the travel itinerary to Bogeo City has been arranged for you. The equipment you need will be sent to you after you arrive. 17 stood up and approached the door, listening intently to the sounds outside. He then opened the door and stepped out. At the end of the corridor, a black woman had just opened her door. 17 pressed down his hat brim and quickly walked into the stairwell. In the corridor, some long-term residents watched 17 with a mix of curiosity and vigilance. After 17 descended the stairs, he walked straight to the roadside where a Ford sedan was approaching in the distance. For the past 3 days, Lucy had been driving this car to deliver daily necessities to 17. At this moment, 4 or 5 punks emerged from the corner of the residential building, their bodies covered in tattoos, as they approached 17. Hey brothers, look over there, there's a yellow-skinned guy. Some black and white individuals held a slight discriminatory attitude toward the yellow-skinned people, as in this world, a yellow-skinned ethnicity tends to bow down wherever they go, leading some blacks and whites to perceive them as somewhat servile. Let's go check it out. A group quickly approached. 17 glanced at them, but ignored them. At that moment, Luce's car had already arrived. 17 walked over and opened the car door to get in. Hey, there's a blonde beauty, stop right there. Lucy's appearance might not be exceptionally striking, but her golden hair certainly caught the eye. 4 or 5 punks ran over and blocked the front of the car. One black guy even slapped the Ford's hood several times. Both 17 and Lucy frowned. "Hi handsome guys, could you step aside? We're in a hurry." Lucy leaned out and smiled at the group. "Kiss me." A guy with messy dreadlocks grinned as he approached, shifting their attention from 17 to Lucy, as a beauty always attracts more attention than a man. "How about another day? We're really in a hurry today." Lucy maintained her smile, while 17, sitting beside her, had grown somewhat impatient. No, right now, kiss us and you can go." "Ha." The 2 guys at the car's front simultaneously pointed to their crotches, making a lewd gesture. The group laughed unabashedly. "Fuck off." Lucy's expression darkened immediately as she pulled out a gun from the car's storage compartment and shouted at them. "Put down the gun, fucker." Lucy's action caused 4 or 5 people to step back, simultaneously reaching for their waists, and after running a few meters they were about to turn back. 17 had been keeping an eye on them. From their walking posture, he could tell that this group had guns tucked at their waists. Just as their arms reached for their waists, 17 struck. Bang, bang, bang. In less than 2 seconds, 5 shots rang out. The 5 punks scattered around the vehicle fell to the ground, almost simultaneously motionless. Lucy looked over at 17, her hand still gripping the gun, startled by his actions. In just 2 seconds, almost in the blink of an eye, 5 people had their heads blown off with no chance to resist. "Let's go." 17 remained calm in his seat, not even moving. Oh. Lucy put the gun aside, shifted gears, pressed the gas pedal, and the Ford quickly sped away. The gunfire caused quite a commotion around, but as the Ford sped off, some bolder individuals began to run over. "Fuck. Hurry." These people quickly rummaged through the corpses, snatching the guns from their hands and the cash and jewelry from their pockets. Inside the car, 17 leaned back in his seat, utterly still, as if he were asleep. "I need to report to my superiors to help us deal with the corpses we just killed." Lucy cautiously spoke as she drove onto the highway. At that moment, JS' voice came through 17's earpiece. 17, tell Lucy it's unnecessary, I've already arranged it. No need, someone is already handling it. 17 replied coolly. Oh, okay. Lucy paused for a moment, then realized putting the phone down and focusing on driving. She was indeed startled by 17. Though she had hosted assassins from the organization before, none were like 17. Ordinary people would have no time to react to 17's sudden strike, let alone fight back. His cold demeanor and decisive actions were entirely different from those she had encountered before, almost on another level. Previously, during their interactions, she had occasionally joked with 17 and even left him notes. Although 17 ignored her, she didn't think much of it, but now reflecting on it, her actions felt foolish, causing her to break into a cold sweat. 17, there's a change in plans. Your flight has been canceled. You need to head to a small private airport in the outskirts of the Southern District immediately. I will send the route to your eye implant projection. A small plane will be ready to take you out in an hour. Okay. Before long, 17th left. I began to connect to the server. After a few seconds, a route map appeared. Stop. 17 turned to Lucy and said, Huh. Lucy looked puzzled as she had received orders to take 17 to the international airport in Mo City. The itinerary has changed. I'll drive. Oh, okay. Lucy couldn't argue on the busy highway, signaling and moving to the far right lane. Beep. Various honks sounded as 17 opened the car door and got out while Lucy climbed into the passenger seat. Boom. The Ford's engine let out a deep roar and surged forward. Lucy gripped the handle, buckled her seatbelt, and watched the increasing speed, wanting to say something, but hesitating. The car sped up, overtaking one vehicle after another, gradually reaching a speed of 160 kilometers per hour. Lucy was numb, as she never expected the second-hand junk car she bought could maintain such speed. Finally, she closed her eyes, resigning herself to fate. The road conditions in Mo City were terrible, and their distance from the small private airport was considerable, so 17 had to accelerate to save time. According to JS real-time traffic updates, 17 finally arrived at the destination after an hour, a desolate small airport on the outskirts of Mo City. The small airport had a dirt runway less than 2 kilometers long with a light propeller plane parked at the beginning of the runway. There was no terminal, just a small shack with 7 or 8 men carrying AKs guarding it, and the entire airport was surrounded by barbed wire. What are you here for? 17 parked the car, and a few guards rushed over with their guns. To take a flight. 17 replied, indifferently, pointing at the plane at the start of the runway. Stand still, we need to confirm something. A black man wearing a tilted hat told 17 and Lucy, then pulled out a satellite phone from his waist and dialed. Boss, they've arrived, 1 male and 1 female. Okay. After a brief communication, the black man waved at the two. I'll head back now. Lucy whispered to 17. 17 nodded, stepping forward to follow the guards into the airport. Lucy took a deep breath, suppressing her urge to say something. Once she saw 17 enter the airport, she opened the car door, started the engine, and quickly left. At the start of the runway was a CTLS light sport aircraft, which was a bestseller in the light aircraft category in Europe and America, boasting high safety features and good handling. This aircraft is 6 meters long, has a wingspan of 5 meters, and a height of 3 meters, making it very compact with only 2 seats, the pilot and co-pilot. However, it can cruise at a speed of 240 kilometers per hour and has a maximum range of 1,600 kilometers. 17 entered the cockpit, and the pilot wearing sunglasses greeted him, extending his arm. "Hi, brother, I'm Mason." 17 nodded, not shaking his hand as he picked up the headset next to him. Seeing 17's cold demeanor, Mason retracted his arm with a pout. "Hurry up, we need to leave." Outside the plane, the black man in the tilted hat shouted at Mason. Okay, we're taking off soon." Mason started the plane's engine, and the propeller at the front began to spin rapidly. Whoosh! The aircraft began to taxi on the runway, while 17 leaned back in his seat, silently observing Mason's maneuvers. After a brief bump, the plane slowly lifted off the ground, flying into the sky with a whooshing sound. Charles Miller was quite young Caucasian, standing over 1 meter 80, slightly plump, and at not yet 30, he was a local big brother and a wealthy man in Bow City. He had a deep connection with a general from the Amazon region of Country G. Of course, all of this was due to his father, Charles Wifeur. After graduating from university, he was brought to Bow City by his father, who personally handed over the business here to him. At this moment, Miller was extremely furious, the reason being that the news of his father being shot in the head reached his ears. "Damn it, you bunch of useless fools, it's been 3 days, and you haven't found the murderer. What did my father hire you for?" In the luxurious villa, Miller smashed everything on the table to pieces, cursing into the satellite phone. "Boss, we really tried our best. The opponent is a professional assassin, and there are no clues left behind. I don't care. If I return to Mo City in 3 days without the murderer's corpse, none of you will escape." With that, Miller slammed the satellite phone down on the table, shattering it to pieces. "Hi, boss." A suited bodyguard turned and walked over. "Has General Beak replied yet?" "If there's no reply, arrange a plane for me. I need to return to Mo City to deal with the mess over there, or else we will soon lose our territory, and then there will be nowhere to sell our goods." Miller was very angry. He received the call the morning after his father's death, but he had an important meeting with General Beak, so he couldn't just leave or wait. He paced back and forth in the living room, several times managing to suppress his anger. His father was already dead, which was an unchangeable fact, but he still had his mother and sister alive, along with a pile of business matters that needed to be handled. They replied saying, "General Beak is very suspicious of whether we have the capability to take on his goods." "Fuck." With a bang, before the bodyguard finished speaking, Miller kicked the table in front of him over in anger. "Go get a satellite phone." "Yes." In a short while, the bodyguard returned with the satellite phone. Miller took the phone and walked upstairs. About half an hour later, Miller changed into a new suit, and his expression returned to calm. "Tygo, tell them to get ready to depart. Bring all the gear. We're going straight into the mountains this time." "Yes, boss." The bodyguard quickly left to gather his partners and prepare the equipment and vehicles. General Bake's territory was far away in the Amazon mountains, several hundred kilometers from Bow City, so they needed to prepare for a while before heading out, as they could only drive there and no one dared to take a helicopter to those generals' territories. At this moment, 17, having left Mo City on a light aircraft, flew for 8 hours and entered Cuban waters. Then he switched to a commercial flight from Cuba to Bow City. 3 hours later, 17 exited the airport in Bow City. This mission had a time limit of only 72 hours, and it had taken him about 13 hours to rush over from Mo City. 17. According to the latest intelligence, the target has left Bow City and is heading to the Amazon mountains by car. The Amazon mountains. 17 stood in a corner watching the stream of vehicles on the street, not far away. There are no surveillance cameras over there. The bounty on him doesn't reach the level to deploy satellites. We can only confirm the target's last disappearance route based on his convoy indicating he went to General Bake's territory. Jay was continuously tapping away on the keyboard, providing 17 with maximized intelligence information. "Good. I need to change my equipment." "Sure, go ahead." For the sniper rifle, use the Barrett with 10 armor-piercing rounds and 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle, with 5 magazines, 2 handguns with 4 magazines, 2 daggers, a full set of jungle combat gear, a flashlight, fire source, a 3-day food supply, a small medical kit, and a 4-wheel drive vehicle. 17 quickly listed the equipment he needed. 17, your equipment will take some time to gather. How long? 2 hours. Okay, please wait a moment. 17 leaned against the corner, remaining still in the blind spot of the camera, quietly watching the street in the distance, patiently waiting. The Amazon is a world-renowned rainforest, vast in area, spanning 8 countries in South America. The famous Amazon River flows across from one side of South America to the other. The second training camp where 17 stayed in hell was located deep within the vast Amazon rainforest, though he didn't know the exact location. Deep in this rainforest, aside from a very few primitive tribes, no modern person could survive more than 3 days inside. Even someone like 17, who had undergone long-term training there, couldn't guarantee that he would survive. Because he was very familiar with this forest, he also understood how terrifying it was deep within the rainforest. Fortunately, the target's destination this time was only on the outskirts of the rainforest and did not venture deep inside, so 17 still felt somewhat confident. 17, your equipment is ready. You can now drive to the outskirts of Bo City, receive the equipment there, and head out directly. I will send you the address. After nearly 2 hours, he received his equipment. He lifted his foot and walked to the roadside, hailing a taxi. Following the directions, he left the airport. In the taxi, the driver greeted him, but 17 remained silent, ignoring the driver. The young man noticed this and also fell silent, continuously observing 17 through the rearview mirror. However, wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, the driver couldn't discern anything. An hour later, 17 arrived at the location, tossed a dollar bill, and got out of the car. The young man examined the dollar bill carefully, put away the handgun that was pressed against his thigh, and drove away. Walk 300 meters ahead, turn right. There's a Toyota off-road vehicle behind that farmhouse. Okay. Due to the rush, this vehicle is a civilian version, and it's not modified, not bulletproof. Behind the dilapidated house, a Toyota Prado, about 60 to 70% new, was parked against the wall. 17 walked over, stood by the car, and looked around, but found no one else. He pulled the door handle, and it was unlocked. Climbing into the driver's seat, 17 immediately checked the interior. The key was in the ignition, and the equipment he needed was on the back seat. After finding nothing unusual, 17 jumped out of the car, circled around it, checked the tires and the condition of the vehicle, then lay down and inspected the undercarriage, finding no remote explosives or other dangers before re-entering the car. Back in the car, 17 checked the equipment and food in the backseat, then changed into a brand new set of jungle combat gear, placing the handgun and dagger magazines at his waist, the automatic rifle in the passenger seat, and he did not adjust the sniper rifle as it wasn't the right time yet. He started the engine. Viru. The engine roared to life, and 17 glanced at the fuel tank, which was already full. The route map ahead on the left, I marked the last disappearance point of the target convoy. The Prado traversed the muddy dirt road, bouncing violently over the numerous potholes. However, the speed of 17 remained above 80 kilometers per hour, and it surged past 100 as soon as the road conditions improved slightly. The target Miller's convoy had disappeared from the last surveillance for 8 hours. 17 needed to hurry, thus there were essentially no stops along the way as he pressed on relentlessly. According to JS intelligence, General Bake's territory was over 400 kilometers away from Bo City. Moreover, 17 had to abandon the car and proceed on foot at the outskirts of the enemy's territory. If he drove boldly into their land, he would be at risk of facing an RPG at any moment. Under JS guidance, after 5 hours of continuous jolting, 17 arrived at the last known location of the target convoy. He was now close to General Bake's territory. Just a few kilometers ahead, crossing a mountain hollow, he would officially enter the domain of General Bake, where there was a checkpoint that vehicles could not pass. 17. For safety, Sake, you need to proceed on foot from here. JS reminder came through the earpiece. It had already been 21 hours since 17 received the mission. Understood. 17 steered the car into the nearby jungle. Although the Prado was not modified, its off-road capabilities ranked among the best for civilian SUVs, particularly the South American version. Boom. The vehicle crashed through the underbrush in the mountains, stopping several hundred meters off the small path. 17 jumped out of the car and scanned the surroundings. The trees here were not excessively dense, but were plentiful enough to provide decent concealment. Additionally, given the remote rainforest and General Bake's influence, few outsiders ventured into this area. Spending half an hour, 17 used his dagger to clear a significant amount of branches and weeds around, covering the vehicle. This way, unless one approached closely, no one would be able to tell that a car was hidden here. After completing this task, he followed the tire tracks made by the Prado to conceal the traces, erasing them all the way back to the dirt road. As for the tracks on the dirt road, General Bake's subordinates frequently drove through here, so 17 didn't need to worry about them. Returning to the side of the Prado, 17 slung the 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle over his shoulder, then opened the rear door to retrieve the sniper rifle. The Barrett M82A1, a sniper rifle aptly named a cannon, is also known as an anti-material sniper rifle using the large caliber 12.799 ammunition. The armor-piercing rounds are particularly devastating, capable of penetrating steel plates. A one-shot can tear a body in half, with limbs flying in all directions if it hits. Typically used on the battlefield for long-range attacks against light armored vehicles, helicopters, fighter jets, on the tarmac, fuel tanks, radars, and other high-value military targets. Barrett M82A1. Are there any satellite images of the surrounding mountains? 17 placed food and various magazines in a small pouch on his chest. He didn't take a bulletproof vest, as in their view such items were a burden, incapable of stopping the power of a long-range sniper rifle, only effective against lesser handgun fire in close combat. However, at close range, people like 17 found that bulletproof vests hindered their movement and evasion, making them cumbersome. Yes, I will send it to you right away. Although the payment for this mission wasn't enough for Hell to deploy satellites for monitoring, simple photographic reconnaissance was still feasible. Before long, several images of the mountainous area were transmitted over. 17 stood still, closing his right eye to carefully examine the terrain of the mountains, including the location of General Bake's main base, which was marked on the images. Soon after, 17 noted the key points from several images and began searching for a sniper's vantage point along the necessary routes. Help me mark the essential paths for entering and exiting the mountains. All right. Taking advantage of the pause, 17 embraced the brand new Barrett, disassembled the firearm, and then reassembled it. Once assembled, he rested it on the hood and aimed towards the distance. Boom. The massive gunshot echoed through the forest, sending various animals scattering in panic as a shell ejected around half the size of a palm. 17 adjusted the scope in front of him and aimed once more at the distance. Boom. 17 made further adjustments, then locked the settings, cradling the sniper rifle in his arms. Done. A map marked with various routes was sent over. 17 examined it seriously, and after a while he identified the best sniping position in his mind. Disconnect. All right. With a flash, the ocular membrane over his left eye severed its link. Holding the sniper rifle, 17 began to run into the forest, hastening towards the selected ambush location. At the moment when 17 was calibrating the Barrett to fire several kilometers away in a mountain hollow, a group of armed personnel rushed out from wooden huts made of tree trunks. Although they were all dressed in tattered clothes and shoes, each carried an AK or submachine gun with a large number of grenades hanging at their waists. Where did the gunfire come from? That's the sound of a sniper rifle. Commander, it should be coming from the south at a considerable distance. A soldier on duty reported to his captain, pointing in the direction where 17 was located. However, since it was quite far, the leader of the armed personnel was also deliberating whether to send someone to investigate. Commander, I estimate it's hunters, who, judging by the sound, they're at least 5 kilometers away from us. Just as the captain hesitated, someone below chimed in. Moreover, firing twice in succession, that person's marksmanship is truly poor. They probably missed. Hee, I didn't expect. Your marksmanship is decent, and your brain works well too. Go bring me some game. Next time I will speak a few good words for you to the general and make you a squad leader. The leader chuckled, patting his subordinate on the shoulder. Yes. The subordinate, gun in hand, led 2 others scampering into the forest. The dark clouds in the sky gradually gathered. Once the torrential rains of the rainforest began, they would last day and night. As 17 ran through the forest, he furrowed his brow, calculating the time. It was precisely at the onset of the Amazon's rainy season, the weather he least wanted to see. Increasing his running speed while carrying the sniper rifle, his destination was nearly 20 kilometers away from where the Prado was parked, deep within General Bake's territory. This was inevitable, based on the satellite images and route markings. The intersection of 3 paths into and out of the mountains meant that regardless of which route the target took out, they would pass through this junction, making it the optimal sniping position. Avoiding 2 sparse sentry posts, 17 pressed on, without stopping, climbing over a peak and circumventing 2 rivers. After nearly 5 hours as night fell, he finally approached the position he had chosen. The night gradually deepened into darkness. Various small animals in the forest began to emerge in search of prey. A massive Amazonian green anaconda with a neck as thick as an adult's thigh lay in a small ditch. It is the apex predator of the Amazon rainforest, the pinnacle of the food chain. The rainy season was approaching, and it needed to hunt enough food to return to its nest soon. The murky river water combined with the yellowing leaves provided it with perfect camouflage. Shoo! Snap! A faint sound came from the woods. The anaconda slightly raised its head, hidden beneath the dry leaves, its cold eyes gazing in the direction of the sound, its forked tongue flicking out continuously to sense the surrounding creatures. A heat source entered its sensing range, a human and adult. This was its best meal, enough to sustain it for a long time, and its size could easily swallow a full-grown person. A figure approached, the forked tongue flicking out incessantly, its cold gaze fixated on the gradually approaching prey. 10 meters. 8 meters. 5 meters. Entering its attack range, the seemingly bloated body of the anaconda tightened in the murky river water, its muscles enabling it to possess terrifying constriction abilities. Any creature ensnared by it would surely become its meal. 17 suddenly froze in place, not daring to move his foot that had just stepped forward. Danger. Extreme danger caused every hair on 17's body to stand on end. 2 decades of training had honed his sensitivity to danger to its peak. He dared not make any sudden movements, even regulating his breathing to be as quiet as possible. He knew the hidden predator was locking onto him. Any sign of movement would lead to deadly peril. Huff. Regulating his breath, discerning the source of the threat, 17 slowly sheathed his dagger back to his thigh and gradually gripped the handle of his handgun, feeling slightly more at ease. The impenetrable darkness enveloped the entire rainforest. To remain concealed, 17 did not turn on his flashlight. His nose twitched slightly, detecting a faint fishy odor in the humid air. Snake species. Anaconda. These two terms surfaced in 17's mind. In the Amazon rainforest, the most dangerous snake was undoubtedly the giant anaconda capable of easily swallowing an adult whole. Tick-tock, pitter-patter. Raindrops fell from the sky through the leaves. 17 did not dare to move while the hidden anaconda maintained its posture ready to strike at any moment. A standoff between man and snake. Time slowly passed. The rain intensified and 17 began to feel anxious. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for him. The environment was pitch black and the rain was pouring down like a torrential downpour. No matter how strong he was in such conditions against the rainforest's anaconda predator, he was inherently at a disadvantage. Pitter-patter. The dense raindrops relentlessly pounded on the leaves and then drenched 17, making him feel as if he were soaked through. 17 knew he could wait no longer. The long trek had already drained much of his stamina, and with the pitch darkness and the interference of rain, continuing to wait would spell certain death. He slowly drew his handgun with his right hand. His right foot lifted off the ground, and 17 planned to retreat. As he moved, the hidden anaconda suddenly raised its head, its muscles tense, propelling its upper body forward. Mouth wide open, it lunged at 17's left side. In a split second, 17's instinctive reaction saved his life. He pushed off the ground and lunged to the right. Simultaneously, he raised his handgun, aiming into the darkness. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunfire was drowned out by the heavy rain. Through the flames produced at the muzzle, 17's pupils constricted. The anaconda was enormous, its gaping maw capable of swallowing him whole. With no hesitation, 17 rolled quickly as he fell to the ground. Bang! The sound of air rushing filled the air as the anaconda's tail struck the spot where 17 had fallen. Cold sweat broke out on 17's already drenched back. If he had been just a moment slower and been hit by the anaconda's tail, he would have been quickly ensnared, leaving him no chance of survival. Getting back to his feet, 17 did not linger. He kicked off against the tree trunk and lunged forward. Pitter-patter. The dry branches on the ground snapped under pressure, revealing the massive form of the anaconda, its body nearly matching the waistline of an adult. With such a size, it could easily swallow not just a person, but even a black caiman. Damn. Hiss. Huff. Hiss, huff. 17 had always looked down upon cursing, believing it to be a sign of weakness, but at this moment, he couldn't help but mutter a curse as he ran and unfastened his Barrett, tossing it into the underbrush. Rat-a-tat-tat. He quickly fired his $416 Hong Kong assault rifle at the rear. A barrage of bullets struck the underbrush, snapping it in half, yet the anaconda charged at him like a primal beast, causing the surrounding foliage to fall in its wake. Click. After finishing a magazine, 17 quickly stood up and ran backward, pulling out the flashlight and swiftly attaching it below the barrel of his assault rifle, turning it on. But at that moment, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within him. 17 did not hesitate and turned to leap toward a nearby tree. Thump. A tail struck the ground. The speed of the anaconda was too fast. Just as 17 raised his gun, the anaconda's gaping maw was almost upon him under the flashlight's beam. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. A torrent of bullets rained down on its head. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The anaconda's body writhed continuously, bursts of blood spraying from its mouth as bullets pierced through its back, the intense pain causing it to collapse into the underbrush, flattening a patch of grass. Huff. Hiss. Leaning against the tree, 17 looked at the nearly 10-meter-long anaconda, gasping heavily. From the moment the anaconda launched its attack until now, only 30 seconds had passed. In this brief time, he had faced multiple life-threatening moments. Any slight miscalculation in his speed or judgment could have resulted in him becoming the anaconda's meal today. Raising his gun, he shone the light on the anaconda's head, which had been blown open. The pungent odor was washed away by the rain, and the massive body continued to writhe. This anaconda could still survive for at least a few hours before succumbing. 17 clutched his assault rifle and turned back, ignoring the anaconda. He returned to the spot where he had dropped his sniper rifle, retrieved the Barrett, and turned to head toward the nearby hillside, which was his chosen sniping location. The rain continued to pour relentlessly, and 17's body was ice-cold, yet he had no choice. He could no longer afford to hide his figure. The darkness combined with the heavy rain made it nearly impossible to move. He turned on his flashlight, wrapped it in his clothing to soften the light, and ran up to the top of the small hill. Pitter-patter. Reaching a large tree, the dense leaves blocked some of the rain, and 17 looked down the hillside. A few faint lights shone brightly in the darkness. These were the sentries set up by General Beak at the intersection of 3 roads, with a dozen wooden cabins built at the center of the junction. Anyone coming or going would have to pass through here. The heavy rain drowned out the sound of the generator below. 17 turned off his flashlight, stripped off his soaked clothing, and wrung out the water. After eating some energy bars to replenish his strength and putting on dry clothes, 17 began searching for the best sniping position in the area. The rain fell heavier, as if the sky had been opened like a floodgate. The dim lights below appeared like guiding beacons swaying in the ocean. 17 found a lush tree and climbed up, curling up among the leaves to avoid being washed away by the rain. As time passed, 17's body grew increasingly cold. The heavy rain posed significant troubles for 17, and it was certain that the target would not emerge tonight. With such downpour, Charles would have to be mentally challenged to risk venturing out. Leaning against the tree trunk, 17 closed his eyes, enduring the encroaching chill. However, the heavy rain also brought him some advantages. Many predators in the rainforest had to hide in their nests under such weather, which was good news for 17. In the dead of night, the rain eased slightly. What time is it? 17 asked softly. It's 1:27 a.m. 17, do you need me to keep you company? Since 17 entered the mountains, H had only spoken when necessary, understanding the harsh environment 17 was in. Chatting could help keep 17's spirits up and maintain his mental alertness. No need. 17 declined, curling up on the branch, silently enduring the loneliness and cold. Years of training had made him accustomed to enduring various harsh environments. Lurking and waiting were fundamental qualities of a professional assassin, and 17 had excelled in this aspect under Black Mamba's training. In the pitch-black rainforest, apart from the sound of rain, there was no other noise. As the time approached the darkest moment before dawn, the rain in the sky finally began to cease. 17 let out a long breath. The eastern sky gradually revealed a hint of light. Dawn was arriving. At this moment, only a light drizzle floated in the sky. Deep in the rainforest, a large military camp lay with Charles' 4 off-road vehicles parked in an open area. Be careful, don't get it wet, the captain of Charles' bodyguard shouted at several laborers dressed in tattered clothes. The emaciated laborers carried tightly packed plastic bags to load onto the vehicles, while Charles' bodyguards carefully counted and stood guard. As the sky brightened, the goods were all prepared. The 4 off-road vehicles shared a ton of cargo, a reward from Charles' personal visit to General Beek. With the dawn, the military camp began to bustle with activity. Armed personnel in camouflage uniforms started their new day. Kill. In the open area, hundreds of armed personnel were engaged in routine training, while several of Charles' bodyguards stood by the vehicles watching the trainees with disdain. Boss, can they really defend such a large territory? A bodyguard whispered to his captain. Shut up, idiot. The captain turned his head, glaring fiercely at him, and muttered a reprimand. Just then, the door of a nearby wooden house was pushed open, and Charles Miller stepped out, yawning. Ty, are you ready? Boss, everything is loaded. Wait for me to get down, and we will head back immediately. Charles Miller had originally intended to return yesterday, but the downpour forced him to stay the night. After all, the way out of the mountains was not easy. Miller, my brother, are you going back to Bow City today? A young man in oversized shorts emerged from another house, shouting towards Miller. Yes, Major General. Miller tossed aside a towel he had used to wipe his face, smiling as he approached. They'll go out with you shortly. It's boring in this desolate place. The city is much more fun. The young man was in his 20s with slightly curly brown hair, standing just over 1.7 meters tall. Does the general agree to let you go out? I told my father last night that I would go out with you, play for a few days, and then come back, and he agreed. All right, when we get to Bow City, we'll take you out to have some fun. Miller wore a knowing smile. While his status in Bow City was not the highest, he was still quite prominent, and he could freely enter many exclusive private venues. Brother, if this trip is enjoyable, I will ask my father to say a few more words. The young man leaned closer and whispered. No problem, I guarantee your satisfaction. All right, then he'll go prepare. The young man turned and walked deeper into the military camp, where many buildings were located, and the famous General Beek also resided deep within. Miller returned to his room carrying a small bag as he headed towards the open area where the vehicles were parked. Boss, are we heading back now? Wait, the Major General is coming out with us. Miller opened the door of the George Patton vehicle and climbed in. He had brought 2 Hummers, 1 Land Rover, and 1 George Patton, a total of 4 vehicles, and 20 bodyguards, a formidable lineup. However, in this place, even if he had 200 bodyguards, they would still have to bow down. This military camp was General Beek's stronghold. Their position was just the tip of the iceberg. The armed personnel they saw were less than 1/10, and deeper inside were powerful firepower. It was no exaggeration to say that a few armed helicopters could take them down from afar. Before long, Beek Wahaliang arrived with a group of bodyguards in 3 jeeps, one of which had a heavy machine gun mounted on the roof, the long belt of ammunition looking somewhat intimidating. Major General, sit in my car. Seeing this, Miller jumped down and opened the door, inviting him to his luxurious George Patton. Okay. Wahaliang was not polite, hopping down from the jeep and sliding into the back seat of the George Patton. A lean, menacing man also jumped down from the jeep and walked straight to the passenger seat of the George Patton. Get out, I'm taking this seat. He coldly addressed the bodyguard in the passenger seat. The bodyguard glanced back at Miller. Get out. All right, boss. After swapping seats, the driver of the George Patton was Miller's personal bodyguard Ty, while the passenger seat was occupied by Wahaliang's bodyguard, with the 2 of them sitting in the back. Let's go, set off out of the mountains. Boom. The 3 jeeps led the way, followed by Miller's 4 off-road vehicles driving towards the exit of the military camp. Meanwhile, 17 jumped down from the tree as dawn broke, searching for a thicket where he set up his Barrett rifle, keeping his eyes fixed on the intersection below, waiting for his prey to appear. In the gentle rain, the Amazon rainforest serves as the largest oxygen-producing base in the world. The early morning in the Amazon boasts the freshest air globally, with birds atop the treetops beginning their hunt, while small animals in the forest emerge from their nests in search of food. 17 lay still in the bushes. A mouse scurried by, twitching its nose before darting away. Several ants climbed up the barrel of Barrett's rifle, making their way toward the scope. Patience is a fundamental quality of a professional assassin, and time trickled by slowly. Until around 9 in the morning. From the silent woods in the distance, faint engine noises began to resonate. 17's heart stirred, and the rifle slightly shifted as the scope focused in the direction of the sound. Although the sound was getting closer, the sight of the car remained absent. 17 remained calm, quietly waiting. The engine noise grew progressively louder. Occasionally, shadows of vehicles appeared in 17's scope. Soon the convoy revealed its full form from the forest. Despite the distance, the license plates were clearly visible through the scope. Confirmed. The target vehicle, George Patton, license plate number XXXXXX. Confirmed. The voice in the earpiece had switched to J. As the distance closed in, 17's brow furrowed slightly. According to the data, George Patton's driver was Charles' personal bodyguard, but the passenger seat was occupied by someone unfamiliar. The scope swayed slightly, continuously observing the terrain and surroundings. From the lookout post below, a dozen armed personnel emerged from wooden cabins, ready to check the vehicles as they approached. After measuring the distance, 17 formulated a plan. The mud-caked convoy was drawing nearer. 17, I've received some fresh intel. Charles purchased a ton of flour from General Beek, preparing to deliver it to the harbor in Bo City. Additionally, the target will board a private plane to Mo City this afternoon. The employer has offered more money and requires you to complete the task before he arrives in Mo City. JS words were rapid. 17's expression remained unchanged, still locking onto the target vehicle through the scope. 1,000 meters. 800 meters. Due to the heavy rain last night, the convoy was moving slowly. However, the vehicles were all off-road, high chassis, and had not gotten stuck on the road. 500 meters. The armed personnel at the lookout had pulled out roadblocks and set them in the middle of the road, each carrying AKs and other submachine guns. Behind the wooden cabin, a figure was hiding, aiming at the convoy with an RPG. 200 meters. The convoy's speed decreased. The armed personnel stationed in the middle of the road relaxed, evidently recognizing the jeep in front, as two men moved the roadblocks aside. Bang! Bang! The lead jeep came to a stop. Two bodyguards jumped out and loudly reprimanded the soldiers at the lookout. The jeep continued forward, and George Patton gradually approached. Through the scope, 17 could clearly see the expressions on the faces of the driver and passenger. His finger rested on the trigger. Just as 17 was about to eliminate the driver, the mud-covered George Patton unexpectedly halted. His finger relaxed slightly. The rear door of the vehicle opened, and a young man whom 17 had never seen jumped out. Major General. The soldiers at the lookout immediately saluted. Yes, secure the area, don't let any outsiders mix in. Also send people to patrol those hills. Wahali's face bore a hint of arrogance as he pointed around, exuding an air of authority. Yes, Major General. I need to take a leak. Wally stepped aside, heading to the roadside to relieve himself. 17's scope locked onto the windshield of George Patton's vehicle. His view was obstructed from the rear seat. He hesitated about whether to pull the trigger, since under the current circumstances, he would have at most 2 or 3 shots. As 17 hesitated, the other door of George Patton's vehicle swung open. Charles glanced at the mud-covered road with a hint of disgust. Standing by the door, he unzipped his pants, preparing to relieve himself. The angle through the scope was not optimal, revealing only half of Charles' face and shoulder, yet 17 did not hesitate, quickly locking on and forcefully pulling the trigger. Boom! A loud bang echoed through the forest. Countless birds were startled into flight, and the small animals searching for food in the woods scattered in a panic. At the moment 17 pulled the trigger at the door of George Patton's vehicle. Clang! Red-white bones and severed limbs violently sprayed in all directions. The entire door and interior of the vehicle were instantly stained red, leaving only a blood-splattered half-body tumbling out of the door, falling onto the muddy dirt road. Enemy attack. Protect the Major General. Boss. The driver Ty shouted loudly while a bodyguard on the other side kicked the door open and charged out. The sniper is on the hill at 10 o'clock. Fire. Da-da-da-da-da. The sudden gunfire made Wahali's body jerk, and the once pleasant moment of relieving himself was abruptly interrupted, nearly causing him to stumble into his own mess. The bodyguard's gunfire prompted the other armed personnel to react quickly. Although they did not know 17's exact location, everyone aimed and fired in the direction of the hill where 17 was. On the other hand, after firing his first shot, 17 immediately rolled through the bushes with the Barrett. After turning away from his sniper position, he sprinted in the opposite direction, showing no reluctance or desire to engage. Mission accomplished, target neutralized. he muttered as he ran. Received retreat route prepared, please return to Bow City as soon as possible. Understood. The cacophony of gunfire erupted behind him, creating a chaotic atmosphere in the forest, yet 17 continued to weave through the woods without looking back. Ceasefire, ceasefire. Wahali's bodyguard shouted. The armed personnel under General Bake's command complied with the order and stopped shooting. Boss. Fuck. Chase. Ty's eyes turned red as he unloaded the spent magazine, grabbed a few fresh ones from the vehicle, and dashed toward the hill, where 17 had been followed by the other bodyguards from the cars. Wahali's bodyguard did not move, but instead turned to look at Wahali, who had taken refuge in the wooden cabin without anyone noticing. Major General, should we pursue? Pursue my ass, protect me. I didn't even know someone was lying in ambush on the hill. You useless lot, if that shot had been aimed at my head, I would be dead by now, fuck it. Wahali's furious cursing echoed from within the cabin. The group of bodyguards and armed personnel at the lookout dared not respond, silently guarding the wooden cabin. After cursing for a while, Wahali, still shaken, took several deep breaths. Is Charles' bodyguard still here? Report none are left. They went to pursue the sniper. Bring me my satellite phone. Yes. A bodyguard handed the phone to Wahali, who was peering out, glancing at the scene outside before retracting back inside. Hello, father. Wally connected the call to General Beak. Yes, what's going on? A lazy voice came through the phone. Charles is dead, father. It scared me to death. What about his bodyguards? They all went to chase the sniper. Father, is this sniper you arranged? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Bring back the goods other people will be coming to purchase in the afternoon. Don't get it dirty. You still go to Bow City as planned. Someone there will assist you in swallowing up Charles' territory and assets. Okay, father. Wahali's face lit up with excitement as he would soon be able to enjoy himself in Bow City again. Initially, he had not understood why his father suddenly wanted him to accompany Charles to Bow City and park at the lookout. Now he understood his father was conspiring with others to blackmail and consume all of Charles Miller's assets and territory. The assault rifle spat bullets towards the distant hillside, but apart from scattering the leaves of some shrubs, it had no effect. Ty was filled with rage as he ran through the woods, following the trail left by 17. Ahead, 17 ran, without looking back, continuing to dash towards the edge of the forest. With a distance of several hundred meters between them, he was completely unconcerned about being caught, showing no interest in even glancing back. Boss, we can't catch up. Ty's subordinates were panting heavily. Although they were quite formidable, it depended on whom they were compared to. Compared to ordinary people, any one of them could take on 10, and their marksmanship was top-notch. However, compared to 17, who had grown up in hell, they were at a huge disadvantage in terms of shooting skills, physical endurance, and hand-to-hand combat. If 17 wanted to engage in a pointless battle, none of them would make it out of the jungle alive. Damn it, the big boss is dead, and now the boss is dead too. What are we going to do? Ty stopped, his face full of unwillingness. He still didn't know who he was up against, otherwise he wouldn't be so furious. The group of bodyguards exchanged silent glances, all falling into silence. In the bodyguard profession, if you make one mistake that results in the employer's death, you can basically forget about continuing in this line of work. You either switch to bounty hunting or become mercenaries on the front lines. Otherwise, no major security company would hire them. Even if some smaller, understaffed security companies were willing to take them in, the pay would be pitiful, and the employers assigned to protect would be extremely dangerous individuals. Boss, let's switch professions. I don't want to be a bodyguard anymore. This profession is simply not meant for humans. I'd rather go to the battlefield and be a mercenary than spend my days partying with these useless people. A black bodyguard sat down in the woods, a face full of resentment. Boss, I'm out too. I'm going back to my own country to find something to do. In an instant, the entire team began to fracture. I have an idea. Let's see if you're willing to follow me. Ty understood their situation, his gaze flickering. What idea? With the big boss dead and the boss dead as well, no one knows the territories and assets left by those two better than us. Ty glanced at his brothers who had been with him for several years, especially a few of his oldest comrades. Let's do it. Boss, I'm with you. The few who had been with Ty the longest immediately understood his intent and expressed their willingness to follow. The others exchanged glances and fell silent for a moment. They weren't fools. The dealings of the Charles father and son were undoubtedly the most lucrative in the world, but the risks involved were also off the charts. Boss, I want out. I want to go back. A young Asian man slowly raised his head and spoke. You can leave now. Ty glanced at him coldly and hesitated for a moment before waving his hand. The Asian man got up and walked deeper into the forest. Since he had voiced his thoughts, if he didn't leave now, the next moment could very well be his last. Anyone who doesn't want to continue can leave now. Ty waved to everyone. They all looked at each other, and then a few more turned and left. In the end, only 8 people remained, including Ty, totaling 9. All right, since you all have stayed from today on, we are brothers. In the future, we will share wealth and women alike. Ty gestured to everyone. Boss, just tell us what to do. Right, boss, tell us what our next step is. Ty stood still for a moment, considering. First, let's return and bring the goods back. We'll start with this batch. With a wave of his hand, he led the remaining 8 bodyguards back towards the outpost, where 17 had ambushed Charles. What Tai and the others didn't know was that this was all a trap set by Baku and another person aimed at swallowing all the territory and assets of the Charles father and son, with 17 merely being a knife in the scheme. In the dark world, there are no eternal enemies or friends, only interests. When interests are at stake, no matter how close a partner or friend you've been for years, they will push you into the abyss. What awaited Tai and his group at the outpost was not an off-road vehicle loaded with goods, but a barrage of bullets from submachine guns and RPGs. As for their ultimate fate, 17 did not know and did not want to care. At that moment, he was steadily running towards the edge of the forest. Running from after 9 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon, he avoided 2 outer outposts and returned to the woods, where he had parked his Prado. After observing his surroundings and finding no signs of human presence, 17 walked towards the car, hidden not far away under the branches. With a bang, he pushed aside the branches, opened the car door, sat inside, and let out a sigh of relief. He threw the Barrett and the assault rifle along with their magazines into the passenger seat and started the engine to leave quickly. Meanwhile, far away in the M country in a villa on the coastline, Charles Hill was still unaware that her brother had been assassinated. All she knew was that her father had died in a shootout 2 days ago. Her mother, Charles Ely, had hired a team from a large security company to provide 24-hour close protection for the 2 of them, waiting for Charles Miller's return. "Mother, when will brother be back? I've been trapped at home for 2 days." Hill, a girl in her 20s, shouted from the sofa on the first floor to the second floor. Coming from a wealthy family, she had never lacked for money and had previously spent her days in lavish parties with friends and handsome guys, always trailing after her to flatter her. However, over the past 2 days, Ely had confined her at home, which she could not tolerate. "I told you your brother is going to Mo City tonight and will arrive in New York tomorrow. Stay at home and don't go out causing trouble." Ely, nearly 50, but in great shape, showed no signs of aging on her face, appearing to be only in her 30s. "Damn it, I can't take it anymore. I can't do anything at home, I can't even go to the swimming pool outside. I want to go out and have fun." Hill kept throwing her pillow on the ground in frustration. In the living room, 2 bodyguards stood in the corner, ignoring her outburst. Just then a bodyguard entered from the front door. "Madam, the skincare specialist you scheduled has arrived. Should I let her in?" "Let her in. I'll be down right away." Ely returned to her room, changed into a set of pajamas, and walked down to the living room. After her husband's death, she had canceled all her outings. However, when she arrived in the living room, she found the newcomer to be an unfamiliar face, one she had never seen before. "Who are you?" Ely was somewhat cautious, and her words made the new bodyguard team tense. Several bodyguards in the living room immediately gathered toward her. "I am Judy, a colleague of Kealia. She sprained her ankle today and is currently in the hospital, so she called me to come and take care of you. You can call Kealia to confirm." Judy was a quintessential Western beauty with wavy brown hair, blue eyes, a curvaceous figure, and dressed in a black business suit that made her look extremely alluring. At her feet was a small case, and of course, everything inside had been checked by the bodyguards, including a full search of her body, finding no weapons or props. Ely stepped aside and took out her phone to call Kealia, while Judy maintained a smile as she sat on the sofa, and Hill curiously observed her. Not long after, Ely returned with a smile, saying, "Sorry, Judy, something happened at home these past few days, and I became overly tense. It's all right. Please follow me." Ely led Judy upstairs as skincare treatments could not be performed under the watchful eyes of male bodyguards. Arriving on the second floor, Ely and Judy entered a room. In less than a minute, Judy opened the door and called down to Hill in the living room, saying, "Miss Hill, the lady wants to know if you would like a skincare treatment." Hill looked up at her and then got up to walk upstairs. The two entered the room again. Half an hour later, Judy walked down from upstairs in high heels, carrying the small case. "The lady said she will rest for a while. You can wake her up at dinner time." After smiling at the bodyguards, she then left the villa. If 17 were here, he would immediately recognize this woman as one of the trainees who had come out with him from the Black Mamba training camp. Although she had undergone extensive makeup, her eyes could deceive others, but not 17. A Boeing 737 international flight descended towards Miami International Airport with the roar of its massive engines. The plane glided steadily along the runway until it came to a stop. 17 stood up from his seat in first class and walked straight towards the cabin door. Unlike others, he carried no small luggage. His hands were empty. A flight attendant with tousled brown hair and striking blue eyes approached him, gazing at the small note she had left behind with a look of deep sorrow. "Oh, Caitlin, that handsome guy didn't take a liking to you. His eyesight must be terrible." A slightly older flight attendant passing by exclaimed, as if discovering a new continent. "What a pity." Caitlin had a curvaceous figure, standing at a height of 175 centimeters. Her long legs, clad in black stockings, exuded an extraordinary allure to men, yet she sighed, having finally encountered a man who made her heart race, only to find he was indifferent to her. "Beautiful lady, may I keep this note?" A middle-aged man stood up from his seat inside, straightened his suit, and approached with a briefcase in hand, wearing a gentlemanly smile. "I'm sorry, I only want to leave it for the man I like." "What a shame, I wish you good luck." "Thank you." After the middle-aged man left, the older flight attendant softly remarked, "Actually, that man isn't bad. He must be a successful person." "Never mind, I'm not interested." Caitlin's gaze drifted through the small window, staring outside with a somewhat distant look. After disembarking from the plane, 17 headed directly towards the airport parking lot. D-Zone E213 parking space, Ford Mustang. The keys are under the left front wheel. The voice of Jay came through the earpiece. 17 responded softly and raised his head to look for D-Zone. After circling around, he found a nearly new Ford Mustang. It was a two-door coupe powered by a 5.0 naturally aspirated engine, boasting impressive power, and most importantly, this car offered excellent potential for modification. After circling the vehicle, he crouched down to inspect the undercarriage and found nothing unusual. He then stood up, found the keys, and unlocked the car door. Bang! The storage compartment contains 2 handguns for magazines and a dagger. Click. 17 opened the storage compartment, took out the handguns, and quickly dismantled them into multiple parts before swiftly reassembling one to tuck into his lower back and placing the other in the storage compartment beneath the car door. Roar! The engine of the vehicle roared to life as 17 released the brake and steered the car towards the parking lot exit. The location of the safe house has been sent. Please proceed to your safe house to await the next mission. Due to your 2 missions receiving elite evaluations, your safe house level has been upgraded and your global bank card has been upgraded accordingly with a spending limit of $500,000. As the Mustang exited the parking lot, the roar of the engine caught the attention of some people nearby, causing 17's brows to furrow slightly. "Get me a different car," 17 said coolly. "Sure, what type of car do you need?" Jay quickly responded. "Anything, just keep it low profile." "All right, I'll arrange it immediately." Miami is a globally renowned metropolis known for its beautiful beaches and stunning scenery. With a warm climate year-round, many retirees from the state settle here. The city is densely populated and is also known by another name, the waiting room, called by God. The safe house arranged for 17 by Jay was not in the city center, but in a small house not far from the beach. Following the navigation, 17 drove along, noticing many young people in groups heading towards the beach. After departing from the airport and driving for about an hour, 17 arrived at his location. Although he was not picky about his environment, this safe house was 100 times better than the dilapidated apartment he had stayed in last time. The small house was a bungalow appearing to have only 3 rooms from the outside, with a small yard behind which was a forest. Up ahead was a small hillside, and just a few hundred meters away was the beach. In a city like Miami where every inch is precious, purchasing such a small villa would likely be quite expensive. However, 17 did not care about that. He parked the Mustang in the yard and got out of the car. Surveying the surrounding environment, he noticed that centered around his house, there was a bungalow every 30 meters or so, clearly developed collectively by real estate developers. After circling around the house and standing outside to observe the vantage points in the distance, 17 carefully scrutinized everything before feeling reassured. He returned to the front, pushed open the door, and walked in. Upon entering, there was a small living room furnished with 3 small sofas and a flat-screen TV mounted on the wall. To the left was a small kitchen along with a bathroom. After taking a look around, he walked to the right bedroom, pushed open the door, and found a large bed, a desk, a built-in wardrobe, and even a small shower room. The floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of the distant sea, presenting a very pleasant scene. Exiting the bedroom, there was another room behind it. 17 opened the door to find it slightly larger than the bedroom, furnished with a row of gym equipment, including barbells, a treadmill, speedballs, and more. 17 displayed a satisfied expression. He was quite pleased with both the location and the layout of the safe house, as they met all his requirements. 17, the car will be delivered in 2 hours. I'm okay. Is there anything else you need? No, I'm fine. All right, you can call me anytime if you need anything. The next mission will only be arranged after all of your batch of trainees have completed 2 missions, so please be patient and enjoy your life. Okay, wishing you a pleasant life. With the conversation between them ending, 17 knew that his every move was within the other's line of sight. Since entering, he had already discovered numerous hidden cameras, but he did not care. Walking into the kitchen, he opened the refrigerator, finding it empty except for some purified water. 17 closed it and walked towards the bedroom. Opening the wardrobe, he saw several pairs of beach shorts, a few t-shirts, a set of sportswear, and a pair of sneakers. After casually glancing, he was about to close it when his gaze fell upon a shelf inside. He reached out to gently press it and then pulled it aside. Whoosh! The entire wooden panel of half the wardrobe slid into the wall, revealing a large cache of firearms inside. Submachine guns, automatic rifles, sniper rifles, handguns, grenades, magazines, daggers, and all sorts of commonly used weapons were fully equipped enough for a 5-man team to engage in a small-scale battle. At the bottom, there was a row of Apple and Huawei phones along with some old-fashioned button phones, and beside them lay several phone cards. 17 merely glanced over, took an Apple phone and a phone card, then closed the secret door. He casually grabbed a t-shirt and beach shorts and headed towards the bathroom. The sun hanging in the sky gradually sank in the west. Caitlin felt somewhat down today. At 29, many of her childhood friends had already entered the halls of marriage, and many had children running around, yet she remained single, which left her feeling a bit disheartened. She had an older brother and a younger brother. Since graduating at 22, Caitlin had moved out of her family home and lived independently, working hard, and with her parents' support managed to buy a small place in Miami with an installment loan. Driving her little car along the beach road on her way back, she passed stunning scenery and many handsome men and beautiful women, but Caitlin had no heart to appreciate them, still lost in the memory of the deep-set eyes she had seen on the plane. Beep, beep, beep. A ringtone rang out and Caitlin picked up her phone to take a look. Hello, Ailey. Hi girl, have you landed yet? Yes, I have. Caitlin, please don't tell me you forgot today's date. Oh my god, I'm sorry, Ailey, I forgot. I'm going to the supermarket now, you all come over. Caitlin remembered that she had arranged a dinner at home with some girlfriends today during her 3-day vacation, and she was the one who initiated the gathering. Okay, I'll bring over 2 handsome guys. You'll be thrilled tonight. Huh, get lost. You know my taste. Ooh, I don't like the unpleasant body odor of Western men. Although Caitlin was Western, she somewhat rejected the strong scent that many Western men carried. Damn, I really don't understand you. How can you not like strong Western men? Alright, I'm driving. You all hurry over, I'm going to buy food. Okay, setting off now. Caitlin hung up the phone, tidied up her mood, and drove to the nearby Walmart to buy food. Meanwhile, 17 had just finished a shower, and after waiting a bit, Jay informed him that the car delivery was on its way. Dressed in a t-shirt and beach shorts with sneakers on, and wearing a baseball cap, 17 opened the door and walked out. Vroom. The low rumble of an engine echoed down the street, and 17 turned his gaze to the intersection. A Cadillac approached directly from the intersection. Compared to a Mustang, this car was a bit more low-key and less eye-catching. Shortly after, the Cadillac stopped at the gate of a small courtyard. Bang! A young man in a suit got out of the car. Hi, I'm Simon. Miss Claire sent me to deliver the car to you. With a broad smile, Simon extended his right hand towards 17. 17 glanced at him directly, ignoring his hand, and walked toward the Cadillac. Simon shrugged and turned to follow 17. Drive it away. 17 pointed at the Mustang in the courtyard. Okay. Simon gestured and walked towards the Mustang. Vroom vroom. The roar of the Mustang's engine was deep and powerful, and a hint of excitement appeared on Simon's face as he backed the car out, greeting 17 before driving away. 17 meticulously checked the Cadillac, especially inspecting the undercarriage and trunk for any hidden explosives. After finding no issues, 17 got into the car and drove away. Following JS instructions, 17 needed to stay in this safe house for a while, waiting for the students who were training with him to complete 2 missions before he would be assigned a third. Since he would be living here, he had to purchase some necessities, with food being the main concern. According to the navigation, 17 drove to the nearby Walmart supermarket. Back in New York, Jay had taught him to adapt to and integrate into modern life, including shopping for basic items. After experiencing it once, 17 could blend in perfectly, behaving just like an ordinary person. After parking, he entered the supermarket and pushed a cart towards the food section. Meats, vegetables, eggs, bread, canned goods, and various other foods were selected by 17. Although there were some items he would never open or eat, he still purchased a few. After spending half an hour with a cart full of food, he pushed the cart towards the checkout. Just as he reached the counter, 17's gaze swept and landed on a slender figure in front. His brows slightly furrowed, but then he pretended not to see and turned to the adjacent checkout. Hello, sir, that will be $342 in total. The cashier was a plump woman, but quite nimble. 17 had no concept of prices and handed over his card for her to swipe. After paying, 17 carried 2 large bags of food towards the parking lot. Arriving in the lot, he opened the car door and placed the food inside, then turned back towards the supermarket. What 17 didn't know was that while he was putting the food in the car, Caitlin in a nearby sedan had been watching him with surprise sparkling in her eyes. Could this be arranged by God for me? Oh my God, thank you for your favor. Caitlin babbled excitedly, gesturing in front of her chest, eager to get out of the car, but 17 turned and entered the mall again. After a moment's thought, Caitlin decided not to get out of the car, but to wait there. About half an hour later, 17 returned with 2 more large bags carrying clothes, food, and even some spices. Oh my God, it really is him, haha, thank you God. Once again confirming it was 17, Caitlin's previously disheartened mood brightened instantly, as if a hidden path had emerged. Vroom. The engine roared to life as 17 drove away from the parking lot, and Caitlin immediately followed suit. Beep, beep, beep. Hey Caitlin, we're almost there. Oh, you all wait for me, I'm still buying food, I'll be back soon. Caitlin hung up the phone after speaking. Let Ailey and the others know, they'll definitely scold me for prioritizing romance over friendship. Haha, whatever, I'll follow him. Knowing where he lives, I don't believe my looks can't win him over. Caitlin chuckled as she tossed her phone aside, her gaze locked on the Cadillac ahead. No, I need to take a photo, don't lose him later. Caitlin wasn't very confident in her driving skills, quickly took out her phone and snapped a picture of 17's license plate. However, 17 was driving at a steady pace, not too fast, adhering to traffic rules as he headed toward his house. About a kilometer away from Walmart, 17 glanced in the rearview mirror. He slowed down the car, timing the traffic light, and turned sharply onto a small road. Oh shit. Caitlin, lacking any ladylike demeanor, cursed as she was shaken off. Good thing I took a photo. I'll find out where he lives when I get back. Thinking this over, a somewhat dejected Caitlin felt excitement rise again as she drove her little car back. Meanwhile, 17 wandered around outside until the sky was nearly dark. After confirming that no cars were following him, he finally returned. Caitlin, age 29, unmarried and single, occupation flight attendant for South American Airlines, residence 1830, Ocean Drive, Miami. Her residence is directly across from yours. According to current records, all her personal details and life history fall squarely within the realm of ordinary individuals. No anomalies whatsoever. Given the circumstances that unfolded aboard the aircraft, it appears her purpose in following you is romantic pursuit. No sooner had 17 returned home than H transmitted Caitlin's complete dossier, comprehensively documenting her family background, education, graduation, employment history, and even her entire social network. 17 carefully reviewed Caitlin's dossier on the holographic interface before walking to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, drawing back the curtains to gaze toward a small villa approximately 100 meters to his right. He caught sight of several young men and women in light summer attire assembling a barbecue grill in the villa's courtyard. Faint music drifted over. After observing for a moment, 17 let the curtain fall and turned toward the kitchen. From the refrigerator, he retrieved the steak, eggs, vegetables, and bread purchased earlier at the supermarket, then ignited the stove. Culinary skill was not among 17's competencies. He'd never had occasion to practice it, having grown up immersed solely in rigorous training. He knew only the most basic steps: heat, oil, sear, cook. He lit the burner, poured oil into the pan, waited until it shimmered with heat, cracked an egg, fried it to perfection, then seared the steak. Next, he boiled the vegetables. Milk bread. His meal was a textbook Western dinner. Though lacking in culinary finesse, 17 held minimal expectations for food. Its sole function was to replenish the energy his body required. Flavor, aesthetics, or pleasure were irrelevant considerations. After finishing his meal, night had fully descended. 17 settled onto the sofa in the living room and drew back the curtains slightly to observe the view outside. Waves crashed rhythmically onto the shore. Beneath the soft glow of street lamps and moonlight, he saw scattered figures strolling and playing along the beach. Turning his gaze toward Caitlin's villa, he observed the party now reaching its zenith. Youthful men and women clutched bottles of beer, swaying effortlessly to pulsing music, their faces radiant with carefree joy. Though only a brief interval had passed since his departure from the training camp, modern society had struck him with profound disorientation. The camp had offered nothing but relentless drills, calculated violence, and unceasing indoctrination. Human rights were non-existent. The serene, joyful life embodied by someone like Caitlin was utterly alien to him, unimagined, unexperienced, and absent even from his dreams. After sitting motionless on the sofa for several minutes, 17 rose and walked toward the bedroom. Moments later, he re-emerged carrying 2 submachine guns and several handguns, returning to the living room to sit once more upon the sofa. Gazing outward, his hands began methodically disassembling the firearms. Click, clack, click. The quiet living room echoed with the crisp percussion of metal components separating. Within mere minutes, he had fully dismantled and reassembled each weapon, repeatedly. Then he stood again and switched off the lights. Click, clack, click. Shink. Click, clack. In the darkness, his eyes remained fixed on the beach beyond the window, his fingers dancing ceaselessly. Each firearm stripped bare and cast aside before he reached for the next, repeating the ritual with mechanical precision. Once every weapon lay disassembled, he began reassembling them, his solitary silent right against solitude. Time slipped away, night deepened, the figures on the beach gradually thinned and vanished. Click. With one hand, 17 snapped the final handgun back together and set it aside. Then he gathered all the weapons and carried them back to the bedroom. Emerging clad only in boxer shorts, he left his t-shirt and slippers behind and entered the compact home gym. Thump, thump, thump. Shortly thereafter, the muffled thuds of a speed bag reverberated through the room. Elsewhere, Caitlin wore a sleeveless crop top and snug shorts, her figure striking and statuesque, her long legs fully exposed, holding a bottle of beer as she whispered intimately with her best friend Ellie. Caitlin, I'm telling you, John's been secretly smitten with you for ages. Look at his refined features, his toned physique. He's exactly your type. Ellie draped an arm around Caitlin's neck and murmured conspiratorially, No, I'll tell you what, today on the flight, I met a man so breathtakingly handsome. He was East Asian, sharp, angular cheekbones, an exceptionally fit frame, tall, powerfully built, and radiating an aura of icy stillness and quiet intensity. Utterly mesmerizing. Slightly intoxicated, Caitlin's eyes grew hazy, but as she spoke of 17, a spark flickered in her gaze, and an involuntary tender smile softened her lips. Whoa, my girl, you're head over heels, Ellie exclaimed, dramatically drawing glances from the others nearby. In love? Oh my God, goddess, you've got a boyfriend. John had met Caitlin several times before, but she'd always shown him polite indifference. Ellie had long been trying to orchestrate a match between them. Yes, I like him. Her blunt confession made John's expression visibly darken. Do you have his contact information? Ellie, perceptive enough to notice his discomfort, quickly interjected. No, he left the plane and disappeared. I slipped him a note with my number, but he hasn't called yet. Caitlin pouted. But earlier when I went grocery shopping, I saw him. He lives in this neighborhood. And I even snapped his license plate. Huh. She raised her beer bottle triumphantly, pulled out her phone, and displayed the photo to Ellie, her face alight with exhilaration. Sister, enough talk. Let's drink. Sensing John's expression souring further, Ellie swiftly changed course and clinked her bottle against Caitlin's. Night deepened. While revelry pulsed elsewhere, 17's apartment remained hushed and still. At 11 p.m., he emerged from the gym drenched in sweat, as if freshly pulled from the sea. Fuck you, you filthy whore. You're just trash. A barrage of furious shouting erupted outside. 17 strode to the living room, drew back the curtain, and looked out. Caitlin's party had ended. The barbecue grill lay toppled in the courtyard. Two men stood shouting obscenities toward the house, while several women shoved them insistently toward the gate. 17 glanced once, then turned toward the bathroom. By the time he emerged showered and towel-draped, the roar of engines filled the air. The two cars sped away down the main road. Hearing the last footsteps fade, Caitlin staggered out of the house, surveyed the wreckage of her courtyard, and leaned against the doorframe, massaging her temples. Shit. Should have known better than to let Ellie invite those clowns. They actually thought they'd get lucky with me. Please, take a look in the mirror first. What utter bad luck. With that, she ignored the chaos strewn across the yard and retreated inside to rest. The morning sun poured over the beach, waves rolling in one after another. The crashing waves sounded like a beautiful melody, continuous and unending, as a figure swiftly ran along the shore. 17's breath was somewhat hurried, with sweat constantly trickling down his body. At 6 a.m, 17 opened his eyes on time, seeing the empty beach outside, and began his training for the new day. Daily training was his instinct the vast majority of his life. Even though he had now entered modern society far from the fearsome training camp, he remained a killer, a professional assassin. 17 had to always maintain his physical fitness, so high-intensity training could not be neglected for a single day. Physical strength, endurance, speed, and reflexes. 17 had a complete training regimen from land to water, from hand-to-hand combat to gunfights. Everything he learned over the past 20 years was for the purpose of killing and survival. At 8 o'clock, shadows of people began to appear on the beach, strolling about. Upon noticing this, 17 lifted his foot and dove into the sea. The seawater was slightly cool, and as he swam against the waves, it wasn't long before he left the shoreline, disappearing into the ocean. J and H changed shifts, with J starting a new day of work. Each group report on the latest status of the trainees. Any abnormal trainees must be reported as soon as possible. The capture team is ready. A dialog box popped up on the computer screen. This was the daily work for J and her team. 24-hour monitoring of those who had just left the training camp to prevent any abnormal behavior under the impact of modern society. Such situations occurred with every batch of trainees, which is why there was a capture team in the Inferno tasked with capturing or completely eliminating these trainees. When these trainees were brought back, they often faced a very tragic fate. Hey, a handsome man surely doesn't lack beautiful women. Jay organized her logs on 17, a smile appearing on her face as she clearly noticed Caitlin's unusual behavior. Being a woman herself, she naturally sensed the humor in it. After uploading the data to her superiors, Jay opened 17's location screen, a small green light flashing amidst the vast ocean. Jay and her team were already accustomed to such situations. Time slowly passed. By 10 a.m, the green dot on the screen began to return towards the coastline. 17, drenched, crawled back up onto the beach, which was gradually becoming lively. Huff, 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 17 gasped as he lay on the beach to regain his strength. From 6 a.m. until now it was nearly 11, he had maintained high-intensity training for a full 5 hours. Bang, a beach volleyball rolled over towards him. Hey bro, throw it back to me. A man in beach shorts, bare-chested, shouted at 17 and clapped his hands. Behind him were 3 or 4 women in bikinis, a group playing beach volleyball. 17 glanced at him and prepared to leave, ignoring him. Oh shit. The volleyball rolled into the sea, and the man cursed loudly before chasing after it. FCK, you yellow-skinned bastard, I told you to get the volleyball. Are you deaf? Another white man with a big belly sitting on the beach got up and walked aggressively towards 17. 17's gaze hardened as he stood still, coldly staring at him. You eastern yellow-skinned bastard, this isn't a place for you. Who called you here? This man was clearly a racist. As the distance between them decreased, 17 remained motionless. Get out of our city, get out of our country. As they got closer, the man saw 17's cold, lifeless eyes, and his words gradually lowered in tone, his footsteps slowing as his aggressive demeanor immediately shrank back. A few women came over originally intending to mediate, but the man stood a few meters away from 17, afraid to take another step forward. The women glanced at 17 and pulled the man back. 17 turned his head and walked towards the distant villa area. FCK, if you hadn't pulled me back, I would have crushed his balls. Seeing 17 leave, the white man shouted angrily at his back. 17 paused, turning his head to glance at him. At this moment, the man who retrieved the volleyball returned, shouting for everyone to continue playing. The white man immediately turned and ran. Caitlin was on a 3-day vacation, having drunk heavily the night before, not even showering, and collapsed on her bed until noon. Rubbing her messy hair, she opened the door. Immediately, a wet figure appeared in her line of sight, walking towards her. 17 glanced at Caitlin, who had just opened the door. Although he could see some unexpected sights from his angle, he still withdrew his gaze and walked towards his small courtyard. Watching the figure gradually leave, Caitlin, regaining her senses, slammed the door shut. Shit. FCK. Oh my god, my image. Oh FCK, my male god lives next door, and oh my god, he saw me at my ugliest. Caitlin clutched her hair, frustrated, leaning against the door. Clop, clop, clop. Caitlin quickly ran to the floor-to-ceiling window, poking her head out to look outside. After seeing 17's figure disappear into the small courtyard, excitement returned to her face. Haha, God has given me a chance, and I must seize it. Saying this, Caitlin quickly dashed towards the bathroom to tidy herself up. On the other side, after 17 returned home and rested for a while, he took a shower and began preparing his lunch. After finishing lunch and sitting on the sofa in a daze, he noticed Caitlin in her yard across the way, dressed in a sexy hot skirt, tidying up her small yard. Bored after staring for a while, 17 got up to rest in his bedroom. My god, he must have seen our party last night. I wonder if he saw me acting drunk. Caitlin muttered to herself while cleaning up the mess in her yard. How should I approach him? Should I drop by, pretend to bump into him, or be direct and invite him to dinner? Some passers-by occasionally walked down the path, all unconsciously casting their eyes on this striking scenery. After tidying up the yard, Caitlin returned home, realizing she was drenched in sweat. Shit. She took off her clothes, standing in front of the mirror to admire her perfect figure, revealing a confident smile as she walked towards the bathroom. After resting for an hour at noon, 17 got up and, as usual, observed the surrounding environment by the window. Although the midday sun seemed a bit hot, the outdoor temperature was around 28 degrees Celsius. In the distance, the beach was still crowded with various young men and women joyfully playing. After watching for a while and not noticing anything unusual, 17 turned and walked towards the gym beside the bedroom. Not long after, dull thuds began to echo from within the room. Caitlin tidied herself up at home, applying delicate light makeup, putting on contact lenses, and applying bold lipstick. She chose a black mini skirt that reached her hips and a light yellow camisole accentuating her curves. After arranging her long brown waves, Caitlin smiled confidently at her reflection, admiring her alluring appearance. Perfect. With a click, she slipped into a pair of white knee-high boots and swayed her way out of the small courtyard. Hey beautiful, are you going to the beach? As she walked a short distance, a Caucasian man wearing beach shorts and a t-shirt approached her. No, I'm off to a date. Bye. Caitlin flashed a charming smile, feeling proud of her own allure. From about 100 meters away from 17's small villa, as she walked along the sidewalk, Caitlin's heart raced faster the closer she got to 17's house. As the door closed, the Cadillac in the small courtyard sat quietly. Caitlin pretended to walk past 17's door, hoping for a chance encounter to maintain her goddess-like reserve, yet her big eyes constantly glanced back at 17's door and window. To her disappointment, both the door and curtains of 17's house were tightly closed, and she saw no sign of him. Has he gone out? No way, his car is still here. Returning from the road, Caitlin continued to linger at the entrance of 17's small courtyard. After wandering back and forth 2 or 3 times, Caitlin was utterly disappointed. The curtains on that side hadn't stirred at all. Should I knock on the door and borrow a tool? Recalling scenes from TV dramas, she decided to act. The wooden fence of the courtyard was only about a meter high, meant for aesthetics rather than security. Caitlin walked to the entrance and gently pushed. The little wooden door swung open. Thump thump. Caitlin and flight attendant had seen all sorts of people, yet she felt inexplicably nervous at that moment. Standing at the door, she took a breath, revealing a charming smile, and walked towards 17's house. Knock, knock, knock. Raising her arm, she knocked on the door and then took a step back, waiting at the entrance. Inside the gym, 17 suddenly halted, his punches, droplets of sweat falling to the ground, forming a wet patch. He turned to glance outside. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound came again. 17 picked up a towel nearby to wipe his face, then turned and walked towards the door. He reached the table in the living room and grabbed a handgun and a dagger. Peering through the peephole, he saw the alluring Caitlin standing outside. 17 furrowed his brow. Is he really not home? Caitlin muttered to herself outside, her tone a bit disheartened. Meanwhile, 17 stood in place for a moment before turning back to continue towards the gym. Bang, bang, bang. His fists continued to fly, striking the speedballs. 7 or 8 fixed speedballs bounced high, then quickly fell back towards 17. Boom. Bang, bang, bang. 17 stood in the center, swiftly attacking with his fists, feet, elbows, and knees, returning the strikes to the speedballs. His speed exceeded that of an ordinary person's reaction time. Outside, Caitlin stood still for a moment, feeling utterly dejected as she prepared to leave. Just as she turned around, some vague sounds drifted from the room. Huh, what was that? Caitlin looked around, noticing no one was paying attention to her. After hesitating, she pressed her ear against the door. Bang, bang, bang. A deep sound emanated from within the room. What is that? What is he doing? Caitlin thought about knocking on the door again, but stopped. Her eyes darted around as she lifted her foot and left the door. She then circled around to the back of the small house. The layout of these small villas was identical, so Caitlin navigated effortlessly to the back, where the dull thumping became clearer. In a few quick steps, she arrived at the window of 17's gym. Caitlin leaned against the window, hoping to peek through the gap in the curtains to see what 17 was doing. But just then the sounds inside ceased. Whoosh! The curtains were drawn open. Caitlin stood frozen, gazing at the figure that suddenly appeared. Sweat dripped from his short hair, his high nose, lean face, heaving chest, and well-defined muscles. The scent of strong male hormones wafted through the glass window. Oh my God! Caitlin was stunned, staring blankly at 17, who was looking down at her. 17 glanced at the beautiful flight attendant, slightly furrowing his brow. He moved his finger behind his back to disengage the safety on his handgun. Jay? Yes, is there anything I can assist you with? A sweet voice came through the earpiece. Can I have her? It was undeniable that Caitlin was a stunning beauty. In 17's worldview, mating between men and women was regarded as a mere act of release. In certain training camps in Purgatory, men and women shared dormitories as long as one was strong enough to avoid being killed by the woman beneath them at a given moment. However, after transitioning from the training camp to modern society, 17 and others were strictly instructed to follow the rules of contemporary society. If faced with an unclear issue, they must consult their guides. Oh my big boy, as long as she is willing, of course you can. I think this flight attendant is quite infatuated with you. She will definitely be willing. The voice of Jay from the earpiece held a hint of teasing. 17 responded, turning to walk towards the door. Caitlin, who had been stunned for a moment, finally snapped back to reality from the image of the handsome man. Oh shoot. What am I doing? I can't believe I made such a fool of myself. Oh my God. Recovering quickly, Caitlin turned around in a panic and ran, not even exiting through the main gate of the courtyard, but leaping over the wooden fence with her long legs, dashing back towards her own house. When 17 opened the door, he only saw a graceful figure sprinting down the road, quickly disappearing into her own house. Jay, what does she want? 17 was somewhat puzzled, unable to comprehend Caitlin's behavior. If it weren't for the absence of any sense of danger emanating from her, combined with his warning against killing arbitrarily except during missions, he would have already shot her on sight for such behavior back in the training camp. Haha, she wants to pursue you, she wants to sleep with you, Jay said with a mischievous laugh. Then why did she run away? 17 hadn't satisfied his physical needs for quite some time. Just a moment ago, looking down at Caitlin, he felt a surge of impulse, and he didn't deliberately suppress it. Instead, he came out to find Caitlin, but she had run off. Haha, she's just shy? Next time she comes to knock on your door, you can take her back to your room. 17 nodded, turning to head back to his room to continue his training. Back in her house, Caitlin slumped against the door. What is happening to me? The usually composed me has actually done something like this, oh my God. Caitlin clutched her brown waves, feeling embarrassed in front of the handsome guy. But his physique is truly remarkable. I've never seen such a well-proportioned body, so manly. I'm going to die, he's so handsome, so charming. Caitlin sat at the door, recalling the earlier scene, a trace of infatuation flickering in her eyes. Damn. Caitlin suddenly remembered something, quickly got up and hid behind the window, peering toward room 17, just in time to see him turn back to his house. On the other side, after returning to his place, 17 was training while chatting with Jay. Jay, if it were another man, what should he do now? For 17 to spontaneously bring up such a question is unprecedented. Jay was very eager to answer. If it were an ordinary man, there would be several options. 1, to take the initiative to visit her house, get to know her, engage in conversation, and build a closer relationship, eventually developing into a romantic relationship. 2, after getting to know each other, maintain some distance and remain friends. However, I believe the majority of men would choose the first option, especially since Caitlin is an exceptional beauty few men could resist. Jay continued to impart knowledge about integrating into normal society to 17, helping him better conceal himself in society. While doing strength training, 17 listened to Jay's various suggestions. They had learned about these in the training camp, but learning doesn't equate to proficiency. It's like when they first encountered firearms, understanding their structure doesn't guarantee good marksmanship. Only when truly faced with such situations can 17 learn how to handle them through practice. The afternoon passed in a blend of exercise and learning, with 17 often posing questions that Jay answered from various perspectives, gradually enlightening him about the operational rules of modern society. As the sun gradually set and the weather cooled. The crowd on the distant beach seemed to increase. A Ford sedan drove down the coastal avenue heading toward the villa area. Viru. The roar of the engine drew 17's attention as he walked over to take a look. Inside the Ford was a man wearing sunglasses driving straight to Caitlin's house. 17 recognized him as one of the people who had partied with Caitlin last night. Beep. The car stopped at Caitlin's yard entrance and honked. Shortly after, Caitlin, wearing a long t-shirt that covered her backside, opened the door. Hi, darling. John got out of the car with a smile greeting Caitlin. John, what are you doing here? Darling, I was drunk last night and said some unpleasant things. I'm here to apologize. I hope you can forgive me. John walked to the entrance of the yard, pushing the gate open, speaking earnestly to Caitlin. No need for that. Caitlin shook her head defiantly. As a strikingly beautiful flight attendant, Caitlin had never lacked suitors, but she had yet to find a man who truly captivated her, leading those who surrounded her to believe they had a chance. Darling, to show my sincerity, how about I take you out for a nice dinner? John stood a few meters away from the door, looking quite gentlemanly. I'm sorry, I have plans later. You can go back. Caitlin decisively refused. Caitlin, give me a chance, okay? I will show you my sincerity. No, go back. Oh, I don't want to see you. With that, Caitlin slammed the door shut. Damn that bitch. John cursed under his breath, standing at the door with an ugly expression. If you don't leave, we'll call the police. Inside, Caitlin shouted. However, this remark completely enraged John. Damn it, you bitch, I'm here to apologize, and you're being so ungrateful. While speaking, John walked to the door and slammed his fist against it, producing a dull thud. Caitlin gasped. Bang bang. With each punch against the door, Caitlin quickly ran to the sofa, grabbed her phone to call the police, but after pressing a couple of times, she realized it was out of battery. Crack. The door was hit by a wrench, leaving a crack. Shit. Caitlin threw her phone aside and dashed to her bedroom to grab another phone, quickly dialing 911. Standing by the window, 17 quietly observed this scene. 17, this is your chance to be a hero and save the beauty. My. 17 furrowed his brows, instinctively rejecting the situation. While you choose for yourself, if you were an ordinary person, there would be two choices. 1, rush up and chase the man away. 2, choose to ignore it. JS guidance for 17 was quite detailed. 17 responded indifferently. Years of training taught him not to get involved in matters that didn't concern him. His instincts made him highly resistant. After all, people like him were cold-blooded killing machines. The Inferno had this guy to help conceal these cold-blooded killers within modern society. Crack. You bitch, you're dead today. The door was smashed and John charged into the room with a small handgun, his face filled with rage. He had lost all rationality. Clever Caitlin, after calling the police from her bedroom, climbed out of the window and sprinted towards 17's house. Damn it, Allie, you bitch, you got me into trouble. Running while cursing her best friend, Caitlin was being pursued by John, who had been introduced to her by Allie. John searched the bedroom, found the window open, and unhesitatingly climbed out to chase after her. Help! Should help! Caitlin ran near 17's yard, shouting while glancing back. Dozens of meters away, John was rapidly closing in. 17 witnessed the entire process. A surge of disgust welled up inside him. With John holding a gun, he posed a threat to him. If they were in the training camp, he could easily resolve the situation. Even standing here, one bullet could take John down. But this was modern society, not the training camp. The organization strictly forbade them from killing indiscriminately. Bang, bang, bang. Rapid knocking sounded from outside. Caitlin had no choice. Her house was close to 17's, so she instinctively ran toward him. Can I kill that man? As 17 walked towards the door, he asked. No, you can incapacitate him, but you cannot use a gun because you don't have a gun permit. If you still want to stay in this safe house, it's best not to let him die, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Jay also found the situation a bit tricky. Although 17 had an identity, now being involved in a murder case would complicate matters unless he gave up this safe house and his current identity. All right. 17 reached out, took the dagger from the table, and walked toward the door. Bang, bang, bang. Mr. Joy, help. The urgent knocking was accompanied by Caitlin's shriek. She reached out to open the door, and Joy Iverson was the name he currently held, having used this identity to fly back from Colombia to Miami, USA. As soon as the door opened, a panicked Caitlin lunged towards him. He instinctively wanted to kick her away, but upon seeing her terrified face, he restrained that impulse and stepped aside. Caitlin missed her target, staggered a few steps, and fell to the ground. He, however, did not even glance at her, merely keeping the door ajar while staring at John, who was running from a distance. Fuck you, Caitlin. I'm going to kill you, you filthy bitch. John, who had been trying to please Caitlin for a long time, exploded today, losing all reason as he charged toward him. Mr. Joy, too, I'm sorry. I'm so scared. Someone is trying to kill me. Caitlin, rising from the ground, was in tears, her face filled with panic. He replied indifferently. Suddenly, he turned and hid beside the wall. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots struck the door. Crash. The bullet pierced through the door, shattering the window on the other side. Caitlin screamed in fear as she sat on the ground. You filthy bitch, go to hell. John shouted angrily as he charged toward the door. Bang! He kicked the ajar door. In the next moment, a shadow struck. Swish! Bang! Cough, cough, ugh. Coughing, John had a dagger embedded in his arm, and as his gun fell to the ground, he received a punch to the abdomen that made him double over, unable to scream, half kneeling on the ground as he coughed violently and retched. He kicked the gun aside, then, with a swift motion, pushed John's body out the door and leaned against the door frame, quietly watching the two of them. Caitlin was stunned by this brief moment, forgetting to scream, sitting on the floor and staring blankly at him. Fuck. My hand, cough, cough, cough. John's body trembled, the intense pain in his abdomen gradually easing, allowing him to catch his breath, but the piercing pain in his hand made him scream. Did you call the police? He turned to Caitlin, who was sitting on the floor. From his perspective, he could clearly see her two full peaks. Two did, Caitlin replied instinctively, completely unaware that she had exposed herself. Oh, he nodded and stopped speaking, quietly waiting. Outside the door, John lay on the ground trying to get up, but the pain in his abdomen rendered him powerless, causing him to convulse and scream, Mr. Joy. He turned his head to look at her, his gaze unabashedly sweeping from her face down to her chest, continuing downward. Caitlin then remembered that she had taken off her underwear at home. She was truly in a state of exposure. I'm sorry for the trouble I caused you. Caitlin quickly stood up, peeking outside at John lying on the ground, wiping the tears from her face and apologizing to him. Oh, he nodded. For a moment, they fell silent. He didn't know what to say to Caitlin, while she was too shaken to think clearly and didn't know what to do. You filthy bitch. You got Ellie to ask me for this and that, but you won't even let me touch you. I'm going to kill you. John was still outside, furiously cursing. I never asked Ellie to get anything from you. Besides, I never promised you anything. It was always you and Ellie being overly sentimental. What does it have to do with me? Caitlin's tears fell in grievance. I don't believe you. I saw the bag I bought last time in your room. That was Ellie's bag, not mine. John struggled to get up, blood flowing from his arm with his movements dripping onto the lawn. Ellie is lying to you, not me. Do I need your money? My monthly salary is 3 times yours. How could I possibly need your money? Caitlin stood beside him, shouting at John outside the door, realizing today that the so-called friend Ellie had been introducing her to this man, and that man all along was merely using her to get these men's money. His brows furrowed slightly, seemingly unaccustomed to such a ruckus. In the past, during training, everyone would get straight to the point and not drag things out. If they couldn't win, they would remain silent, enduring it. No, I don't believe it. Ellie showed me your conversation records. It was you who kept asking Ellie to get gifts from me. John did not want to admit he had been deceived by Ellie. Caitlin's face turned green with anger, her chest heaving violently. He finally discovered an appealing sight and shifted his gaze, watching with interest. The two argued and blamed each other. Not long after, distant sirens wailed. Fuck you, filthy bitch. You called the police. John snapped back to reality, angrily cursing at Caitlin. You want to kill me, but won't let me call the police. Just wait to die, though I'm going to sue you and make you spend the rest of your life in prison. Caitlin felt emboldened, standing next to him, fiercely confronting John and showing him no leniency. I'm going to kill you, you filthy bitch. After resting for a while, John regained his ability to move, and he stepped toward the door. Up! Caitlin screamed and stepped back. Originally leaning against the door frame, he turned his head, casting a cold glance at John. John immediately halted, swallowing hard as he looked at him, not daring to advance. An instinctual fear of this man arose within him. He was not someone he could provoke. The sirens grew closer, and after hesitating for a moment, John turned and ran. He did not stop him, coldly observing John's retreating figure. Mr. Joy, why didn't you stop him? Caitlin's voice rang from behind him, evidently having seen John run away. Why should I stop him? I'm not a police officer, he replied, looking at Caitlin in confusion. He couldn't kill him, so why hold him back? Caitlin was taken aback. The sirens passed by his house as 3 police cars rushed toward Caitlin's house, and they saw 7 or 8 armed police officers quickly get out of the cars and run toward the house. Mr. Joy, can you accompany me over there? Caitlin weakly pointed toward her house. Oh, do I need to go? This seems to be directed at Caitlin, but he was actually asking Jay in the earpiece. Jay seemed to understand, immediately responding to Joy. You might as well go. After all, John was scared away by you, and the police will definitely want to question you. I'm scared. Though Caitlin wasn't wearing makeup, her exquisite features combined with her soft expression were enough to captivate a large number of men, prompting him to glance at her. All right. He stepped toward the door. A hint of joy flashed across Caitlin's face as she quickly followed. Is anyone inside? If anyone is inside, speak up. The police on the other side covered each other as they searched Caitlin's house. I'm here. Caitlin shouted at the police, waving her arms. A group of officers turned their attention this way, and upon spotting Joy, they immediately aimed their guns. Ma'am, were you held hostage by him? Sir, please calm down and do not take actions that could lead to irreversible consequences. A white man holding a handgun crouched behind a car, aimed at the two of them, specifically at Joy, because Caitlin had reported a man with a gun trying to kill her. Joy squinted his eyes, stopping in place, scanning his surroundings instinctively for objects to take cover behind. No, no, no. It's not like that. He saved me, we are neighbors, and the murderer was scared away by him. Caitlin jumped out, waving her hands to explain to the police. This caused the group of officers to relax, holstering their weapons. Madam, have you been harmed? The white police officer rushed over, scrutinizing Caitlin from head to toe. No, no, I was saved by him. He is my neighbor, Mr. Joy. Caitlin pointed to the back at 17. Hello, Mr. Joy, I am Officer Mill. Thank you for lending a friendly hand to our public safety. Officer Mill wore a friendly smile and extended his palm towards 17. 17 glanced at him, indifferently, nodding slightly, but showing no intention of shaking hands. A flicker of displeasure crossed Mill's face, and Caitlin, not expecting 17 to be so aloof, quickly stepped in to ease the tension. The person who tried to kill me is named John Smith, about 185 meters tall, very muscular. You can check the surveillance footage at my house to see him. Caitlin gestured animatedly, causing her neckline to inadvertently reveal a glimpse of spring, diverting Officer Mill's attention. Yes, ma'am, let's check the situation at your home. Just now my colleagues saw that your front door had been smashed and your belongings were scattered on the floor. We thought you had met with an accident. Mill led Caitlin towards her house, his gaze unintentionally drifting slightly downward. Caitlin and 17 both noticed Mill's little gesture, but to 17, such gazes were entirely normal. Over the past 20 years, countless male trainees had perished at the hands of women, and he had once been troubled by such issues. However, his strength was formidable in the past. Whenever he engaged in such matters, he would disable the female trainees' joints, leaving them no chance at all. The subsequent process allowed 17 to experience the feeling of being a good citizen, cooperating fully with the officers' inquiries and checks, all of which he had learned in the training camp, and Jay was continuously guiding him through the earpiece. After checking Caitlin's house, they returned to 17's residence. The police photographed the 3 bullet holes in the door and picked up the handgun on the floor to take back as evidence. Excuse me, both of you need to come back with me to give statements. After inspecting both houses, Mill's colleagues had also retrieved surveillance footage from the vicinity, confirming John's intent to murder by breaking into the residence. Then, dressed in fresh clothes, Caitlin and 17 were taken away in a police car, heading towards the nearest police station, while John's Ford sedan was also towed away. In the training camp, instructors often said that the weakest enforcers in the world were the police everywhere, so 17 held a low opinion of these officers. Having witnessed the entire process, just now he observed everything. Secretly observing the officers' firearms, their subconscious movements, and their physical conditions, various signs indicated that the instructor's words were indeed correct. 17A, the lawyer is already waiting for you at the police station. If needed, he will provide you with comprehensive assistance. Jay took over the follow-up matters through the earpiece. In terms of logistical support, the organization of Purgatory was meticulous to the extreme, ensuring that every top assassin had no worries. 17 spoke softly, his voice barely audible even to Caitlin sitting beside him. Soon a convoy of police cars returned to the station. Hello, Mr. Joy, I am the legal representative sent by the company. I will assist you throughout the aftermath. As 17 and Caitlin just got out of the car, a man in a suit and tie approached, extending a friendly hand towards 17. However, 17 merely nodded, ignoring him completely, and turned to look at the police station building. Mill's lips twitched as he realized that 17 was not just cold to him, but had the same demeanor towards everyone. From the very beginning, the expression on 17's face had been one of a deadpan, and upon realizing this, his internal displeasure diminished slightly. The awkward lawyer could only retract his hand and walk in behind them. He was an outer member of the logistical department of Purgatory and occasionally encountered individuals like 17. He knew a bit about them, so even if he was unhappy, he could only endure. He didn't want to die facing someone like 17. The next period was filled with boring statement recordings and waiting. Until night fell, 17 and Caitlin returned home under Mill's escort. Miss Caitlin, the wanted notice has been issued and your door has been smashed. I suggest you find another place to spend the night. 17 had already returned home, and Mill pointed to the broken door behind him. I'll grab my things and tidy up the room. I'll find a place to rest later. Thank you so much for today. Caitlin thanked Mill. No need to mention it, it's my job, Miss Caitlin. I'm off duty now. Would you like to go out for a meal? I can help you find a safe place to rest later. Mill was tall, standing at 1.9 meters, and in his police uniform he indeed exuded an imposing aura. Caitlin was taken aback for a moment, then politely smiled, and replied, Sorry, Officer Mill, I still need to thank my savior. We've already agreed that I would treat him to dinner as a token of gratitude. Let's connect next time. Oh, alright, that's truly unfortunate. Let's keep in touch next time. Goodbye. Mill did not press the issue, turning to leave while waving his hand. Goodbye. Stay safe. Okay, thank you. With the roar of the engine, Mill left the scene. The events of the afternoon did not affect the beach in the distance, which remained lively with people coming and going. Caitlin watched the police car leave and glanced towards 17, seeing the lights in his living room turn on, then looked back at her broken door. He will take me in, right? Caitlin hesitated at the door. Wait, I'll tidy up a bit before going. It's still early, he has no reason to refuse me later, haha. Caitlin quickly turned around and returned to her house. On the other side, 17 was chatting with H, who had just come on shift. The conversation naturally revolved around H watching the afternoon surveillance footage while talking to 17, who was responding intermittently. By around 8 in the evening, 17 casually prepared a dinner and sat down to eat at the dining table. 17, I bet that girl will definitely come looking for you tonight. H chuckled in the earpiece. Why? 17 had learned some basic psychology, but it was focused on murder and interrogation. The instructors had no time to teach them about understanding girls' thoughts. She wants to sleep with you. Ha! H laughed loudly in the earpiece. Oh. 17 responded with a lack of emotion, continuing to eat the food before him. 17, you should learn to enjoy these aspects of life, otherwise you'll be very bored. H felt somewhat helpless about 17's indifference repeating herself over and over. 17 replied again with a soft grunt. Sigh. H sighed. Her sisters rarely had any holidays throughout the year, and she envied those members who could carry out tasks in society, as they could enjoy the beauty of this world. 17, what's it like to have sex with a woman? Very comfortable. How is it comfortable? I don't know. Then why do you have sex with women? To vent. Just to vent. Yes. Oh sheesh, boring man. 17 finished the food on his plate and casually rinsed it off in the kitchen. At that moment, he looked up towards the front door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Haha, I told you she would definitely come looking for you. H exclaimed happily in the earpiece. 17 dried his hands, walked to the door, and this time, he didn't refuse, he opened the door directly. Under the moonlight, the loose t-shirt cannot hide the alluring figure, while her lower body is clad in a pair of sultry shorts that barely reach her hips, revealing her long, slender legs. Caitlin felt a bit nervous, though she couldn't quite understand why. As a flight attendant in first class on international flights, she had encountered countless successful individuals, including many wealthy and handsome young men, and even a few celebrities. Despite this, she always felt inexplicably nervous in front of 17, as if a wave of fear washed over her, fearing that 17 might reject her. Yet the cold aura surrounding 17 deeply captivated her. When 17 opened the door, he gazed at her with a calm expression, not uttering a word. Caitlin cautiously stole a glance at him. Mr. Joy, my door is broken, and I'm a bit scared to stay alone. Could I possibly stay with you for a night? She spoke softly, her voice tinged with a hint of fragility. Any other man would find it impossible to refuse such a goddess-like woman presenting herself. 17 tilted his head slightly, as if contemplating. 17, for heaven's sake, don't tell me you're going to turn her down, H exclaimed through the earpiece. 17 glanced outside, seemingly lost in thought, before slightly turning his body. A flicker of realization crossed Caitlin's face, and she quickly slipped inside. Thank you, Mr. Joy, I really appreciate it. Have you eaten yet? To show my gratitude, I would love to cook a meal for you, if that's all right. I have eaten, 17 replied, closing the door. Caitlin's heart began to race because all the windows in the house were closed, the curtains drawn, obscuring any view of the outside, which heightened her anxiety. Are you asking to sleep with me? 17's cold expression showed no emotion, as if he were merely inquiring whether she had eaten. Caitlin stared at 17 in shock, unable to believe he would be so direct, momentarily stunned. Isn't that so? 17 frowned, showing displeasure at Caitlin's dazed expression. Oh, for heaven's sake, 17. I can't believe Jay didn't teach you how to talk to girls during the day. H's voice boomed through the earpiece, clearly dissatisfied with 17's demeanor. Yes, no. Not really, Caitlin flailed her arms in panic, her face burning. If someone else spoke to her like that, she would have already spat back. Caitlin muttered a few words in her mind. Then why are you here? 17 walked toward the sofa, casually picking up a bottle of water and taking a small sip. I came to find a place to rest. I'm scared at home. I only have one bed, she said. I can sleep on the sofa. Oh, 17 set down the bottle and walked toward the gym room. Mr. Joy, are you angry? No. The gym door slammed shut. Damn, why suddenly so timid? If I had agreed earlier, would it have changed things? Oh, for heaven's sake. Caitlin waved her arms in frustration, angry at her own restraint. Thud, thud, thud. A muffled sound came from the door, and Caitlin wanted to take a peek, but was too scared to do so, though she couldn't understand why she felt that way, or it was just an inexplicable fear. In truth, it was the aura at play. How everyone has their own aura, and Caitlin did too. On the plane within her professional realm, she was very confident, making her appear quite capable. As for someone like 17, who had crawled through piles of corpses since childhood, viewing life as inconsequential, he exuded a cold demeanor towards everything. Having killed countless people, his cold gaze locked onto you, emanating an enigmatic killing intent that stirred an uncontainable fear within. People like him, no matter how well they disguise themselves, cannot hide that indifferent attitude towards life and the chilling killing intent that will inevitably leak out, instilling fear in those around them. Caitlin sat down beside the sofa, observing the tidy room where everything was arranged neatly. Across from the door, a piece of glass had been shattered by a bullet in the afternoon, and some sounds came from the beach outside. The dull knocking sound behind her continued without pause as Caitlin sat on the sofa lost in thought. As time passed, the night grew deeper. Click. The opening of the door behind startled Caitlin out of her reverie. Mr. Joy, MM. 17's upper body was bare, droplets of sweat sliding down his skin, revealing powerful muscles that shifted Caitlin's gaze. She could almost inhale the overwhelming scent of masculinity intoxicating her. 17 walked straight into the bathroom to rinse off the sweat. Caitlin sat on the sofa, her face flushed, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the bathroom door. Before long, 17 emerged wearing a pair of beach shorts after his shower. Their eyes met. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Some people are pure as water, evoking no thoughts of tarnish, while others harbor darkness, causing people to instinctively shy away. At that moment, a glimmer of light sparkled in Caitlin's gaze. 17 walked straight over. Thump thump. 17 looked at her in surprise, not understanding why she was so nervous, grabbing her arm with one hand and pulling her closer. Up. Caitlin gasped as she was pulled into his strong embrace. 17, you're not going to rip her arm off too, are you? H in the earpiece chuckled mischievously. 17's expression changed slightly, loosening his grip on Caitlin's hand as he restrained the impulse to dismember her, attempting to heed H's advice and enjoy the moment. The intoxicating aura almost made Caitlin lose herself, but she couldn't hold back any longer when 17 pressed her head down and kissed her. Everything outside felt irrelevant as Caitlin drowned in their world. Mr. Joy, let's go to the room. Before she could finish her sentence, 17 swept her off her feet and headed toward the bedroom. Bang! The door slammed shut. Please watch with an adult present. Soft moans, whispers followed by high-pitched screams, and deep growls formed a symphony. At that moment, far away in some corner of Earth, H watched the scene on the computer screen, a wicked smile on his face with a timer beside him showing the progress of time. Watching the live broadcast is thrilling, haha. What a shame I'm not the female lead, sigh. As H savored the scene, he lamented his lack of a leading role. Just then a dialog box popped up on the computer screen. Task for trainee 17 has been assigned. Please ensure the instructor prepares for the preliminary work. Upon seeing this message, H quickly closed the screen and switched to the task assignment list. Didn't they say it would take some time? Why so quick? H mumbled, previously informed that 17 was to wait in a safe house, but now barely a day later the task had already arrived. Callum Jones, 39 years old, profession executive president of a multinational logistics company. Subject introduction. Callum Jones' true identity is the head of the night organization stationed in Southeast Asia, overseeing personnel transfers for the night organization, protected 247 by members of the organization. Security levels grade. Task objective elimination. Task difficulty levels grade. Time limit 15 days. HS brows furrowed slightly as she read through the details. Why has the difficulty escalated by a level? Logically, 17's task difficulty should be between AA and AAA. How did it suddenly jump to grade? Her hands continued to tap on the keyboard, reporting information to the superiors. This was her job and her responsibility. As 17 was still a newcomer, she felt it necessary to advocate for a reduction in task difficulty. This task for 17 was personally selected by instructor Black Mamba and cannot be changed. The superior's response left H speechless, yet she understood why 17's mission was assigned so quickly. Sigh. Then I will apply to elevate the intelligence and logistics support for 17 to grade, providing him with the necessary logistical support. Understood. H lost interest in watching the live broadcast of 17, and her fingers swiftly danced on the keyboard, contacting various departments to prepare the preliminary work for the task to the utmost, ensuring maximum support for 17. After all, 17's rank evaluation was closely related to H and J. If 17 became the top SS-level assassin under their guidance, they would not have to worry about wealth and honor in their lifetime, and when they entered society, they would enjoy a high level of security within the organization. The sky began to brighten slightly. Lying in bed, 17 opened his eyes, disturbed by the heavy breathing beside him, an unfamiliar sensation that left him uneasy after a night spent in shallow sleep. Last night, suppressing his impulses and heeding HS advice, he attempted to enjoy the experience and embrace the ordinary lifestyle, which allowed him to endure a night of shared slumber. Gazing at the sleeping Caitlin, 17 felt a peculiar sensation, as she was the first woman to lie beside him for several hours. In a sense, Caitlin was the first woman with whom he shared a bed, while previous women had been discarded onto the floor after their use. The thin blanket could not conceal Caitlin's graceful figure, her brow slightly furrowed in slumber. 17 rose from the bed, tossed aside the clothes on the floor, and retrieved a t-shirt and sweatpants. After dressing, 17 went to the bathroom to freshen up, then took milk and bread from the fridge, eating a few bites to satisfy his hunger. 17. How was last night? Was it enjoyable? Oh. How dull, just like being in bed with you, only up and down. H later reviewed the entire process, somewhat disapproving of 17's skills. 17 ignored her and walked toward the beach. The surroundings were still dim, the beach empty as the waves crashed rhythmically against the shore, producing a soothing sound. Your new mission has arrived. H's tone shifted, no longer casual, but filled with seriousness. Mission target: Calum Jones, 39 years old, formerly a killer in the Night Organization, now the head of the Night Organization in Southeast Asia. His personal strength is commendable, having completed 27 missions for the Night, with 19 successful and 8 failures. The security level around him is classified as S, thus the difficulty of your mission is also rated as S. For this mission, I have also requested an upgrade to S level for intelligence and logistics. The deadline is 15 days, and today marks the first day. After a night, H organized the information sent by the intelligence department. When do we depart? 17 remained expressionless, walking along the beach as if on a stroll, his hands and body twisting, occasionally engaging his muscles and joints. The current location of the target is still undetermined, so the departure time needs to wait for confirmation from the intelligence department. Okay, I will notify you in advance of any updates. 17 exercised on the beach for about 10 minutes before starting to jog along the shoreline, beginning his new day's training. This was his habit and his routine: endurance, stamina, strength, speed, reaction. After years of training, 17 had developed a unique training method best suited to his personal intensity. Running along the beach, starting from a slow pace to sprinting at full speed, then varying his speed, transitioning from the sand to the water, 17 continued until figures began to appear on the beach as the sun rose from the east. Hiss. Huh. Hiss. Huh. A torrent of sweat cascaded down. 17's face turned pale. Even without an instructor's supervision, he always pushed himself to the limit, striving to elevate his physical abilities to a higher level. After finishing his run, 17 rested for a moment before walking toward an uninhabited area of the sea. Diving into the water, he swam to a nearby reef, the water just reaching his chest. As the waves crashed continuously against him, 17 stood steadily in the water. Underwater, his hands and feet began to move in a rhythmic pattern. The resistance of the seawater was immense. Every punch thrown required all his strength, and each kick threatened to unbalance him, yet he persisted in his attempts. This training was learned from the Black Mamba training camp, enabling him to have superior explosiveness and speed in combat. This training continued until the sun was high in the sky, and only then did 17 drag his fatigued body back from the sea. Returning home, soaked, it was already 10 in the morning. Nearly 4 hours of training had left 17 ravenously hungry. Upon entering, he glanced at the bedroom before heading straight to the bathroom to wash up, emerging without any clothes, grabbing a bottle of milk and downing it in one go. Click. Caitlin rubbed her bleary eyes as she opened the door. 17 glanced at her walking into the bedroom as her eyes widened in surprise. Joy. Glug. 17 eyed her briefly, putting on a new pair of beach shorts as Caitlin's gaze, filled with a hint of regret, withdrew. Ignoring her, 17 walked to the bedside and lay down. He needed rest and recovery. Joy, why are you up so early? Caitlin, wearing the oversized t-shirt from yesterday and nothing underneath, leaned over the bed. Go out, I need to rest. 17 said nonchalantly. Caitlin pouted, retracting her head and getting up. All right, I'll make lunch and call you to eat later. 17 ignored her and closed his eyes. Caitlin looked at the strong body on the bed, suppressing her impulses, turned and ran out, gently closing the door behind her. That was too crazy. I was really too crazy. Caitlin exclaimed in the living room, her weak legs forcing her to relive the scenes from last night. After sitting on the sofa daydreaming for a while, she got up to wash her face and tidy herself up, then headed toward the fridge. The intense exercise from last night had left her starving, so she grabbed a bottle of milk and some bread, casually eating a few bites. I should make something delicious to treat my idol. He must have had it much harder than I did. Caitlin rummaged through the fridge for ingredients. When 17 went shopping before, he had stocked up on plenty of food: meat, eggs, vegetables, and various condiments, making it convenient for Caitlin to showcase her culinary skills. The television should work right. From her spot in the kitchen, she could see the TV. Last night, while daydreaming, she had thought about turning it on, but she was afraid 17 would kick her out. Now she wasn't afraid. When her view, she had already shared a bed with him, was now his woman, and a considerate one at that. He wouldn't kick her out just for watching TV. Finding the remote, Caitlin turned on the TV, casually selecting a program, but she lowered the volume significantly. Caitlin happily cooked while watching TV. In the room, 17 lay on the bed, listening to the clattering sounds from outside, quietly relieving his body of fatigue. After resting until noon, as 17's physical condition had mostly recovered. Hey dear, it's time to eat, Caitlin said as she pushed open the door, leaning against the door frame and affectionately calling out to 17. 17 opened his eyes, glanced at her, and rolled out of bed. As he passed by the doorway, Caitlin tried to wrap her arms around his neck, but 17 blocked her and stepped out. Caitlin pouted. There's pan-fried steak, poached eggs, boiled vegetables, along with bread and milk. Come and taste how it is. In the kitchen, Caitlin displayed her masterpiece with a beaming smile. 17 took a glance and picked up his portion, heading towards the dining table. Recently, NASA detected frequent solar storm activities. Although the impact on Earth is minimal at present, it cannot be ruled out that more intense solar storms could erupt in the future. The dangers of solar storms are significant. They can cause power outages on Earth's satellite system, failures, and trigger geomagnetic storms, among other natural disasters. The two sat at the dining table while the television news reported the afternoon headlines. A female anchor was narrating some recent major events. The news is always misleading, sensationalizing things as if the Earth is about to be destroyed. Previously, our airline received a notice saying flights were to be grounded due to the solar storm, but nothing happened. Flights from other countries continued, as usual, leaving us stranded abroad for 2 days. Caitlin rolled her eyes, having not finished listening, displaying her disdain. 17 turned his face, slightly gazing at the television screen, a flicker of contemplation crossing his face. "Dear, how does the steak I made taste?" Caitlin quickly asked as she saw 17 take a bite of the steak. 17 responded with a faint hum, his gaze still fixed on the television screen, which was explaining the dangers of solar storm eruptions in detail, along with historical data of past solar storms. "Dear, after we finish eating, how about we go to the beach this afternoon?" Caitlin said, dreaming of going to the beach with 17 while enjoying her food. As the television switched to another segment, the news ended and 17 turned to glance at Caitlin. "I'm busy." "Ah." Caitlin paused for a moment. "Busy? You just had me, and now not even 24 hours later you don't recognize me. You can't spare time to go play at the beach just a few hundred meters away." Caitlin felt a bit wronged. The previous admirers treated her so well, coming and going as they pleased, but with 17 he always maintained this aloof demeanor. 17 ate quickly. The piece of steak was small, swallowed in just a few bites, paired with some vegetables and bread dipped in milk. He finished it in 3 mouthfuls. From sitting down, not counting the 3 minutes of watching the news, the time spent eating was less than a minute. After finishing, 17 stood up and walked towards the bedroom, while Caitlin had just begun to cut her steak into small pieces, her big eyes staring blankly at 17, who had already left the dining table. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Caitlin felt so wrong that she lost her appetite, leaning back in her chair, staring at the boring television. She thought 17 was not a normal man. He can't flirt, only knows how to rudely push forward with one position, doesn't know how to comfort a woman. So cold could he be gay? Was last night just to relieve physical needs? Caitlin suddenly imagined a terrifying scenario, shivering all over. No way am I just a substitute. Feeling increasingly upset, Caitlin couldn't help but think this way. It wasn't her fault. Mainly 17 was too cold towards her, not acting like a normal man. Since the little note left on the plane was thrown by 17, he had never shown her a good face. But last night he seemed quite passionate, not like he was faking it. Caitlin sat at the dining table, the originally fragrant steak now tasteless in her mouth. On the other side, 17 returned to his room, opened the curtains slightly, and sat on the bed's edge, staring blankly at the view outside. Once the food fully settled in his stomach, 17 closed the curtains, collapsed onto the bed, and began to rest. Outside sounds occasionally drifted in. Just as 17 was about to fall asleep, he heard a door slam. Caitlin had gone out, allowing him to sleep peacefully. He slept until 2 in the afternoon. After getting up, 17 continued towards the gym. Today he had planned strength and reaction training with some weights in the corner and a barbell standing against the wall. He lifted out the barbell and weights, starting to assemble them. One piece at a time, each weighing 25 kilograms, he added 5 weights on one side, testing the load with both hands. Huff. Humph. 17 exerted his arms, his entire body's muscles tensed. The total weight of 275 kilograms lifted off the ground with a straight back, executing a standard deadlift. Huff. Bending down, the barbell slowly descended, but did not touch the ground, remaining a few centimeters above it, as 17 continued to pull upward. Once. Twice. After completing a full set of 10, 17 placed the barbell down, standing still to shake his arms. A few beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Although his physique didn't appear as robust as that of black or white athletes, his explosive power often exceeded his opponent's expectations. This weight was merely a warm-up for him. After resting for a minute, 17 bent down again, this time with his feet slightly apart. Humph. With a sudden burst of energy, the barbell was lifted into the air. Pausing against his neck for a few seconds, 17 forcefully pressed it overhead. Holding his breath, his face gradually flushed. He stood still for 30 seconds before slowly lowering the barbell onto his shoulders. Huff. Hiss. Huff. After exhaling a few breaths, 17 began to do squats. Again and again, effortlessly and quickly, without a moment's pause. After a full 20 repetitions, 17 lifted the barbell overhead once more, slowly bringing it down. He moved to the side to stretch his body and rest. A few minutes later, he restarted the deadlifts, followed by squats, cycling through sets continuously for a whole hour until his body had exhausted all its strength, his face pale, and his body feeling as if it had just been pulled from water. Only then did 17 lean against the wall, and sit down, forcing his eyes to rest and recover his energy. Knock, 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 knock. Sounds of knocking came from outside. 17's eyelids twitched, and then he heard a shout. Dear, open the door quickly. Caitlin was back. However, 17 did not move. He pretended not to hear and remained sitting on the ground resting. Caitlin knocked for quite a while, then ran to the back of the house, which was also by the gym window. Knock, knock, knock. Joy, I know you're inside. Open the door for me. Caitlin's voice came from outside the window. 17 furrowed his brow, unwilling to acknowledge her. In response, Caitlin relentlessly knocked on the window, calling out as she did. Clatter. 17, feeling impatient, pulled back the curtain. Dear. Oh no way, I thought you really went out. Why are you ignoring me? Outside, Caitlin had gone to change her clothes, wearing some light makeup in a pink camisole and body-hugging jeans, her perfect figure incredibly alluring, but at that moment, she looked at 17 inside the room with a face full of grievance. Seeing 17 drenched in sweat, his muscles full of explosive power, her gaze gradually lit up as she swept over him. I'm busy. With that, 17 pulled the curtain closed, ignoring her. Caitlin cursed under her breath, looking down at the ground for a stone, wanting to smash the annoying glass, but after thinking it over, she held back. Whoa, a siren echoed from a distance as Caitlin stepped out from behind the house, looking down the road where a police car was approaching. Seeing the police car heading straight towards her home, Caitlin knew they were coming for her, and she skipped back inside. Upon seeing Officer Muir get out of the police car, he smiled and said something to Caitlin. She nodded and then got into the car as it drove away. With the curtains drawn, 17 began his reaction training with speedballs. He found a strip of cloth to blindfold himself and stood amidst 7 or 8 hanging speedballs. Bang! Relying on his memory, 17 quickly struck the 7 or 8 speedballs with a series of punches. Bang, bang, bang. The room was filled with the dull sound of impacts. The speedballs bounced high and rapidly returned to 17, who stood in place, throwing punches, kicks, elbows, and knees. Even with his eyes covered, he accurately struck each speedball with precision. Whoosh, bang, bang, bang. The sounds of slicing air and impacts filled the room, with the rebound force of the speedballs growing stronger and faster, and 17's striking speed also increased. While 17 was training intensely, Caitlin arrived at the police station in Officer Muir's car. Officer Muir, next time just call me if there's something, no need to come pick me up. It's alright, I happen to have nothing to do. Let's go inside first. Caitlin smiled at Muir as she got out of the car. Muir flashed a gentlemanly smile and led Caitlin towards the police station building. John had been caught and Caitlin was there to identify him, while Muir, the devoted one, had left work to fetch her. Caitlin felt the treatment a man should give her from Muir, secretly cursing 17 for his lack of romantic understanding. The identification process went smoothly and John stood there dejectedly, his face pale, as he saw Caitlin. Caitlin wasted no time and directly identified John as the one who attempted to kill her. As a result, John's despair deepened. He would face a long sentence, wasting his youth in prison, his life now utterly ruined. Damn bitch. John thought back to the events that led to this moment, gritting his teeth and glaring fiercely at Caitlin. If you were the one who tried to kill me first. Caitlin tossed out this line, and escorted by Muir, swayed her hips as she walked out. Caitlin, do you have time tonight? How about I take you out for dinner? After the matter was settled, it was almost dinner time, and Muir extended another invitation to Caitlin. Caitlin hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Let me treat you to thank you for your help. No need to be polite, this is my job. After work it's my personal time, and I shouldn't let a beautiful lady pay, haha. Muir made a humorous remark. Caitlin regained her confidence as a goddess from Muir and flashed a charming smile. The two left the police station and Muir booked a nice restaurant. Meanwhile, 17, having exhausted himself several times at home, dragged his weary body out of the gym. In the dimly lit living room, only 17's heavy breathing could be heard, and a faint scent lingered in the air. After taking a shower in the bathroom, 17 sat on the living room sofa and casually turned on the television, looking for a news program to watch while resting. As night fell and the living room darkened, 17 turned off the television, stood up from the sofa, and walked to the kitchen to open the refrigerator, starting to prepare dinner for himself. Outside, the beach was bustling with noise and various sounds of laughter drifted over from hundreds of meters away. In the lonely and quiet room, despite being only a few hundred meters apart from the joyful world outside, it felt like two completely different worlds separated by a vast chasm. After preparing dinner, 17 sat alone at the dining table to eat. After finishing his meal, he returned to his bedroom, retrieved a few firearms from the closet, and returned to the living room. He did not turn on the lights or draw the curtains. The room was pitch black. Sitting on the sofa, 4 or 5 different firearms were laid out beside him. Click, 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 click. The sounds of parts being disassembled echoed continuously. With faint breaths and the clatter of parts, firearms were taken apart and reassembled over and over again. Boom! A faint engine sound was heard, and 17 paused his movements. Once the sound passed his house, he continued assembling the guns. Caitlin was very happy tonight, having dinner with Muir under his gentlemanly invitation, and after drinking 2 glasses of red wine, she felt a bit tipsy. Are you alright? Mir got out of the car and helped Caitlin open the door. Yes, I'm fine. Thank you for your hospitality tonight. Next time I'll treat you. All right, I'll be waiting for your good news. Go rest now, Mir said as he saw Caitlin's cheeks flush, trying hard to stay awake. Then I'll head back first. Mir, tall and smiling, radiated masculine charm as he stopped at Caitlin's door. Caitlin turned to look at him, but her peripheral vision caught sight of the dark house not far away, a cold face and a powerful chest flashing before her eyes. Okay, be careful. Take your time, Caitlin replied. Goodbye. Goodbye. Mir drove away. Caitlin stood at the door and watched him leave. Mir looked at Caitlin's figure in the rearview mirror until he was out of sight. It looks like I have a chance that she should have some feelings for me too. Mir smiled in the car, his face showing a hint of longing. Meanwhile, at the door, Caitlin leaned against it for a long time, but her gaze fell on the dark house nearby. Under the influence of alcohol, she didn't even enter her own house, but mustered the courage to walk towards 17's place. Knock, knock, knock. 17's movements in the room came to a halt. Darling, I know you're home. Hurry and open the door. My door is still not fixed, and I'm afraid to stay over there. Caitlin leaned against 17's door, feeling somewhat tipsy. 17's face bore no expression as he quietly sat on the sofa, showing no intention of getting up. Outside, Caitlin continued to knock on the door, insistently, repeatedly calling for 17 to let her in. Hey 17, you could actually open the door and let her in. Caitlin had been knocking for a long time, and H in her earpiece was getting anxious, unable to help but speak up. I have a mission to carry out. 17 replied lightly. I know, but your mission deadline is 15 days, and the intelligence department hasn't located the target yet, so you can continue to enjoy life. You should take advantage of this free opportunity. H coaxed 17 with a smirk to open the door. Hey Joey, do you want to pretend nothing happened after getting a clean slate? Caitlin outside felt wronged. She was being turned away despite coming to his door. Mir was so gentlemanly earlier, but this Joey was simply not a man, making Caitlin furious as she yelled outside. 17 frowned slightly. Go ahead, 17. I reckon your upcoming tasks won't be easy, so you should enjoy while you can. Perhaps H's words moved him, or perhaps 17 was simply irritated by Caitlin's persistence. Fearing to draw the attention of other neighbors, 17 put away all the firearms and walked towards the door. Click, the door opened, and a warm body tumbled in. The strong scent of alcohol and a faint fragrance instantly filled 17's nostrils, making him somewhat disgusted. He hated strong smells as they drew attention and hindered his ability to remain hidden like a ghost in the dark. However, it was nighttime in a safe house, and without a mission to execute. 17 hesitated for a moment and dragged the increasingly drowsy Caitlin into the room. Every goddess has a man behind her whom she wishes she could forget. This saying holds some truth. Ha! H far away in some bass grinned as he watched the scene on his computer. The sky began to lighten slightly as 17 opened his eyes. Although Caitlin had been lying beside him since the previous evening, he was still not accustomed to it. He got out of bed, went outside to freshen up, and grabbed a bite to eat to fill his stomach. From 6 in the morning to 10 in the morning, 2 in the afternoon to 6 in the evening, 8 at night to 11 at night, 17 maintained over 10 hours of training within a single day. Such training could only be considered a regular warm-up for him. In the Black Mamba training camp, the maximum intensity reached over 18 hours of training in a day. He left in the morning, and by the time he returned it was already 11 o'clock. Caitlin was still sleeping in bed. Last night, she had been somewhat wild under the influence of alcohol, and after battling with 17 for a full 2 hours, she was utterly exhausted and fell into a deep sleep. 17. After freshening up, 17 was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen when he heard JS call through his earpiece. The location of the target has been confirmed. Callum Jones arrived in T Country's Bangkok last night via private jet. It has been confirmed that he is currently in Mambo County, Bangkok. 17 paused his movements and quietly responded with a soft The logistics department is arranging the necessary equipment for you, including entry identity and route planning. I just received notification that you are expected to depart for T Country tomorrow morning, so please get ready. Okay. 17 nodded expressionlessly. A day had passed since the task was assigned. Today was the second day, and tomorrow the journey from Miami to Bangkok would require crossing the entire Pacific Ocean or traversing the Atlantic, flying over the African continent, entering the Indian Ocean, spanning half the globe. Even without any layovers, it would require over 10 hours of flight. Thus, 17 had only 13 days left to complete his task. Although the time seemed ample, the target this time was different from ordinary people. The alertness and security measures of such individuals were extremely high, making success not something that could be achieved easily. Every aspect was fraught with unexpected challenges. The logistics headquarters in Purgatory issued orders to Southeast Asia. This time, 17's logistics level reached S rank. The intelligence department had 24-hour hackers monitoring the target's movements online, while ground intelligence personnel were stationed in Bangkok, providing strong support for 17's mission. At that moment, the door swung open and Caitlin, wrapped in a bedsheet, walked out of the bedroom. Although she had just woken up with messy hair, a goddess is still a goddess, and even through her sleepy eyes, she exuded an alluring aura. "Hi darling, good morning." Caitlin yawned, holding the bedsheet with one hand while heading towards the bathroom. It wasn't that she wasn't wearing clothes, rather her little tank top from yesterday had been torn into strips. Splash. The sound of water came from the bathroom as Caitlin freshened up. 17 hesitated for a moment, then took another steak from the fridge and placed it in the pan to fry. By the time Caitlin emerged from the bathroom, 17 was already at the dining table holding a plate and starting to eat. "Oh darling, you're so good." Caitlin with sharp eyes noticed that there was still another lunch in the kitchen, and a smile flashed across her face as she ran over to take it to the dining table. Since she was wrapped in the bedsheet and had one hand holding the plate, she asked 17, "Darling, could you please get me a bottle of milk?" "No time." 17 continued to eat his steak without lifting his head. Caitlin rolled her eyes and snatched 17's milk, drinking it down greedily. Huh. With one hand, she cut the steak and took a small piece to put in her mouth. Why is it so tough?" Caitlin's face scrunched up. She had never eaten such a poorly cooked steak. Not only was the seasoning uneven, but the steak was also overcooked to the point of being hard to chew. In contrast, 17 finished the steak in a few bites, then quickly consumed the vegetables and bread. After finishing, he glanced at her and stood up, heading toward the bedroom. Caitlin pouted, muttering silently to herself, "You must be gay. Even though you acted passionately last night, you're still a gay man." After finishing her meal, Caitlin tidied up the kitchen. Seeing that 17 was taking a nap, she refrained from disturbing him and casually found one of his t-shirts from the wardrobe to wear. Not long after, 17 heard a sound of the door closing as Caitlin left. At 2 o'clock, 17 opened his eyes on time, stretched his body, and walked towards the gym. Caitlin, returning home, didn't disturb 17 today because her vacation was about to end and she needed to return home for a while and find someone to repair her door. 17 was sweating profusely in the gym while receiving precise messages and schedules from Jay. Tomorrow morning at 9:15, depart from Miami International Airport, crossing the Atlantic with a layover in Dubai in the Middle East, then directly to Bangkok. The total journey lasts 19 hours with a layover wait of 1.5 hours. The new entry identity will be handed to you at the airport tomorrow. Moreover, this safe house will be sealed after you leave. After completing the S-rank mission, you can choose to return here or select a new S-rank safe house. Okay. 17, with a heavy barbell on his shoulder, was drenched in sweat and replied while panting, "I will send the target's information and recent activity trajectories directly to your terminal shortly. When you need to check it, just call me and I will assist you." The security level around the target is S rank with 8 personal bodyguards, all professionally trained by the Knight organization, and an outer bodyguard team of 12 from the GDBA security company. I will upload the detailed information and personal profiles of the security team together. Call me if you need to access them. 17 placed the barbell on the ground, crossed his arms over his knees, and panted to recover. "May I request the equipment for this mission in advance so that the logistics department can prepare it there?" Jay informed him with a stream of messages reporting and serving. The organization of Purgatory was a finely tuned, massive machine, and 17 and his team were merely parts of it. "Connect me to the terminal. Oh, I need to check the data. Also send me the environment where the target resides." 17 paused his training and spoke the longest sentence he had ever said, causing Jay to momentarily be taken aback. Jay quickly connected his ocular terminal. 17's vision blurred, and a virtual screen appeared before him. He began to view the target and security team's data, examining the environment and formulating an initial plan while considering the equipment to select. There was a wealth of information encompassing both overt and covert aspects. The intelligence department of Purgatory had gathered all the data they could find from the target's personal preferences, frequently visited places, and trajectories, to the personal skills and characteristics of the security team. 17 worked from the afternoon until 9 in the evening, devising several plans in his mind. Yes, I'm here." H, who had already switched shifts, quickly responded. "Long-range sniper rifle TAC-50, 10 armor-piercing rounds. 2 Beretta pistols, 10 magazines. 3 grenades. 2 daggers. Transport jeep with a backup vehicle, civilian motorcycle." H, far away in the base, rapidly recorded 17's equipment selections and communicated directly with the logistics department to relay 17's requirements. "Is there anything else you need?" After recording everything, H asked 17. "Not for now." "Okay, then rest well tonight. You have a flight at 9:15 tomorrow morning." The two paused their conversation. 17 stood up and walked towards the bathroom. He had been sitting on the floor for several hours without moving, studying the data, without even taking a sip of water. Strangely, Caitlin hadn't returned to disturb him since she left at noon, which made 17 feel somewhat unaccustomed. After washing up, he casually ate something. When it was past 10 o'clock, 17 decided not to train tonight, but to clean the entire house instead. He meticulously cleaned every corner, including the bathroom, kitchen, living room, and bedroom. Every place he had touched was wiped down to ensure that there was not a single fingerprint or hair of his left in the house. He also gathered the condoms he had hidden over the past couple of nights. After spending 2 hours, 17 finally finished cleaning the entire house, packed the garbage into a bag, and set it aside ready to dispose of it tomorrow. Just as he was about to rest, there was a knock on the door. "Hi, darling, are you asleep?" Caitlin had returned. 17 ignored her and lay down on the bed to rest. But Caitlin seemed undeterred, knocking on the door and tapping on every window around the house. Joy opened the door quickly. "I know you're inside. Oh, I can smell your scent," Caitlin shouted from outside. 17 frowned and instinctively raised his arm to sniff. "Darling, open the door. I have to go to work tomorrow. I won't be back for 3 days." Caitlin stood outside the door pleading. 17 still ignored her. The relentless Caitlin knocked for a full half hour, and by then it was already late at night, causing some neighbors to turn on their lights. "Hey, if your husband won't open the door, come to me. Ooh, I have a place for you to rest," a man shouted from a distance. 17 impatiently got out of bed, instinctively wanting to avoid drawing attention. "Get lost. In with a man." Caitlin was infuriated by 17's neglect. Just as she was about to turn around to go home, there was a soft sound from the door, and it swung open. "Oh!" Caitlin gasped as she was pulled into the dark living room by a pair of arms. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her neck, and she slumped down. 17 threw the unconscious Caitlin onto the sofa and turned back towards the bedroom. Ding, ding, ding. The phone that fell on the floor emitted a piercing ringtone, causing Caitlin's eyelids to twitch as she opened her eyes. "Ouch. That hurts." Just waking up, a sharp pain shot through her neck as Caitlin struggled to sit up from the sofa, bewilderedly surveying her surroundings. But whether in the living room or the kitchen, everything was clean and tidy, showing no sign of dust, completely different from usual. "Joey, Joey." Caitlin called out toward the bedroom in confusion, the ringtone on the floor continuing to ring. She bent down to pick up her phone and bag, turning off the alarm. "Oh damn, I have to go to work." Caitlin finally realized the holiday was over, and she had to go to work today for a flight. Running to the bedroom door, she pushed it open, revealing a spotless room where everything was arranged neatly, even the sheets, showing no creases, as if no one had ever lived there. At this moment, she finally sensed that something was off. "Joey." Upon opening the door to the gym, it was the same. Every room in the house had been cleaned thoroughly, leaving no trace behind, as if the person had vanished without a sound. "Damn that bastard. Ouch, my neck. That bastard knocked me out last night and left me on the sofa to sleep the whole night." Caitlin slapped the door angrily, only to scream in pain from her own force. "Damn it, Joey, you dead man. I curse you to never be able to get it up for the rest of your life, damn." Fuming, Caitlin stormed out of the house, without looking back, running towards her own home. "Next time I come back, I'll deal with you, you bastard." Back at home, Caitlin quickly packed her things and rushed into the bathroom to wash up and do her makeup, muttering curses about 17. She couldn't blame herself. As an excellent flight attendant, she had never been treated this way. Every gentleman she had encountered maintained a very courteous attitude. How could someone knock her out and toss her on the sofa? Filled with resentment, Caitlin was unaware that after their brief encounter over the last 2 days, the man who captivated her had vanished from her life like a passerby, arriving silently and disappearing without a trace. Years later, when she accidentally bumped into this man, the one who haunted her dreams for countless nights, everything had changed. The world had turned upside down. As time approached 9 o'clock at Miami International Airport, a tall man, wearing a cap and dressed simply in a t-shirt and sweatpants, walked towards the boarding gate, hands empty. "Hello, sir, please show your boarding pass." Upon boarding the Boeing 787, a beautiful flight attendant smiled at 17. 17 handed over his boarding pass. "Hello, Mr. Mike, welcome aboard our flight. Your seat is up front." The lead flight attendant continued to assist the other crew members while personally escorting 17 to his seat in first class. 17 remained silent. Having flown several times already, he had lost interest in airplanes, following the lead flight attendant to his seat with an indifferent expression. "Mr. Mike, this is your seat. Would you like a blanket?" "No." "What meal would you like? Desserts or drinks? Just let me know and I'll arrange for someone to bring them to you." "Mineral water." "Oh, would you like anything else?" "No." 17 sat in his seat, gazing out at the scenery. "Then I won't disturb your rest. If you need anything, just press the button." Seeing 17's unapproachable demeanor, the lead flight attendant said no more and left. Time quickly passed to 15 minutes past 9. The first-class cabin was empty, with only a few passengers besides 17, the closest one several seats away. The Boeing 787 began taxiing on the runway, and shortly after, with a thunderous roar, it climbed towards the sky, vanishing into the clouds. Tea Country, Bangkok. This is one of the largest cities in Southeast Asia and an international metropolis, serving as the political, economic, and cultural center of Tea Country, with over 12 million registered inhabitants, the actual population being much higher. Due to Tea Country's visa-free policy combined with smuggling and other reasons, the city has a complex population with a large influx of foreigners who stay long-term, engaging in various industries. Callum Jones is an African born in Sioux Country, a war-torn nation where he played with bullets and firearms as a child. By chance, he joined the Night organization and became a professional assassin. In his more than 10 years of being an assassin, he executed dozens of missions for the Knight organization with a very high success rate. After his physical condition deteriorated, he began to retire, transforming into a mid-level leader of the Knight organization dispatched to Southeast Asia as the chairman of a multinational logistics company, secretly facilitating personnel transport for the organization. Jones' residence in Bangkok is not in the city center, but in a coastal villa in the subordinate Mambo County. At 10 in the morning, Jones emerged from his bedroom wearing a bathrobe tall and imposing at nearly 6 feet 3 with a solid frame that exuded an intimidating presence. A burly bodyguard in the living room saw Jones coming out and quickly approached to report the intelligence he just received. Boss, we've received information that someone has placed a bounty on you on the dark web with a reward of $10 million. This task has been taken up by Purgatory. Jones' gaze sharpened, his dark face betraying no emotion. Purgatory? I've never liked those guys. This time let their people stay here. Go have headquarters send a team over to stay undercover. Once you spot any suspicious targets, eliminate them immediately. Also, you all need to stay sharp these days. After coldly stating this, Jones walked back to his bedroom, where a low conversation soon started. The bodyguard turned and left to make arrangements. At Bangkok International Airport, an Airbus flight was slowly landing on the runway, the loud roar causing some people outside the airport to cover their ears. 17, hands empty and the brim of his cap pulled low, walked down from the plane with the crowd. After a layover and nearly 20 hours of flying, he had crossed half the globe to arrive in Bangkok. 17, all the equipment you need is ready. I have sent the location and contact information to your terminal. This mission is rated S-level and your logistics and intelligence services have also been upgraded to S-level. As the mission begins, we will no longer speak casually. If you need anything, please call me promptly. OI and H will be at your service 24 hours a day. Just after landing, before 17 could exit the airport, he heard Jay's pleasant voice in his earpiece. 17 walked along the corridor towards the exit. It took some time to get out of the airport, but his identity and passport were prepared by Purgatory, so he didn't need to worry about those aspects. After exiting the airport, he hailed a taxi and disappeared into the metropolis. Mambo County, located about several kilometers from the center of Bangkok. A taxi stopped by the side of the dilapidated road. After getting out, 17 stood by the roadside and looked around when a little boy around 8 or 9 years old ran towards him. Walla walla jilly gwalla. The little boy looked up at 17 and chattered away. Take me there. 17 spoke in English. He couldn't speak Thai, but could understand some simple words. The boy asked if he was called 17 and if he was there to pick something up. Okay. The little boy gestured with his small arms and turned to run towards a cluster of low houses in the distance. 17 quickened his pace to follow. It was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and the August weather was a bit stuffy. Many figures could be seen moving about outside among the low houses. Along the way, they encountered many people. The chatter was loud and overwhelming, but 17, wearing a duckbill cap, kept his head down and followed the little boy quickly through the houses. After about 5 minutes of walking through a row of houses, the little boy, panting, stopped. Walla. The little boy pointed to a small house diagonally across, then rubbed his thumb and index finger together, extending his left hand towards 17. 17 pulled a $100 bill from his pocket and tossed it to him. 3Q. The little boy's face lit up with an excited smile as he picked up the money and ran off. Not far away, some people were watching, their expressions curious and greedy, eyes peeked out from behind several windows. 17 lifted his feet and walked towards the houses. Dong. The small house had a wall, and 17 knocked on the door twice. Creak. The sound of the iron gate grinding was unpleasant. A man peeked out to look at 17, who also took a glance at him. The man was about 1.6 meters tall, thin, with a gaunt face, but his eyes held a hint of ferocity. 17. The man asked. Yes, 17 nodded. Come in. The man stepped aside, and 17 walked in as he closed the door behind him. The small courtyard was not large, about 20 to 30 square meters, overgrown with weeds, and a faint smell of decay wafted from the small building. 17 followed the man into a room in the small building where the heavy smell of decay and thick dust indicated that no one had lived there. This was 17's first judgment. However, he soon noticed that there was a path on the floor where the dust was not thick. The man walked along this path through 2 rooms on the first floor of the small building and entered the innermost room. The man squatted by a dilapidated bed and reached down to feel around. Crack, creak. He moved a coverboard under the bed. Come down, the man said to 17, then jumped down. 17 frowned and followed him down. Once 17 was down, the man reached up to close the coverboard, and it was pitch black below. Follow me. In the darkness, the man took out a phone and turned on the light. It was an underground passage about 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. Following the man, they turned left and right, walking for about 10 minutes before he finally stopped. Click. The lights turned on, revealing an underground room ahead. The man opened the door, revealing rows of firearms inside. My name is Shoho, and I am a member of the Southeast Asia Logistics Department. Your rank has now been elevated to S level, allowing you access to the armory to select your own weapons. Shoho was also a member of the Inferno, but he belonged to the logistics department, which managed weapons, and his status and position differed greatly from 17's. Okay. 17 nodded and walked toward the armory. The armory was spacious, about 50 square meters, with rows of shelves displaying a plethora of weapons from handguns to submachine guns, automatic rifles, light machine guns, heavy machine guns, light sniper rifles, and heavy sniper rifles. As he passed the handgun rack, 17 casually picked up two Beretta 92F pistols. This gun was developed by the Italian Beretta company with a double-stack magazine capacity of 15 rounds. 17 liked using this handgun. Oh, it felt great. Holding a large black backpack, Shoho followed along. 17 glanced at him, took the backpack, tossed the guns inside, and then grabbed 7 or 8 loaded magazines. He then walked directly over to the section for heavy long-range sniper rifles. There were only a few types: the TAC-50, Barrett, and NTW-20. The first two were made in the U.S., while the NTW-20 was a cannon produced in South Africa. 17 lowered his head and considered for a moment before ultimately choosing the TAC-50, which held the world record for long-distance sniping and was equipped with a 16x scope using 12.7mm ammunition. 17 did not take the standard rounds, but opted for 10 armor-piercing rounds. After that, he selected a dagger and took 3 grenades, deciding not to grab any more weapons. Do you need a bulletproof vest? Seeing 17 prepare to leave, Shoho hesitated, but pointed to several vests in the corner. No. 17 shook his head decisively. He was an assassin, not a mercenary. Assassins are ghosts in the dark, not meant for direct combat. Originally, he didn't need so many bullets and weapons, but this time the target was different. The other party was also a member of the dark world, and the security level around them was high, so he decided to take extra as a backup. Click, click, click. The sniper rifle was quickly disassembled into parts and placed in the large backpack. This way. Seeing 17 ready to leave, Shoho said no more and turned to walk out of the armory. As they reached the door, 17's eyes caught sight of some compressed biscuits on a shelf nearby. He casually took a pack along with 2 bags of purified water. This packaging for the purified water was specially designed for snipers. It can be placed inside clothing or strapped to the chest or arm with a soft tube, allowing snipers to hydrate during long periods of crouching. After exiting the armory with Shoho, they did not return the way they came, but continued down the passage in another direction. After several twists and turns for a few minutes, they saw a ladder extending upwards. Climb out from above. There's a car in the yard. Hey, race the key. The spare motorcycle you requested has also been placed at your designated location, and here is the motorcycle key. Shoho did not go out, but handed 2 keys to 17 and pointed to the ladder. All right. 17 took the keys and climbed up the ladder, pushing open the cover board above, revealing an empty room. Good luck. After 17 climbed up, Shoho said to him below and closed the cover board. 17 walked to the window and looked outside. In the backyard, a dilapidated Toyota sedan was parked against the wall. Exiting the yard, there was a muddy path extending into the woods in the distance, disappearing from sight. Glancing around and seeing no one, 17 slung the backpack over his shoulder, walked out of the room, checked the vehicle for any abnormalities, and after finding none, unlocked the car door with the key and sat inside. Vroom, the engine roared. It was an older car, just an ordinary sedan that had not been modified, which was what 17 had requested. Driving a flashy car would attract too much attention near his target's residence. Only this rundown little car would allow him to move freely. 17 drove the car out of the yard. This was the other side of the slum, where the human figures were sparse. Soon 17 disappeared into the woods in the distance. In a villa by the coast of Monbwa County, Callum Jones sat in the living room watching television, a thick cigar clenched between his teeth, while a young Thai actress nestled in his embrace. All the windows in the villa were covered by curtains concealing the interior from the outside. The number of bodyguards outside had increased to 20, and with a small team dispatched by the organization, there were now 30 elite bodyguards alongside 8 personal guards inside the villa. Moreover, hidden cameras were installed within a kilometer radius of the villa, and infrared scanners were set up on the walls, making his residence fortified to the point where not even a fly could enter. Boss, the personnel sent by headquarters are all in position scattered within a 3-kilometer radius around our villa, reported the personal bodyguard Captain Schur, whose robust physique made his suit stretch. Which day is it today? Jones exhaled a puff of cigar smoke, shifting his gaze from the television to Schur. It has been 5 days since we received the task from hell. Schur estimated the time. Have you found out the deadline for my current mission? Jonas' expression eased slightly. Having once been a professional assassin himself, he understood that every mission had a deadline. As long as Jones survived past that deadline, it would indicate the failure of the mission for the client. Upon failure, Hell would either readjust the mission's level, renegotiate the deadline with the employer, or cancel the mission and compensate the employer for breach of contract. Organizations like Hell place great importance on reputation. Even for the smallest task, they strictly adhere to the rules, and there exists an unwritten rule within Hell. If an assassination target fails, 3 times no orders from that individual will be accepted for life. Of course, this does not apply to those who have severed ties with Hell and stubbornly challenged this massive organization. For such individuals, Hell would continually dispatch elite assassins to pursue them until they are dead. Still unclear, the organization said our informants are currently unable to infiltrate Hell. They only know that your level in Hell is classified as S-level, other information is unknown. Sure shook his head. Useless, a bunch of useless people. Jonas' face darkened, not due to the lack of knowledge about the deadline, but because of the mission's level. Tasks within Hell are categorized into 5 levels: B, A, S, SS, and SSS. At the top level there exists an endless lethal order corresponding to client levels Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Black Diamond, and a Supreme membership. Now classified as S-level, Hell would dispatch S-level assassins, including intelligence and logistics, all categorized as S-level. Everyone in the dark world understands that S-level assassins registered in Hell are almost all ruthless killing machines nurtured from a young age within Hell, making them extremely difficult to deal with. The afternoon company meeting is cancelled. Jones was originally supposed to attend a meeting for his multinational logistics company today, but he no longer wished to go, nor did he dare to. He was no longer the professional assassin who had licked blood off the blade, but rather a wealthy tycoon holding vast riches, enjoying endless luxury, and he did not want to take any risks. Yes, sure, turn to make arrangements. Wait, Jones called him back. Boss, when will the substitute prepared by the organization arrive? The day after tomorrow morning. Not acceptable, have him come sooner tomorrow, no tonight. After finishing, Jones tapped the young woman in his arms. Get me the phone. The woman, dressed in silk pajamas, stood up and retrieved the satellite phone from the table, handing it to him. You go ahead and be busy, I'll make the call myself. Jones held the phone dialing as he waved Sure off. Okay, boss. Sure left. Beep. Hello, esteemed Mr. Callum Jones, this is the dedicated line 3. How may I assist you? A sweet girl's voice came from the satellite phone. Connect me to the board of directors line. Authorization verification. Please input your code number into the phone. Jones continuously pressed the buttons on the phone. Before long, the voice changed to a male voice. Mr. Jones, how may I assist you? Arrange for my substitute to be sent over as soon as possible. Do I need him? Jones said in a low voice. Understood, I will record this and relay it promptly. Arrange a private jet to bring him over. I will personally cover the costs. A shipment needed by the organization will arrive early this morning, and I need him to go in my place. Jones stood by the window, slightly lifting the tightly closed curtains to glance outside. The bodyguards outside were on a rotating shift, patrolling without a blind spot 24 hours a day, guarding the garden outside the villa. These defenses were all meticulously arranged by him against potential assassins. All right, I'll relay your message right away. The call was disconnected. Jones returned to the sofa, embracing the woman as he continued to smoke his cigar and watch the movie. Though the day passed monotonously, it emphasized safety. In light of the assassins sent by Hell lurking in the shadows, he had no choice but to remain holed up in his fortress. The area where Jones resided was a coastal villa district considered a high-end villa community in Bangkok, built on a small hill by the sea. The entire hillside stood about 200 meters above sea level, with a considerable area and ample trees, featuring 20 villas constructed in a staggered manner. However, Jonas' villa was situated halfway up the hill. When he originally purchased this villa, he had thoroughly surveyed the entire hillside, and being an assassin himself, he knew there were 2 vantage points on the hill that could be used for a long-range assassination of his villa. Thus, he had stationed personnel at both locations and also installed hidden infrared sensors and cameras to ensure absolute security. Yet despite all his calculations, he did not anticipate that 2 kilometers away from his villa, in the easternmost villa of the entire district, a pair of eyes were glued to a scope, aiming at his villa 24 hours a day. And these eyes belonged to 17. On the day 17 acquired the firearm, he drove straight to the woods behind the villa district and, abandoning his car, stealthily infiltrated the villa district overnight, sneaking into this vacant villa to lie in wait. The guards Jones had stationed on the hill were as good as non-existent to him. 17 easily bypassed their blockade. This mission was classified as S-level with full logistics and intelligence. The layout of the entire villa district, owner information, and whether anyone was residing there were all thoroughly investigated by Hell's intelligence department. This was the first assassination plan formulated by 17 to lie in wait. As soon as Jones showed any sign of vulnerability and stepped out of his home, 17 would have the opportunity to take a long-range shot. As night gradually descended at Bangkok International Airport, a Gulfstream private jet roared down towards the runway. After landing, the private jet did not taxi towards the large passenger aircraft parking area, but instead glided toward a nearby hangar where 3 black SUVs were already waiting. Once the Gulfstream came to a halt, the cabin door opened and a man wearing a mask stepped out of the cabin. He was tall, and judging by his exposed skin, appeared to be a black man. Seeing the man come down, Sneer walked over. Miss? Yes. The masked figure nodded, just about to remove her mask, when Sneer waved his hand. No need, get in the car first. The 2 walked towards the parked vehicles, then the 3 SUVs left the hangar, disappearing into the vast flow of traffic outside the airport. Meanwhile, 17 was hidden in the attic of a villa. The attic was quite low, less than 2 meters high, and the space was cramped, filled with clutter. Near a small window against the wall, a TAC-50 was set up on a small wooden table. 17 sat on a stool, his eyes pressed against the scope, locking onto a villa 2 kilometers away. For 2 days now, 17 had been lurking in this abandoned villa for over 48 hours. The target's villa was under constant surveillance, and for the past 2 days, 17 had been observing the patrol routes of the bodyguards, as well as the security measures like surveillance cameras and infrared scans. Boom. The sound of an engine echoed from the distance, and the scope slightly adjusted to focus on the distant intersection. 3 SUVs sped towards the target's villa. Minutes later, the 3 vehicles entered the villa, but instead of stopping at the front door, they drove straight into the garage. The lights in the villa's living room turned on. Although the curtains blocked the view inside, a faint glow seeped through the gaps. 17 took a breath from the soft tube in his mouth. Though he was hiding in this villa over the past 2 days, he had only eaten 2 pieces of compressed biscuits and drunk a small bag of water. He had not entered the kitchen or any of the rooms below. He even cleaned the staircase leading upstairs, leaving no trace of his presence except for the attic. Time passed slowly. At 11 at night, the sound of another vehicle's engine came from the intersection. From the sound, it seemed to be a sports car or a coupe. Although this villa area had only a 70 occupancy rate, there were still quite a few people living here, so 17 glanced briefly before returning his gaze. However, the engine's sound grew closer, driving straight towards 17's location, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. At that moment, a voice from the earpiece announced, "HS message 17, the intelligence department just informed me that they've learned the owner of the villa you're in is coming over with his son and a bar girl." Huh. 17 exhaled, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Now he had 2 choices: 1, retreat immediately before being discovered and re-strategize; 2, continue to hide and wait for an opportunity, though this posed certain risks of being discovered by the villa's owner. After hesitating for about 10 seconds, the sound of the engine grew nearer. Got it. 17 made up his mind, responding softly before sitting still on the chair. Boom boom. The sports car parked in the villa's garden. "Wow, Mr. Bosong, is this your home?" A woman in high heels stepped out of the sports car. Her long legs were slender and white, her figure tall, and her voice carried a soft tone that naturally evoked sympathy. "No, this is one of my homes. I only stay here for a few days every 2 or 3 months. Bong was a well-known rich second generation in Bangkok, wealthy beyond measure. His father wasn't very strict with him. Anything that could be resolved with money was easily done, leading to Baesong's flamboyant personality since childhood. As he grew older, he squandered money extravagantly, embodying the archetype of a young wealthy heir. "That's amazing. If I had a house like this, I would be satisfied for life." The woman leaned closer, hugging Baesong's arm and nuzzling against it. "Then let's see how you perform tonight, ha." Bong led the woman toward the entrance, using his fingerprint to unlock the door. The opulent decoration made the woman exclaim in awe. Not long after, the two began to intertwine on the sofa in the living room, followed by a fierce battle. High-pitched screams mingled with low growls echoed throughout the villa. From his position in the attic, 17 listened to the cries, his expression impassive, his eyes trained on the distant Jonas villa as he noticed some movement there. Some bodyguards were moving back and forth, and vehicles in the garage were rolling out, stopping in the garden, preparing to leave. 17 focused intently, his scope zeroed in on the distant main gate. As time ticked on, the fierce battle in the villa had long since ceased. The faint voices that drifted in did not distract his concentration. Around 12:30 in the morning, the main gate of Jonas Villa opened, and the bodyguards in the garden rushed to the entrance. 8 tall bodyguards surged out, their bodies engulfing Jonas' figure as they shielded him while he walked towards the vehicles. In 17's scope, he could not see Jonas' figure, which made his tensed fingers relax. Boom. 5 SUVs drove out from the villa, heading towards the road. 17's scope locked onto one of the cars. Watching the convoy leave, he chose not to fire, as Jones had given him no opportunity. Even killing the driver of that car wouldn't guarantee he could eliminate Jones, as he couldn't tell whether Jones was seated on the right or left side in the back seat. One missed shot would mean no second chance. This mission could essentially be deemed a failure, so 17 preferred to wait for a better opportunity rather than risk a shot. Once again, high-pitched screams echoed from below the attic. 17 slightly curled his lip. Based on his experience, he was sure the woman was merely putting on an act. A former female partner had once secretly told him that a woman's soft moans indicated enjoyment, while high-pitched screams were merely for pleasing men to excite them, followed by a lethal strike during the moment of relaxation. With no opportunity at hand, 17 could only choose to continue lurking. The target had left the villa, and after 2 days without sleep, he decided to take a short nap. Yes, here. Call me in half an hour. Got it. 17 didn't know when the target would return, but to alleviate his nerve fatigue and to ensure he could seize the next opportunity for a decisive strike, he chose to rest. After all, he was still human, and his physical abilities would fatigue. Alright, I'll have the network support team monitor and notify you before the target returns to the villa. H and J were both very professional. 17 was not the first newcomer they had guided and assisted, and they understood his current state and choices. Okay. After speaking, 17 set down the sniper rifle and laid down on the table to rest. At a hidden bay, a cargo ship was anchored on the surface of the sea. 4 to 5 SUVs approached from a distance, and soon after they stopped by the seaside with the headlights of one SUV flashing towards the cargo ship on the distant sea. Toot. The horn sounded briefly, and then the cargo ship began to move towards the shore. Shear, the bodyguard captain of Jones, got out of the car, said something into his phone, and then several small boats quickly approached from further out at sea. Mr. Jones, we're here. Shear opened the car door and woke up the sleeping Jones. What do you need me to do later? This Jones was actually the decoy miss, as both of them were black, and due to professional cosmetic surgery their faces bore a striking resemblance. You just need to make an appearance and talk to the clients, they'll handle the rest. As Shear, Jonas' personal bodyguard and a member of the night organization, was well aware of the goods being exchanged, he understood the process clearly. He could have handled the exchange himself, but tonight's client only recognized Jones, not anyone else, hence the need for Jones to appear in person. All right. The decoy nodded, looking around cautiously as he got out of the car. Don't worry, it's very safe here, it's quite hidden. Shear patted his shoulder. Not long after the cargo ship approached, but due to the ship's draft depth, it was still some distance from the shore. After waiting for a while, when the small boats arrived, Shear led 8 bodyguards surrounding Jones towards the shore. After a brief transfer by the small boats, they boarded the cargo ship. Hi, dear Mr. Jones, long time no see. As soon as they boarded, an Asian man in a white suit opened his arms and walked towards them, followed by a dozen subordinates armed with AKs. Mr. Sheen, long time no see. Jones laughed and embraced him. This batch of goods is the best I've had in the last 3 months. I spent a lot of money to get it for you. Mr. Sheen took a cigar box from one of his subordinates, cut one for Jones, and handed it to him. Not bad, authentic Cuban goods, I like it. Jones sniffed it under his nose, displaying a satisfied expression. Haha, glad you like it. Come, let's go eat. Shall he take these brothers to inspect the goods? Mr. Sheen said to a young man behind him, then wrapped his arm around Jones and walked towards the cabin. Jones nodded at Shear, who followed Shao He with 4 bodyguards. They walked from the deck deep into the ship's body, and upon reaching the bottom, a foul smell assaulted their nostrils before they even saw the goods. Splash! The tarp was pulled away, revealing a large iron cage inside the ship. Various screams and shouts erupted immediately. Shut up! Shao He shouted loudly, striking the iron cage with a metal rod. Inside the cage, 30 to 40 young men and women were frightened into silence, huddled together, dirty and disheveled. How many in total? Shear asked Shao He. There were originally 53. 7 were thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Now, there are 46 left. Shao He leaned against the iron cage, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offered one to Shear, but Shear didn't take it. Shao He didn't mind and lit one for himself. Shear carefully counted the number of people and finally had Shao He open the cage, personally leading his subordinates inside to check each one, mainly to see if anyone was dead or seriously injured. About half an hour later, Shear's satellite phone rang. Hello, you can come over. There are 46 in total. After hanging up, he walked out with his bodyguards. Let's go up and let the boss transfer the money to you. A few of them stayed behind to watch as Shear and Shao He returned to the ship's cabin on the deck, where Jones and Mr. Sheen were enjoying hot pot eating and laughing, chatting happily. Boss, no problem, Shear said softly to Jones. All right, arrange the payment for Mr. Sheen. Jones wiped his hands and received a tablet from a bodyguard behind him, starting to swipe on it. Haha, no rush, let's eat first and transfer the money after we finish. Mr. Sheen, who appeared to be in his 30s, spoke fluent English, making it hard to guess his origin. Goods exchanged for money, that's the rule. We must abide by the rules for the game to be played well, Jones said, swiping while smiling at Mr. Sheen. Right, rules, abide by the rules. I toast to Mr. Jones. Mr. Sheen raised his wine glass and downed it in one go, clearly delighted, as he knew he could make a big profit from this order. The tablet displayed that the transfer was in progress. Jones handed the tablet to the bodyguard behind him and continued drinking with Mr. Sheen. Meanwhile, at Jonas' villa, he sat on the sofa confirming information on the tablet, and soon after a large sum of money was transferred out. This supply should raise my status within the organization. If I could be reassigned to Europe for business management, that would be great. This task in the Inferno should be ordered by him. Eliminating me would leave no competition for him in Europe. After completing the transfer, Jones leaned back on the sofa, rubbing his forehead, a cruel look flashing across his face. Meanwhile, the entire handover process lasted about 2 hours, and the goods were taken away by Shear on a cargo ship, allowing both Shear and Mr. Sheen to leave quickly after the transaction. It was now 4 in the morning precisely, when people felt the most fatigued. The 17th, lurking in the villa, had also settled down, supported by the intelligence department, learning that Jonas' convoy was an hour's drive from the villa, and he had rested for an hour and a half. This greatly relieved his fatigue and body. Time passed slowly. Around 5 in the morning. 17. The convoy is 10 kilometers from the villa area. HS voice came through the earpiece. Okay. 17 took a deep breath, stood up lightly, stretched his hands and shoulders, then leaned over the table, aiming at the distant intersection, quietly waiting. About 20 minutes later, the roar of engines echoed from afar. A series of 5 SUVs sped towards this direction. After passing the intersection, they arrived at the brightly lit villa garden in 3 to 4 minutes, heading straight for the garage. Just when 17 thought there would be no opportunity, the convoy suddenly only let the first 2 vehicles in while the last 3 stopped at the garage door, not entering. 17's gaze turned cold, his finger resting on the trigger, his body tensing at that moment. The doors of the vehicles opened one by one, and bodyguards got out, walking towards the middle vehicle. Jonas' door opened, and he jumped out while huddling behind his bodyguards. A group surrounded Jones, quickly walking towards the entrance of the villa. Shadows flickered. Time seemed to slow down as 17 occasionally caught a glimpse of the tall figure in the middle through the scope. The villa's front door opened. 17's breath suddenly stopped, and his finger tightened on the trigger. Bang! A huge gunshot echoed throughout the loft. The 7mm bullet shot out from the muzzle. Tick-tick. 2 seconds later, the crowd at the entrance of Jonas' villa erupted into a massive spray of blood. 2 figures fell stiffly at the entrance of the villa, their heads having vanished, while the ground at the entrance and the flower bed and on the walls was splattered with red and white liquid gushing out. Enemy attack. Shear's pupils constricted as he shouted. He could hardly believe that someone could shoot and double headshot under the protection of so many people, instantly taking out a bodyguard and Jonas' decoy. Boom. About 3 seconds later, Shear finally heard the distant sound of the sniper rifle. The speed of sound in air is 340 meters per second, while the bullet speed of a TAC-50 is 850 meters per second, and the distance from 17's position to Jonas' villa is over 1,800 meters. After 17 fired, the bullet hit its target after flying through the air for about 2 seconds, while the sound of the sniper rifle took about 5 seconds to reach Jonas' villa, creating a time difference. East side 1 to 2 kilometers away. Shear's rich experience led him to shout at the surrounding subordinates. The bodyguards immediately sprinted towards the outside of the villa, while the 2 points on the surrounding hills that Jones had arranged also rushed towards the direction of 17. After shooting, 17 quickly disassembled his rifle. In just a few seconds, a sniper rifle was taken apart and thrown into the backpack at his feet, and he grabbed the backpack and dashed to the stairs of the loft, jumping down. The slumbering young Master Bong and the bar girl were startled awake by a dull, thunderous roar. Despite their extreme fatigue, they jumped out of bed in fright. Tsunami or earthquake? Young Master Bosong, wait for me. Still groggy, Bong rushed out of the bedroom, but when he looked at the brightly lit hall and noticed no signs of shaking or abnormality, a shadow suddenly jumped down from upstairs. Just as he turned his head, a dark gun muzzle spewed forth flames. Bang! Bang! Without any hesitation, 17 fired 2 shots in quick succession. Bong and the bar girl, who had just rushed out of the bedroom, had no time to react and were instantly shot in the head, their bodies collapsing to the floor with a dull thud. Thud. 17 leaped out of the back door of the villa. In the night, a shadow darted towards the wall, moving with the agility of a leopard. The Tumter-high wall posed no obstacle for him as he swiftly scaled it. The reason for choosing this villa 17 had carefully observed in the files. Baisong's villa was very close to the forest behind, making the escape route convenient after firing. He was confident he could safely exit the villa area before the others arrived. As 17 sprinted away, a figure stood behind the second-floor window of Jonas' villa in the distance, the arm pulling the curtain, trembling slightly. Hiss. Huh. Jones himself hid behind the curtain, watching the grim scene in the garden below, a chill creeping into his heart, and cold sweat soaked his pajamas, sticking to his back. Fuck, thank goodness, thank goodness. Jones took several deep breaths to calm his rage and fear. Once a professional killer himself, he was naturally familiar with the best methods of long-range sniping. However, in his years of career, he had never witnessed such a monstrous shooting skill. The car team had stopped in front of the garage on Jonas' orders. He wanted to test whether there were lurking killers from the abyss around his villa, but this test left him terrified. 17 demonstrated what it meant to be a killer cultivated in the abyss. At nearly 2 kilometers, such a shot involved numerous external factors, including temperature, humidity, wind speed, bullet trajectory, and predicting the target's movements. All these factors converged. 17 completed a double kill, 2 headshots in 1 shot right before his eyes. This scene made him realize that in this world, there were some people he had to look up to. Having retired from the profession of a killer for many years, Jones had enjoyed years of riches and glory. He was no longer the same person. His experiences made him value life more than other businessmen, cherishing everything he had now. Shear, have you caught up with him? Jones returned to his room and picked up the intercom, asking Shear, who had gone out to chase. Hiss. Boss still in pursuit. Just minutes after 17 fired, lights in many villas across the neighborhood flickered on, and some villa owners stepped outside to check what had happened. At that moment, bang, bang, Several gunfires lit up in the eastern woods, the sound of handguns echoing. Over there, quickly pursue. Second team, Eastwoods, hurry over. Shear shouted, and over 20 bodyguards rushed towards the eastern woods. 17 had not anticipated that Jones would have stationed 2 sentries on the hill. Although they could not stop him, they revealed his precise location. Boom. Throwing away the backpack from his back, 17 ran wildly through the woods. I'm here. Mission accomplished, target deceased. Okay, verifying now. 17 held his breath and sprinted through the pitch-black woods, moving so fast that he appeared as nothing more than a blurred shadow. Reaching the hilltop, 17 did not run down the back of the mountain, but rather sprinted horizontally along the ridge of the small slope. Although his position was exposed, 17 did not change his escape route, continuing as per his original plan. From down the hill, loud shouts echoed as Shear and his men arrived. Meanwhile, as 17 ran, he saw lights flashing on the other slope and suddenly stopped. He pulled a grenade from his waist, crouched down, and fumbled around. After making a simple arrangement, 17 continued to run wildly. Inside the villa, Jones hung up the satellite phone, his face dark with anger. He picked up the intercom beside him and roared, "Shear, take him out. Make sure to eliminate him." "Yes, boss, we are searching with all our might." Hearing Jonas roar, Shear urged his men to pursue quickly. "Boss, we need to find his running traces. We can't keep up with his speed." A seasoned bodyguard said, looking troubled. "Turn on the lights." Shear gritted his teeth. "But..." "Shut up. Turn on the lights and chase." "Yes." A large number of bodyguards turned on their lights, making 17's running traces very clear. Their speed increased as they chased after him. After running for a while, 17 followed his escape route down the mountain, ignoring the multitude of lights that lit up behind him. As a killer, a professional killer would never linger in battle. After completing a target, he wouldn't fire an extra shot unless it obstructed his mission or escape. Boom. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds echoed from behind. The hidden explosive set by 17 detonated, and even from a distance the chilling cries could be heard. "Watch your step, be careful." Shear's expression darkened. 17's explosive took out 3 of his brothers. Although they were not dead, they were incapacitated and would never stand again. He arranged for some people to take the injured down the mountain for treatment and continued leading the chase. However, their pursuit speed decreased again, no longer daring to charge blindly. At this moment, 17 had already dashed to the other side of the slope, breaking free from the encirclement, disappearing into the night. Time ticked by. The sky gradually began to brighten. Shear knew that 17 had escaped. Even if they dug 3 feet into this mountain, they would be unable to find any trace of him. Helpless, he could only reply to Jones, "Boss, we did our best. We couldn't catch the target." Sitting in the villa's living room, Jones took a puff of his cigar, his expression gloomy. "Come back for the next few days. We'll bolster defenses. I will continue to recruit a new batch of people." Jones was not in a rage of incompetence. He had calmed down. "Yes." Shear returned to the villa with his men. In the garden lay 2 headless corpses. A large pool of blood sprayed across the ground, and the thick smell of blood filled the entire garden. Shear entered the living room reeking of sweat, his suit stained with dirt and filth. "Boss, I'm sorry. It's fine, I don't blame you. This killer is not an ordinary person." Jones set down his cigar, stood up, and patted Shear's shoulder. "In a few days, whether the Abyss sends out killers again or this killer returns, be careful. You've worked hard," Jones said solemnly to Shear. Shear was a professional bodyguard trained in the night, and Jones trusted him greatly regarding security. "Rest assured, boss, I will not give him another chance," Shear said with determination. Jones turned and walked upstairs while Shear turned to arrange the ensuing matters. The sky brightened. After leaving the villa area, 17 found the motorcycle that Shoho had prepared for him and rode away from Monbwa County. In the base, H and J were about to switch shifts. "Here, when will Shoho arrive?" 17 parked his bike by an empty roadside and asked casually. "The logistics personnel are on their way. Let me check for you," Jay said before cutting off the line. "They'll be there soon, in about 10 minutes. "All right." 17 sat on the motorcycle waiting for Shoho to arrive. He needed to return the motorcycle, handgun, and grenades. Although the armory in Hell was abundant, the consumption of firearms during each mission was significant, and given 17's current situation, returning them was the best option. In the base, a dialogue box suddenly popped up on JS interface. "Your mission has failed." It was not Calum or Jones who died, but a decoy prepared by the night. JS' expression froze, and her fingers stopped typing. "Please hold on, our intelligence department will verify the information." Before Jay could wait for the intelligence department to confirm the news, another message popped up in the dialogue box. "My channels have confirmed Calum and Jones are still alive, and they just communicated with the high-ranking personnel of the night. A large number of security personnel have been dispatched to protect him." "Are your assassins from Hell so incompetent? You can't even distinguish between a decoy and the real body?" The other party seemed very angry, their tone tinged with dissatisfaction and sarcasm. "Please hold. Once our intelligence department confirms, we will arrange the mission again." JS' reply was very polite. After finishing, she ignored the other party, picked up the phone on the table, and dialed out directly. "Mr. Black Mamba, there might be some issues with 17's mission. Our client says that 17 shot the target's decoy and the real body is unharmed. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment. I will have the intelligence department confirm it, and I will come over shortly. After saying this, Black Mamba hung up the phone. At this moment, another message popped up in the dialog box on the computer. His security level has increased again. If you continue to take on this mission, I will not increase the payment. Don't worry, since we have taken on the mission, even if we fail, we will rearrange it and send stronger personnel over. JS' reply left the other party speechless. Hell has existed for so many years and holds a high position in the global dark world, offering a perfect service tailored to clients. Black Mamba soon arrived and brought the latest news from the intelligence department. 17's mission had failed. Hearing Black Mamba's words, Jay looked a bit disheartened. She had just switched shifts thinking that 17 had completed a highly difficult mission and would be promoted to S-level, but it turned out to be a failure. Mr. Black Mamba, do we need to reassign personnel to carry out the mission? Jay asked Black Mamba. Black Mamba, wearing a tank top with bulging muscles and a somewhat menacing scar on his face, glanced at the beautiful Jay and said blandly, "Give me 17's communication." Jay took off the earpiece from her ear, handed it to Black Mamba, and reconnected with 17 on the computer interface. At this time, 17 had just met Shoho. After handing over the equipment, he prepared to leave on Shohei's small broken car. 17, a low voice came from the earpiece. 17 was slightly taken aback, realizing it was the voice of his last instructor, Black Mamba. "Instructor, you have failed your mission." "Moi." 17 paused for a moment, his brow slightly furrowing as he recalled the scene of shooting in the early morning, clearly seeing the target's head explode in the crosshairs. "You killed the target's decoy, the real body is unharmed." "Oh." 17 immediately understood that the convoy could have driven into the garage, but it stopped in the garden. This was a trap, a bait to lure him into action. Now you have two choices. One, continue with the mission until completion or until the deadline is reached, resulting in mission failure. 2, abandon the mission and your level will be downgraded to the lowest level, or you may be reassigned to the mercenary department to join the mercenary team. Black Mamba's words made JS' face change. This was completely harsh and offered 17 no other choice. In the past, even if trainees failed a mission, they would only face reduced treatment, and their level would not change unless they failed multiple missions. But now 17's level would not only drop to the lowest, but he might also be reassigned to the mercenary team. The mercenary team was known as a meat grinder, where personnel were usually eliminated from the training camp. Although they were strong, various reasons prevented them from becoming part of the assassin department. Moreover, for someone like 17, entering the mercenary team would make it difficult to gain the trust of teammates. On the battlefield, without teammates, it would be no different from fighting alone, and regardless of how strong one was, the death rate would sharply increase. Continue executing the mission. 17's tone showed no fluctuation. Since Black Mamba gave him no choice, he had none either. In the training camp, Black Mamba often repeated a saying, "If the target does not die, you will not live. It is a fight to the death." "All right, then you continue. By the way, the target's security level has been raised to SS level, which poses great difficulty. I await good news from you." After finishing, Black Mamba threw down the earpiece and turned to leave. Jay put the earpiece back on her ear. 17, if you need anything, I will assist you throughout the process. Jay didn't know what to say to comfort 17, and 17 didn't need her comfort. His mind was racing, recalling everything he had seen in the villa area over the past few days. He needed to redevelop his assassination plan. Shoho had already left on his motorcycle. 17's small broken car was parked by the roadside, and he leaned against the window, staring blankly at the distant village. For the past 20 years, everything he had learned was aimed at becoming a top assassin. In the 4 or 5 training camps, he had studied assassination plans for any scenario and had undergone countless assassination simulations. 17's mind was racing, contemplating the best course of action next. Uncertain how much time passed, people occasionally passed by on the dirt road. "Jay, can you retrieve the information on the personnel added to the target?" 17 asked casually. "I will check with the intelligence department and do my best." Jay had been waiting for 17's request. As soon as 17 spoke, her fingers began dancing on the keyboard, typing rapidly to communicate with the intelligence department. The success or failure of 17's mission not only affected his treatment, but also impacted her and HS situations. While waiting, 17 contemplated various plans. During the days spent lurking in the villa, he had made detailed observations of the mountain villa. Nearly all the terrain and details of the entire villa area were etched in his mind. Before Jay could respond, more people began to appear on the dirt road, and vehicles occasionally passed by. 17 started the small broken car and drove off into the distance. In a dilapidated house, the room is sparsely furnished with a single bed, a table, and a chair, while the floor is covered in dust, and a faint musty odor hangs in the air. This is the residence arranged for 17 by the Thin Monkey. Due to the shot fired by 17 in the villa area along with his killing of young Master Bosung, the authorities in Bangkok have begun to be on alert with police patrolling the streets and checking foreigners entering the country, capturing a large number of outsiders without passports or visas. 17. The information you requested has been sent over. I will forward it to you. In his earpiece, Jay found the data that 17 needed. 17's vision flickered, and a virtual screen appeared shimmering in his left eye. A dense array of information appeared before his eyes detailing the original security team surrounding Jones, as well as the details of 2 security teams that would soon arrive in Bangkok. Sitting in the chair, 17 took out a blank sheet of paper and began to sketch. With a few swift strokes, he drew a simple layout of the villa area, marking the location of Jonas' villa and outlining the surrounding hills, villas, and roads. As he looked at the map and the information just received, 17 fell into deep thought. The plan for a long-range sniper attack was completely ruled out. The opponent would not give him another chance, and with a deadline for the task, as long as the target remained inside the villa, the mission would be declared a failure once time ran out. 17 could not afford to waste time. Jay? Yes, here. How much time is left for the mission? 6 days. 17's brow furrowed slightly. There were only 6 days left. Though it seemed like nearly a week, the target had been hiding in the villa for 9 days without making an appearance. Given the current situation, the target would surely continue to stay inside, making the task appear increasingly impossible to complete. Infiltration, direct assault. 2 words popped into 17's mind, and he wrote infiltration on the paper, eliminating the direct assault option. He was alone, not a mercenary, and with all other plans discarded, only the choice of infiltration and assassination remained. However, infiltrating a villa area with extremely high security to execute the task a second time had doubled the difficulty. 17 stared at the simple sketch on the paper, frequently checking various personnel files, continually pondering how to re-enter the area. He had never considered giving up. Once a task was accepted, no instructor taught them to give up. In 17's mind, the word give up did not exist. From dawn until dusk, countless words and time calculations filled 17's white sheet of paper. From a rough sketch to the evening, it was already filled with dense information detailing the deployment of security personnel in the villa area, shift times, infrared scanning points, arrangements of other facilities, entry and exit points, and all other detailed data. Looking at the paper, 17 rubbed his temples. He hadn't rested in several days, having only slept for an hour the previous night. Even a tough person could not hold out indefinitely. Putting down the paper, 17 got up to take care of personal hygiene in the bathroom, rinsed off, returned to the room, placed his dagger under the pillow, turned off the light, and rested. Meanwhile, inside the villa area, Jones had seen off the 3rd batch of police. Mr. Jones, please rest assured we will catch the murderer and bring him to justice. You must believe in the public security of Bangkok. A Bangkok official walking last shook hands with Jones in a serious manner. Not only Jones, but the young Master Bong that 17 killed was a well-known second-generation rich kid in the area, and he was also pressuring the authorities, so high-ranking officials in Bangkok personally stepped in to ensure they would provide an explanation. Then I will trouble you. Jones smiled, without sincerity, wanting the officials to leave quickly as he felt a chill standing at the villa's entrance. You're welcome, please rest well. As the group left the villa, Jones turned and entered. A bunch of useless fools thinking they can catch the killer from the inferno, they can go to hell. When will the other 2 security teams arrive? Jones asked Sheer beside him. They are on the way and will arrive at Bangkok airport in about 3 hours. When they arrive, have them search the area outside, especially the rooms within a 5-kilometer radius of the villa that are unoccupied, and strictly check those sniper points. By the way, let the police go into the occupied houses to search in their name. Jones was startled by the shot fired by 17. Although he hadn't been to Bason's villa, Sheer had gone and brought back photos of the scene. The tricky angles and terrifying calculation ability made Jones feel chills running down his spine even now. All right, good. Also strengthen the villa's defenses. Don't let him have a chance to infiltrate. Rest assured, boss, I've arranged 20 men for continuous patrols around the clock along with cameras and infrared scans without blind spots. Not even a fly can get in. Sheer patted his chest to assure him. Then I'll catch some sleep. I haven't slept for a whole day and night. Jones had been receiving officials and police from Bangkok throughout the day without any rest and was now extremely tired. I'm all right, boss. Leave it to me. Sheer watched Jones walk to the second-floor bedroom door, then turned and left. Time passed slowly. The night grew deeper. At 3:30 in the morning, 17 opened his eyes. Gulp, gulp. He drank half a bottle of water in one go, then used the moonlight to read the paper on the table for a long time. Yes, what do you need? Contact the thin monkey and have him send me a small piece of white phosphorus, a small bottle of gasoline, 2 handguns with silencers, 10 magazines, and a bulletproof vest. A rugged motorcycle. Oh, I will meet him at the place where we previously stashed the bike. 17 quickly listed several items, an H on the other, and quickly took notes before starting to contact the thin monkey responsible for 17's logistics. His equipment had all been returned to the Thin Monkey during the day, and now with the plan being revised, he needed to select anew. He asked if you need any other firearms. Soon HS' voice came through the earpiece. No need. 17 replied flatly, then neatly folded the white paper, tearing it into tiny shreds until it was no longer possible to piece together, and walked into the bathroom to wash it away. All right, he is already preparing it, and will arrive at your rendezvous point in about an hour. Since 17 and the Thin Monkey did not have direct contact information, they had to rely on H to communicate. This method is unique to the Inferno, ensuring that the two departments do not interfere with each other and that security is not compromised while allowing for timely coordination. Thus, the role of the guide is crucial. 17 tidied up the bedding, cleaning up the traces he left behind, opened the door, and stepped outside. He had already re-established his plan in his mind. Infiltration and assassination, facing a target who never leaves home, was his only option. In a desolate, abandoned park, Shoho rode his dirt bike to the back of a rockery. This was the location that 17 had requested him to place the bike, chosen during 17's time in Miami, where the initial reports indicated smooth roads, which is why 17 selected this spot. It was somewhat far from the city center and lacked any particular significance, leading to its abandonment over time. Now it was deserted, with the roads overgrown with weeds. The reason for choosing this place was that about 5 kilometers behind it lay a hillside. Crossing that hill would lead to Jonas Villa area. Having surveyed the area, 17 naturally chose the dirt bike for its ease of retreat. Just as Shoho intended to contact his superior to report his arrival, a shadow suddenly emerged from behind. Hearing 17's voice, Shoho breathed a sigh of relief, but a chill crept into his heart. He had clearly seen no one around just moments ago, yet 17 had materialized like a ghost. If 17 had intended to kill him, he would have perished 800 times over by now. Shoho took off his backpack, which contained 2 handguns, 10 loaded magazines of bulletproof vest, a small bottle of gasoline, and a piece of white phosphorus wrapped securely. 17 inspected the items and nodded. You can leave now. All right. Without hesitation, Shoho handed over the keys to the dirt bike to 17, removed his helmet, and left, having completed his task. 17 took off his clothes, donned the bulletproof vest, and with the small backpack on his back ran toward the distant hillside. It was 4 in the morning, the time when people felt the most fatigued. Sneer, having just searched the vicinity with a group of subordinates, returned to the villa. You go over there, and you go this way. Oh, everyone on the hillside, stay alert. Sneer repeatedly directed dozens of bodyguards. To this point, over 50 security personnel were stationed in Jonas Villa, while Sneer had arranged 10 personnel on the hillside behind the villa, 5 as scouts and 5 on patrol. 5 scouts were positioned in the villa area, lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, in the villa garden, 10 security personnel were continuously crossing paths in their patrols. 2 of the 8 close bodyguards remained in the villa lobby, 1 hidden in the shadows, 1 in the garden, while the others were assigned to the daytime shift, ensuring that all security personnel rotated seamlessly without giving 17 any opportunity. Captain, you should rest. Leave it to us. Yes, he just failed during the day and doesn't even know where to hide. You should rest. Someone softly spoke to Sneer, who hadn't slept for 2 days. Sneer glanced around. Perhaps the words of his team made him feel that 17 couldn't possibly return so quickly. Given the exhaustion from running around these past 2 days, he nodded. Don't be careless, stay alert. I'm going to take a short nap. Report immediately if anything happens. Sneer shouted to everyone. Understood, don't worry, Captain. Go ahead, Captain. We've got this covered. As Sneer entered the villa on the other side of the hillside, 17 was hiding in the thick grass, peering towards the hillside. He was already near the foot of the hill, but his target was not to climb up. He quietly advanced along the hillside. After walking 2 kilometers and gradually distancing himself from the small hill, he arrived at a small house. Inside, it was pitch black with a constant buzzing sound emanating. On the iron gate was a lightning hazard sign. It was a transformer station, part of the local power system's voltage conversion station. With a crack, 17 easily knocked open the iron gate and entered. Buzz! The sound of the transformer working was loud. 17 surveyed the interior and approached the rectangular control panel. Crack! He unlocked the padlock and opened the control panel, revealing numerous switches and connection points. 17 removed his backpack and took out a gasoline bottle the size of a mineral water bottle. First, he poured some onto the floor of the transformer, then used a dagger to create a small hole at the bottom of the bottle. Gasoline dripped out from the bottom. 17 placed the bottle above the transformer, then cut off a section from the top of the bottle and took out the white phosphorus, unwrapped it, and tossed it into the gasoline bottle. After observing for a moment as the gasoline flowed out following the path down the transformer, 17 adjusted the position of the gasoline bottle and then turned to leave the small building. Under the night sky, far from the city, the sounds of various small animals echoed continuously as a dark figure quickly darted at the foot of the hill. This was the first step of his plan to infiltrate the villa area, cutting off the power to disable the surveillance and infrared scanning of the entire villa area. There must be a generator in Jonas Villa. This was part of 17's plan, but starting the engine to power up so many surveillance and electrical devices would take some time. He just needed to exploit this time difference and use the cover of night to enter the villa area. The role of the white phosphorus was to ignite the gasoline, creating a fire that would destroy the transformer, thus achieving the goal of cutting off the power. White phosphorus has a low ignition point in the air, and the temperature inside the transformer room was already high, so 17 had accounted for this. He just needed to reach the designated location before the gasoline ran out and exposed the white phosphorus. After exiting the transformer room, 17 sprinted, covering 3 kilometers in just a few minutes, arriving at the foot of the hill. Who? Hiss. Who? He deliberately lowered his breathing as 17 hid in the grass, quietly waiting. Time passed little by little. The gasoline in the bottle placed inside the transformer was dwindling, and the stuffy room was filled with a strong smell of gasoline. It continued until the gasoline-soaked white phosphorus was exposed. Suddenly, a green flame emerged from the surface of the white phosphorus. Hiss! In an instant, the entire gasoline bottle ignited, and the fire spread along the path of the gasoline. Who? The gasoline molecules evaporating in the air were immediately ignited, and the entire small building erupted into a blaze. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The transformer was engulfed in flames, producing massive electrical sparks. Bang! Immediately after, a muffled explosion resounded. The power connecting to this area was instantly cut off, and the streetlights in the villa area, along with all the lights in the houses, went out. What happened? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The security personnel patrolling Jonas Villa, tense and on edge, shouted in alarm. On the hilltop, the scouts set by CIAR rushed out. Seeing the villa area below plunged into darkness, they too became anxious, with someone calling out to ask if they should go down. Look over there. Someone with sharp eyes spotted the flames erupting from the small building several kilometers away. Report, report. We have seen a fire in the distance, suspected to be a power outage caused by a short circuit. The report from the hilltop echoed through the walkie-talkie, causing the security personnel in the villa to relax their vigilance slightly. An awakened CIAR rushed out of the villa. Don't panic, hold your positions. It could be sabotaged by the opposition. Send a few people to start the backup generator, and you all go next door to wake up the resting brothers. Increase manpower and strengthen patrol defenses. Brothers on the hill, send 2 people to check the situation of that fire over there. They'll have the police at the villa entrance accompany you. CIAR directed the operations methodically, and everyone quickly got into action. This area not only had their personnel, but also the Bangkok police on duty. However, they were just going through the motions, probably sleeping in their cars now, which CIAR never counted on. Yet just moments ago, as the lookout on the hilltop was distracted by the distant fire, no one noticed a shadow racing through the woods, the chaos below effectively masking his movements. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the forest. Step 1 of 17's plan was a success. Due to the power outage, not only was chaos reigning on Jonas' side, but other wealthy residents in the villa area were also thrown into a panic. This led to a continuous clamor throughout the entire villa area, waking the police, who were napping at the entrance, and they hurried over to investigate the situation before reporting to their superiors. Jonas Villa was well located, backed by a hillside with a wide view in front, and to the right there was another villa belonging to a different wealthy resident in Bangkok about 300 meters away, which had been unoccupied for years. Jones rented this villa to serve as accommodation for the security personnel, like CIAR, and now, with a large number of bodyguards arriving, most of the shifts were based in this villa. CIAR's order caused all the resting security personnel in the villa to rush out, running towards Jones to double their patrol. However, it was precisely this command from CIAR that fell into the trap of the 17th's diversion tactic. 17 was swiftly moving through the darkness, and it was just past 5 in the morning, the darkest hour of the day. The flashlight was insufficient to provide adequate visibility. Whoosh. Rustle. The slight movements in the woods were drowned out by the noise, and 17, like a monkey, quickly approached the bodyguard's villa. Boss, we have arrived. It was a fire explosion at the transformer that caused the power outage. CIAR stood in the garden, receiving reports from his subordinate, who had reached the transformer. Was it man-made or a natural explosion? An explosion at a transformer was quite common, so CIAR needed to confirm whether it was caused by human intervention or an unstable voltage leading to a spark explosion. Unclear. The fire is still raging, and we cannot approach to check. His subordinate sighed in resignation. The fire had engulfed the entire bungalow, and with the power lines burnt, they dared not get close, as a single misstep could result in electrocution, forcing them to watch from a distance. Strengthen the patrols. We need to search the entire villa area. CIAR's brow was tightly furrowed, feeling immense pressure. What's going on? Jones, standing inside the villa door, asked CIAR, having been startled awake. In reality, he hadn't slept much, and after being frightened by 17's gunshot, he found it even easier to wake up, as if returning to his past life as a killer. CIAR stepped forward and recounted the power outage caused by the transformer explosion. After hearing this, Jones showed a look of annoyance. He had a hunch that this was the work of 17. But he couldn't be 100% sure as 17 had just failed an assassination less than 24 hours ago, and transformer explosions leading to power outages were not uncommon in Bangkok. Buzz. The lights in the villa turned on as the backup generator in the basement started up. The illumination relieved both Jones and Sneer. Search thoroughly. I'll let the brothers check for any traces of outsiders entering the villa area from the woods. I'll have the officials in Bangkok send more people if traces are found. Do not raise the alarm. Report to me immediately and surround the villa area. I want to see where he can escape to. Jones, being an old killer after calming down, decided to turn the tables, letting Sneer look for traces. If any were found, it would mean that 17 had already entered the villa area. Understood, boss. Snier's eyes brightened with a vague expectation that 17 had entered the villa area and would be surrounded without escape. If he could capture or eliminate an elite killer from the Inferno, Sneer would gain significant prestige in the security industry. His worth would double, and he would elevate his status in the Dark Knight. Sneer took a group of people to search for traces in the woods. However, neither Jones nor Sneer expected that at this moment 17 had already entered the villa where the bodyguards were staying. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest. 17 did not know this phrase, but he understood that this villa must be completely empty at this moment. This trick of hiding in plain sight allowed him to successfully evade the search of numerous security personnel and police in the villa area. Inside the pitch-black villa, just as 17 had surmised, it was empty. Slipping into the first-floor hall, 17 glanced at the layout and headed straight for the second floor. He opened a room and frowned. It was filled with a strong smell of smoke. It was a 4-person room, and hanging on the rack were sets of black suits. He tried one on, but it was asymmetrical, so he decided against it. Checking one room after another, 17 finally stopped in one room where the suit he held fit his proportions well. 17 quickly changed into the suit. Originally, he could have had the thin monkey bring it, but time was tight, and since the bodyguard suits were all of the same style, if he was discovered due to the difference in clothing style, it would be a huge loss. To ensure nothing went wrong, 17 chose to steal a suit from the villa. Wearing a bulletproof vest underneath and a white shirt suit on top, 17 moved his body. He felt very uncomfortable with the bulkiness of the bulletproof vest. Standing still for about 10 seconds, he walked over to the window and looked outside. He saw some shadows passing by and scrutinized them carefully. Quickly shedding the bulletproof vest, he tossed it under the bed and put on the suit before heading outside. But just then he heard the sound of a door opening downstairs. Go check upstairs. Sneer was not foolish. Amidst the chaos, he had also arranged for people to check the villa. 17 paused his steps, hiding in the corner, coldly staring at the two figures entering the living room downstairs. Thud, thud, thud. Someone ran upstairs with a flashlight. 17 tucked his gun into his waistband and drew a dagger. Click. Bang. Each door was opened, and the flashlight swayed inside. 17, who had retreated back into the room slightly, opened his mouth to take a breath, his body tense. Click. The door was pushed open. A middle-aged man leaned in to check. Swoosh. A faint sound of slicing air was heard as the sharp dagger pierced directly into his temple, one arm immediately hooked around his head, covering his mouth. Crack. A sound of a bone cracking echoed in the room, and the person in his arms twitched a few times before going limp. 17 gently carried the body into the room, placing it on the bed. To avoid splattering blood staining the suit, he covered the corpse with a blanket before drawing out the dagger, blood spraying out and quickly soaking the blanket. Jack, are you done yet? A call came from downstairs. Oh. 17 squeezed his throat to respond, then closed the door, picked up the flashlight, and walked outside. Hurry up, the boss is calling us. Thud, thud, thud. 17 purposely made noises moving on the stairs. The person below picked up the intercom and started reporting, Boss, we searched, and there's nothing here. All right, come over and regroup and search the woods. Snier's voice came through the intercom. Okay, we'll be right there. After speaking, the figure turned to look at the staircase. Fuck, don't shine that in my eyes. 17 flashed a bright light into the other person's eyes, causing them to instinctively shield their eyes, and in that instant the dagger flew out. Swoosh. Huff, huff. The dagger lodged into the heart of the opponent. 17 kicked off the wall, lunging through the air, and before the other could scream, he tightly wrapped his hands around their head and twisted violently. Thud, thud. The intercom fell to the ground with a clatter, but since the button wasn't pressed, only sounds from elsewhere were heard, and the sounds here did not get transmitted. Dragging the body to a room on the first floor, 17 picked up the intercom and flashlight and walked out of the villa hall. 4 bodyguards remained in the Jones villa along with 8 from the security company. The others were either scattered throughout the villa area or in the nearby mountains. In the villa area, about 10 police officers who had been stationed at the entrance entered, and along with a few security personnel arranged by Sneer, they formed several groups to search the unoccupied villas. In the mountains, lights illuminated the area and occasional shouts echoed as nearly 30 individuals searched the woods in pairs, maintaining a distance of no more than 10 meters, fanning out to meticulously look for traces left by 17. 17 hid in the shadows, watching the villa where Jones stayed from hundreds of meters away, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. Burning the transformer to cause a power outage and create temporary chaos to infiltrate the villa area was his first step. Sneaking into the villa where the bodyguards resided was his second step. He had studied the security personnel's information for a long time, originally planning to wait for a certain night to take out a security guard who resembled him, creating some chaos to slip into Jonas' villa and assassinate the target. However, Sneer's arrangements disrupted 17's plan. Before 17 could conceal himself in the villa, they sent someone to search, and it must be said that Sneer was quite meticulous, forcing 17 to eliminate 2 security personnel searching the villa. Over here there are traces. Someone shouted in the mountains, seemingly having found the evidence of 17's escape. The brief time earlier left him no chance to clear these traces. Where? Sneer exclaimed in delight, rushing over with his team. Woo woo woo. At that moment, a large number of police cars arrived on the road outside the villa area. Boss, we found traces. Someone has definitely infiltrated. Sneer reported to Jones over the walkie-talkie. He the hell's elite, huh? Let's see where you run today. A cold smile crept across Jonas' lips as he seemed to envision the name of Callum echoing through the dark realm tomorrow. Search thoroughly. The official from Bangkok has sent people here. I want them to surround this place, and we must find him. Jones shouted into the walkie-talkie. After saying this, he picked up the phone and dialed out. After communicating with the police, the patrol cars outside dispersed throughout the villa area, causing chaos among the other residents. Yes, brothers, be careful and stay safe. Jonas' face lit up with joy when he saw a large number of police officers sent by Bangkok. 17 stood in the shadows, coldly observing the scene. Although the other side disrupted his plans, he was not going to let them take him easily. After a moment of thought, he quickly moved in the opposite direction instead of heading towards Jonas' villa. The darkness was his best camouflage. Even though many police cars had arrived with lights shining, it was still insufficient for the entire villa area, as many regions remained pitch black. Time passed slowly. 17 stopped at a road corner, huddled in the greenery by the roadside. A police car drove down the small road containing 4 officers, 2 of whom were hatless, and appeared bewildered, clearly having been awakened from sleep. There's no road ahead, turn around, the front passenger shouted to the driving officer. It's too narrow here to turn around, we have to back out. Fine, we'll just stay here. It's not like we're missing out with so many people around. The driving officer muttered, visibly irritated. Yeah, we were sleeping so well, and now we have to come here for a mission early in the morning. What bad luck. The occupants of the car grumbled, their faces filled with resentment. As they opened the car doors and got out, 3 of them carried handguns, and one had a submachine gun, wearing a bulletproof vest with several grenades hanging from his waist. Oh, one of them stretched lazily when suddenly a figure emerged from around the corner. Hey guys, I'm sent by the boss to accompany you in the search. 17 ran out, speaking in English while gesturing. The officers exchanged glances, and fortunately one of them understood a bit of English and managed to comprehend 17's words, speaking in Thai to the others. Let's go check it out. The one in the bulletproof vest glanced at the dense forest ahead and said helplessly. They did not suspect 17 at first. They did not recognize him and only knew there were many bodyguards for the protected individuals in the villa area. Secondly, they did not think that an assassin would brazenly wear a bodyguard's attire and request to join their search. Thus, the 4 of them walked into the dense forest with 17. Hey boss, are we really going in? As they stepped out of the range of the car's headlights, one of them hesitated and wanted to turn back. Then let's just stay here. The team leader in the bulletproof vest thought for a moment and did not refuse the suggestion from his subordinate. They'll go check over there. You guys wait here for a bit. 17 gestured while pointing to the dark woods. Go ahead. The team leader waved his hand, not wanting to engage with 17. He did not wish to venture inside. 17's figure disappeared into the woods. One of the officers lit a cigarette and squatted down, and the others gathered around. Hey, be careful, the team leader scolded in a low voice. Don't worry, Captain. Just as he finished speaking, gunfire suddenly erupted from the woods. Pew 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 pew. The sound of the silenced pistol was much quieter. After 4 shots, 17 stepped out from the darkness, and 4 corpses lay on the ground. He had been hiding behind a tree in the darkness, only about 10 meters away from them. At this distance, he could hit them even with his eyes closed, and moreover, he was in the dark while they were in the light. Reaching the team leader's side, his eyes bulged wide open, lifeless on the ground. 17 reached down to take his grenades and submachine gun. A large number of police officers spread throughout the villa area and mountains, searching in groups, holding lights aimlessly. 17 observed carefully and then concealed his figure in the darkness. He raised the muzzle towards the hillside ahead and pulled the trigger. Put, 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 put. The submachine gun's bullets shot into the darkness, illuminating his face with the gunfire. Put, 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 put. The gunshots reverberated under the night sky, and for a moment the entire villa area fell silent. Then suddenly, boom, the sound of a grenade explosion rang out. Captain, he's over here. I see him. 17's roar mingled with the gunfire. Found him. Sneer exclaimed, joyfully shouting, "Brothers, chase him, surround him." In that moment, Sneer was overwhelmed by fame, status, and wealth, yelling towards the forest behind him and leading the charge towards 17. Not only was Sneer intoxicated with excitement, but even the police commander's mind was clouded with joy. If they could capture this assassin, promotion and wealth would no longer be a dream. As he shouted to his subordinates, "Surround him from that side, hurry." In an instant, the entire villa area became lively with gunfire, explosions, shouts, and engine noises blending together. Meanwhile, in the darkness, 17 paused after firing 2 magazines, standing in the woods and waiting. Not long after, the closest police officers surrounded him, and when they were only a few dozen meters away, 17 extended his submachine gun and fired a burst in their direction. Put, 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 put. The gunfire erupted again, causing everyone to quicken their pace towards this direction. The few police officers who rushed over were hit by bullets and immediately opened fire in retaliation. The entire villa area erupted in a cacophony of gunfire and submachine gun sounds, creating an extraordinary uproar. As several officers crouched down to return fire, a cold smile appeared on 17's face. He lunged forward into the darkness of the woods, leaving several officers behind, continuously firing to indicate their position. In the darkness, the figure of 17 burst forth from the woods, striding directly along the road in the villa area. Boom, boom. Several police cars rushed over and 17's arm waved frantically towards the source of the gunfire. The police cars ignored him and sped past. Sneer commanded his security team to surround the area, while the police chief shouted loudly. Coupled with some other wealthy residents in the vicinity who had their own bodyguards, the entire villa area was thrown into chaos as the gunfire erupted. 17's original plan was disrupted, forcing him to formulate a new one. However, he never expected things to go so smoothly. Weaving through the dark corners and the illuminated road, dressed in bodyguard attire, he safely returned to the villa behind, where the bodyguards were housed a mere 300 or 400 meters from Jonas' villa. Gunfire erupted from the opposite forest, with more and more police shooting into the woods. Standing by the wall, 17 coldly observed the scene, quietly waiting. He was waiting for the bodyguard team, led by Sneer, to arrive at the opposite hillside, the very spot he had intentionally exposed. Once they reached there, he would have time to launch a direct attack on Jonas' villa. Finally, Sneer and his team arrived. "Fuck, it's him." Seeing the 4 police officers on the ground with bullet wounds to their heads, Sneer was overjoyed. "Brothers, maintain formation. Officer, please instruct your men not to shoot recklessly and to search inside together. He won't escape." Sneer shouted at the police officers hiding in their cars. "Okay, no problem. We have people set up on the other side of the mountain. Rest assured, today is his day of reckoning." "All right, let's go." Sneer led his team into the woods surrounding the area. Meanwhile, in the shadows, 17 began his own actions, swiftly darting along the roadside greenery. As he approached within about 100 meters of Jonas' villa, 17 was surprised to find that there was no one at the villa's entrance, no bodyguards on guard. After a moment's thought, a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of 17's mouth. He speculated that Jones must have sent all the bodyguards originally stationed in the garden to surround him. And indeed, that was the case. The moment Jones heard the gunfire, he was startled into standing up from the sofa. Shortly thereafter, he received Sneer's report that 17's location had been found. This brought him great joy. "Cole, go send some of the men outside to assist Sneer. We must take him down." Jones had 4 personal bodyguards remaining by his side, and after pacing back and forth in the living room, he fantasized about killing 17, after which he would secure his position within the organization in Europe. He instructed Cole to send the 8 bodyguards from the garden to support Sneer. He was gambling, betting that 17 was alone and that only 24 hours had passed since the last assassination attempt failed. There was no way the Inferno could send new assassins so quickly. "All right, boss." Cole did not object. After all, they had located 17, who was on the opposite hillside, indicating that they were safe here. The bodyguards in the garden had all been dispatched to provide support, leaving only 4 personal bodyguards divided into 2 groups to guard Jonas' side in the living room and the back door. On the opposite hillside of the villa, it was bustling with activity, with gunfire sporadically ringing out. Some shouts vaguely indicated that 17's figure had been spotted, bringing even greater joy to the bodyguard team led by Sneer. In the darkness, 17 emerged from the greenery, lowering his head as he walked straight toward the main entrance of Jonas' villa. Inside the villa, in the basement surveillance room, 2 individuals were sitting there watching the screens in front of them, all showing angles capturing the opposite woods, observing the gunfire that lit up the hillside. Why is someone coming back? As 17 entered the villa garden, one of them noticed his silhouette, but instinctively thought he was one of their own, since 17 was wearing the security team's suit. "I don't know, probably just returning to report," the other murmured, and before they could report, they saw 17 push open the villa's front door. In the living room, the curtains had been drawn open, and Jones stood at the window watching the opposite hillside. From his angle, he could not see 17 entering, nor could 17 see the layout of the living room. Boss. 17 pushed open the villa's front door and shouted inside, half of his body already entering the hall. Jones and the two bodyguards stationed there were momentarily stunned by the shout, turning to see 17, dressed in security team attire, enter their line of sight. "Boss, the killer is at the back door." Before his words had faded, 17's body retreated. The back door. Jones and the two bodyguards instinctively looked back. No way. Jones, once a killer, immediately sensed something was wrong. A wave of immense danger washed over him, and his body instinctively lunged toward the nearby sofa, but it was already too late. This was 17's first time entering the living room searching for his target. He believed that Jones wouldn't be hiding in the bedroom at this moment, but would be in the brightly lit living room. Even if he wasn't in the living room, he could still see Jonas' position for his next reaction. Claiming the killer was at the back door was merely a ruse to mislead the opponent, drawing their thoughts away. As long as 17 could delay the opponent's reaction for a moment with his skills, his mission would already be 90 successful. As 17 withdrew, he swiftly drew his guns, pushing off the ground, with one foot propelling himself into the air as he lunged into the living room, simultaneously firing his pistols. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The bullets erupted continuously, and the three people in the living room found it too late to evade. From the moment 17 entered to the moment he exited, the entire process took no more than 2 seconds. Jones, who had retired from the assassin world for many years and was nearing 40, saw a significant decline in both his physical fitness and reaction speed. Coupled with his lack of rest during this time, he was mentally exhausted and on edge, leaving him unable to react in time. Bang, bang, bang. 3 corpses fell to the ground, each hit by 3 or 4 bullets, all striking vital areas such as the forehead, throat, and heart, leaving them no chance to resist. 17 rolled on the floor, pushing off with his foot and quickly charging toward the entrance. He had complete faith in his marksmanship and didn't even need to check. After bursting out the front door, he sprinted madly toward the outside of the villa. By the time the two bodyguards at the back door heard the commotion and rushed into the living room, 17 had already escaped the villa and dove into the adjacent greenery, disappearing within. "Boss! Fuck yeah, the boss is dead." The two bodyguards shouted angrily as they chased after 17, but by the time they burst out of the villa, there was no trace of 17, only the continuous gunfire echoing from the opposite hillside. Fuck yeah, the boss is dead. The killer is on this side of the villa." The bodyguard who returned to the living room shouted into the walkie-talkie. On the opposite hillside, upon hearing the furious shouts from the walkie-talkie, Sierra's expression changed instantly, turning ashen. He was done for. He had fallen into 17's hands, having painstakingly protected for many years, and after all the meticulous planning over the past 10 days, he was brought down by his own greed and the arrogance shared between him and Jones. Previously, 17 had used a decoy to block his lethal strike, forcing him to retreat, and the initial arrangements of the night had been so flawless that 17's infiltration plan had been disrupted, forcing him to change tactics on the fly. In the end, both he and Jones were blinded by the temptation of the elite of Inferno, forgetting the terror of 17. This allowed 17 to exploit the arrival of the police to create chaos, successfully drawing them away. At this moment, Sierra finally realized. The simple tactic of drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair had ended Jonas' life and his career as a bodyguard. If the defenses of Jonas' villa had been tight tonight, 17 would not have been able to kill Jones so easily. Had the 8 bodyguards in the garden not been called away by Jones for support, 17 would not have brazenly walked into the villa. If they had waited another half hour with the dawn breaking and a large number of police surrounding the villa, 17 would have had nowhere to escape. But alas, there are no ifs. Everything is irreversible, and they lost this game completely. Fuck. Sierra smashed the walkie-talkie to the ground and roared at the sky. He did not pursue. The distance from here to the villa was nearly 1 kilometer, and everyone in the villa area, including the police, was on this hillside. By the time they returned to the villa, 17 had long since vanished. In a modern conference room, 12 figures sat around a meeting table. On the other side of the conference room, a light screen was projecting a video showcasing the entire perspective of 17 as he assassinated Jones. From his initial infiltration into the villa area for a remote kill, to using a transformer to cut the power and create chaos, culminating in his successful shooting of the target. In the footage, 17's dual pistols unleashed bullets that ended Jonas' life, and he immediately turned to flee the villa. Enough. A middle-aged man's voice, slightly muffled and unclear, spoke from the conference table. His figure was somewhat blurry, and apart from Black Mamba, the others present were mostly projections with 8 or so individuals whose faces were indistinguishable. Black Mamba, dressed in a black suit, sat on one side of the conference room. The scar on his face twitched as he smiled and paused the projection on the wall. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is 17's third mission. The level of this mission has been classified as rank. Generally, to ensure task completion, we sometimes dispatch 1 or 2 to 3 assassins to collaborate. 17 is merely a newcomer under my command, having entered human society for less than a month. He continued, in my view, the execution of this mission was not entirely flawless, yet he still succeeded. Hee. Black Mamba, smiling increasingly, looked at the opposing figure Dr. Shirley with a hint of mockery. I wonder can your brainless waste do the same? 3 days had passed since 17 assassinated Jones, and here in a vital base of the Abyss, Dr. Shirley, clad in a white coat, remained unfazed by Black Mamba's taunts. If it were my product, deploying the latest results, a direct assault would guarantee the target's death. Huh. Black Mamba laughed, reaching for the cigar in front of him and taking a deep puff. Don't forget your so-called 17 has also been injected with my agent. Strictly speaking, he is also my product. Dr. Shirley glanced coldly at Black Mamba. The two were sworn enemies within the Abyss. Black Mamba, as the chief instructor, oversaw the operations of all training camps, with 80% of the organization's assassins, mercenaries, agents, and security personnel sourced through him. Dr. Shirley, on the other hand, was the head of the genetic research division in the Abyss, tasked with developing the next generation of warriors, emotionless, inhuman killing machines that followed no will but that of the Abyss higher-ups. A traditionalist versus a technocrat, the two had clashed since the day Shirley joined the Abyss, often arguing fiercely in meetings over funding and resource allocation. This time, 17's exemplary performance had given Black Mamba the chance to mock his opponent in the conference room. Bang! Hearing Shirley's words, Black Mamba slammed his palm on the table and rose to his feet. I warn you one last time. If you dare touch my people again, I will shove your head up your ass and blow your worthless scraps to bits. Black Mamba glared at Shirley through gritted teeth. TCH. If you dare. The elderly Shirley's figure swayed slightly as he spoke calmly. Bang! Black Mamba's fist smashed down on the conference table, creating a shallow dent in the metal surface as he roared in fury. Enough! An elderly man with graying hair seated at the head of the table spoke coolly. Black Mamba shot a glance at him and sat down, still seething. The elderly man, a Caucasian appearing to be over 80 years old, yet lively, pondered for a long time before lifting his head to address the group. Starting today, the allocation of the organization's funds and resources will be adjusted: 30% to the training camp, 25% to the intelligence department, 25% to logistics, and 20% to research. In the Abyss, the intelligence department consisted of ground agents, network intelligence personnel, and more, while logistics was divided into weapons supply, security cover, transportation, and various other support services. The organization earned its resources through its assassin, mercenary, and agent divisions operating globally to acquire various resources, thus supplying the massive organization. This also involved the existence of some large multinational groups. The economic division has always subsidized the organization's expenses, enjoying the highest protection and services. In summary, the Abyss is a vast and complex organization, not merely a simple underground entity. It encompasses many fields. Upon hearing the elder's words, Shirley became agitated and stood up. Mr. Hades, our results are already quite evident. Just give me some time, and I can extract more information from that chip and produce further results. However, his words were abruptly cut off by Hades waving his hand. Your department's initial aim was to extend human life, not to tinker with gene warriors. After all this time, I have seen your results. Let's leave it at that. When you have substantial results to present in the future, we can discuss it then. Hades finished, and with a flicker vanished the small projection hole on the conference table, losing its glow. Within this massive organization of the Abyss, the training camps are the foundation, and prior to the establishment of the research division, the funding allocation for the training camps was as high as 50%. However, after Shirley arrived, the funding allocation for the training camps sharply declined from 50% to 25%, a direct having representing an irreconcilable conflict between the two. This time, Black Mamba had regained 5% due to 17's performance in the mission. Hee. Black Mamba chuckled with satisfaction. The others present, after hearing Hades' words, showed thoughtful expressions and then said nothing more, each disappearing one by one. Don't celebrate too soon. Shirley glared at Black Mamba with resentment. TCH. Go study how to extend these old men's lifespans, otherwise you might find your funds cut off, not to mention being slapped dead by them sooner or later. Having said that, Black Mamba stood up and walked towards the exit of the conference room. If you'll regret this. Shirley stood there angrily watching his retreating figure, and after Black Mamba exited, his own figure vanished as well. Seoul, the capital of the land of kimchi, is one of the cities with the highest population density in the world. After successfully completing the mission, 17 obtained a new identity from Shoho and took a flight directly from Bangkok to this city. At this moment, it had been 7 days since he left Bangkok. As dawn broke, 17 opened his eyes, sat up from bed, and his tall figure, with perfectly coordinated muscles, exuded a strong masculine aura. This scene made Caitlin see it and probably rush over for another confrontation. 17, are you awake? Perhaps hearing 17 get up, JS voice came through the earpiece. 17 reached out and pressed the automatic curtain switch, and the curtains in the bedroom slowly opened. The place where he currently lived was a super high-rise apartment covering an area of 340 square meters located several kilometers from the city center. Moreover, based on his observations, the positioning of this apartment was excellent, with no location within a 3-kilometer radius capable of sniping him from afar. As the curtains opened, the distant sea view came into sight, with azure waves rolling towards the beach and a small hill nearby that was well landscaped. Your level has been officially upgraded to S-level assassin, with your account funds increased to $1 million. Additionally, your intelligence supply and logistical services have also been upgraded to S-level. J's tone carried a hint of joy. Both she and H were very surprised by 17th's rise in rank, as it was exceedingly difficult to become an S-level assassin in the Inferno. Yet 17 achieved this status with just 3 missions. However, with 17 reaching S-level, she and H also enjoyed corresponding treatments, receiving very good rewards. 17 stood by the window, gazing at the distant scenery, responding faintly. Aren't you happy? Why should I be happy? All right. J sighed, finding 17th's demeanor too aloof. It wasn't entirely his fault. Most people who came out from the Black Mamba's grasp were like this. 17 turned to wash up in the bathroom. J refrained from interrupting him. During this period, J and H had rarely interfered with 17th's normal life, except for necessary notifications. This was because 17 no longer needed them to guide him on how to integrate into society. He had already learned it. It was just a matter of whether he was willing to disguise himself. Entering the several square meter walk-in closet, he found rows of clothing hanging in the 2 wardrobes, from sportswear to casual wear to formal suits and dress shoes, all perfectly tailored to 17th's physique. This was the treatment of an S-level safe house. On the first day of 17th's stay, J arranged for logistics to deliver them. The fact that 17 was able to move into this safe house before his rank was officially upgraded was entirely due to a direct order from Black Mamba. 17th's performance had earned the training camp a 5% allocation of funds during the organization's high-level meeting. Do not underestimate this 5%. The value of these funds and resources amounts to hundreds of millions, even tens of billions of dollars. Black Mamba used personal authority to allow 17 to move into this luxurious apartment first, and even reported an adjustment to 17th's rank, which was successfully confirmed as an S-level assassin today. 17 took a pair of beach shorts and a loose white t-shirt and went to wash up in the nearby bathroom. After washing up, 17 exited the bedroom. The living room was quite large, nearly 100 square meters, decorated in a minimalist style, with a row of sofas arranged in the center and a huge LCD screen mounted on the wall alongside a sizable balcony outside. The kitchen was adjacent to the living room with no wall partition in between. He opened the fridge, took out some milk and bread, and fried the last 2 eggs. After looking at the dwindling food supplies in the fridge, 17 closed the fridge door. Sitting at the dining table, he finished breakfast. Pouring a glass of purified water, 17 moved to the sofa, picked up the remote, and turned on the television. As for the TV channels, he had asked Jay to purchase a large number of English channels since he couldn't understand Korean. Casually selecting a news channel, 17 leaned back on the sofa, watching the mundane news that ordinary people found boring, but he was attentively engaged, watching with keen interest. From 7 o'clock, he watched until 8. After the news concluded, 17 finally stood up from the sofa, finished the glass of purified water, turned off the TV, and headed towards the bedroom. Originally, it was his regular training time, but he didn't enter the gym across from the bedroom. The food he had previously bought was running low, so he needed to go downstairs to resupply. Returning to the walk-in closet, 17 changed into a pair of white casual pants and a t-shirt before stepping out. Standing at a height of 1.78 meters with a physique that was neither too fat nor too thin, coupled with his enduringly attractive features, if one disregarded his cold eyes, he was no less handsome than those TV stars. Taking his car keys, phone, and a stack of cash, he walked to the door and changed into sports shoes, pulling a black handgun from the shoe cabinet and tucking it into the small of his back. Click! He opened the door and stepped out. The spacious apartment had 2 elevators serving 2 households, and the elevator on one side stopped downstairs, while the one closer to the opposite unit rose rapidly. 17 moved his feet and walked over. Ding! Not long after, the elevator doors slowly opened. A strong scent of alcohol and perfume wafted in. 17 looked at the tall woman in the elevator, who had applied some light makeup and wore a spaghetti-strap dress, slightly frowning. Tap, tap, tap. The woman was momentarily stunned upon seeing 17, forcing a difficult smile, then staggered out of the elevator while holding her small bag. In the few days since 17 moved in, he had only seen this woman once. She was his neighbor across the hall. Just as she exited the elevator, her high heels slipped, and she stumbled towards the ground, prompting 17 to step back. Thud! The woman's head hit the ground with a dull thud. Ugh! The woman, who fell to the ground, began to vomit, and an unpleasant odor spread quickly. 17 glanced at the woman on the ground, noticing a trickle of blood seeping from her head. He lifted his foot and stepped over her, entering the still open elevator. Once inside, he slightly lifted his heel and kicked the woman's calf out of the elevator. Ding! The elevator doors closed and rapidly descended to the basement level. Soon the elevator reached the basement level where his car was parked not far away, a brand new silver Lexus sedan. Virum! He drove out of the garage heading towards a large supermarket a few hundred meters away. Normally most people would choose to walk this distance, but 17 preferred to drive. He disliked going out, and buying food in larger quantities was inconvenient to carry and easily attracted attention. At this time it was just past 8 in the morning, the peak hour for commuting, and there were many pedestrians and vehicles on the road. It took nearly 10 minutes to cover the few hundred meters. Although it was crowded outside, the supermarket was relatively empty, with most people being elderly folks rushing to buy fresh vegetables early in the morning. After parking, 17 headed straight for the food section. The land of kimchi is so named because this country has an abundance of kimchi with a wide variety. It is an essential part of daily meals in most households, with many people consuming various kinds of kimchi throughout the day. When 17 came for the first time, he bought some as well, but after eating it once, he tossed it away. It was even worse than what he made himself and didn't satisfy his hunger at all. Milk, bread, beef, pork. This time 17 tried buying some rice along with vegetables and fish. During his time in the training camp, while learning the Chinese language, he discovered another way to prepare and eat food. However, he still didn't know how. 17 was aware that his culinary skills were somewhat lacking, so he decided to change his diet and attempt to learn the cooking methods of that eastern country. After buying food, it was already past 9 o'clock. Driving back to the underground parking lot, 17 carried 2 large bags of food into the elevator. The top 10 floors of this building are apartments, while the lower levels are office buildings. The apartments have a dedicated elevator, so there was no need to squeeze in with the people from the other offices, allowing him to quickly enter the elevator. Before long, he arrived at his floor. The elevator door opened with a ding, revealing 2 figures busily attending to something outside, a faint stench of vomit lingering in the air. 17 glanced over. 2 cleaners were diligently tidying the floor, and the neighbor woman who lived opposite had vanished. He opened his door and walked inside with the food. Entering the kitchen, he neatly arranged various ingredients in the refrigerator. This time he bought a lot of food, enough to last him a whole week. After organizing everything, 17 walked towards his bedroom. Moments later, he emerged bare-chested, wearing only a pair of beach shorts, and headed straight for the room opposite. Pushing open the door, he entered a room larger than his bedroom. Originally a study and a bedroom, it had been converted into an enormous gym filled with rows of equipment in a space of over 100 square meters. From barbells to suspension trainers, treadmills, professional explosiveness testing devices, and speed reaction training balls, everything one could wish for was available. The equipment in this room alone was worth no less than $50,000. 17 walked up to the 3-meter-long, 2-meter-wide treadmill, stepped on it, and pressed a few buttons on the small remote control at the switch, then began to walk slowly. He transitioned from walking slowly to a normal pace, then to a light jog, and finally, to full sprinting. Huff, 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 huff. 17 adjusted his breathing rhythm while gazing at the sea view outside, as rhythmic footsteps began to echo in the room. After about 10 minutes of running, he pressed a few buttons on the remote in his hand. Virum. The treadmill's incline began to change. It slowly elevated, creating an uphill condition, while the speed also started to vary. Unbeknownst to 17, this treadmill was specially developed by a sports equipment company under the organization known as Purgatory. It was rarely available for purchase outside, primarily supplied to the organization and other professional institutions for simulating various high-intensity outdoor running training. Time passed slowly, and the expensive treadmill continuously altered its incline and speed frequency, going uphill, downhill with various shakes, the speed changing from fast to slow and back again in all sorts of random variations. His bare torso began to sweat profusely, droplets of sweat falling from his gaunt cheeks. After more than an hour, 17's lungs began to twitch slightly, his leg muscles ached, and he experienced cramps before finally slowing down. He picked up the water bottle beside him and took a shallow sip, holding it in his mouth for a moment before swallowing. Though exhausted with his muscles and lungs twitching, 17 did not sit down to rest, but instead walked over to the iron frame and lifted his legs onto it. With a slight push, 17 leaned forward, forming a straight line. His ligaments had undoubtedly reached the peak of human capability. Not just 17, but nearly every trainee in their training camp had achieved this level of flexibility comparable to any professional dancer. He stretched every ligament in his body, including the pressure in his legs, sides, shoulders, waist, and back. Then he began to mobilize his joints from finger dexterity to wrists, elbows, shoulders, neck, back, waist, hips, knees, and ankles, leaving no joint untouched. While resting, he stretched every ligament and joint in his body. After about half an hour, 17 had rested sufficiently. He got up from the floor and walked towards the speedballs. This room was much larger than the one in Miami, making the speedballs here far more complex and comprehensive. There were a total of 12 speedballs, each end secured with elastic bands to the ceiling and floor intersecting to form a large net. If someone stood in the middle of the elastic speedballs and threw punches, the speedballs would bounce high and then rapidly rebound. 17 picked up a black eye mask from the ground and put it on. Bang! He punched the speedball in front of him. Huff! The speedball shot up high, then with a whoosh came crashing back towards 17. Bang bang! He continued to strike the front speedball, while his left hand also hit the side speedball. Huff huff! Bang 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 bang! 17's speed increased with each punch, his strikes growing heavier, and more speedballs were sent flying. The harder the puncher hit the speedballs secured with strong elastic cords, the faster the balls rebounded, and the greater the force of the rebound. Thus, for an average person, not only is it difficult to react even if they are watching closely, but it is nearly impossible with their eyes closed. Bang 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 bang! In the room, 17 stood in the center of the speedballs, rapidly moving his hands and feet, as 7 or 8 speedballs continuously bounced up and fell, the muffled sound of impacts echoing incessantly. Meanwhile, as 17 was training at home not far from the apartment at the hospital, his neighbor, the woman who had fallen at the elevator door, was receiving an intravenous drip, her head wrapped in a bandage. I'm fine. Once this bottle is done, I'll head back. You don't need to come over. The woman lay on the bed, speaking on the phone with a hint of helplessness. I'm on my way, just wait. A man's voice came from the phone before he hung up. Ms. Park, your examination report is out. You only have a slight concussion. Just take a few days to rest, and you will be fine. A middle-aged doctor wearing glasses entered, holding a report with a friendly smile on his face. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Dr. Jean. Park Si-hyun's complexion was still pale. After all, the previous vomiting had made her feel unwell, forcing a painful smile. It's not easy being a star, having to socialize and work hard. You should drink less in the future, at least have someone to take you home. Thank you for your concern, Dr. Jean. I will be more careful next time. Park Si-hyun didn't want to talk much, but the doctor's reputation was high, so she forced a strained smile in response. All right, I won't disturb your rest. He'll check on you tomorrow. Okay, thank you. The doctor left, and Park Si-hyun closed her eyes. At that moment, all she wanted was a good sleep, as she was exhausted. After rehearsing her show, she had to deal with those drinking parties every day, leaving her physically and mentally drained. Just as she had just fallen asleep, the door to her single room was pushed open. A young man in his 20s entered, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Park Si-hyun raised her eyelids, a hint of fatigue flashing across her face. Si-hyun, how are you? The young man quickly approached, looking at the frail Si-hyun with concern. Young Master Lee, I'm fine. Thank you for coming to see me. How could you fall? You clearly weren't drunk when you left. It's all my fault. I should have taken you home. Damn it. It's all right. It's not your fault. Damn it. It's all those idiots' fault for insisting on drinking so much. Lee Ji-yoo looked annoyed, reaching out to pat Si-hyun's head, constantly complaining, which nearly drove Park Si-hyun on the bed to the brink of collapse. She wanted to sleep and rest, but the young master before her, though not as powerful as the heads of those large conglomerates, was still someone she couldn't offend. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit walked in, holding a phone. Young Master, the surveillance footage is ready. Young Master, Lee didn't turn back, still looking at Park Si-hyun on the bed, with concern rambling on. Young Master, in the surveillance, Mississippi Park fell by herself. No one pushed her. However, there was a man at the elevator door at the time who not only didn't help Mississippi Park, but actually took a step back. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fallen. The bodyguard's report made young Master Lee stop talking and turn to look at him. Park Si-hyun's mind was hazy, but when reminded by the bodyguard, she seemed to recall something, a cold face emerging in her mind. Show me. Young Master Lee took the phone from the bodyguard and began to view the surveillance footage. Park Si-hyun stumbled out of the elevator, her high heels slipping, and she fell forward. If 17 had reached out to catch her at that moment, he could have prevented her fall. However, not only did 17 not help, but he also took a step back, causing Park Si-hyun to crash heavily to the ground. Young Master Lee's anger flared, but the next scene made him explode with rage. The surveillance clearly showed that 17 not only ignored Park Si-hyun, but also stepped over her to enter the elevator. And he kicked Park Si-hyun's leg, which was blocking the elevator door, out of the way. Damn it, you bastard fuck. Young Master Lee tugged at his suit tie, his face turning red with anger. Damn it, go and have someone smash his house for me, damn it. Young Master Lee shouted angrily at the bodyguard. The bodyguard went out to make a phone call. Park Si-hyun could not recall what had happened at that moment. Looking at the furious Mr. Lee, whose face was flushed with anger, she felt somewhat bewildered and helplessly said, Mr. Lee, what's wrong? Calm down. Park Si-hyun had no way to deal with someone like Lee Ji-yoo. She couldn't resist him. Even though her fame in kimchi country was at its peak, it would be as easy for him to crush her as it would be to crush an ant. Had it not been for several female stars in kimchi country being forced to jump off buildings recently, Mr. Lee would have long since dealt with her harshly rather than pretending to be innocent with her. Look at this beast, this scum, Mississippi Park. Lee Ji-yoo handed his phone to Park Si-hyun, his anger genuine. In fact, Park Si-hyun had misunderstood this young master. This Mr. Lee was extremely infatuated with Park Si-hyun, having pursued her like crazy for the past few months, wanting to court her openly without resorting to coercive means. His naive ideas had brought ridicule from many friends in the industry, but he did not care. Park Soo-hyun fought to stay awake and watched the footage on the phone. When she saw that 17 not only didn't help her, but also stepped over her, a flicker of anger crossed her face. Soo-hyun, you rest well. I'm going to smash his door. You two stay here. If anything happens to Soo-hyun, I will kill you both. At that moment, the bodyguard who had gone out to make a call entered and nodded to Lee Ji-yu. Mr. Lee said something to Park Soo-hyun, left two bodyguards behind, and stood up to walk outside. How many people did you call? Mr. Lee asked as he stepped out of the hospital room, loosening his tie. 10, the bodyguard behind him immediately replied. Call more, bring everyone at home here. I want to smash that bastard's house to pieces. Lee Ji-yu said coldly. Understood, young master. The bodyguard picked up his phone and continued making calls. A group quickly exited the hospital and headed towards the parking lot. The hospital was not far from the apartment where 17 lived, less than 2 kilometers away. Lee Ji-yu was in a hurry and only brought 4 bodyguards, leaving 2 at the hospital. Now they were only 3 people, so after waiting for a while in the parking lot, it took about half an hour for his car to start heading towards the nearby apartment. 2 kilometers passed quickly. In about 10 minutes, Lee Ji-yu's luxury car arrived at the parking lot. Have they arrived yet? As soon as the car stopped, Mr. Lee asked the bodyguard driving. They'll be here soon, 3 minutes away. Good. In less than 3 minutes, 3 vans drove into the parking lot. A number of bodyguards in black suits poured out of the vehicles. A burly man holding a heavy baseball bat and wearing sunglasses ran over and said, Young master. Yeah, let's go upstairs and smash that bastard's home. Break his limbs for me. Although Lee Ji-yu appeared naive towards Park Soo-hyun, it did not mean he was kind. In kimchi country, the 10 major conglomerates controlled the entire economy. For the heirs of such large financial groups, there was almost nothing they couldn't obtain. Forget about smashing an apartment. Even more outrageous acts were considered minor problems. With Lee Ji-yu included, a total of 23 people took 2 elevators up to 17th floor. At this moment, 17 had just walked out of the gym drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from water. He walked into the living room and took a sip of the purified water on the table. Looking at the time, it was nearing 11:30. 17 planned to take a short break to prepare lunch. Ding! The elevator doors opened and a swarm of bodyguards in black rushed out. That door, smash it open. Mr. Lee pointed to 17's door from the back. A few bodyguards in front rushed up with baseball bats, axes, and other tools, smashing at 17's door. Bang, bang, bang. The metal door was dented repeatedly. Ding! The anti-theft alarm immediately went off. Smash harder. Haven't you eaten? Lee Ji-yu shouted from the back. The bodyguards went even more feral in their attempts to break down the door. Meanwhile, inside the room, 17 stood coldly in the living room, glaring at the surveillance monitor on the wall, which showed a group of black-clad men smashing his door. Jay? Here, I see it. Jay in the earpiece was quickly typing on the keyboard. Bang, bang, bang. The metal door was of high quality. After smashing for a long time, although it was dented and had some gaps, it was still not broken open. Clang. The surveillance footage disappeared. Evidently the camera installed above the door had been broken. You useless bunch, can't you smash a door any faster? Hurry up. A voice from outside was scolding Lee Ji-yu angrily. Right away, just a moment. It seemed like Jay was communicating about something. 17 turned and entered the bedroom, pulling open the partition in the cloakroom, revealing rows of firearms. Submachine guns, automatic rifles, handguns, sniper rifles, and various other types were all present. On the lower shelf, there were also daggers, magazines, grenades, flashbangs, and tear gas. It was like a small armory. Click, click. 17 picked up 2 MP5s and took 2 magazines before walking out. MP5 submachine gun, designed and manufactured by HK Company from Country D, ranks first among the top 10 submachine guns in the world. Its buttstock can be extended for dual-hand use, and it can be folded for single-hand use. The gun can be equipped with mechanical sights, a 4x optical scope, and night vision scopes, with an effective range of 200 meters. The bullet caliber is 9mm, and it can use 15-round, 30-round, or 100-round magazines. The weapon boasts an extremely high firing rate, holding a position in submachine guns similar to how the AK does among rifles. Bang, bang, bang. The cracks in the door grew larger, and figures from outside were already visible. Jay? 17 called out calmly. Hold on 1 minute, the information has been found. Lee Ji-yu, Kimchi Country XX Group, direct grandson of the third shareholder, 28 years old, occupation none. 17, he must not be killed. His father has business dealings with a group under our organization, and his grandfather is a platinum member of our organization, thus he is afforded a certain degree of protection by us. The surveillance outside this safe house was linked to Jay's system, so as soon as Lee Ji-yu appeared, facial recognition had already captured his photo and sent it to the system. Thus Jay quickly found Lee Ji-yu's information and reported it. He threatened my life, can I resist? No, it's not that you can't resist, but his grandfather is a platinum client of our organization. The information mentions that his grandfather has emphasized providing him with a certain level of protection. As Jay explained this to 17, he was also quickly communicating with higher-ups. What should I do then? 17 said lightly, his cold eyes filled with a flicker of disgust, a clear sign of his disdain. Please wait a moment. JS' side was continuously filled with the sounds of keyboard typing and some intermittent phone calls. Meanwhile, the gap in the metal security door was growing larger, and the shouts and curses from outside had clearly entered. 17 stood in the center of the living room, holding two submachine guns, his upper body bare, coldly watching the door being progressively smashed in. With a loud bang, the connection between the metal security door and the wall collapsed under the relentless assault of waves of bodyguards for nearly 5 minutes. As the door fell, the figure of 17, holding two guns, appeared before the group of bodyguards standing in front. The small space fell silent, and the bodyguards who had been smashing the door looked at 17 in shock. At that moment, Li Jiu, standing behind, did not see 17 and shouted towards the front, "Charge in. Smash his house and break his limbs." Hearing this, a glint of murderous intent flashed in 17's eyes. Before the bodyguards in front could speak, he raised his hands. With a rapid tat-a-tat-a-tat, the two MP5s spat fire, unleashing a torrent of bullets towards the bodyguards in front. Young master, run. Blood flowers erupted from the chests, throats, and heads of the bodyguards in front, and they immediately fell to the ground. The power of the MP5 bullets was no less than that of automatic rifles. They did not always penetrate the body. Hence, after the first row of bodyguards fell, the second row followed closely. The gunfire did not cease, and in just 2 or 3 seconds, more than 10 bodyguards were all down in a pool of blood. 17 was using a 30-round magazine, and for the rate of fire of the MP5, it was emptied in just 2 or 3 seconds. With a click-click, 2 magazines dropped to the ground, and 17, gripping the MP5 with both hands, inserted 2 new magazines from his waist. At this moment, the bodyguards behind finally reacted, pulling out handguns and firing back into the room. 17 dove behind a nearby sofa, landing a kick on the corner of the sofa, his body hidden behind the wall. Bang, 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 bullets struck the living room, shattering furniture and appliances. 17. Don't kill Li Jiu. The higher-ups are already contacting his grandfather. JS' voice shouted through the earpiece. 17 leaned against the wall, his face cold and a thick aura of killing intent in his eyes, and did not respond to Jay. 17, calm down. He will be called back immediately and won't pose a threat to you. Jay continued to persuade. Bang, 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 the handgun kept shooting into the room, and 17 stayed hidden behind the wall without peeking out. Shut up, 17 said coldly. J's voice abruptly ceased, as they had clear regulations that during combat, unless under special circumstances, they must not speak and disrupt the combat personnel. But now the battle had already broken out, and the opponent's grandfather was a platinum member of the organization. The opponent's father had business dealings with a group under the organization, and in this situation, Jay did not know how to handle it, and could only keep typing on the keyboard, reporting the situation on 17's side to the higher-ups to expedite contact with Li Jiu's grandfather. Kill him, kill him. Outside, Li Jiu shouted in panic. He was just a spoiled rich kid, a young man indulged in luxury, and had never seen such a big scene. Previously, he occasionally showed off the bodyguard's gun at home, even firing a few blank shots as a way to impress, but now over 10 bodyguards had died right before him. The large amount of blood sprayed made the entrance to 17's place a river of blood, and the overwhelming stench of blood made Li Jiu feel nauseous. 2 bodyguards frantically pressed the elevator buttons, trying to cover for Li Jiu to leave first, while the remaining bodyguards crowded in front, suppressing 17 with firepower. The 2 elevators that could arrive soon were at this moment going down instead. Time passed slowly. Li Jiu was so frightened that he was becoming a bit neurotic, screaming wildly. Inside the room, 17 stood behind the wall, listening to the rhythmic gunfire outside, contemplating for a moment, then walked towards the balcony. Upon reaching the balcony, 17 discarded the 2 MP5s in his hands and stepped back a few paces. Then he took a running start. 17 kicked off the railing, propelling himself off the balcony, a drop of several dozen floors below. Bang! After leaping 4 to 5 meters, 17 grasped the metal frame of the building, his body swinging in the air. Due to inertia, his knee raised, crashing hard into the glass. With the combination of inertia and his explosive force, the moment his knee made contact with the glass, crash. The glass shattered instantly. The strong wind howled at the high altitude, and 17's hands clamped onto the metal frame like 2 pairs of pincers, stabilizing his body. Once stable, 17 relaxed his grip, kicked off the frame, and rolled into the bedroom through the shattered window. Rushing into the cloakroom, 17 opened the partition, took out 2 grenades, and stuffed them into the pockets of his beach shorts while reaching for 2 handguns. Meanwhile, at a certain base of the Inferno, Black Mamba sat at a luxurious desk reviewing the information on the computer. Ding ding. The phone on the desk rang. Speak. Black Mamba pressed a button. Instructor J from the guidance department requests to speak with you. Put her through. Ding. Instructor, there's an emergency with 17. A man named Li Jiu has attacked 17's safe house, and both sides are now engaged in combat. Li Jiu, male, 28 years old, is the grandson of the 3rd shareholder of the Pickled Vegetable Country XX Consortium. His father Li Sun has business dealings with our organization's XX group, and his grandfather Li Shanjin is a platinum client of our organization. Jay spoke rapidly as her superior had been trying to contact Li Shanjin for several minutes without success. Now that the situation on 17's side was urgent, Jay had no choice but to call Black Mamba. Send me the information. Connect 17's terminal to my computer and route 17's call to me. He'll handle it. Understood. Jay breathed a sigh of relief and quickly typed on the keyboard. Just as 17 grabbed his firearms and grenades, Jay's voice echoed in his earpiece again. 17. Instructor Black Mamba will handle your situation next. Please remain calm. I am calm. 17 replied flatly, then walked towards the shattered window with his gun in hand. Standing at the window, the howling wind whipped around him. He looked down at the height of over 100 meters, but without a moment's hesitation, he tucked his handgun into his waistband and reached out to grab the metal frame outside. As he climbed out, 17 glanced at the balcony about 4 to 5 meters away. There was a metal frame just 2 meters away. He switched to a single-handed grip, swung his body, and kicked off the metal frame. Bang! 17 grasped the frame, stabilizing his body. Repeating the motion, 17 jumped into the balcony. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of handguns echoed as over 10 bodyguards scavenged the magazines and handguns from their fallen comrades, providing alternating cover. Yet the damned elevator had one stuck in the garage and another halted on the 65th floor. Fuck. The bodyguard, hitting the elevator button, pounded it angrily. Upon returning from the balcony, 17 wasted no time. He walked to the wall, pulled out 2 grenades from his pocket, removed the pins, and tossed them towards the door. Boom. Boom. The 2 grenades bounced off the wall at the entrance, flying towards the crowd of bodyguards outside. Grenade. Get down. A group of bodyguards shouted in panic, but the grenades landed firmly among them. Pounce. Someone shouted. The 2 bodyguards closest to Li Jiu lunged at him, pinning the young master down. Boom, boom. 2 massive explosions erupted, sending countless steel balls shooting in all directions, filling the small space with the scent of explosive powder. Tat-a-tat-a-tat. Tat-a-tat-a-tat. Would 17 let this opportunity slip? Absolutely not. Before their screams could escape, 17 had already jumped out with 2 MP5s, beginning to spray bullets at the group of people lying on the ground. Ow, ow. In the confined space, the surviving bodyguards screamed in agony. The floor and walls stained red with blood, and everywhere were bullet holes and pits from the shrapnel of grenades. The rich scent of blood mixed with the smell of gunpowder, creating a scene of one-sided slaughter. Click, click. After emptying 2 magazines, there was not a single intact person outside. 17 discarded the MP5s, drew 2 handguns, and stepped forward. 17. A low voice from Black Mamba came through the earpiece. Pa. 17 paused for a moment in response, then continued walking outside, reaching the door, and aimed his gun at the forehead of a bodyguard who had been shot and was lifeless. Bang, bang, bang. 17 did not hesitate, executing one after another. As for Li Jiu, if he poses a threat to you, kill him directly. If he does not pose a threat, break his limbs and incapacitate him. Let his grandfather bring $10 million to ransom him. Go ahead and do it. He'll take responsibility if there are any issues. Black Mamba's deep voice carried a chilling menace. He had already understood the background from the video sent by Jay, and her explanation, the efficiency of Inferno, was simply remarkable. 17's movements paused slightly. The coldness on his face eased a bit as he walked towards the 2 bodies at the elevator entrance, under which lay a trembling young man. Just then, ding. The elevator door, which had been blown out with multiple dents and was about to warp forcefully, opened to the sides. 17 glanced inside, finding it empty. He ignored it, kicking the 2 bodies aside, revealing the arrogant Li Jiu who had just arrived. Whoa. Tears and snot streamed down his entire face. A foul odor wafted from his pants. Young Master Li was curled up on the ground, trembling in fear, while 2 bodyguards fought desperately to block the steel balls from the grenade, ensuring Li Jiu remained unharmed. However, the gun held by 17 was raised, aiming at his head. At this moment in the Inferno base, 17's ocular terminal was connected to Black Mamba's computer as he quietly watched the screen. Seeing the gun pointed at Li Jiu's head, the scar on Black Mamba's face twitched slightly, yet he chose not to intervene, opting instead to see whether 17 would pull the trigger. The gun in the image paused in midair, and after 3 to 4 seconds it was lowered. An arm seized Li Jiu by the neck, lifting him up and dragging him toward the door. Ah! Help! Li Jiu's cries echoed from the speakers, but 17's grip was like a vice. No matter how he struggled, he was hauled into the living room. Witnessing this scene, a slight smile curled at the corners of Black Mamba's mouth. 17, I will have his family transfer $5 million to your account. The remaining $5 million will go to the organization. All right. A faint voice from 17 came through the speakers. Bang! I'll help. Young Master Li scrambled to his feet, trying to escape. Smack! Li Jiu's knee was shot through, collapsing to the ground with a heart-wrenching scream as a torrent of blood gushed forth. 17 stepped forward, smashing his foot down onto Li Ziyu's other leg. Crack. Oh. Li Ziyu's eyes bulged wide, his eyeballs nearly popping out, his throat convulsing as the excruciating pain rendered his voice hoarse. Crack. His left hand was crushed, the bones shattered. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Li Ziyu lay on the ground, eyes rolled back, his body convulsing violently. Crack. His right hand was ruined. Humph. Young Master Li's limbs were entirely incapacitated. He let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. It was a feat he managed to sustain until now. The entire living room fell silent, the thick scent of blood wafted in from outside. 17 scanned the room, observing the walls riddled with bullet holes, the decor, and some furniture essentially destroyed. 17. Contact established. Black Mamba, with a trace of satisfaction, clearly pleased that 17 had not killed Li Ziyu, indicating that 17 would heed his advice and not act recklessly. Oh. 17 walked over to the sofa, tossed the gun aside, and took a small sip from a cup of water. The Li family will arrive within half an hour. Additionally, the police have been instructed to remain neutral. Black Mamba was seated at his desk, glancing at 17's screen while perusing some documents. 17's response seemed to always consist of just one word. Black Mamba meticulously reviewed the documents, pondering for a long while before picking up the phone to dial out. Mr. Luo, I have an opportunity here to manipulate something against the third shareholder of the Pickled Vegetable Countries XX Consortium, the Li family. Do you see any need for this? The third shareholder, the Li family, has a company with a decent medicine formula. If we can acquire it, let's pursue it. After a long pause, a middle-aged man's deep voice came through the line. Okay, if we obtain it at the next conference, I hope you can stand by my side. A smile curled at the corners of Black Mamba's mouth. Sure. This time the other party did not hesitate and quickly agreed. Then it's settled, I will handle the formula. Afterward, both parties hung up the phone. Black Mamba picked up the documents on the desk again, reviewing them repeatedly. Meanwhile, 17, after finishing his water, walked into the bathroom of the bedroom and turned on the faucet to wash himself. The cold water poured over 17, washing away sweat and some blood. He felt a sharp pain from a cut on his knee caused by the impact with the glass, but he ignored it. Once 17 finished his shower and emerged, he casually put on a t-shirt and beach shorts, retrieved a medical kit from the compartment, and returned to the living room. Outside, over 20 corpses lay silently, blood having stained the entire floor. Young Master Li lay unconscious in the center of the living room, his limbs incapacitated, his face contorted in agony. Sitting on the sofa, 17 took out a needle and thread from the medical kit, and as if unconcerned, began to stitch up the cut on his knee. The medical kit contained morphine and painkillers, but he didn't use them, simply stitching the wound, as if he were mending clothing rather than his own injury. Time passed slowly. After 8 stitches, 17 completed the suturing, retrieved anti-inflammatory and hemostatic drugs from the medical kit, and wrapped the area with gauze. After finishing everything, 17 put the items away and returned to the bedroom. Back in the living room, he rummaged through the fridge for food. The 2+ hours of training had left him ravenously hungry. If it weren't for Li Ziyu's intrusion, he would have already been experimenting with the cuisine of that eastern country. Looking at the vegetables, meat, and peppers in the fridge, 17 frowned slightly, casting a glance at Li Ziyu lying on the floor, unaware of his fate. Suppressing the urge to crush his skull underfoot, 17 took a bottle of milk, a pack of frozen dumplings, and some eggs. He lit the stove, washed the pot, and added the dumplings. He had eaten this dish during training camp before. It seemed like just boiling them in water would suffice, as he dumped an entire pack of dumplings into the pot. Only the sound of the stove crackling filled the living room, while 17 quietly stood by, waiting for the water to boil. You should boil the water first before adding the dumplings. Suddenly, Black Mamba's voice came through the earpiece, laced with a hint of mockery. Oh. 17 responded with a simple oh, hesitated for a moment, and then poured out the nearly boiling water and dumplings. He replaced it with fresh water, set it back on the stove, and took out a new pack of dumplings. However, Black Mamba wasn't very knowledgeable about cooking either, especially when it came to the cuisine of that eastern country. Frozen dumplings are meant to be boiled in cold water, while homemade dumplings should go into boiling water. Experience proved that both men were exceptionally capable, yet their culinary skills were in the negative. Fuck, didn't your survival course instructor teach you not to waste food? Even if boiled in cold water, they are still edible. Black Mamba muttered under his breath. I don't lack food, 17 replied blandly, turning his head to indicate the double-door refrigerator, implying it was fully stocked. Black Mamba was momentarily speechless and fell silent. As time passed, 17 finally cooked the dumplings, fished them out, threw in 2 eggs, and sat at the dining table with the milk. The living room was thick with the overwhelming smell of blood, yet 17 sat at the dining table calmly eating dumplings. The freshly cooked dumplings were so hot that he found them slightly difficult to handle. Outside the building, luxurious cars raced toward this direction, crashing through the streets, disregarding other vehicles and pedestrians. They entered the underground parking lot and quickly arrived at the private elevator entrance of the apartment. Bang! Bang bang! Various bodyguards emerged from several vehicles, and an elderly man in his 70s stepped out, his face dark, as he headed toward the elevator, followed closely by a pair of anxious middle-aged couples. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and a crowd surged inside. The moment the elevator doors opened, a middle-aged woman inside let out a terrified scream upon seeing the corpse in the passageway. "Shut up." The old man's eyelid twitched violently as he shot a glare at his daughter-in-law. The old man was Li Ziyu's grandfather, Li Shanjin, a 78-year-old platinum client of the Inferno, accompanied by his eldest son Li Sun and daughter-in-law Park Huimin. Park Huimin covered her mouth and nose, nearly retching from the overwhelming scent of blood. A group of bodyguards immediately drew their guns and rushed out of the elevator towards the open door. "Put down your guns." Li Shanjin followed them out, barking at the bodyguards. The 6 bodyguards exchanged glances, but ultimately holstered their weapons. "Shall you?" Park Huimin, trembling with fear, stepped out of the elevator and immediately spotted Li Ziyu lying on the floor of the living room, seemingly lifeless. Gathering her courage from somewhere, she pushed past the bodyguards and rushed in, stepping over numerous corpses. She threw herself onto Li Ziyu, calling out loudly, "Shall you, shall you? Wake up, Ziyu, please wake up." Li Sun and Li Shanjin, accompanied by the bodyguards, walked through the pile of bodies into the living room. Upon seeing his son lying on the ground, limbs twisted and unconscious, his face twitching violently, Li Sun's fury nearly erupted from his eyes. Li Shanjin's first glance upon entering was directed at the figure sitting at the dining table eating dumplings. 17 had somehow acquired an MP5 and reloaded it, placing it on the table, coldly observing the newcomers. The bodyguards, looking nervous, stepped forward and stood in front of the Li family. Li Shanjin scrutinized 17 carefully, then glanced at his grandson on the floor. His eyelid twitched violently as he took a step towards 17. "Boss, get out of the way." Li Shanjin shoved the bodyguard aside and walked straight to the dining table, pulling out a chair and sitting down. "Very well. Can you tell me the details of what happened?" Li Shanjin's voice trembled with barely contained rage. "He smashed my door and tried to kill me." 17 shot a cold glance at the distant Li Xiaoya. "Why did he smash your door?" Li Sun approached, barely able to contain his fury. He had only one son, his only child. After finally taking over his father's position, he had hoped this son would take over in the future, but unexpectedly, at just over 20, he had been rendered incapable. "I don't know." 17 looked up at Li Sun, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. One of the bodyguards, sensing the murderous intent, rushed over, hand on his waist, blocking Li Sun and his father. If 17 made any sudden movements, he would be ready to draw his weapon. "Get out of the way." But Li Shanjin forcibly pulled the bodyguard aside, bracing himself on the table. "Hello." Li Shanjin took out an old flip phone, glanced at it, and picked up the call. "We have organized the details and sent everything to your email. Please leave the room immediately and pay the compensation. Our organization's rules cannot be offended. Otherwise, even as a platinum client, you will face the consequences." A deep voice from the phone belonged to Black Mamba. Bang! Unable to contain himself, Li Shanjin slammed his fist on the dining table. If looks could kill, 17 would have been slain dozens of times by the father and son. "Leave." A single word escaped from Li Shanjin's clenched teeth as he turned to walk away. "Father." Li Sun looked at his father's retreating figure, discontent written all over his face. "Go." Li Shanjin roared, leading the way out the door. Li Sun glanced back and forth between his son and 17, finally shouting at the bodyguards, "Take the young master to the hospital." The helpless Li Xiaoya was finally arranged to go to the hospital. "Li Sun, you useless fool. My son has been rendered incapable, and the murderer is right in front of you, yet you won't kill him to avenge my son." "Li Sun." Park Huimin, her makeup running from tears, screamed at her husband, trembling with agitation. "Get your wife out of here." Li Sun growled through gritted teeth at the bodyguards. "Yes, boss." 6 bodyguards for carrying the incapacitated Li Ziyu out of the room, while 2 escorted the cursing Park Huimin. "You wait. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will tear you apart. You bastard, you want die? Well, I will kill you." Before exiting, Park Huimin pointed at 17, shouting curses. 17 sat at the dining table, quietly observing the scene. "Arrange for someone to clean this place up." Outside, Li Shanjin, though his face was dark, still retained his composure, suppressing his inner rage as he turned to the bodyguards. "Father." Li Sun couldn't help but shout loudly. He felt utterly humiliated today. Oh, when had the Li family ever endured such disgrace? Their direct grandson had been incapacitated, and they were expected to clean up after the perpetrator. "Shut up. If you want to ruin our Li family, go ahead and take your revenge." Li Shanjin shot a fierce glare at his eldest son, full of warning. "Remember, keep an eye on your wife. If she dares to act recklessly, I will kill her myself." Park Huimin, just dragged out of the room, suddenly fell silent, her eyes wide in disbelief at her father-in-law. Even Li Sun looked shocked at his father. Such words had never crossed Li Shanjin's lips before. He wasn't foolish. He realized the seriousness of the matter and glanced at 17's room. Ding! The elevator opened and a group entered. "You two stay behind and clean this up, including that room." Send people over to have everything sorted within a day. Li Shanjin pointed at the two bodyguards behind him, his face displaying a strong warning. Yes, boss. The two men exchanged incredulous glances, but said nothing more and remained behind. Meanwhile, Black Mamba in the base observed the reactions of the Li family through 17's ocular terminal, including what Li Shanjin had said at the elevator. This old man is quite clever, but the bait has been set. I don't believe you can resist. A cold smile crept onto Black Mamba's lips. 17. 17 tidied up the dining table, heading to the kitchen to wash the dishes. You continue staying there. Oh. 17 placed the clean dishes down and turned back towards the living room. The Li family will send someone to clean it up. Be careful, don't let anyone touch anything. A sinister laugh from Black Mamba came through his earpiece. 17 glanced at the living room, then put away all his firearms and walked towards the bedroom. Hello, sir. 17 stood at the bedroom door, turning to look at the two bodyguards at the entrance. Our boss said to help you clean up here. There may be cleaning personnel arriving shortly, so please do not misunderstand. Seeing 17 holding an MP5 and a handgun along with the traces of explosions in the corridor, the two bodyguards weren't fools. They understood that allowing their boss to suffer such a loss was not something they could afford to offend. They cautiously addressed 17. 17 replied, opening the bedroom door and stepping inside. Bang! The door closed and the two bodyguards exchanged glances, letting out a long breath. Their tense hearts relaxed slightly. They were afraid too. Over 20 corpses lay on the ground. They had all shared breakfast together that morning, and now they were all cold. Ugh! One bodyguard finally couldn't hold it in any longer and ran to a corner to vomit. Damn it! The other muttered under his breath. Ugh! Ultimately, both men managed to empty their stomachs in the corner. But the smell in the corridor became even more unbearable. The stench of blood mixed with the acrid smell of gunpowder from the explosions and the vomit they had expelled, creating a pungent blend that nearly brought tears to their eyes. When will they arrive? In half an hour. Damn it. The two could only squat among the corpses waiting for the cleanup crew to arrive. In the bedroom, 17 lay resting on the bed. Outside there were occasional noises, but the Black Mamba told him not to worry and to make himself comfortable, then handed the communication device back to the guide J. After resting until 2:30, 17 climbed out of bed, took a sip of water, and opened the door to step outside. He cast a glance at the elevator lobby. All 20 corpses had been cleared away and the bloodstains on the floor had been thoroughly wiped clean, leaving only a faint scent of cleaning agent in the air. However, the bullet holes on the walls had yet to be addressed. As 17 just entered the living room, some noises came from outside. Ding! The elevator doors opened and several workers carrying various tools stepped out. Sir, excuse us for the interruption. We are here to repair the walls and damaged areas for you. The bodyguard, now dressed in new clothes, saw 17 standing in the living room and quickly bowed respectfully. 17 replied indifferently, then walked towards the gym. Bang! The door was closed. The bodyguard turned to the workers behind him and said, quick, move faster. We need to finish the repairs before dark. The pay is 5 times the usual rate, so hurry up. Understood, boss. Everyone, trembling in fear as they looked at the bullet holes, dared not say much and hurriedly ran to the wall with their tools to begin repairs. Boss, what about the furniture? Someone turned to the bodyguard and asked. You don't need to worry about those. Someone will bring new ones later. Just focus on repairing the walls. All right. A group of people quickly got to work with clanging sounds. Meanwhile, in a high-end private hospital in Seoul, Lee's father and son, along with Park Hwaemin, were anxiously waiting outside the operating room. Father, who exactly is that young man? So far aside from Li Shanjin, no one in the Li family knew 17's identity. Li Shanjin took a deep breath and looked at his eldest son. Among his sons, he was most satisfied with Li Sun, even pleased with his eldest grandson Li Jiyu. However, with this incident, Li Jiyu was already incapacitated. You all step back for now. Li Shanjin waved his hand to the surrounding bodyguards. A group of bodyguards moved away to stand at a distance, preventing anyone from getting close. You should know about the organization called Purgatory, right? Li Shanjin quietly asked his son. Purgatory. Li Sun was momentarily stunned, then his pupils shrank. He had taken over Li Shanjin's position for several years now, and being in a high position, he had naturally heard of many things that ordinary people could not. Yes, that organization. The young man who injured Xiaoyu is one of them. Li Shanjin sighed and reached into his pocket. Li Sun, with keen eyesight, took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to his father. I am a platinum client of Purgatory. When Xiaoyu went to smash the door, Purgatory contacted me immediately. At that time I was out and didn't have that phone with me. By the time I got home and found out it was too late, Xiaoyu had already been incapacitated. If I weren't a platinum client of Purgatory, Xiaoyu would already be dead by now. Li Shanjin pulled out a smartphone and opened an email, which contained an introduction to the events leading up to Li Jiyu smashing 17's door along with detailed videos. Li Sun took it and began to watch it carefully. What is Purgatory? Park Hwaemin had calmed down a bit, no longer shouting, but the resentment in her eyes remained unchanged. He was her only son, and she needed him to inherit her husband's position to secure her own status. But now that her son was incapacitated, all of it had turned to smoke. It is a large organization with assassins, mercenaries, spies, hackers, multinational conglomerates, and more. It is a giant lurking in the dark world. Li Shanjin glanced at his daughter-in-law. In truth, he held no ill will towards Park Hwayman. Over the years, she had been dutiful and caring towards him as a father-in-law. A terrorist organization? Park Hwayman asked with a hint of doubt. Anyone hearing about the existence of such an organization would be filled with questions. Does such a dark organization really exist in this world? You could say that. Li Shanjin took a puff of his cigarette and exhaled. Should we bow down to a terrorist organization? Our Li family fears no hidden terrorist organization. Park Hwayman's voice involuntarily rose, causing the bodyguards in the distance to perk up their ears. Shut up. This organization is larger and more terrifying than you can imagine. Before Li Shanjin could lose his temper, Li Sun shouted at his wife. After all, he was a man and understood more than this long-haired person at home. Even if they are terrifying, they are still things that cannot be seen. With our Li family and my maternal family, we will not fear them. Park Hwayman stood up excitedly. Previously, she thought 17 had some extraordinary identity, but it turned out he was merely a member of a terrorist organization. Her only son was now on the operating table, his life uncertain. How could she bear this? They can crush our Li family and your maternal family without breaking a sweat, Li Shanjin said calmly, taking a puff of smoke. Park Hwayman was just an ordinary person, a housewife whose understanding of this world was confined to her small circle among the wealthy. She was completely unaware of the darkness and terror of this world. Upon hearing her father-in-law's words, Park Hwayman's voice abruptly stopped, staring in disbelief at the father and son of the Li family. Our Li family is the third largest shareholder of XX, and my maternal family is the fifth largest shareholder of the XXX consortium. Who in all of Korea would dare to easily touch us? Park Hwayman found it hard to believe that a terrorist organization could easily crush two major shareholders of theirs. Li Shanjin let out a self-deprecating laugh and glanced in the direction of the operating room. Li Sun leaned against the wall with a complex expression, lost in thought. Father, does that young man hold a high position in Purgatory? After an unknown amount of time, Li Sun asked Li Shanjin with a complex expression. I'm not sure. Purgatory wouldn't disclose the identity of its members to me. Li Shanjin crushed the cigarette butt and tossed it aside. Park Hwayman sat dazed in her chair, lost in thought. However, the anger on her face remained, with her eyes filled with unquenchable resentment. Don't act recklessly. I know some women in your circles are clueless about the world. I hope you can be more rational. Li Shanjin glanced at his daughter-in-law, his warning quite serious. Park Hwayman looked at the father and son without saying a word. Yes, she looked down on those lurking in the dark because some people in her affluent circle had been supporting such individuals abroad, and they could make them do anything for money. Now that her only son was incapacitated, her fury had burned her rationality, so she simply did not believe what Li Shanjin and his son were saying. Time passed little by little. Finally, around 8 o'clock in the evening, the lights in the operating room went out. 2 or 3 doctors in white coats walked out. Dr. Han, how is my son? Park Hwayman rushed over first, anxiously asking. Young Master Li's life has been saved, but the functionality of his limbs will require another surgery to determine if they can recover. A middle-aged man wearing glasses took off his mask, looking weary as he spoke. Thank you. Dr. Han, you must save my son. As long as my son can recover, I will pay any amount. Park Hwayman expressed her gratitude. Sigh. The hope is minimal, his bones are shattered too severely. Please prepare yourself mentally, it is nearly impossible for him to recover completely. Dr. Han said apologetically. No, Dr. Han, you are the best surgeon in Korea. You must save my son. Park Hwayman, who had initially been grateful, instantly turned into despair. Rest assured, madam, I will do my best. Dr. Han felt helpless as 17 had been too brutal, his limbs were fractured and his muscles torn. If they had arrived later, Li Jiu would have died from the pain. Has that woman been caught? After hearing Dr. Han's words, Li Sun turned around and shouted angrily at the bodyguards in the distance. Yes, boss. She's been captured and is currently held in a villa. A bodyguard ran over and whispered a response. Humph. Li Sun tightened his tie and turned to leave angrily. At 6 in the afternoon, the renovation workers left the apartment at number 17 on time. In just a short afternoon, within 3 or 4 hours, all the bullet holes in the living room were repaired, and even the damaged furniture was replaced with new items. Sweating profusely, 17 emerged from the gym, finding the entire living room restored to its former glory with not a trace of blood or dust on the floor. He walked to the bedroom door, pushed it open, and glanced inside. The shattered glass had not been replaced, indicating that the 2 bodyguards were unaware of the damage inside. 17 looked at the broken glass, the strong wind blowing in and causing the curtains to flutter wildly. I'm here. Call those who just repaired the room and get a piece of glass. The bedroom window is broken. 17 said indifferently, then headed towards the bathroom. Jay usually never breaks into laughter, but now she couldn't help it, and chuckled. Okay, you'll contact the Lee family to get them to help. The cold water continued to flow down as 17 bent down to untie the bloodstained bandage on his knee. Although it had been treated, the training earlier that afternoon had been intense, causing the stitched wound to burst open and bleed significantly. After rinsing off the sweat, 17 rummaged through the wardrobe for a medical kit and went to the living room to restitch his wound. Each stitch was as meticulous as sewing fabric. Drops of blood fell onto the pristine floor, but 17 didn't even furrow his brow. He sprinkled some anti-inflammatory medicine and bandaged himself. Searching through the medical kit, he pulled out a syringe and injected it into his arm. Once done, he stood up and walked towards the kitchen. He took out a pile of vegetables and meat, and the previously unfurrowed brow now slightly creased. Jay, I'm here. I've already contacted them. They will come to handle it. Jay thought 17 was asking about the glass. Oh, can you cook? Can you stir-fry this kind of dish? 17 pointed to the large pile of vegetables on the table. Jay hesitated. She was a professional guide helping 17 integrate into society and had learned a lot about psychology and persuasion, but she had never learned to cook, nor was it required in her organization. You can't. 17 became somewhat irritated. No, I can't. But if you want to learn, I can help you find some tutorials. Jay, being a professional guide, reacted swiftly. All right. 17 thought for a moment, nodded in agreement, and sat down on the sofa in the living room. The sound of rapid keyboard typing filled the air as Jay quickly searched for cooking tutorials that 17 needed within their organization's intranet. Fortunately, their organization hell was vast and diverse, and it had collected detailed cooking classes. After finding various dishes from a certain Eastern country, she sent them to 17. I've sent it to your terminal. Let me know which one you need, and I'll filter it for you. A web page-like interface appeared before 17, displaying various tutorial lessons. Meat dishes. Jay quickly typed in the keywords. A list of various meat dishes popped up. Let's go with the first one. Stir-fried chili with meat. The video played, and the screen shifted to a chubby man in the kitchen. Stir-fried chili with meat is a famous home-cooked dish from the southern part of our country. Its preparation is very simple, requiring very few ingredients, mainly consisting of chili, pork belly, and garlic. As the video played, the man detailed the cooking process of this dish, from how to cut the chili and the thickness of the meat slices to the oil temperature, adding them to the pot, stir-frying, seasoning, and serving. Everything was explained in great detail. 17 carefully watched the video, once memorizing all the steps. He then stood up and headed to the kitchen to start cooking. He rinsed the ingredients thoroughly and placed them on the cutting board. He took out a fruit knife and began cutting the vegetables. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the knife slicing through the air resonated as he quickly cut the meat into thin slices. Your knife skills are impressive. Jay couldn't help but exclaim as she could clearly see from her computer screen that the meat slices 17 cut were extremely thin and almost uniform in size, his exceptional knife skills making it seem as if he had at least 20 years of kitchen experience. Ignoring her, 17 followed the video's instructions step by step. After cutting the vegetables, he turned on the stove and placed them in the pot. Sizzling sounds emerged as tiny droplets of oil popped up, landing on 17's skin. He stood motionless in front of the pot, his expression tense as he watched the ingredients inside, continuously stir-frying and adding seasonings. Once, twice, 3 times. He even matched the stir-fry frequency and timing for adding seasonings exactly with that of the man in the video. Finally, it was done. A plate of stir-fried chili with meat dark and clumped together was served. Sensing the faint, burnt smell, 17 frowned slightly. From the base, Jay sat in front of her computer laughing so hard that her chest shook. I'm sorry, 17. I couldn't help it, haha. Jay apologized while bursting into laughter. 17 frowned and picked up a piece of meat, tasting it. Tui. In the past, 17 would never frown at anything he ate, but now he unhesitatingly spat it out. Ha ha ha. Jay was laughing so hard that tears streamed down her face. Shut up, 17 said coldly. Gah. Cough, cough. The uncontrollable laughter still came through. 17 tossed the dish in the pot and pulled out another piece of meat. He repeated the previous steps. 10 minutes later, a plate of stir-fried chili with meat that emitted a strange smell was served. He tossed it out and continued. 10 minutes later, 17 tossed the pot into the sink. Ha ha ha. Damn, you're a man with negative cooking skills, ha ha. With a cold expression, 17 opened the fridge and took out some milk bread and some canned food. The streets of Seoul at night were bustling. From a high vantage point, it was a dazzling city enchanting in the night, with various short-skirted beauties weaving through the alleys. In contrast, at a large villa in the suburbs, the atmosphere was oddly tense. Lee Sean-jin and his son sat in the smoke-filled living room enveloped in silence. Lee Ziu's mother, Park Hwayman, hid in her room, constantly searching through her phone. Upon finding an international long-distance call, she recalled what her father-in-law Lee Sean-jin had said earlier that afternoon and hesitated for a moment. But thinking of her poor son lying in bed, limbs wrapped in bandages, needing a second surgery and the risk of amputation to save his life, a trace of resentment flickered in Park Hwayman's eyes. Beep, beep, beep. A series of long beeps sounded as Park Hwaemin pressed the dial button. "Oh, my dear Park sister, what made you think of calling me?" After the call connected, a lazy female voice came through. "Well, I need your help with something." Park Hwaemin gritted her teeth. "It seems like it's not a small matter." The woman sensed something off in Park Hwaemin's voice. "Yes, my son has been incapacitated by someone, and the other party is a terrorist, and I need your help no matter the cost." "I see. I can help, but I need information about the other party, their background and residence, etc." "All right, I'll tell you everything." Park Hwaemin then recounted everything that had happened today, but being a potential rich daughter-in-law, she had her own cleverness and deliberately concealed the information she got from Li Shanjin. She firmly insisted that the other party was a nameless nobody and their family, for certain undisclosed reasons, could not take action. The woman on the other end was no fool, and after listening, she remained silent for a long time. "I need to verify the background information and abilities of the other party, otherwise I can't help you," the woman said flatly. $10 million. Park Hwaemin directly quoted a price. This startled the woman, as this amount was already extremely high. To put it in perspective, for this level task of assassinating Jones, Hell had only received $10 million as payment. However, by chance Park Hwaemin was right. 17 just happened to be in level assassin for Hell, and because of Hell's vast organization, if another organization took the assassination task for 17, the price would surely exceed $10 million. "He'll think about it," the woman said before hanging up. "Whoever dares to touch my son will find no place to die." A deep resentment flickered in Park Hwaemin's eyes. Life returned to tranquility for 17. Every morning, he would wake up at 6, freshen up, have breakfast, and then watch an hour of news playback. At 7:30, he began his workout in the gym, pushing his physical limits until noon at 11:30, after which he would come out for lunch. At 2:30 in the afternoon, after a break, 17 resumed his training in the gym until 6:30 in the evening. He trained for no less than 8 hours each day. After dinner, the firearms in his closet became his toys to pass the time, as he disassembled and reassembled them while listening to the news on TV. At 11, he went to bed. Life was calm, plain, even dull, but 17 enjoyed it. There were no dangers, no interruptions, and he only needed to maintain his physical condition. A week later, 17 went out. His food was finished. After his first failed attempt at cooking, 17 threw away all the ingredients he had for cooking. Although J and H kept laughing at him, he had to admit that he truly was a man with negative cooking skills. Since that day, the door of the apartment across from him had not opened again, and 17 had not heard any sounds of opening or closing. It seemed that the actress was no longer living there, but that was none of 17's concern. He took the elevator down to the garage. Beep. He pressed the key to unlock it and walked toward his Lexus. Habitually, he walked around the vehicle, but as he reached the passenger side, his footsteps halted. There was a faint trace on the ground which had been cleaned, although it looked like the surrounding area. 17's keen senses were beyond ordinary. Looking around, he saw no one. 17 quickly crouched down to peek under the vehicle. His expression turned cold as he saw a remote-controlled bomb strapped under the chassis, its red lights flickering incessantly. "Jay." "Yes. A remote-controlled bomb has been installed on my car." After saying this, 17 immediately stood up, pressed the key to lock the car, and turned to walk toward the elevator. "A remote-controlled bomb." J's voice tightened as he quickly typed on the computer. "Please wait, I will contact the cybersecurity department immediately for assistance and retrieve the surveillance footage from your building." "Okay." 17 arrived at the elevator and took it to the first floor. His elevator was a private one, separate from the office building's elevators, so there were few people on the first floor. As 17 walked out, he glanced around the lobby. At the front desk, 2 women were on duty, and a middle-aged man in a suit was inquiring about something. As 17 passed by, he overheard that the man was a resident from upstairs. Not far away, a young woman of European descent was sitting on a sofa, engrossed in her phone. With her blonde hair and a red trench coat, she wore a pair of black knee-high boots. 17 glanced at her and walked straight out of the lobby. First floor lobby, female, European descent, approximately 1 meter 70 tall, 60 kilograms in weight. After leaving the lobby, 17 muttered under his breath, "Okay, I will contact them for an investigation right away. The network department has informed me that the building's surveillance footage has been deliberately deleted, but they have backups and are currently screening them." "Understood." 17 wandered aimlessly on the street. It was around 8 in the morning during rush hour, and many pedestrians hurried to their workplaces. After walking about 300 to 400 meters away from the building, a cold smile appeared on 17's lips as he quickened his pace and turned into a small alley. Passing through the alley and entering another main street, he suddenly accelerated and dashed into a shopping mall, then stood at a corner, watching the entrance of the mall in the distance. After about 30 seconds, the European woman who had been in the lobby earlier passed by the entrance of the mall. Though she appeared to walk normally, 17 knew she was coming for him. Found her. Elizabeth, female, Romanian nationality, age unknown, occupation security consultant for a Eurasian multinational group. Records show she has undergone over 7 years of military training and has appeared on battlefields in the Middle East 3 times. She entered the country 2 days ago, and on the same day, she was spotted near your building. Screening of the surveillance footage revealed that a remote-controlled bomb was installed under your car last night. Jay quickly relayed the information organized by the network department to 17. At the base, Jay wore a puzzled expression, continuously questioning the network information department about how Glass safe house and vehicle could be so easily approached by an assassin to plant a bomb. Glass safe house has real-time monitoring of the entire building, and 17's parked vehicle is under 24-hour surveillance. If it weren't for 17's keen discovery of the bomb under the car, he would have been blown to bits by now. The higher-ups have ordered the cancellation of the surveillance on the safe house occupied by 17. The response was just a single sentence that ignited J's anger. She and H had high expectations for 17, yet now they were receiving poor treatment, which was practically ruining both of their futures. Damn it, how dare you casually revoke the protection for Glass assassin. You will pay for this, and I will file a complaint against you. Jay instantly transformed into a networking expert, her fingers flying over the keyboard as she hurled insults back at them. 17 did not care about what was happening on J's side. Since he was being targeted, sitting idly by was not his style. He emerged from the corner, entered a clothing store, grabbed a hoodie, tossed down a $100 bill, and put it on while walking outside. In the distance, a red figure flashed past the corner, and 17 immediately chased after it. Jay was still trading barbs with the other party. Suddenly, Jay saw 17's perspective on the computer, shaking rapidly, realizing he was running. She immediately stopped and focused on 17's view, ready to provide assistance at any moment. As he reached the corner, 17 peeked out. The red figure was looking around, clearly searching for 17's presence. Elizabeth realized that 17 had shaken her off and muttered a few curses under her breath. She then took out her phone and made a call. After hanging up, she turned and walked toward a nearby building. The street was bustling with pedestrians. As 17 emerged from the corner, he lowered his head, swiftly drawing his handgun from the small of his back and slipping it into his hoodie pocket, trailing behind her at a distance. However, Elizabeth did not enter the building. Instead, she passed through the alley beside it, occasionally glancing back. But how could someone with 20 years of training like 17 be easily detected by her? He waited at the mouth of the alley until she exited the other end, and after about 10 seconds, he sprinted after her. As he dashed to the mouth of the alley, the distant red figure disappeared into a store behind the building. 17 followed closely, pretending to pass by the store. It was a convenience store with stairs leading to the second floor at the back. 17 chose not to enter from the front, but to observe from the back. Standing behind the 5-story building, 17 looked around. There were few people here, and after backing away a bit, he accelerated and charged toward the wall. With one foot pushed against the wall, he sprang into the air, grasping the window of the first-floor stairwell with both hands. He exerted force with his waist, and his body shot inside with fluidity. A young man in the distance just happened to see this scene, rubbing his eyes and pulling his companion to point this way. Hey, did you see that? Did someone just disappear like that? You must be hallucinating. Stop watching those movies at night and get some rest, man. Bang. The sound of a door slamming came from the third floor. 17 climbed the stairs. There were more than 10 rooms on this floor, and the hallway was empty. Based on the sound, he deduced that the woman in the red dress was likely in one of the outer rooms. He lightened his footsteps, moving toward each room, pressing against the wall to observe the doorknobs and peepholes. Upon reaching the fifth room, 17's gaze turned cold. The peephole was blurry, and there was a thin wire on the doorknob. This was not a precaution that an ordinary person would set up. He was certain that the woman in red was inside. 17 did not act rashly, but quietly waited against the wall. In the room, Elizabeth removed her red trench coat, revealing her proud figure. She sat on the sofa, lit a lattice cigarette, and took out her phone to make a call. Hello, boss, it's me. A female voice came from the other. It was Wong, the contact of Park Hwayman. How is it? Did you complete the task? No, I saw him leave today. I noticed he was initially planning to drive out, but when he reached his car, it seemed he discovered something unusual, and then he found the remote-controlled bomb I installed. I originally thought he would return home, but he came out from the first floor, probably looking for the person who installed the bomb. The target went straight out of the hall. I tried to follow him, but after just 2 intersections, I lost him. Boss, this person is a top expert. I want to give up on this task. Elizabeth felt some regret for taking this task. Being an assassin was merely her part-time job, and she only served her boss. However, the reward for this task was too generous. $5 million. Once she completed this task, this bonus would be enough for her to squander for the rest of her life. But the moment she saw 17, she knew she had encountered something formidable. The cold gaze of 17 was not something ordinary people possessed. Such individuals either spent years on the battlefield or crawled out from piles of corpses as top experts. At this moment, an uneasy feeling spread within her, urging her to quickly distance herself from the area where 17 resided, even wanting to leave the city altogether. The task has already been accepted. Oh, we must complete it. One's voice carried a hint of coldness, and there was no room for refusal. Boss, but unless you pay a penalty of 1 million. Elizabeth fell silent. Over the years, she had earned quite a bit of money following Wong, But she was not like 17, who had an organization providing logistical support and equipment. She had to handle everything herself, and her daily expenses were not small either. $1 million, unless she were to go bankrupt, it was impossible. I believe you can do it. Wang encouraged her. Elizabeth got up and walked to the window looking at the street outside. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "Boss, I trust my intuition. I give up. The penalty will be transferred immediately." Women's intuition is often accurate. Elizabeth had been to the battlefield multiple times, and her intuition had saved her from life and death crises several times, so she still chose to trust her instincts this time. All right, then I'll arrange for someone else to go. After saying this, Wang immediately hung up the phone. Phew. Elizabeth sighed in relief, extinguished her cigarette, went into the bathroom to wash her hands, then quickly packed her things, feeling an instinctive urge to leave this place at once. After packing her luggage, she dragged a small suitcase towards the door. Standing at the door, she listened carefully to the sounds outside, glanced at the thin line extending in from the door, and gently twisted the doorknob. Creak. The door opened, and Elizabeth peeked outside through the cracks. Seeing nothing unusual, she pulled the door open. But at that moment, a dark shadow lunged at her. Bang. It's over. 2 words flashed through Elizabeth's mind. 17 kicked Elizabeth in the chest, and with a single hand Elizabeth tried to dodge, but her speed was like slow motion compared to 17. Crack. Elizabeth looked in disbelief at 17 outside the door, unable to resist. Her throat was crushed, and she could only emit a faint gurgling sound. Bang. Her slender body collapsed on the ground by the door, convulsing violently, blood oozing from her throat. 17 glanced at her, then lifted the still-breathing Elizabeth and walked towards the bathroom in the room. Bang. Throwing the body into the bathtub, 17 took a towel to wipe away the fingerprints from Elizabeth's throat, then turned to leave the room. Exiting the room, 17 walked down the stairs back to the first-floor window, looked outside, saw no one around, and jumped out. 17, I have arranged for logistics personnel to handle the bomb on your vehicle. They will arrive in half an hour. As 17 returned to the bustling street, J.'s voice came through the earpiece. 17 replied, casually walking towards a distant supermarket. Additionally, the network department is investigating the mastermind. It will take some time. If you need to apply for a change of safe house, I can arrange it for you immediately. As 17 walked down the street, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Leaving Bangkok, he had been sent to this level safe house by Black Mamba. The recent door-breaking incident was also handled by Black Mamba. According to standard procedures, after the door-breaking incident, 17 would have been immediately transferred, but Black Mamba wanted him to stay and even advised him not to be tricked. 17 was not foolish. On the contrary, his thinking was very sharp. He knew that Black Mamba was using him as bait while also testing his abilities. Otherwise, his car could not have been silently arranged with a bomb. And level safe house was monitored by the network security department 24 hours a day, and this was made clear to them during training. Various levels of treatment were also detailed to intensify their training and push them to excel. No need. 17 said lightly. All right. Jay was puzzled but felt powerless. Arguing with the network security department would have no effect, as the other party simply stated it was an order from their superiors. Upon arriving at the supermarket, 17 strolled around as if nothing had happened. For him, killing an ordinary person was as simple as eating, with no psychological burden whatsoever. To 17, Elizabeth as a half-baked assassin was not much different from an ordinary person. The only difference was that her shooting skills might be slightly better, but would 17 give her the chance to shoot? This time he did not buy fresh ingredients, but instead purchased all ready-to-eat foods, canned goods, milk, bread, etc. The only food that required cooking was eggs, although his fried eggs were somewhat burnt. After filling 2 large bags with food, he tossed $500 at the checkout and turned to leave, leaving the cashier and a group of stunned elderly people behind. Wow, this young man is such a spendthrift. Appa is so handsome. 17 had a very casual concept of money. He still had $6 million sitting in his account. Although this act seemed high-profile and inconsistent with his identity at this point, he was already being used as bait by Black Mamba. Why should he care about the opinions of ordinary people? Carrying the food, he walked back to the apartment. Meanwhile, far away in a mansion in Europe, a woman in her 40s of Asian descent was dialing a number on her phone. Dear Sister Park, your target is too strong. The person I sent to execute the task has already disappeared. If you want to continue with the mission, you may need to increase the funds to hire someone more capable to deal with him. This woman was Wang. She originally wanted to find an excuse for Park Wayman to increase the funds, but she did not expect to hit the nail on the head. Elizabeth, whom she had sent, was currently lying in the bathtub, gradually becoming stiff. How much do you need? Park Wayman's voice came from the phone. Let's add $5 million. I assure you that this time I will send a very strong assassin to help you deal with her. Wang sat on the sofa, gazing at the swaying branches outside the window, a smile on her face. All right, then it's settled. Wang's smile grew broader. After hanging up, it wasn't long before $5 million were transferred into her international bank account. Wang sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, pondered for a long time, picked up her phone, dialed an international number, and made the call. The morning sunlight always brings a sense of new hope. As the eastern sky brightened with a hint of white, 17 opened his eyes on time. Just as he intended to get up, 17's gaze lingered on the tall tent, and the still drying marks his brow, slightly furrowing. He, 17. Do you want me to arrange something for you? H's voice came through the earpiece. Every time 17 woke up and opened his eyes, H or J's computer screen in the base would prioritize displaying 17's visual footage, which is why H, who had just finished his night shift, immediately noticed 17's anomaly. Ignoring her, 17 got up and walked towards the bathroom. It had been 10 days since he killed Elizabeth, and he had been living in this house for nearly a month. Life was monotonous. Every hour of his day was scheduled: wake up, wash up, have breakfast, watch the news, train, have lunch, rest, train, watch the news, disassemble guns, sleep. Boring, tedious, and repetitive, yet 17 lived peacefully, seemingly enjoying this tranquil time. By the way, 17, I received a notice last night that all of you trainees have completed the first 3 tasks, and currently only you have reached this level ranking, so you can choose your code name in advance. 17 was brushing his teeth when he heard H's words, pausing momentarily, but remaining silent. A code name is a symbol of formal graduation for trainees in the Inferno. Originally, they needed to complete 10 tasks before being ranked, and could then choose a code name. In the Inferno Assassin Division, there are a fair number of S-level assassins, but not too many. To achieve S-level 1 must complete an S-level task, or 10 A-level tasks. This difficulty is not low, especially for freshly debuted trainees. Thus, at this moment, 17 was not seen as a novice on the Black Mamba's list, but rather regarded as a mature assassin. After finishing brushing his teeth, 17 splashed cold water on his face and looked at himself in the mirror. His features were not particularly striking alone, they appeared quite ordinary, but together on one face, they seemed quite pleasing. Coupled with his unique aura and gaze, he would easily attract attention if he did not slightly conceal himself when walking outside. 17 did not expect to choose a code name so soon, nor had he ever considered this question. You can think about it more. Once you decide, let me know. H-yon, not urging 17. All right, 17 replied, and turned to walk outside. He opened the refrigerator, took out a breakfast, and while eating contemplated his code name. What code name should I choose? Before this, they had no autonomy whatsoever. From the training camp until now, everything was arranged by the organization, and he merely executed it without considering anything else. It was his first time having autonomy, and 17 was still somewhat unaccustomed. After finishing breakfast, 17 walked in front of the television, turned it on randomly, selected a news replay, and sat on the sofa to watch. However, today his gaze was somewhat distracted, clearly still thinking about the code name. By 7:30, 17 was still sitting on the sofa, forgetting to get up for training. Meanwhile, on the base, H and J seamlessly switched shifts without making a sound. Ghost, 17's brow furrowed slightly as he whispered to himself. Ghost? J asked with a hint of curiosity. Is that not acceptable? Code name. The name Ghost is too commonly used, it's very mainstream. J casually clicked, connecting 17's terminal. In an instant, a web page appeared before 17, displaying a list of names such as Dark Knight, Phantom, Nightshade, Ghost, and so on, a plethora of them, each representing a code name of a Dark World member. Seeing this, 17 decisively gave up. Let's see what other people's code names are. 17 curiously asked J to show him other code names. J clicked casually, and a large number of code names of Dark World members appeared on the webpage, some even accompanied by photos of the individuals. God of Slaughter, Bloody Mary, all sorts of flashy code names were everywhere. What do you think I should be called? 17 looked through them and suddenly asked J. I think. I don't know, you have to choose this yourself. J refrained from giving random opinions. The code name may seem unimportant to the personnel in the Inferno, but once chosen, as long as you are in the Dark World, your code name will follow you just like a regular person's name, accompanying you for a lifetime. Then let's just call it 17. 17, feeling somewhat anxious over the past few days, thought for a while, and unable to think of a better name, decided to stick with 17. After all, he had been called by this number for 3 years. So casual. Jay was taken aback. While it wasn't unheard of, directly using a training camp number as a code name in the Inferno was still quite rare. Let's leave it at that. After saying this, 17 stood up and walked towards the gym, no longer wanting to think about it. 17, you can consider this a bit more, you don't have to be in such a hurry. Jay tried to persuade him, but 17 didn't want to think any further and started lifting weights as soon as he entered the gym. By the way, 17, I heard from H that you seem to have some physiological needs lately. Do you need us to arrange something for you? As an S-level assassin, you can enjoy good treatment from the organization. J and H specifically guided trainees like 17, understanding their psychological activities very well. They probably sensed that something was off with 17's recent mindset, so they shifted the topic away from the code name. 17, just stepping onto the treadmill, looked at the scenery outside and hesitated for a moment. In the training camp, Black Mamba would also make similar arrangements for them, and there were even mandatory requirements. So he did not refuse again and chose to accept. All right, I will contact logistics right away. Do you have any specific requests? Jay let out a slow breath. No. After 17 finished speaking, he began his daily training, and Jay no longer disturbed him. Time passed to noon during 17's training. After finishing his meal and preparing to rest, Jay's voice sounded in the earpiece again. 17, we have clarified the identity information and the mastermind behind the assassin you killed last time. Elizabeth worked for the Windwalker International Trade Group, holding the official title of the group's security consultant, but in reality, she was the assassin for the group's boss Wang Di, who had some channels in the dark world specifically taking on dark jobs. And regarding your assassination, it was commissioned by the third shareholder of the Pickled Cabbage Nation's XX Consortium, the Li family. To be precise, it was Li Ziyu's mother, the mother of that young master you incapacitated. Additionally, we have also found out that Wang Di has reissued a contract on the dark web, and that it has been taken on by a freelance assassin with the code name Suit Wielder. Currently, the intelligence department is doing everything possible to track down the whereabouts of Suit Wielder. After hearing this, 17's mind recalled the sequence of events instantly becoming clear. Black Mamba was fishing targeting the Li family, while he was merely the bait on the hook. Understood, 17 said flatly. You can apply for a change of safe house. Jay reminded him. No need. Send me the information on Suit Wielder. 17 refused, knowing that since Black Mamba had treated him as bait, he would just wait here until the fish was hooked and brought ashore. Jay wanted to say something further, but 17's tone was resolute, so he could only agree. He then sent the information to 17's terminal. By the way, logistics has already made arrangements. Can we send someone over tonight? No need. 17 said flatly, focusing on the information before him. All right, let me know anytime if you need anything. Jay finished speaking and no longer opened his mouth. A suit-clad thug of Asian descent stands between 175 to 180 meters tall, male aged between 25 and 35, occupation unknown. Skilled in hand-to-hand combat, close-range gunfights, and disguise, he has previously engaged in long-range sniper assassinations, though not frequently. Photo none. Affiliated organization none. Dark web intelligence indicates he has completed 5 level missions, 3 level missions, 8 level missions, and 2 level missions. Lying on the bed, he reviewed the materials once more, then closed his eyes to rest. Though the information was scarce, it revealed a general sense of the opponent's strength. The street below the building bustled with activity as the lunchtime crowd returned to the office after their meal. Among them was a young man in a black suit and white shirt, hands in his pockets, walking down the street. He was handsome, with a well-proportioned figure that caught the attention of several women. The man walked towards the nearby building and entered the lobby, where a woman in professional attire hurried after him. Hanjun, you also went out to eat. The man turned upon hearing the voice, revealing a smile. Yes, that's right, Miss Jinshi. Jinshi was very beautiful, with delicate features and a tall figure, her smooth hair cascading down her back, giving her an impression of fragility. Are you returning to the office? Would you like to join me? Hanjun nodded with a smile as they headed towards the elevator. Miss Jinshi, I heard you live in the neighboring apartment. Yes, the apartment is up there, but I live alone and don't really want to cook, so I often eat out. That's a pity. Oh, I want to cook, but have nowhere to do it. Hanjun's handsome face bore a hint of helplessness, and the collar of his white shirt had 2 buttons undone, with a glimpse of his collarbone, causing Jinshi to momentarily lose her focus. This new colleague was too handsome. Ding! The elevator has arrived. Hanjun cheerfully reminded Jinshi. Regaining her senses, Jin's cheeks flushed as she hurried inside after him. It was lunchtime and the elevator was crowded. The two were squeezed into a corner, and as the faint scent of men's cologne wafted around Jin, she, with her head lowered, mentally exclaimed, I'm going to die. How can he be so handsome? His scent is so pleasant. She wished the elevator would move slower. She wanted to stay close to this new colleague. Ding! The elevator reached the 23rd floor. They had arrived at the company. The two squeezed out of the elevator. He'll head back first, Hanjun politely said, then walked towards his office. Appa! She instinctively called out. Moi! Hanjun turned to look at her. Didn't you say you wanted to cook, but had nowhere to do it? You can come to my place. I have plenty of ingredients in the fridge. Jin's face turned crimson, unable to meet Hanjun's gaze. Oh, is that so? I would be honored. Thank you, Miss Jinshi. Hanjun's face lit up with surprise as he smiled. A colleague approached, and Jinshi quietly said, Then let's leave it at that. After saying this, she dashed towards a nearby office. Hanjun chuckled, watching Jin's retreating figure with a hint of mischief in his eyes. Meanwhile, far across the ocean at the Hell's base, Black Mamba sat in his office looking over the documents with a sinister grin, reaching for the phone on his desk. Beep. Beep. Instructor, please speak. Contact the Li family. Understood. I will speak to him personally. Once connected, transfer the call to me. After saying this, Black Mamba leaned back in his chair, cutting a cigar and slowly lighting it with a lighter. Instructor, the call is connected. A man's voice came through the phone. Transfer it over. Black Mamba lit the cigar, took a puff, and released a thick cloud of smoke. Hello, I am Li Shanjin. Esteemed Platinum client, hello, I am the instructor from Hells. You can call me Mr. Black Mamba. At that moment, Li Shanjin was in the garden of his villa listening to the flirtatious words emanating from his phone. He felt something was off as staff from Hells were typically very professional, unlikely to speak to him in such a frivolous manner. Glancing at his phone, he confirmed that it was indeed Hells contacting him proactively. I have a student currently in your Goryeo country, and it seems there was some conflict with your Li family some time ago. Before 10 days my student was stalked and assassinated by a freelance killer, but my student managed to fight back and kill her. Recently we received information that another freelance killer has taken on the task of assassinating our student. And it is already in progress. Li Shanjin's expression grew increasingly grim. Under normal circumstances, Hells would not reach out to any client proactively. Unless in two situations: one, if a protected client has been targeted on the dark web, Hells would inform them proactively. Two, if a client has harmed Hells' interests, Hells would issue a warning or direct notification. The over 70-year-old man had already retired. Li Shanjin took a deep breath to calm his rising anger. He was no fool and understood the implications of this call. Who is behind this? According to the clues, it is your daughter-in-law Park Hai-min. For this matter, we will conduct further investigation, and we do not rule out other members of the Li family being involved. Li Shanjin's breathing became heavier, his face flushed, and his blood pressure soared. I understand, I will handle it. Li Shanjin finished speaking and was about to hang up the phone. No, Mr. Li, your people have already posed a serious threat to my student. I hope you understand. Mr. Li, you are a platinum client of our organization. I will certainly instruct my student not to take any harmful actions towards you, but if he retaliates, I cannot guarantee for others. The naked threat in Black Mamba's words caused Li Shanjin's face to change from crimson to pale. His Li Shanjin struggled to control his emotions. After all, he was an old man who had weathered many storms, and once he composed himself, he let out a long sigh. Speak, how much do you want? No, you misunderstand. I don't need your money. Then what do you want? The control of XXX Corporation, Black Mamba stated directly without any pretense. The dark world has its own rules, and massive organizations like Hells must operate according to certain guidelines, otherwise they would face comprehensive retaliation. If the Li family does not take the bait, Black Mamba might have to consider other options. However, since the Li family took the bait, they could only blame their misfortune. If they sought to assassinate Hells-level killers multiple times, even if Hells wiped out the entire Li family, no one in the dark world would say a word. Impossible. Li Shanjin instinctively refused, as this was the core business of the Li family. Oh, that's a pity. Goodbye. Black Mamba directly hung up the phone. Damn it. Smash. Li Shanjin could no longer contain his anger and smashed the phone to pieces, standing up angrily and walking towards the villa. The nanny, waiting a few meters away, hurried over to support him, but Li Shanjin shrugged her off. Call Li Sun to see me. Li Shanjin stopped and shouted at the nanny before continuing towards the villa. Yes, boss. The nanny nodded and hurried away. 17 Instructor Black Mamba requests a voice call with you. At 6 in the afternoon, 17 stood drenched in sweat inside the gym, JS voice crackling through his earpiece. And beep. N17 Hey, race a small assignment stroll around the villa estate of the Li family, affiliated with XX conglomerate, and unsettle them a little. Black Mamba's tone carried a faint trace of amusement. And unsettle them. How exactly? N17 set down the barbell and asked coolly. Whatever you like. Just give them a firm, unmistakable warning. N understood. N17 turned and left the room. N17, I've uploaded the Li family members' dossiers to your terminal. Understood. N he rinsed his body in the shower, then opened his wardrobe and selected black athletic pants, a black t-shirt, a black baseball cap, and athletic shoes, a deliberately unremarkable everyday ensemble. Click, click. And he picked up a handgun, 2 magazines, and a tactical knife. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the Chaytak M200 sniper rifle and a black backpack from its hidden compartment. Click, 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 click. In swiftly disassembling the rifle, he packed it into the black backpack along with 5 armor-piercing rounds and 5 standard rounds, then shouldered the pack and stepped out of the safe house. His first departure in nearly a week. Chaytak M200 sniper rifle. The Chaytak M200 is a bolt-action sniper rifle manufactured by A.U.S. Tactical Arms Company, chambered for either 408 Chaytak or 375 Chaytak cartridges with a magazine capacity of 7 rounds. Equipped with suppressor and optical sight mounts, the rifle exists in multiple variants. 17's model boasts an effective range of approximately 2 kilometers. In the Hollywood film Shooter, the protagonist famously employed this very weapon to eliminate a target at extreme long range. Still from Shooter, N17 entered the elevator lobby. As the doors slid open, a man and a woman faced him directly. The man wore an impeccably tailored suit, stood tall, and leaned, one hand resting casually in his pocket, his face lit by a charismatic, confident smile. The woman beside him cast a shy glance outward. Her expression froze the instant she saw 17. 17 swept his gaze over both, then fixed it steadily on the man, who returned his stare without flinching. And hello, I'm your new neighbor. My name is Jean Shi. Jean Shi had leased this apartment for nearly a week, but had never encountered 17. Until today, when he brought his new colleague home and ran straight into him. Curiosity flickered across Jean Shi's face as he studied 17. Han Jun's eyes briefly narrowed upon noticing the black backpack slung over 17's shoulder. 17 didn't glance at Jean Shi once. His gaze remained locked on Han Jun, the impeccably dressed man, until the pair stepped out of the elevator. Only then did 17 step sideways into the car. Ding! And the elevator doors closed slowly, yet their eyes remained locked. 17 and Han Jun, unblinking, unyielding. And what terrible manners. He didn't even look at me. And Jean Shi pouted, tugging Han Jun toward her apartment door. Indeed impolite, to ignore a greeting from a beautiful woman. Han Jun's lips held a faint, effortless smile, one that repeatedly drew Jean Shi's gaze, stirring quiet infatuation. Truly exceptional physical presence has a way of eclipsing flaws, ensnaring those nearby, regardless of gender, in silent, irresistible fascination. Let's drop him from conversation. Shall we cook dinner? In Jean Shi led Han Jun into her apartment. In the elevator descended swiftly, arriving at the underground garage, where the Lexus remained parked still and silent. 17 approached the vehicle, circling it twice before crouching low to inspect the undercarriage meticulously. When finished, he did not enter the car. Instead, he strode back to the elevator, ascended to the ground floor lobby, and walked out of the building. Jay? Yes, I'm here. The man I just met. He's the suit brigand. You mean the handsome fellow who exited the elevator on your floor? Are you certain? Not 100%, but my instincts are rarely wrong. 17 stood roadside, gripping his black pack, speaking in a low, measured voice. Understood. I'll run facial recognition immediately against our database. New Jersey sprang into action. Meanwhile, 17 hailed a taxi and departed the building. The Lee family's villa lay a considerable distance from 17's safe house, roughly 90 minutes by road. Rush hour congestion choked the streets. The middle-aged driver chattered incessantly. 17, seated in the rear, ignored him, entirely absorbed in reviewing the dossier. This mission originated internally within the Purgatory organization, not from an external client, so compensation was minimal. Yet its strategic value to Purgatory was high, warranting elevated priority classification. 17 cared little for such distinctions. He obeyed Black Mamba's directives without question, neither possessing the authority nor the will to resist. Li Shanjin had 2 sons and 1 daughter, the eldest Li Sun, the second child daughter Li Xiao, and the youngest Li Sheng. The daughter had married abroad. The youngest son, after marriage, launched his own venture, an established and thriving enterprise. Though independent, both elder brother and younger brother resided within the same villa enclave, less than 1 kilometer separating their estates. Time slipped quietly forward. The taxi wove erratically through downtown, eastward then westward, drawing a subtle furrow between 17's brows. Though time and money mattered little to him, he refused to squander hours idling in traffic. If you deter again, you will die here. 17 stared coldly at the balding 40-something driver ahead, his voice glacial, devoid of inflection. The cab halted at a red light. The driver, failing to grasp the English, turned, only to meet 17's gaze, icy, unblinking, absolute. Gray, abyssal, utterly barren of warmth or humanity. A shiver jolted through the driver. He snapped his head back instantly. Sorry, I'll get there fast. Muttering under his breath, still baffled, yet now too frightened to stray, the driver stomped the accelerator the instant the light turned green. At the safe house tower, a sharply dressed man descended toward the underground garage, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. In one hand, he held Mercedes-Benz keys, in the other a black case. Over half an hour after 17's departure, Han Jun arrived in the garage. Pressing his key fob, he triggered a flash of lights from a distant white Mercedes. As he walked, he pulled out his phone and dialed. His intelligence confirmed. He is en route to the Lee family villa district. No sooner had the line connected than Han Jun spoke fluent, precise English. Confirmed. Good. Roar. The engine roared to life. The Mercedes surged from the garage and merged seamlessly into the ceaseless river of traffic. In Black Mamba's office, the computer screen switched to 17's live feed, first-person perspective. Don't disappoint me, 17. I've chosen to watch this spectacle myself, live. A freelance assassin. If you falter, it'll be profoundly disappointing. Haha. He exhaled a slow plume of cigar smoke, eyes riveted to the screen, his synthetic iris shimmering with faint electric glints. And meanwhile, after 2 grueling hours on the road, 17 finally reached his destination. Remote from the city, nestled between gentle hills and a winding river, the area boasted sparse traffic and lush verdant landscaping, a sanctuary of seclusion and natural elegance. Thump. And he tossed $100 bill onto the passenger seat. The driver didn't spare him a glance, just floored the accelerator and vanished. 17 had disembarked some distance from the villa gates, where human presence thinned to near nothingness. Glancing around, he shouldered his pack and melted into the roadside foliage, vanishing toward the distant hillside. Li Sheng, as the youngest son of Li Shanjin, though he did not inherit his father's position, still possessed resources unattainable by ordinary people. After becoming independent, he founded his own company, flourishing with the help of his father and elder brother. While Li Sheng was in a meeting at the company, he received a call from his father instructing him to return home immediately without explaining the reason. Reluctantly, Li Sheng hurriedly finished his tasks and headed home. "Boss, there is a white Mercedes following us. I'm not sure if it is going in the same direction or tailing us. It has been behind for 3 to 4 kilometers. The driver was a young man. Li Sheng, wearing frameless glasses, sat in the back of the BMW handling documents. "Shake it off." Without raising his head, Li Sheng continued to read the documents. Okay. Although it was close to 8 o'clock, there was still heavy traffic on the road. The BMW maneuvered through the traffic, trying to lose the white Mercedes behind them. No matter how hard the driver tried, the white Mercedes always managed to catch up after being shaken off for a while. Meanwhile, in the white Mercedes, Han Jun was on the phone with his manager. "Are you sure the information is accurate? The target has already reached the Li family villa area. I spent a lot of money to get this intel. Your target is a professional killer from the underworld, and he is now preparing to retaliate against the Li family. So you need to hurry over there." A low voice came from the phone. What does his retaliation against the Li family have to do with me? I just need to kill him to complete my mission." A cold smile appeared on Han Jun's handsome face. "Well, fine, it's up to you, but this is a great opportunity. I hope you can seize it." "Understood." After ending the call, Han Jun stepped on the gas, overtaking the BMW ahead and speeding toward the destination. He had taken on this task for 7 or 8 days, and for the past few days, he had been waiting for the target known as 17. However, 17 had not left home for an extended period, with only one instance of going out to buy food, and he had missed that opportunity due to lack of preparation. Out of desperation, Han Jun planned to enter the apartment area to find an opportunity. He discovered that she rented an apartment right across from 17's, which is why he joined Zai's company, using his looks to get close to her. Unexpectedly, 17 went out today and happened to cross paths with them. Han Jun had his manager investigate and learned that 17 was going to retaliate against the Li family, though he had some doubts about the source of this information and the coincidence. However, this was an excellent opportunity that Han Jun could not miss. After hastily wrapping up matters with she found an excuse and followed after. Rushing along, Han Jun arrived at the destination. The area was sparsely populated with lush trees, a perfect residential villa district. "Where are you hiding?" Han Jun parked the car by the side of the road and did not drive into the villa area. When 17 left, he was carrying a backpack. As a freelance killer, Han Jun could guess what it contained, so he did not venture deeper. The night had completely fallen. Han Jun parked his car by the roadside and quickly entered the woods carrying a long case. Time passed slowly, and soon Li Sheng's BMW came driving this way. As they passed the white Mercedes, the driver was puzzled, wondering if that was the car that had been following them. "Boss, that white Mercedes is the one that was following us earlier. Come on, this isn't just our place. Isn't it normal for cars to come and go?" Li Sheng, feeling irritated from reading the documents, pinched his tie and scolded the driver. The driver fell silent and drove toward the villa area. At this moment, Li Sheng had no idea that his doom was approaching. On the hillside across the road, hundreds of meters away, a figure lay in the grass, the scope tracking the movement of the BMW. Soon the BMW entered the villa area, heading toward Li Sun's villa. Li Shanjin had always lived with his elder brother. "Boss, we have arrived." The driver stopped the car outside the villa and turned to Li Sheng. Li Sheng irritably tossed the documents aside, and a bodyguard quickly approached to open the car door. "Young master." The bodyguard slightly bowed and respectfully addressed Li Sheng. "Where is my father?" Li Sheng asked as he stepped out of the car. "In the study. The eldest young master is waiting for you too." "All right." Li Sheng adjusted his outfit and prepared to walk toward the front door. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed, causing both Li Sheng and the bodyguard to freeze for a moment. 2 seconds later, bang. The sound of a booming gunshot followed. "Sniper, get down," the bodyguard shouted as he pulled Li Sheng, who was in a daze. Li Sheng stumbled and fell to the ground. Clang. Suddenly, Li Sheng's head exploded like a watermelon, and the bullet struck the engine hood of the car with a piercing sound. Bang! The booming sound of the sniper rifle rang out again. The interval between the 2 shots was less than 3 seconds. For Li Sheng, standing at the open villa door was no challenge for 17. The first shot missed because the sniper rifle in the safe house had not been calibrated, causing it to deviate. In the woods after killing Li Sheng, 17 stood up, preparing to withdraw. He had just stood up when in the next moment, 17's body suddenly tensed. Every hair on his body stood on end. Having experienced countless life and death crises, 17 instinctively dove forward, clutching the sniper rifle. Swish. Boom. A bullet grazed past 17's body. The sharp sound of it cutting through the air caused a cold sweat to break out on 17's back. The bullet hit a tree trunk behind him, and then a sniper rifle's booming sound came from an oblique direction. AS-50 anti-material sniper rifle using 12 7mm bullets weighing 12.2 kilograms, with a magazine capacity of 5 or 10 rounds and an effective range of 1,500 meters. As 17 lay in the grass, a wealth of data surged into his mind. As a naturally talented sniper, he had a deep understanding of 90 of the sniper rifles in the world. Most of the time, just hearing the booming sound allowed him to identify the type of gun the opponent was using. This kind of training could only be considered standard in the Black Mamba training camp. Huff huff. Lying on the grass, 17 quickly rolled over using his foot to pull the sniper rifle that had fallen a short distance away. Boom. Another shot rang out, but 17 had already pressed close to the grass and quickly crawled away, changing his position. In the darkness of the night on the opposite hillside, Han Jun hid behind a large rock with a cold expression, still locking onto 17's position with the scope. The fact that his last shot had missed took him by surprise. 17's sensitivity to danger was incredibly strong. Over 20 years of training had ingrained an instinctive response in his muscles. This made Han Jun realize that 17 was very strong, unnaturally so. He was less than 1,000 meters away from 17's position, and the bullet's flight speed was less than 2 seconds. Generally, people couldn't avoid a bullet that had just been fired. Yet 17 had evaded it and quickly changed positions. Help! In the distance, chaos erupted in the Li family villa. Li Sheng's corpse gushed blood, painting the entire villa entrance red, and a strong smell of blood quickly spread. Li Shangjin and Li Sun rushed out of the villa, standing at the door staring at the nearby headless corpse. Li Sheng, stunned. Their faces changed drastically, and Li Shangjin staggered, almost collapsing. "Boss, there's a sniper. Get inside." The bodyguard hiding behind a car shouted at Li Shangjin and the others. "Come on, are you all idiots?" Li Sun yelled at the group of bodyguards who had just run out, quickly dragging Li Shangjin toward the villa. The sound of sniper rifles echoed relentlessly through the villa district, one shot after another, causing the Li family to hesitate at the door, frantically dialing the police. With a long breath, 17 leaned against the trunk of a tree, adjusting his breathing rhythm. 5 shots in succession. Han Jun fired 5 shots at him, forcing 17 to continuously change positions to evade. 17 quickly replaced the regular bullets with armor-piercing ones. He had figured out Han Jun's position, but the opponent had likely moved, so 17 had to be cautious. This was the disadvantage of being the first to reveal one's location. 17 had 2 choices at this moment. One was to avoid entanglement and leave quickly. The other was to compete with the opponent in sniping accuracy until one of them was shot dead. The best choice was, of course, to leave. 17 had already completed the task assigned by the Black Mamba. Excessive entanglement was not in his nature, but would the opponent let him leave unscathed? Clearly not. Because he arrived early, 17 had familiarized himself with the surrounding environment, including some concealed spots on the opposite hillside, and based on Han Jun's shooting position, 17 silently calculated the opponent's escape route. He needed to find a way to turn the passive situation into an active one. The visibility in the dark woods was low. Not far to the side was a large patch of grass, and 17 looked at it slowly, crouching down, feeling around on the ground. After a while, he picked up a stone. Whoosh! He threw it towards the nearby grass, while 17 lunged to the other side, swiftly raising his sniper rifle and pulling the trigger. Boom! A bullet roared towards a concealed spot on the opposite hillside. Boom! At the same time, gunfire erupted from the opposite side, with a bullet flying towards the direction where 17 had thrown the stone. After firing, 17 immediately dropped to the ground, got up with one hand, pulling back the bolt, rolled on the ground, half-kneeled, and aimed his gun at the spot where the gunfire had flashed. Boom! The entire process took less than 2 seconds. After firing 2 shots, regardless of the outcome, 17 sprang up and kicked off the ground, rapidly tumbling backward. Boom! A bullet struck the ground not far from 17. With a rustle, he dashed into the thickets of the woods, running towards a large rock not far away. On the opposite side, Han Jun had a grim expression, blood seeping from his face, his eyes icy cold, moving quickly while holding his gun. Just now, 17's first shot had missed, but the second shot had almost taken his head off. Had he not instinctively turned his head, the bullet would have surely killed him. A tremendous pressure enveloped Han Jun. He hadn't expected 17 to be so formidable. From the moment 17 revealed his position, the first shot had made him feel that 17 was quite tricky. However, following that, he had fired 5 shots in succession without hitting 17, and nearly got taken out himself. At this moment, both of them had changed positions, and the initiative was no longer in his hands. Hissu! Hissu! Continuously running, Han Jun, under immense pressure, hid in the thickets, gasping heavily. Meanwhile, 17 had reached behind a large rock, immediately raising his gun to aim at the opposite hillside. He had arrived earlier than Han Jun and had observed both hills, making him more familiar with the terrain. Han Jun's previous shots had completely exposed his advance route and hiding spot, and 17 could roughly guess where he was in that area. In the night vision scope, the green-tinted image swept back and forth, searching every suspicious place. Time passed second by second for both of them. Every second felt like a race against life. 17's shaking scope suddenly stopped. He spotted signs of being trampled in a hollow bush in the distance. With a cold expression, 17 locked onto that bush. At a distance of 1290 meters, he made slight adjustments. 17 carefully observed the surroundings of the bush. Who? After finishing his observations, 17 exhaled deeply, his finger resting on the trigger, while Han Jun was also crouched in the bushes searching for 17's whereabouts. Suddenly Han Jun tensed up and instinctively rolled to the side. Boom! A flash of gunfire lit up in the distance, the bullet striking the spot where he had just been crouched. Han Jun sprang up, lunging sideways with his sniper rifle, firing simultaneously. Boom! 17, hiding behind the rock, finished one shot, immediately pulled back the bolt to reload, while his fingers squeezed the trigger, the gun's muzzle flashing. With fire, Han Jun's bullet hitting the rock, sending debris flying. Boom! In the scope, Han Jun's body suddenly shuddered as he lunged out, and then a large hole appeared in his chest. 17 quickly withdrew his gun and turned to run down the mountain. Meanwhile, on the distant hillside, to the right of the bush not far away, stood a tree trunk that two people could barely embrace. Han Jun lay on the ground, spewing blood from his mouth and nose, his limbs twitching slightly, staring blankly at that tree. He had lost. 17 had predicted his escape route, forcing him out of the bushes with the first shot, and the second shot had been the fatal one. Han Jun couldn't evade it. After coming out, his first reaction was to rush behind the tree, believing that it would ensure his safety, but he didn't know that 17 had already anticipated his action, firing nearly without aiming. Moments later, Han Jun's heart was shattered, his neck slumped dead beyond recovery, and the scent of blood gradually spread throughout the woods. Woo woo woo! A cacophony of police sirens echoed from the direction of the city. Without hesitation, 17, who had just come down from the hillside, dove into the woods, running in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, in the Li family's villa, Li Shanjin had been trying to contact the Inferno side ever since Li Cheng was shot by 17, but half an hour had passed without any contact. Just as the gunfire ceased, Li Shanjin's old-fashioned mobile phone rang. Beep, 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 beep. He grabbed the phone and answered the call. Shiba, you are all bastards, bastards. My son is dead. My son is dead. Why did you kill my son? You demons, you bastards, you deserve to die, and my son is dead. Li Shanjin's aged face twisted with rage as he shouted madly into the phone. For nearly a minute, there was no sound from the phone. Hiss. Who? Hiss who? Li Shanjin gasped heavily. He. The light laughter of the Black Mamba came through. Dear Mr. Li, you are our platinum client. I am sorry for the death of your son. If you need our assistance in investigating the killer of your son, I believe our organization would be more than willing to help. Additionally, I need to inform you that the assassination attempts on our Inferno students by your Li family have not ceased. Just now, one of my students was targeted by a long-range sniper, but he managed to fight back and kill the attacker. However, according to our investigation, this assassin was hired by your Li family, so... Bullshit. Shut up. Li Shanjin interrupted the Black Mamba directly. Since you are unwilling to communicate, then according to the rules for the attacks and assassinations against our organization members, we can directly issue a death order against your Li family. The Black Mamba snickered, lowering the temperature of his voice. After saying this, he fell silent, while Li Shanjin, holding the phone, trembled slightly, his breath quickening. Father. Li Sun appeared appropriately in Li Shanjin's line of sight, looking at him with a face full of concern. After several minutes of heavy breathing, Li Shanjin gradually calmed down. Speak, what do you want? The control of your XXX company. The Black Mamba said slowly after waiting for a long time. Impossible. Li Shanjin decisively refused. That company was founded by the deceased Li Sheng, and it was the hard work of both him and Li Sun that helped it flourish. How could he possibly give it up? Then let me change the conditions. The formula for that cancer auxiliary treatment drug you have is quite impressive. The Black Mamba finally revealed his main objective. This was a drug currently yielding excellent results in cancer treatment, and it took a long time and great costs for the father and son of the Li family to obtain it from the consortium, making it a flagship product for Li Sheng's company. Li Shanjin fell silent. He didn't expect that something he spent years painstakingly acquiring would be targeted. The Black Mamba was not in a hurry, quietly waiting. I can give you the drug formula, but I have conditions. After nearly 5 minutes of silence, Li Shanjin finally spoke up. Nice, respected platinum client, Mr. Li, please state your requirements. Whatever I can do, I will make it happen. In the base, the Black Mamba leaned back in his chair, feet resting on his desk, puffing on a cigar. After I give you the formula, I, along with my entire family, must be protected by your organization. On the phone, Li Shanjin's aged voice came through. The Black Mamba raised an eyebrow, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Oh, that's easy to arrange. I can use my authority to elevate your status to Diamond Client, so our intelligence department will include your family in the system. As soon as there's any movement in the underworld targeting your Li family, we will notify you immediately. And also, I hope your organization can provide some resource support to assist the Li family. Li Shanjin quickly added. The Black Mamba fell silent for a while, then directly refused. No, I can't agree to that. I don't have that authority, but I can mention it in the next meeting. How the higher-ups decide is not something I can determine. All right. Okay, then it's settled. I will send someone to the pickled cabbage country to connect with you. The call between the two was disconnected and a smug smile appeared on the Black Mamba's face. This fishing expedition had perfectly landed, and he had acquired the Leaf family's drug formula. The computer was still connected to the perspective of 17, who was in a dark forest running at full speed. You are truly my lucky charm. The Black Mamba smiled, then opened the internal task list system of the Inferno. This batch of trainees had all completed their third task, and some had even begun the fourth task, while 17 had yet to receive his fourth task due to the Black Mamba's fishing. This fishing expedition targeting the Leaf family was strictly speaking not considered a task assessment from the Inferno, but rather a personal test from the Black Mamba for 17. In the task system, rows of tasks were displayed. In the underworld, there is a dark web specifically for hiring assassins and mercenaries where a large number of tasks are updated daily, and specialized personnel in the Inferno continuously take on various tasks. These tasks are then posted in the internal system of the Inferno where various levels of assassins under the Assassin Department can actively query and accept tasks. For those like 17 who have not yet officially graduated and don't have codenames, tasks are uniformly distributed by the Black Mamba, while officially graduated assassins who blend into modern society only need to complete 5 corresponding level tasks each year. The rest of the time is theirs to enjoy freely. Each level has corresponding services. For instance, 17's current level corresponds to strength. If he completes 5 mandatory strength tasks each year, he will enjoy comprehensive strength benefits provided by the Inferno. Some assassins after entering society begin to pursue money and status. After completing corresponding tasks, they continue to take on tasks, and the Inferno will provide additional commissions to the assassins. From the training camp to debuting to the final resting place of assassins, the Inferno has a detailed support system. As for the fate of assassins in the underworld, 90% of them, whether they are trained by organizations or are freelance assassins, will mostly meet their end while executing tasks. Only a small handful will survive, or the clever ones will retire at their peak, seeking opportunities to transition, allowing themselves to live a bit longer. For instance, the Black Mamba became the chief instructor of the Inferno's training camp at his peak. This task is quite interesting. The Black Mamba browsed through the task list, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Target Charlize Layla, gender female, age 58, occupation official of country Y. This one will do. The level is also strength. Let him give it a try. The Black Mamba opened the profile and casually glanced through it. A red S was marked on it indicating a strength difficulty level corresponding to 17's current level. After clicking a few times on the computer, the task was dispatched. He then glanced at the perspective of 17 and disconnected the connection. Meanwhile, on the computer screen of Department H, a dialog box popped up displaying the task sent by the Black Mamba. H's expression became serious as he carefully read through it, then quickly typed on the computer. In the dark forest, 17 moved swiftly as the original retreat route was blocked by the arrival of police, so he could only climb over a small hill on foot to leave from the other side, and he had to be quick to avoid being trapped inside the mountain. Huff, huff. Adjusting his breathing rhythm after running for about an hour, 17 burst out from the other side of the hillside. Walking along the concrete road towards the city center, the sniper rifle had been disassembled and packed in his backpack. There were no streetlights, only darkness, and he walked for about 10 minutes. Vroom vroom. A vehicle was gradually approaching from behind. 17 quickly dodged and hid in the bushes. A delivery van was coming this way, and 17's eyes flashed as he quietly waited. Boom. The van was not moving very fast. The visibility here was poor. The concrete road was narrow, and the van passed by the bush where 17 was hiding fully loaded. A shadow rushed out from the bushes, sprinting to catch up with the van. 17 leaped up, grabbing the cargo box handle of the van hanging on the back, twisting his body and flipping onto the top of the cargo box. 17, your fourth task has come in. 17 had already disengaged from the battle, and HS voice echoed in his earpiece. 17 sat on top of the van, giving a faint hum. The van gradually moved away, leaving the area. The driver was unaware that an extra passenger had joined. Hearing HS words, 17 knew that the Black Mamba's fishing operation had ended. As for the outcome, what the Black Mamba had obtained from the Lee family, he did not know, nor was he interested. At this moment, he could only follow the Black Mamba's instructions. He had no right or opportunity to resist. 17's gaze turned toward the distant city center. He was not yet qualified to enjoy this world. Surviving in the light while walking in darkness is the best interpretation for people like 17. The truck moved steadily towards the city. Once it entered the main road, 17 switched from sitting to lying on top of the truck, making it difficult for anyone on the road to see that there was a person on the roof of the cargo. 17A, I have uploaded all the mission data to your terminal. You can call me anytime to retrieve it. HS voice came through the earpiece. 17 glanced at the fork in the road ahead, one path leading into the city and the other bypassing it onto the ring road. After a moment of thought, 17 decided to get off here. He rolled his body around and came to the edge of the cargo area, stretching his head out to take a look. As the box truck slowed down and entered the fork in the road, in the brief moment of dim light, 17 pushed off with one hand, leaping into the air and grabbing a steel pipe on the side of the container with his right hand. Whoosh, thud, his body swung toward the cargo area, kicking off against it, and with a release of his arm, 17 leapt into the air. Bang, 17's body rolled twice on the sidewalk, shedding inertia before quickly darting into the greenery, disappearing without a trace. A small car followed behind the driver's, eyes wide in disbelief. What, did someone just fall off that truck? After saying that, he rubbed his eyes with one hand, instinctively stepping on the brakes and leaning forward to look into the greenery by the roadside. But it was pitch black and 17's figure had long vanished. What, did I just hallucinate? The driver murmured softly, turning his head. Whoa. Bang, the car collided with the roadside greenery, making a loud thud. Whoa. The driver got out to check, muttering curses under his breath. 17 heard the loud crash, but it was none of his business. After winding through the greenery, he walked onto the main road, quietly waiting under a streetlight. About 10 minutes later, a taxi drove in from the distance, and 17 waved his hand. Once inside the taxi, 17 relaxed a bit, quietly watching the scenery outside the window. The ride back to the safe house building took them across more than half of Seoul, and the night scenery was exceptionally beautiful. A hint of strangeness occasionally flickered in 17's eyes. The driver was quiet, not chattering at all. An hour later, 17 arrived at the safe house building. Hello, that will be 19,501, about 105 renminbi. The driver, a polite man in his 30s, said. 17 reached into his pocket, frowning slightly. He had not brought any cash for this mission. Is there a problem? Noticing 17's unusual expression, the driver maintained his smile. Come with me upstairs to get it. 17 actually didn't understand what the other was saying. He couldn't speak Korean and pointed to the building behind him. You don't have cash. Realizing that 17 wasn't from Korea, the driver immediately switched to fluent English. 17 was surprised to see a taxi driver speak such fluent English. Yes, come with me to get it. I can give you a tip. After finishing his sentence, 17 stood quietly by the roadside, trying to adapt to the life of an ordinary person. If he had acted according to his previous character, he would have turned and left after saying this. All right, I'll park the car over there. The driver pointed to the parking lot in front of the building. 17 nodded and turned towards the building. After waiting for a while in the lobby, the driver got out of the car and jogged over. 17 led him to the apartment elevator. The two did not speak again, and they returned home in silence. The driver stood outside the door waiting, not entering. 17 took a $100 bill from the room and handed it to the driver. Thank you, this is too much. I'll give you change. No need. After saying this, 17 closed the door. The driver stared at the closed door in surprise, then joyfully took the elevator down and left. In the room, 17 first took out the firearms from his backpack, carefully wiped them down, and then took out some lubricant to maintain each part before finally reassembling them and putting them back in the wardrobe of his bedroom. After stripping off his clothes, he entered the bathroom. There were several abrasions on his body with beads of blood emerging. When the cold water hit, it stung, but 17 didn't even blink, quietly standing under the shower, letting the cold water wash over him. After taking a shower, wearing only a pair of beach shorts, he grabbed a medical kit and went to the living room. The wound on his knee had healed, leaving only a faint red scar. He took out iodine and cotton swabs to disinfect his abrasions. It was already 10 o'clock at night, and his stomach protested. After cleaning his wounds, 17 headed to the kitchen to get some food from the fridge. Yes, I'm here. Let me see the data. Okay, connecting to the terminal now. 17 took a bite of bread, and suddenly the detailed mission data appeared before him. What came into view was a photo of a white woman who appeared to be around 50 slender. 17 estimated her weight to be about 45 kilograms and height around 165 meters, dressed in a black professional outfit. Beneath the photo was a detailed introduction of the target. Target: Charlize Layla. Gender: female. Age: 58. Occupation: senior official of Y country, concurrently the head of an internal inspection agency in the Y country's intelligence service. Security: level S. Difficulty: S. Task requirement: accidental death, no shooting permitted. Task deadline: 1 month. 17 furrowed his brows slightly, then continued to review the data. This information was very detailed, covering the target's personal information, family, work, colleagues, bodyguards, drivers, some schedule arrangements, and any other relevant information. A full 7 pages of information. After finishing his food, 17 got up and returned to the living room, sitting on the sofa and repeatedly reviewing the data. This target was different from the previous ones. The last 3 missions involved drug lords and leaders of the Dark Knight organization, who were all figures in the underworld. This time the target was a high-ranking official from a major country. The security level for such individuals is extremely high, with bodyguards being Y country's agents or professional security personnel. Ordinary people have no chance of getting close. Moreover, the most crucial aspect of the mission is the requirement that no shooting is permitted. It must be an accidental death, which raises the difficulty significantly. However, 17 only felt that it was somewhat tricky and did not communicate the difficulty of the task with H. When do we depart? 17 suddenly spoke up to ask. The earliest would be tomorrow. You can choose the specific departure time. I'll arrange it on my end. H was typing rapidly on her keyboard. 17 was about to begin executing a new mission, and she needed to coordinate with the logistics department and the intelligence department to gather more information and coordinate better logistics based on the difficulty level of the task. Then let's say tomorrow. 17 said lightly, then closed the terminal. He needed to go there in person to observe and survey the area to formulate a plan. Merely looking at the data was not very useful for the operation. Okay, I'm contacting logistics to provide you with a new identity before you board the plane. Additionally, what equipment do you need? I'll have them prepare it for you in Y country, and it will be delivered to you as soon as you land. H spoke rapidly. Although she and J occasionally joked about 17's cooking skills, once they entered work mode, they were absolutely professional. 1 Beretta M9 pistol, 2 magazines, 2 daggers, transportation, safe house, and we can discuss the rest later. This time, 17's choice of equipment was quite simple. After all, he hadn't formulated a plan yet, and the task requirement stated that no shooting was allowed, so firearms would hardly be necessary. Having one was merely for self-defense. Okay, I'll have them prepare it. 17 stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the scene outside. After standing for a while, he turned and walked towards the bedroom. Today, he decided to give himself a brief hour of leisure. He wouldn't practice disassembling firearms tonight and would go to bed an hour early. At 6 in the morning, 17 woke up on time. He washed up, had breakfast, and then spent another hour watching the news before heading to the gym to begin his daily training. By 10 in the morning, 17 emerged from the gym, rinsed off his body, and then started cleaning the entire room. The bedroom, living room, kitchen, gym, and bathroom were all carefully wiped and cleaned, ensuring that not a trace was left behind. 17. A voice called out from the earpiece. 17 repeatedly tidied the bed, leaving not a single hair behind. The logistics team has sent your new identity to the airport. Your flight will depart in 3 hours. Since you don't speak Korean or Japanese, your identity this time is that of a student from Z country. Jay checked the information sent from logistics on the computer and informed 17 in advance. 17 nodded and inspected the bedroom again before checking the entire room. The intelligence department has sent news that country Y seems to have caught wind of something, and they will conduct thorough checks on incoming personnel. You can choose to cross the border illegally or enter normally. Which method do you prefer? A pleasant voice carried a hint of inquiry. 17 walked to the wardrobe, reached for a white t-shirt, and then put on a pair of off-white sports pants. In the living room, 17 looked out at the street, thinking for a moment. Normal entry. All right, then you may need to disguise yourself. Understood. 17 turned and continued toward the bedroom. If he could use long-range sniping this time, he would probably choose to cross the border without hesitation and leave quietly afterward. However, this mission required creating an accidental death, and the target's identity was different from that of an ordinary person, so 17 needed to hide, disguise himself, observe, and formulate a plan. On the terminal, 17 looked at the photo in the identity information depicting a sunny young man. This photo was his taken during training camp when Heimamba had instructed them to take various photos at different ages and expressions to match various identities, which was also for 17 and others to create various identity photos for future missions. 17 stood in front of the mirror, rubbing his cheeks vigorously with both hands, forcing a stiff smile. Unsatisfied, he continued to rub, relaxing the muscles in his cheeks. Again and again he adapted and gradually changed. After several minutes, 17's face was no longer so stiff and his smile appeared much more natural. Next was his gaze. Without disguise, 17's eyes looked extremely cold and different to the bleakness of life. Even an ordinary person would find 17's gaze unsettling. He took a small box from the wardrobe, which contained a pair of film-like contact lenses. I need to take off the terminal. Okay, just a moment. Jay quickly communicated with the higher-ups. Shortly after, the headquarters temporarily cut off the terminal connection. 17 rubbed his eyes with his fingers, removing the terminal. This terminal was only the size of a fingernail and appeared completely transparent. But before putting it on for the first time, 17 had examined it under a high-powered microscope and found that deep inside it contained numerous fine wire conductors resembling a very small chip, yet it looked completely clear on the outside and did not affect his vision when placed on the eyeball. After putting on the pupil disguise and reattaching the terminal, 17's eyes were no longer so cold. Standing in front of the mirror, he exerted control over his gaze. After several minutes, the chilling indifference in his eyes vanished. He rubbed his cheeks hard, forcing a smile that matched the photo in his identity information. After reattaching the terminal and waiting for Jay to confirm the connection, 17 reached for a baseball cap and stepped outside. Click. He opened the door, wiped his fingerprints off the doorknob, and exited the safe house where he had stayed for a month. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Jean, he dressed in professional attire, wore a slight frown on her face as 17 stood outside the elevator, smiling at her. Up. Jean, he stared blankly at 17. In an off-white baseball cap, white t-shirt, off-white casual pants, and sneakers with a clean smile on his face, he appeared completely different from the 17 she had encountered yesterday at the elevator. Both yesterday and today's outfits were simple, yet the gloomy and indifferent 17 from yesterday had vanished, replaced by a sunny, neighborly young man. "Aren't you coming out?" 17's voice sounded a bit stiff. "Oh, sorry, you're just too handsome." Jean, his face turned crimson as she hurriedly stepped out, the two brushing past each other, inhaling the sunlit scent from 17's clothes. "Thank you." Standing in the elevator, 17 said with a smile, his tone much softer than before. "Goodbye." Jean, he waved at 17. Ding, the elevator doors closed. "Hanjun Appa isn't coming to work anymore. I didn't expect my neighbor to become so handsome in the blink of an eye. Oh my. His figure seems even better than Hanjun's." Jean, he walked dazedly toward her room, unaware that this was the last time she would see 17. The elevator doors opened. 17, hands in his pockets, stepped forward toward the lobby, walked to the roadside, and hailed a taxi. "Hi, hello, where to?" The driver was a middle-aged man in his 40s, sporting a professional smile. "International Airport." 17 replied in English from the back seat, his tone becoming increasingly gentle, no longer as stiff as before. The driver couldn't speak English, but he understood simple place names. Upon realizing 17 was a foreigner, he ceased speaking and drove directly to the airport. 17A, the identity information is in Area E of the airport parking lot at parking space 214. About an hour later, the taxi arrived at the parking lot. 17 paid, got out, and headed towards Area E. A silver Hyundai sedan was parked there with a middle-aged man in a suit sitting in the driver's seat. When 17 walked over, the man took out a passport, glanced at the photo, confirmed it, and handed it over. 17 took it, glanced at it, and turned to leave without any exchange. The flight departs in an hour and a half, traveling from Seoul to Dubai for a layover, then flying directly from Dubai to London in country Y for a total of 15 hours. Okay. 17, empty-handed with an upright posture, weaved through the crowd at the airport, entered the VIP lounge, casually ate a lunch, and quietly waited. At 2:30 in the afternoon, 17 walked toward the boarding gate. At 3:15, an Airbus A330 began taxiing on the runway, its engines roaring as it ascended into the sky. Country Y London. This is a world-class international metropolis that integrates economy, politics, and culture. Here one can witness the most prosperous side of modern human society, with 19 headquarters of Fortune 500 companies located in this city and 7 of the world's top 100 universities. Top billionaires, globally renowned stars, entrepreneurs, and politicians are prevalent in this city, where they are often seen as elevated figures by ordinary people. The public security in this city is neither excellent nor terrible. Beneath its glamorous exterior, there are dark corners hiding individuals invisible to the common eye, such as the incoming individual 17. A light drizzle falls towards the ground as a bustling airport fills with people. A young and handsome Oriental man steps out from the passage. After a flight of over 10 hours, having crossed several countries, he arrives in this globally renowned international metropolis. Unlike Seoul, the temperature here has dropped significantly, and everyone is wearing coats. However, this slight chill has little effect on 17. "I forgot to bring clothes, but it's really cold here." To mask his discomfort, 17 rubbed his arms and flashed a helpless smile at the immigration officer who was checking his passport. There were no issues with 17's passport identity. The logistics of the Inferno organization had never made a mistake in this aspect. Coupled with 17's deliberate disguise as a sunlit boy, he easily lowered people's guard. "Oh yes, you should quickly buy some clothes, or you'll catch a cold. There are shops over there. Mr. Chin, I wish you a pleasant stay in country Y." At the immigration window, a Caucasian woman wearing a professional smile returned the passport to 17 and pointed towards the distance. His passport bore the name Chin Haoyu. "Thank you." 17 smiled as he took the passport and turned to leave. Not far away, in a glass room, 4 men in suits were observing the flow of travelers. At another entrance, several armed special police were on guard. In the glass room, a man in black glanced at 17 before shifting his gaze away. 17's disguise successfully deceived him. Had he seen the previous poker face, he would likely have rushed over to apprehend 17 without hesitation. As he slowly walked out of the airport with the crowd, 17 arrived at the taxi stand and flagged down a cab. "Hello, handsome young man, where to?" 217 Chris Street. 17's English could effortlessly switch between London and American accents, flowing fluently. "Okay, young man, your English is great. Have you lived with us since childhood?" The driver, a middle-aged man with a potbelly, smiled slightly upon hearing 17's fluent English, gesturing with his hand as he started the taxi. "Not really, but I've been learning English since I was little." 17 tried to chat with the ordinary person, forcing himself to hide his cold exterior. "You're really impressive." The taxi merged into the avenue, disappearing into the flow of traffic. In a luxurious office on the 7th floor of a building in downtown London, a woman in her 50s sat behind a desk, lowering her head to review various intelligence documents. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Charlize Layla said casually without raising her head. Click. Minister, the Dark Line has brought intelligence. The Inferno organization has already issued the mission, and there may soon be an adverse action against you. A man in a black suit around 30 entered and quietly stood before the desk. Heidi, have I not experienced enough assassination attempts? Layla with soft golden hair lifted her head, chuckling softly as she spoke. Approaching 60, she appeared to be in her 50s, her skin appearing fair under the cover of cosmetics. A few faint crow's feet gave her an air of subtle authority. She is the Deputy Minister of the GF Department in Country Y and also serves as the head of the Internal Supervision Office of the Intelligence Department, holding a high position. Furthermore, her husband is a powerful figure. We have issued a notification additional personnel have been deployed at the airport docks, railways, and other entry checkpoints. Your recent itinerary has also been adjusted, and please cooperate when the time comes. Heidi is Layla's personal security. He was once a special soldier in Country Y's Special Operations Team, enlisted at the age of 16, having undergone rigorous training and seen combat, with confirmed kills in the triple digits, possessing a wealth of diverse experience. Please arrange a car for me. I need to make a report soon. Layla lowered her head, continuing to read the documents in her hands. All right. Heidi left the office. Ring, ring, ring. Hello. Layla answered a phone call and hung up after listening for a while. It seems I really pose a threat to you. Don't let me catch solid evidence, otherwise, even if you sit in that position, you will be in trouble. After hanging up, Layla pinched her brow. The cold smile at the corner of her mouth and the piercing light in her eyes were utterly inconsistent with her appearance. As for who was trying to eliminate her, Layla had her suspicions. Her investigation had seriously threatened a certain sensitive individual, and she had already received warnings in the past, yet she persisted in pursuing the matter, wishing to bring that person down. Once that person falls, her husband would have the opportunity to take his place. This is a struggle, a life-and-death struggle. Leaning back in her chair for a moment to rest and organize her thoughts, Layla picked up another phone and pressed a button. Is the car ready? I'm coming down now. Layla stood up, draping a blue trench coat over her shoulders, tidying the documents on her desk before leaving the office. At this time, 17 had arrived at 217 Chris Street. It was a 6-story old building, a common sight in London, with many mixed-use commercial and residential areas on either side of the streets. Entering from the first floor, a staircase followed, as there was no elevator. 17 walked up the stairs. An elderly couple came down, curiously eyeing this sunny young man they had never seen before. Upon reaching the third floor, 17 surveyed the dimly lit hallway before walking inside. The key is above the light, Jay reminded him through the earpiece. 17 arrived at the door of room 306, where a dim light flickered nearby. After checking both sides and finding no cameras in the hallway, 17 walked over, reached out, and retrieved a key. He opened the door and stepped inside. The apartment had 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. The furniture appeared to be over a decade old, but the entire room was clean with not a speck of dust. 1 bedroom, 1 study, and some old fitness equipment in the corner. Returning to the bedroom, 17 found a black safe on the bed. He slid over it a few times and pressed the lock. Inside lay a Beretta M9 handgun, 2 fully loaded magazines, 2 ordinary knives with 20cm blades, an old flip phone, and 2 stacks of brand new British pounds. There were also a few papers which 17 glanced at before setting aside. Click, click, click. He took out the handgun, quickly disassembled it, checked each part, and then swiftly reassembled it, loading the 3 full magazines in total. After putting everything away, 17 went to the window, pulled back a bit of the curtain, and examined the street outside. He was on a low floor, and this safe house was not like the high rises in Seoul, which could easily be targeted from afar. Thus, 17 carefully observed the surroundings from each window. Once he felt assured, he pulled the curtains back down. As night gradually descended at 6 in the evening, 17 prepared to go out to buy some food. A very serious voice came through the earpiece. 17, your task difficulty level has been raised. What's going on? 17 paused, his movements, his brow slightly furrowed. The intelligence department sent over information. The security department of Country Y has doubled the protection for the target, and all her travel plans have been disrupted. Currently, we have not tracked the target's next itinerary. The difficulty level has been raised to SS rank 17. This task exceeds your level range. Your current status is still that of a trainee, and you may choose to give up. 17 stood by the window looking at the street outside. Cars passed by and pedestrians were dressed in autumn coats, with some even in thick down jackets. If I complete this task, will my level be raised to SS rank? 17 asked curiously. I will ask for you. Jay switched out quickly, going to communicate. 17 had no desire or entanglement regarding his level. He was simply curious. In his current mindset, once a task was assigned to him, all he needed to do was complete it without questioning, having no qualification to haggle. The notion of giving up did not exist in his mind. After going through 4 or 5 training camps and 20 years of rigorous training, no instructor had ever instilled the word give up in him. In training, giving up equated to death with no room for retreat. Maybe yes, maybe no, it depends on your performance. Moreover, considering your status as merely a trainee, it is very likely you will be allowed to graduate early rather than having your level raised. Soon J.'s voice came through the earpiece. What are the benefits of graduating early? 17 asked blandly. That means the next 6 tasks will not require assignments for you. You will be designated as an S-level assassin in our organization. From now on, you only need to complete 5 S-level tasks or 10 A-level tasks each year to enjoy life. The organization will not proactively assign you tasks after you complete mandatory ones. If you take the initiative to accept tasks to enhance your level, you will receive additional rewards along with enjoying more services provided by the organization. Jay quickly explained. Enjoy life. 17 gazed out at the bustling street where young and handsome boys made exaggerated gestures towards girls, while those vibrant young girls wore smiles on their faces, leaving 17 somewhat dazed. Yes, you will have plenty of time to do what you want. J.'s tone held a hint of temptation, which indeed was the life every trainee longed for. In the training camp, no trainee had any autonomy before graduation. Everything, including their lives, was constantly under the threat of withering away. I will continue. 17, who had never intended to give up the task, said blandly. 17, think it over. The difficulty of this task will be very high. The opponent is not an ordinary person. Jay reminded him. Understood. After saying this, 17 turned and took a black coat from the wardrobe, ensuring he would not stand out too much on the street. He also brought along a handgun, a dagger, and cash, leaving his phone behind as he typically did not need such things with the ocular terminal and earpiece. Surviving in the light, walking in the dark. Over 20 years of cage-like living had stirred something in 17's hardened heart, making him want to experience a life with his own time, to understand why those people could laugh so joyfully over simple words, and why they engaged in activities he found utterly mundane. Okay, I will report your decision and coordinate with the logistics and intelligence departments to provide the corresponding level of service. Jay sighed, feeling a bit of pressure for 17 from a distance. This was not comparable to assassinating drug lords or billionaires, and the task had specific assassination requirements, making it several times more difficult than before. All right. 17 grabbed a set of car keys from the table, opened the door, and stepped outside. Tonight I have plans with 2 friends. We're going to the bar street to have some fun. Are you coming? Beautiful ladies, of course, beautiful ladies. A young man in his mid-20s walked up from the staircase, speaking on the phone as he approached. Okay, I will change my clothes. Come pick me up quickly. The man entered his room, casting a curious glance at 17 as the door closed behind him. As 17 walked down the stairs, he encountered several men and women living in the building, all of whom cast curious glances at him. They had never seen 17 before, so some curiosity was a normal reaction. 17 maintained a smile as he exited the building, turning to walk down the street. Ding ding. A silver-gray Citroën C1 in the parking lot behind shimmered slightly. This car was among the most common models in London, often seen on the streets. The engine roared like an old man as 17 opened the storage compartment beside him. Inside was a driver's license, which he glanced at. It had his photo, and the name was Chin Hao Yu, his current identity. This also reflected the strength of the logistics department, and hell, accomplishing such a level of logistical support in just 2 days was something few organizations could achieve. 17 drove the car into the flow of traffic. Driving aimlessly on the street, 17 had never been to this vast international metropolis before. Relying solely on the map, he couldn't memorize all the routes, so his first priority was to familiarize himself with the city's traffic for future operations. 17. From now on, the logistical and intelligence services for the current task have been upgraded to SS level. If needed, you can directly communicate with the logistics and intelligence heads in London to obtain the information you require. The equipment, vehicles, and auxiliary items you need will be prioritized for supply, and 3 logistics personnel will be dedicated to serving you 24 hours a day. In an hour, the intelligence department will establish a dedicated team to provide you with intelligence and network support. You can call on them for assistance at any time. Meanwhile, H&I will also provide assistance for you 24 hours a day, as usual. The organization in Hell had become astonishingly meticulous, and J.'s professional capabilities were impressive. In just a few minutes, she had communicated in detail with both the logistics and intelligence departments. All right, 17 responded, observing the surrounding buildings while driving, committing the road conditions to memory. Regarding remembering road conditions, he had specialized skills. Each time he passed a section of road, he would look for distinctive buildings to imprint them deeply in his mind, and then make a rough memory of the corresponding road conditions. Going around in circles, 17 forgot his original intention of going out to buy food, gradually imprinting this unfamiliar city in detail, forming a 3-dimensional memory model in his mind. The scope of accidental death is quite broad, encompassing what is commonly recognized as accidental incidents, including traffic accidents, sudden illnesses, poisoning, medical mishaps, or deaths caused by natural disasters. The task requirements clearly specify the need to create an accidental death, thus 17 must consider how to devise a suitable plan. Firstly, traffic accidents are the most common method, but also the most challenging as the target is under heavy protection. Creating a traffic accident is virtually impossible because the target will not travel in isolation. You cannot ascertain which vehicle they are in, nor can you bypass the professional protection to cause the target to perish in a traffic incident. 17 wandered through the city, intentionally driving past the office building where the target was located, then turned towards the villa where the target resided. The bustling streets of London sparkled even more at night, with various young men and women meeting up. While driving and contemplating, 17 dismissed the first method. The second method involves sudden illness, such as the target suffering from chronic diseases or the aging of certain organs, using these as a foothold to create the illusion of death by disease. However, this method requires precise knowledge of the target's physical weaknesses and access to their medical records. But for someone of the target's stature, medical records are classified intelligence. Currently, the intelligence team has not provided this information to 17. The third method is poisoning, with the most infamous being the injection or accidental ingestion of cyanogenic compounds. The lethal dose of hydrogen cyanide is 0.7 to 3.5 mg/kg. The lethal dose of sodium cyanide and potassium cyanide is 1 to 2 mg/kg. Large doses can kill the target within mere seconds, while smaller doses can lead to death in 10 to 40 minutes, making this poison frequently used in the underworld. H. Yes, I'm here. H, who had just switched shifts, promptly responded. Has the intelligence team arrived? Hold on, let me confirm right away. H quickly communicated with the intelligence department. 17, your dedicated intelligence team is now in place. What kind of intelligence support do you need? You can speak directly into the earpiece. The head of the intelligence team, Sally, is connected to your earpiece. Less than a minute later, H's voice echoed in 17's earpiece. Hello, 17. I'm your dedicated intelligence team leader. My name is Sally. For this mission, I will fully commit to providing you with intelligence and network support. I need the target's medical information, travel plans, and the security arrangements around the target. Since the target has already received intelligence that someone is attempting an assassination, all surrounding arrangements have changed, rendering the previous data on 17 largely obsolete. All right, Sally responded, and then the sound of rapid keyboard tapping filled the earpiece. Please mute your keyboard sounds, they are distracting me. 17 frowned slightly. Sorry, I'll do it right away. The earpiece was then switched to a single-line mode, bringing immediate silence to his ears. 17. Your safe houses have increased to 3 locations, and your identity documents have also been expanded to 3. Someone will deliver them to you in about 3 hours. Okay. The service level of SS grade is a significant upgrade from S grade. Have logistics prepare a bicycle and a motorcycle for me. 17 noted that there were many places in this city where cars couldn't go and motorcycles were the most convenient and expedient means of transportation. The Citron drove to the banks of the Thames, and 17 gazed at the distant river crossing bridge. After a moment, he withdrew his gaze and drove towards the villa area behind the bridge. Driving into the villa area was certainly impossible. This villa area was located in the bustling city center, housing not only high-ranking officials, but also many top-tier wealthy individuals. The security defenses of the entire area were exceptionally high, making it necessary for 17 to infiltrate. However, today 17 did not approach. Instead, he turned away a few hundred meters from the villa area, circling around it. He needed to familiarize himself with the environment and the route the target took from home to office. Although the target did not frequently stay at home, he still needed to prepare. After circling around the entire villa area, 17 then drove towards the target's office building. 17, we just received a meeting list that includes the target Charlize Layla's name. The meeting is scheduled for the day after tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Sally's voice suddenly appeared in the earpiece, a member of the Inferno intelligence organization, omnipresent. Okay. 17's gaze flashed as he pondered for a moment. Send me the route map from London to Oxford. Send each one individually. Sally, send me the theme and content of the meeting, its duration, and also the list. By the way, have you found out about the security arrangements around the target? Okay, right away. Not yet, we are working hard on it. 17's 2 statements made both H and Sally busy, while 17 parked the car by the street beneath a building, quietly observing the intersection not far away. This is the essential route for the target to return home. 17 simulated various scenarios in his mind, eventually shaking his head slowly as he drove away. The information has been sent to your terminal. You can check it at any time. H quickly sent over the route map. Okay. 17 drove back. He had been wandering around the city for nearly 4 hours, and it was already past 11 at night. The flow of people on the streets gradually decreased, and some streets were devoid of any figures. After spending more than half an hour, 17 returned to the first safe house. Just as he was about to go upstairs, H's voice rang out in the earpiece. 17. The logistics personnel will arrive at your location in 5 minutes, bringing you 3 additional identity documents and the keys to the other 2 safe houses. Okay. 17 chose to return to the car and wait. A few minutes later, a small sedan drove over, stopping precisely in front of 17's vehicle. Bang! A young man, dressed flamboyantly, stepped out of the car, adorned with several earrings and holding a cigarette in his mouth. 17. The young man looked at 17 in the car, his gaze surprisingly calm despite his flashy appearance. Okay. 17 nodded. My name is Jack. Feel free to call me anytime you need. Jack handed a black document bag to 17 and pointed to his ear. Good luck. After saying that, Jack casually walked back to his car. 17 watched him leave, then got out of the car and headed towards his safe house. At 8 in the morning, Charlie's Layla yawned as she walked out of her bedroom. I heard you are attending a meeting in Oxford tomorrow. A man appearing to be around 60 years old with thinning hair, wearing black-framed glasses and a bathrobe, approached her holding a cup of hot water. His name was Charlie's fair Layla's husband, nearly 70 years old, and a prominent politician close to the decision-makers in Country Y. Well, I didn't intend to go to that meeting, but they insisted I make an appearance. Layla took the hot water and took a sip. You need to pay attention to your safety now. You can't afford to be careless. Fair frowned, somewhat reluctant to let Layla go. Haha, don't worry. With you backing me up, they won't dare to act so brazenly. They can only use some covert means, Layla said with a smile, playfully nudging the old man. It's hard to guard against everything. Fair shook his head. Do you think they are all incompetent? With 10 elite bodyguards from Special Forces and 2 top agents from our intelligence department in the shadows, how many can breach their defenses? You underestimate my people too much. Layla rolled her eyes and headed downstairs with the cup of hot water. Fair watched his wife's figure, hesitant to speak. Everything she did was to push him forward while exposing herself to danger. He sighed silently at the thought. After finishing breakfast at home, Layla took her dedicated vehicle to the office building. Though Layla claimed not to worry, her security level had been raised to the maximum permitted with 10 elite Special Forces veterans and 2 active top agents. This group was more formidable than the security teams provided by multinational security companies, showing high sensitivity and making corresponding judgments at the slightest sign of trouble. 3 armored cars traveled along the road with Layla seated in the middle vehicle. As they approached an intersection, an inconspicuous Citroen trailed them from a distance. As they drove, 17 observed the convoy while communicating with Sally from the intelligence team. According to ground intelligence and online investigations, the target is accompanied by at least 10 security personnel, each an elite from Country Y's intelligence agency. This group is highly alert with strong combat capabilities and security awareness. It's very difficult to breach their defenses for an assassination attempt on the target, Sally remarked, glancing at the newly collected data, feeling the pressure on 17. 17 replied faintly. The meeting tomorrow will last until 6 in the evening, and there's a small meeting the next day. We don't have the list yet. If the target continues to attend the meeting the next day, they will likely stay overnight in Oxford. Sally continued to share the latest information they had gathered. Do you know where they will be staying? We found that out. It's an accommodation within the Oxford campus, but the specific building and room are currently unknown. 17 exhaled slightly. There was too little information. The main issue was that this mission could not involve gunfire. Even close-quarters attacks were not allowed. It could only be an assassination, creating the illusion of an accidental death, while the opponent's security level was tightly arranged. Tricky. This was the first mission 17 found challenging since leaving the training camp, causing his mindset to fluctuate slightly. The traffic on the road was heavy. 17 followed from a distance, driving along with the convoy towards the office building. While he was focused on the convoy, 17 overlooked one detail: the opponent had arranged agents to protect in the shadows. After following for about a kilometer, he was discovered by the hidden agents. Target license plate XXXXXXX silver Citroen has been following the convoy for a kilometer. There is only the driver inside, an Asian male likely aged between 20 and 25. A few hundred meters behind 17, a black sedan had a man in black reporting via radio. Keep an eye on him. We're almost at the office building. If he continues to follow, we will proceed to capture him. In a critical moment, feel free to shoot the target dead. A low voice came through the radio. Received. The convoy crossed the bridge and headed towards the office building. 17 opened the car window, casually resting one hand outside the door, blending with the traffic as they crossed the bridge. Just off the bridge, he turned left, preparing to pursue the convoy. In that moment of turning, he caught sight of the black sedan hastily approaching from the rear in the rearview mirror. 17's gaze flickered, and he pressed down on the accelerator. In another direction, another car immediately began to accelerate. 17's expression turned cold. I might have been exposed. After speaking, 17 sharply turned onto a side road, driving forward at a leisurely pace, no longer pursuing the convoy. The 2 sedans behind him, seeing 17's route diverging, also slowed down and began to follow him. Sounds came through the earpiece, and Jay and Sally quickly sprang into action. 17 had been careless. It was his own mistake for underestimating the target's security level and the alertness of this group of agents. At that moment, he felt the pressure again, the pressure from the target's security measures. He pulled over to the side and walked towards a nearby Chinese noodle shop. The black sedan stopped at a distance behind him. Target has entered a Chinese restaurant. Find out where he's from. Already checking. 17 sat at a table, ordered a bowl of rice noodles, and quietly waited, occasionally glancing at the distant black sedan. Hello sir, your rice noodles are here. Enjoy. An Asian woman brought a bowl of rice noodles, offering a sweet smile as she spoke fluent English. Thank you, 17 smiled, and said thank you in Z language. Oh sir, you are also Chinese. The girl showed a hint of delight. With few customers in the shop, she was not busy and felt a sense of familiarity encountering a handsome guy from her homeland. I'm studying here. How long have you been here? 17 fiddled with the noodles with chopsticks and asked with a smile. I've been here for more than 3 years. How about you? Oh, I've been here for 2 years. The two chatted and laughed together. This scene was captured by the agents in the black sedan. Boss, this guy seems to be flirting, damn it. What the hell? The boss in the radio had arrived at the office building and had lowered his guard. The information has been found. Cheen Hao, 22 years old, just entered the country yesterday, a student at University College London. Another voice rang through the radio. Oh damn it, this guy is using breakfast as an excuse to flirt. Looking at 17 chatting happily with the waitress, the agent cursed and turned the car around to leave. Meanwhile, 17 in the shop chatted with the girl for a bit before she got busy and he began to eat the rice noodles. It was his first time trying it. 17 chewed slowly while contemplating what to do next. If he hadn't diverted his route in time, he would have surely been exposed. In a moment of desperation, 17 rushed to this breakfast shop, recalling how he had wandered around the city last night, carefully noting distinctive buildings and shops along the route between the target and the villa. This allowed him to use his current identity and this breakfast shop to resolve the exposure crisis. He felt the pressure, which also ignited 17's competitive spirit. His excellence in the training camp had earned him special attention from the Black Mamba, and he refused to believe that these half-drained individuals in a society filled with ordinary people could stop him. Sally, please send me all the information regarding the meeting in Oxford. Haven't we found the target's medical records yet? I'm sorry, not yet. Please investigate the target's connections in Oxford. Jay, I need to go to the second safe house. Have Jack send a car over and bring me some equipment. A syringe, cyanide, poison, organ failure drugs, a surveillance jamming device, and a complete set of cosmetics. 17 finished his rice noodles, paid at the counter, and walked out of the breakfast shop. The girl inside looked at his back with a hint of disappointment, thinking he would at least say hello. With a roar, the engine started and 17 turned around, heading back along the road before steering towards another safe house. At that moment, just a few streets away from 17's safe house, a man with a constant smile walked into a building. Hello, my name is John Smith. I have an appointment with Miss Wendy from your company at 10 o'clock this morning. All right, please wait a moment. The receptionist picked up the phone, made an inquiry, and then replied, okay. Sir, please follow me. Miss Wendy is waiting for you in her office. The receptionist led John towards the nearby elevator. Oh, thank you. You look beautiful today. Seeing you brightens my mood for the whole day. John's beaming smile made people unconsciously feel happy, including the receptionist, whose professional smile softened considerably. Mr. John, you are quite handsome as well. I believe your meeting with Miss Wendy will be very successful. Ding. The elevator doors opened and John stepped out, glancing at the camera inside before turning around and waving to the lady. Thank you for your kind words. Goodbye. Goodbye. The elevator ascended and soon reached the 21st floor. Ding. The doors opened to reveal 4 men in black. I'm sorry, Mr. John. The leading man gestured to John. No problem. John stepped out of the elevator, handed his briefcase to the other party, and raised his arms as 2 men searched him thoroughly before returning the briefcase. This way, please. John followed the 4 men down the corridor where many people in the offices were busy with their work. Before long, they arrived at a luxurious office where a woman in her 40s sat in a boss chair, wearing light makeup and smiling warmly at John. Boss, the person has arrived. The leading bodyguard said, then brought John towards the woman while 2 others stayed at the door. Oh dear John, it's finally nice to meet you. Wendy stood up, walking towards the sofa in high heels. Miss Wendy, it was quite difficult to arrange this meeting, but it was worth it. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. There's no choice. We are too busy, as you know, our business spans across Eurasia. In the next moment, John pulled Wendy into his embrace while tossing his briefcase at the head bodyguard nearby. With a snap, Wendy's face was frozen in surprise, and a smile, her neck twisted by John at a 180-degree angle. Damn it. The 2 bodyguards behind quickly drew their guns as John hurled Wendy's body towards them and dashed toward the exit. By the time the 2 bodyguards at the door reacted, John was already in front of them. Bang, bang. 1 against 2, a swift kill. John's speed and precision caused the 2 bodyguards to bend over in pain as he snatched one of their guns and turned to fire back. Meanwhile, the 2 bodyguards in the office dodged Wendy's body and drew their guns to shoot. Bang, bang. The gunfire shattered the transparent glass. After a brief exchange of gunfire, the two bodyguards fell to the ground, and John tossed the body of the bodyguard blocking him aside and snatched 2 magazines from his waist. Clack, clack. Why not do good business instead of trying to assassinate my dear companion? Truly what a reckless way to live. John glanced at Wunda's lifeless body on the ground, a hint of disdain on his face as he walked outside. Beautiful miss, and the mission is complete. Could you please assign me a more challenging task? This A-level difficulty is truly boring. As John walked out, he muttered softly. Bang. Each time he passed by an office door, he raised his gun and shot inside without a second thought. Some people in the front were also armed and ready to fight back, but John often shot them in the head before they had a chance to fire. In just a short distance of several dozen meters, many people in the 10 or so offices were killed, blood flowing like a river, while some hid behind desks, trembling and narrowly escaping death. Ding. The elevator doors opened and John stepped inside. 20. You leave London first. I will apply to the higher-ups to allow you to execute its level mission early. A voice from the earpiece made 20 smile in satisfaction. By the way, how is my dear companion 17 doing now? 20 suddenly asked. The other party is currently executing a classified mission, and I don't have the authority to check on their status. A classified mission, how interesting. The first student to reach level is now executing a classified mission. 17 is still so strong, quite impressive indeed, interesting. There was a peculiar glint in 20's eyes. Ding. The elevator doors opened and 20 swaggered outside. In the lobby, some people were running around in a panic as if they had heard some news, and faint sirens could be heard from the street outside. 20 smiled and left the building with the crowd, disappearing into the sea of people. Meanwhile, 17 had arrived at the second safe house waiting for Jack's arrival. This safe house is located in the suburbs. 17 needed to change his identity, and since he planned to go to Oxford to seek opportunities, he came to the outskirts. The house is large, a small building of over 300 square meters. 17 did not drive all the way here, but left the car in the city center, walking several kilometers before taking a taxi. This was to prevent agents around the target from tracing him back to his previous identity. After the covert confrontation with the target that morning, 17 became much more cautious and took this mission seriously. After waiting for about an hour, it was around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Jay reminded 17 that Jack was almost there. Boom. A white Chevrolet sedan drove down the road in the distance. 17 stood at the door, peeking through a small gap. Before long, Jack arrived at the door, still wearing flamboyant clothes, opened the car door, and got out, glancing around before retrieving a black backpack from the passenger seat. As soon as he reached the door, 17 opened it. Here. 17 took it, and Jack turned and walked away without stopping. Watching Jack leave on foot, 17 closed the door. The backpack was not heavy, and there wasn't much inside. After opening it, 17 first checked the syringe and medicine, confirming everything was fine before setting them aside and taking the cosmetics into the bathroom. After fiddling in the bathroom for nearly an hour, 17 walked out. The face that had entered earlier now belonged to a disheveled man in his 30s with stubble on his chin, sunken eye sockets, a dull gaze, thickened eyebrows, greasy and unkempt hair, and his cheeks wider than before. He looked like a person who had either taken drugs or had been drinking heavily for a long time, completely different from the previous 17. Damn it, 17, your makeup skills are even better than mine. J's voice came through the earpiece. He is the killer, and you are the guide. Sally interjected with a hint of teasing. Hey, forgive me for not being cut out for being a killer or an agent. Ignoring the conversation between the two, 17 left the bathroom and searched for a set of clothes in the bedroom. He put on a gray sweatshirt and black trousers, looking at his appearance in the mirror, deliberately slumping his back and shoulders. His entire demeanor was now akin to that of the homeless on the streets, making one reluctant to take a second glance, a stark contrast to the previous sunny boy. Has the intel been sent? 17 turned around to tidy up his belongings, packing them into a backpack, and headed toward the exit of the safe house. It's been sent. You can check it on the terminal anytime. Sally answered quickly. He opened the door and glanced outside, where an elderly couple was walking their dogs along the road. 17 stepped outside and opened the car door to get in. With a roar, the car sped away, heading towards the distant main road. Once on the main road, he activated the terminal, asking Jay to enable navigation mode to Oxford. Oxford, renowned as a top global university, has produced countless leading scientists and politicians over its hundreds of years of history. This university has educated 5 kings, 26 prime ministers of country, 40 Nobel laureates, and a large number of top talents from various industries and fields. Not only in the light, but this university also holds significant influence in the dark world, attracting many tech talents for further studies here, including Dr. Shelley from the Inferno organization. Therefore, whenever academic conferences are held here, top talents from around the world gather, and the intelligence department of country Y goes all out to provide heavy protection. Layla, as the internal monitoring head and deputy minister of GF, is also the direct security head for this conference. 17 drove from the city center without heading straight to Oxford, which is over 100 kilometers away, but instead took a long detour covering over 300 kilometers before nearing Oxford. Jay, is there a safe house for logistics around here? As he got closer to Oxford, 17 asked. No, but Jack arrived here early and has prepared a hotel room for you along with a new identity as an international student at Oxford University. I will send you the navigation details. All right. 17 drove into Oxford University. It is an open city university covering over 200 acres with facilities and accommodations scattered throughout the city. The terrain here is quite complex with hills on both sides and the Thames River and flat land in between. If remote sniping were possible, 17 would have no pressure. As long as the target dared to show up, he could easily resolve it, but the mission requirements do not allow for that. Due to the academic conference, the university had already begun to go on lockdown with personnel arranged on the roads for early warnings. Seeing this, 17 slightly furrowed his brow. Fortunately, this conference did not feature any globally renowned heavyweights, as this is an open city university, making a thorough search very difficult and likely to cause discontent. He arrived at the hotel. Without stopping, he quickly entered the hotel elevator and went straight to the room where Jack was. Knock, knock, knock. Click. This was the third time meeting Jack, who finally removed the piercings from his ears and changed out of his holy outfit into normal casual wear. The stuff is over there. After Jack finished speaking, he took the car keys that 17 handed over and left the room. 17 looked him over as he left and closed the door. He placed his backpack down and picked up the identity documents left by Jack, identifying him as an international student from the pickled cabbage country. The photo showed a bespectacled young student, not 17 himself. To obtain such proof in a hurry was already impressive enough. 17 picked up the eyeglass case, rubbed his cheeks, and entered the bathroom. In central London, the phone on the desk in Layla's office rang. Okay, I'll head over first. All right, I'll arrange it. With a click, Layla hung up the phone, thought for a moment, and then pressed another button. Prepare the car to go to Oxford and have the special agent team get into position to head over as well. Also notify the intelligence department to increase the security level for this conference and send more personnel over. After speaking, Layla directly hung up the phone, picked up her trench coat, and headed outside. Outside, the captain of the close protection team, Hyde, rushed over. Minister, you need to go to headquarters for a work meeting later. No need, just go directly to Oxford. Top biologists will be attending this academic seminar. Layla quickly walked downstairs. All right. Hyde nodded and said to the team behind him, tell them to hurry up. Okay, sir. Soon they reached downstairs, and other special forces team members quickly followed. 3 armored vehicles had already arrived. Hyde opened the rear door of the middle vehicle for Layla to get in, and then he took the passenger seat. Phone. Layla tossed her trench coat aside. Although she was a woman, her work was efficient and decisive without any hesitation. She reached out to take the phone from Hyde and pressed a few buttons. Hello, Minister, requesting a lockdown of Oxford and personnel checks for entry and exit. Yes, I am on my way there now. Okay. After hanging up, Layla made several more calls to quickly arrange work, then leaned back in her seat to think. The convoy soon left the city center, while a large number of security and alert personnel merged with Layla's convoy heading towards Oxford. Meanwhile, 17, who had just come out of the bathroom, heard Sally's urgent voice in his earpiece. 17, we've received intel that a globally renowned top biologist will be attending tomorrow's academic seminar. The security department of Country Y is fully mobilized, and Oxford University will soon be locked down. Your room will likely be searched or even cleared, so please prepare accordingly. 17, he asked me to ask you if you need anything. He will leave here in an hour. Jay and Sally alternated in quickly reminding 17 through the earpiece. 17 stood by the window looking at the serene street below, where young men and women dressed as students sat by the road reading and drinking coffee. I got it, let him go. Okay. 17 changed into the outfit Jack had prepared: a white t-shirt, blue denim jacket, and sweatpants. He had already removed all the makeup from his face, rubbed his cheeks hard, put on the glasses, hid the handgun and drugs in the backpack's compartment, and placed 2 books on top. With a sigh, he donned the backpack and transformed from a disheveled middle-aged man into a sunny student. Click, he opened the door, glanced outside, and stepped out of the hotel. The car had already been moved by Jack. 17 looked at the historical buildings filled with cultural ambience in the distance, walking down the street, brushing past top students with high IQs from around the globe. The distant sky echoed with a thunderous sound, and 17 paused for a moment to take a glance. 3 armed helicopters flew towards this direction, and a large number of police and special forces surged onto the streets to maintain vigilance at various intersections. Meanwhile, the students and residents living in the area received notifications from the authorities on their phones. Such situations had become commonplace for them, as meetings were held several times a year here, and top-tier dignitaries were always protected with maximum security. 17 took a deep breath and turned towards a nearby store. Hey student, please show me your identification. Just after turning a corner, 2 smiling white police officers called out to 17. All right, just a moment. 17 smiled, took off his backpack, and began rummaging through it. The 2 officers remained patient, waiting by the side. Here in Oxford, they were much more gentle in their approach compared to law enforcement in other places. After handing over his passport and identification materials, 17 put his backpack back on. The two officers compared the materials. Although the photo was not of 17 himself, Jack had specifically chosen a face that somewhat resembled 17's, and with 17's slight makeup he appeared about 60 to 70% similar. Don't wander outside tonight. The area will be under strict control until tomorrow morning. The officer glanced at the documents before returning the passport to 17. Okay, thank you. 17 walked away with his backpack. This scene unfolded continuously in every corner of the university city, with numerous police officers conducting random checks on pedestrians, while special forces entered every hotel to conduct thorough inspections. Wandering aimlessly through the streets as time passed, 17 found a restaurant to have a dinner. As night fell, there were police on guard at almost every intersection. The number of pedestrians on the streets gradually decreased, and vehicles were scarcely seen. Upon exiting the restaurant, 17 immediately caught the attention of several nearby police officers and changed direction towards the dormitory building at the end of the street. In the entire university city, the dormitories were not clustered together, but scattered in various corners. The building 17 chose was adjacent to a girls' dormitory with a river behind it, and a library not far away, creating a serene and elegant environment rich in cultural atmosphere. As he turned a corner, 17 noticed two students in front of him carrying books and whispering about something. He slowed his pace to follow them towards the dormitory building. 17. The latest intel: your target has arrived in Oxford University City, but accompanying her are not only close protection special forces, but also over 100 security personnel from GF Security Forces. Sally's voice echoed in 17's ear. 17 paused, a hint of frustration appearing on his face. Indeed, he felt somewhat dejected at this moment. Attempting to cause an accidental death of the target during this operation was undoubtedly a hellish level of difficulty. The impenetrable security left 17 with a feeling of helplessness. Additionally, regarding the interpersonal relationship investigation of the target in Oxford University City that you requested, we have gathered some preliminary information, and it is currently being uploaded to your terminal. Following the two students into the dormitory building, there was no identity check here. It was an open dormitory. The two students ascended the stairs while 17 stood at the entrance, taking a glance inside before stepping to the right. The first floor did not contain any dormitories, but instead some rooms for storing various tools and miscellaneous items. At the end of the hall was a shared restroom, and 17 entered to check, finding no one else inside. Do you know the current location of the target? 17 stood at the restroom window, gazing at the river outside as he spoke softly. Sorry, the surveillance system over there belongs to an internal system, and we can't breach it. Sally expressed her helplessness, joking that this was Oxford University. Even if the intelligence department of the underworld was formidable, no single team could penetrate Oxford's surveillance system. Even a collective of hackers from the entire underworld's network intelligence system might not succeed. 17 responded. Silence fell in the earpiece. At this moment, both the logistics and intelligence teams could offer limited assistance to 17. It could be said that for the next 2 days, if he wanted to find an opportunity, he could only rely on himself. External support had become ineffective. Time passed slowly. As night enveloped the earth, the university city became deserted due to the lockdown. There were no pedestrians on the streets, and most shops had closed, leaving only police and streetlights maintaining their posts. From time to time, the sound of helicopter rotors echoed in the sky, with searchlights sweeping across the entire university city. Such a level of security had reached an extremely high standard, and 17 couldn't help but wonder who would be arriving tomorrow. Jay, who will come tomorrow? 17 suddenly asked. Wilson. Robert, 76 years old, an academician of the National Academy of Sciences, a leading figure in contemporary biology, and a Nobel laureate in physiology. Last month, he published a statement on groundbreaking progress in marine biology research. His visit this time is also to verify research materials. Since he made the announcement last month, the bounty for the marine biology research materials he possesses has skyrocketed to $1 billion in the dark web. Before Jay could respond, Sally's voice rang out quickly, explaining the situation to 17. 17's brow furrowed even deeper. No wonder the security level here had been elevated to the highest. Sitting in the restroom, 17 leaned against the wall and closed his eyes to rest. He prepared to find an opportunity to leave here tomorrow, no longer engaging in futile efforts. Unless he was given a long-range sniper rifle to carry out a remote assassination, he would have no chance of approaching the target. He had no opportunity to get close to the target, whether it was causing a car accident, inducing accidental poisoning, or other unexpected death. 17 simply had no chance, unable to even approach the other party. Realizing the difficulty, 17's mind began to rethink how to approach the target rather than which method to use for assassination. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly footsteps came from outside, approaching this way. 17 scanned the restroom, which was empty except for the partitions, offering no place to hide. The footsteps grew closer. 17 glanced at the river outside, pushed himself up with one hand, and flipped out through the window. Bang! The door swung open and 2 flashlights shone inside. "Let's go, no one is here." "Wait, be more careful, don't be careless." 2 Special Forces soldiers armed with weapons entered, checking each partition. "I told you no one is here. Hurry up, there's still so much to check." As the footsteps faded away, a searchlight swept back and forth in the sky, and a shadow climbed through the window, hiding beneath the wall. After 17 had just flipped out, he hung onto the window ledge with one hand, evading the search. If the 2 Special Forces soldiers had come over and looked out the window, 17 would have likely fallen into the river. In a brightly lit conference room, dozens of elderly men sat together. "Ladies and gentlemen, my recent research suggests that there exists an incomprehensible energy within marine organisms, enabling them to grow to enormous sizes, such as whales, sharks, octopuses, and even jellyfish. This energy can alter their bodily structures, enhancing the strength of their organs to withstand the immense pressure of the deep sea and slowing down the rate of cell division to extend their lifespan. Such signs are not limited to a single group. I have observed similar phenomena in various fish, turtles, corals, mollusks, and jellyfish." A gray-haired old man, neatly dressed, sat in the middle, speaking into the microphone to present his research report. "Academician." Someone interrupted Wilson Robert's speech. "You may speak," Robert gestured with his hand. "We all know the theory of evolution by heart, and I believe you also agree with Mr. Darwin's theory. Over countless years, marine organisms have evolved to possess their current genes. According to your research report, you imply that the evolution of these species is due to the presence of some mysterious energy. Can I interpret this as your primary focus being this mysterious energy, rather than the natural evolution of biology according to science?" The elderly man wearing thick glasses expressed his doubts. "Yes, academician, we share this doubt." No, I disagree with that statement. Any research requires a vast amount of data and evidence to substantiate its correctness. Such a claim contradicts the spirit of science. In the conference room, dozens of elderly men began to debate, creating a cacophony of voices. Layla, accompanied by a group of special forces, personally guarded the entrance of the conference room, forming layers of security around it, while a few signal jamming vehicles ensured the safety of the conference. No, you have misunderstood my point." Wilson Roberts' voice quieted the room slightly before he continued. "My research does not conflict with Mr. Darwin's theory of evolution. Rather, it provides confirmation from another perspective. The mysterious energy I speak of can be likened to the food we consume, which strengthens our bodies, prolongs our lives, and even reduces the occurrence of diseases. In the 4.6 billion years of Earth's history, I find it hard to believe that humans are the first intelligent beings. I wonder if this mysterious energy is a remnant from a previous civilization that has sunk to the ocean floor or buried within the Earth. Are we humans the first to evolve intelligence by relying on these residual energies from the ground? In the animal kingdom, our bodies are incredibly fragile. Lions, cheetahs, pythons, elephants, and even a tiny venomous snake can bring about our demise. I believe that during this process, a competition took place in the animal kingdom, and the ultimate victor was our ancestors. Our ancestors harnessed this mysterious energy to awaken their intelligence, evolving step by step until the residual energies from the ground completely vanished, leaving our bodies in a state of weakness." Wilson Robert continued to speak extensively, pausing for a moment to sip from his cup. "Sir, have you discovered the existence of this energy?" Someone immediately raised a question. "I do not agree with your research, academician. Biological evolution depends on the survival of the fittest in nature, and the mysterious energy you speak of does not belong to natural science." Various discussions and doubts arose again in the conference room. Wilson Robert did not interrupt them. Academic discussions progress through constant questioning and dialectics. The discussion lasted over an hour, with Wilson Robert only occasionally speaking to address some questions. When repeatedly questioned about the existence of this mysterious energy, Wilson merely stated that he had discovered it, but could not provide evidence, prompting a wave of skepticism. Time passed slowly. 17 hid in the bathroom of the dormitory, waiting. He had originally planned to slip away today and return to London to lie low for opportunities. However, he did not expect that the level of security around the conference would escalate at dawn, surrounding the entire city of Oxford with numerous police and SWAT teams patrolling the streets, preventing students and residents from walking freely. Given this situation, 17 dared not venture out. Once exposed to so much security, even if he had wings, he could not escape. He quietly waited, relieved that no one came to search further. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. What was originally a meeting lasting a day and a half stretched on for a full 3 days. He felt hungry but endured. Thirsty, he chose not to make noise in the bathroom, but waited for nightfall to sneak out and drink from the river. Tired, he hid in the stall to rest for a while. Thus he was trapped inside for 3 full days. Finally, on the evening of the 3rd day, all police and security forces began to withdraw, surrounding an armored vehicle as it headed out of Oxford. Phew. 17 let out a long sigh of relief. Although he could still hold on, his mind was undoubtedly weary. He was human, not a deity. 17, we have found the information you requested. Sally's voice came through 17's earpiece. Okay, send it to me. It has already been processed. We have investigated all interpersonal relationships of the target as you requested and found that 10 years ago the target was very close to a wealthy businessman named Ingmar William. There are rumors that he is the target's secret lover, but we have not found concrete evidence. However, over the past 3 days, we have discovered that William and the target are still in contact with their most recent meeting occurring last month. Sally highlighted the key points of the intelligence gathered in the past few days to 17. Is William in London? 17 instantly perked up. Yes. Send me his detailed information. It is already being uploaded. 17's fatigue vanished instantly. Charles Layla and her husband were both high-ranking officials. Creating an accidental death would leave 17 with no opportunity to get close, so he had to seek opportunities through interpersonal relationships. Sally had collected a wealth of intelligence over these 3 days, including information about their children. Unfortunately, the other party had been living abroad for years, which offered little help to 17, who had only a month. All right, you can check now. 17 immediately reviewed the latest intelligence data, and before his eyes the information on Ingmar William appeared. Ingmar William. Gender male. Age 56. Occupation CEO of WBN Multinational Trade Group, ranked 425th in the world. William and Layla have known each other for 30 years. Initially, their relationship was that of friends for the first 10 years. Over the next 15 years, as Layla's husband Charles rose in his career, their interactions grew increasingly close until 5 years ago when Layla became the deputy minister of the GF department, after which their meetings became less frequent. The information detailed the development of the relationship between William and Layla, which was gathered by the intelligence team through this line of inquiry. 17 looked at the handsome and gentlemanly William in the photo, his mind racing with thoughts. Sally, can we monitor William's communications? No, it's impossible without ground support, came the reply. He'll go and provide support. Help me monitor his communications. 17 stated decisively, as he needed to find a breakthrough to have a chance at completing this task. Wait a moment, let me apply to communicate this issue. Jay suddenly interrupted their conversation. The police and security outside had all withdrawn, and the university town returned to its previous liveliness. Students and faculty living in the area flooded the streets, and shops resumed their operations. 17 stood up, stretched his body. At that moment, he needed to rest and eat. With his backpack on, he walked to the door, opened it, and glanced outside. He heard some low conversations coming from the staircase, indicating that people were entering and leaving the dormitory. After the people left, 17 emerged from the bathroom, where he had been hiding for 3 days. In the base, Jay was on the phone reporting to Black Mamba. Instructor 17's task application to monitor communications needs ground support personnel from the intelligence team. How is the task progressing? The difficulty is quite high, as 17 has no opportunity to get close to the target. He is looking for a new entry point to monitor a wealthy businessman closely related to the target. Wait for my notification. Black Mamba ended the call. He then stood up and left the office, heading straight to a small conference room nearby. Ding! The door opened, and he walked in. The small conference room had a large screen. Black Mamba pressed the remote twice, and then sat down quietly to wait. Soon the screen on the wall flickered, and a figure appeared in the upper left corner, obscured from view, with a background set in a study. Mr. Slow, Black Mamba greeted the figure. What is the matter? The person on screen inquired. Let's wait a moment until everyone arrives to discuss. Okay. The two fell silent, continuing to wait. Within half an hour, one by one, 9 figures appeared on the screen, with the oldest among them being Hades, whose face was lined with age. What is the matter? Speak up. Hades got straight to the point, his background set outdoors with lush mountains and waters behind him. It's about the S-level task that 17 is executing. Wait, an S-level task? As far as I know, the execution of an S-level task requires our collective judgment, right? As soon as Black Mamba finished speaking, a middle-aged man whose face was not visible interrupted him directly. Mr. Vans, it is like this. When I assigned this task to 17, it was rated as S-level, not reaching SS level. However, due to the particularity of the target, after we issued the task, the target received intelligence, and the security level around him rose sharply, thus increasing the difficulty of the task to SS level. Following this, Black Mamba explained the target's information and the difficulties encountered by 17 in executing the task to everyone present. Regarding this task, our intelligence department has formed a special team to provide support, and the logistics department has also dispatched corresponding logistical personnel. This was communicated and coordinated in advance with the instructor. Who is the client that assigned the task? The leader of the intelligence group, whose status was equal to Black Mamba, asked after he finished speaking. As everyone saw Black Mamba send over Charles Layla's information, someone raised a question. Sorry, but I can't disclose that. It should be him. He'll go and communicate with him, Hades suddenly said after reviewing Charles Layla's information. He'll send the client information to you. Others were not qualified to know, and as the highest authority within Purgatory, all intelligence needed to pass through him, so Black Mamba unhesitatingly sent the information to him. After receiving the information, Hades' screen went blank. The others did not leave, but chose to continue waiting. What is the task reward? Suddenly someone asked. Initially, it was $20 million, now increased to $50 million. Black Mamba replied indifferently. We can assign some people to assist in completing this task together. Yes, $50 million meets the standard for an S-level task. We can arrange for a few assassins to collaborate in completing the task. Several people began to discuss this. Black Mamba remained silent. S-level tasks not only offer high rewards, but also carry additional value. Clients who can issue such tasks are often super wealthy or hold significant positions globally, making them highly valuable. In the past, when Purgatory executed such tasks, they typically opted to send a large number of assassins to infiltrate. If one method failed, as long as the task was successfully completed, they would not incur losses. There was one occasion when Purgatory executed its only S-level task. Assassins, agents, mercenaries, intelligence, and logistics departments all took action. Although the losses were heavy upon completion, Purgatory gained immense fame in the dark world, rapidly ascending in status. Time passed quickly. Hades reconnected to the call. Someone will contact the intelligence department shortly. There will be ground personnel to assist you. Additionally, this task cannot use firearms, only other methods can be employed. If 17 is unable, let Daohan or Yuming go over to assist in completing the task together. Hades wore a slight smile, clearly indicating that the client had raised the stakes. The Daohan and Yuming he mentioned were assassins who had already reached SS level in Purgatory, both renowned super assassins from the same era as Black Mamba. Okay, Black Mamba nodded. After finishing, Hades ended the call, and others gradually disconnected as well. Black Mamba left the conference room, returned to his office, contemplated for a moment, and picked up the phone to call Jay. The deadline for 17's task is set at 15 days. If the task is not completed after 15 days, I will rearrange personnel to assist. Additionally, your application for ground assistance has been approved. Someone will soon contact the dedicated intelligence team. Okay, instructor. Jay quickly conveyed the news to Sally and 17, who was eating. After emerging from the dormitory bathroom, 17 found a restaurant. He hadn't eaten for 3 days, and his stomach was now left with only bile. After savoring a meal slowly, he found a taxi on the roadside and headed towards downtown London. Returning to the safe house in the outskirts of London, Jack brought enough food for 10 days, and 17 thus settled down to lie low here. After resting for a day and adjusting his physical condition to the best state, the next day 17 disguised himself as a middle-aged man and drove out, heading towards the vicinity of the target's office building. He found a tall building and went to the top floor to observe the target's office with binoculars, but unfortunately the bulletproof and anti-peeping glass blocked his view of the interior. Helpless 17 could only go downstairs and sit in a cafe across the street. While sipping coffee and reading a magazine, he waited for an opportunity while Jay and Sally at the base were extraordinarily busy. With the support of another secret intelligence network in London and ground assistance, Sally's intelligence team could accomplish many tasks. Williams Communications, the investigation of Williams' whereabouts, secret intelligence on target Layla, and even Sally obtained medical records of the Layla couple through the other party, along with 2 unregistered communication numbers. 17. The medical records of the target have been uploaded to your terminal. As the data opened, 17 looked over it carefully. Type of heart disease, stage 2 heart valve disease, history 5 years ago, experienced chest tightness, coughing, and breathlessness, currently undergoing long-term medication treatment. 3 years ago, a strange mass was found in the abdomen, later diagnosed as a benign tumor. Blood sugar 8. 7. Controlled by long-term medication. This information was very detailed, coming from a private doctor of Beers. As for how it was obtained, 17 was not interested, as it had been verified for authenticity by the intelligence team before being sent to his terminal. He only needed to know the target's ailments that could lead to an accidental death. Heart disease, diabetes, hypertension, and tumors are common ailments among the elderly worldwide. Layla, at 58 years old, is in relatively poor health compared to her peers, but not excessively so. If well managed medically, the probability of an accident occurring is very low. Notify me as soon as there is intelligence. After reading the data, 17 fell into deep thought. Okay, Sally responded and continued her busy work. There are many medications for heart disease involving blood pressure reduction, blood sugar control, vasodilation, antiarrhythmia, etc. The records of Beers regarding the target's medications and dosages were present. After thinking for half an hour, 17 decided. Jay, have Jack bring me a dose of adrenaline and a vial of enalapril. After saying this, 17 stood up and walked towards the cafe exit. 17. I can contact the technology department to have them analyze the target's medical data, select the most suitable medication, or develop an inducing agent. Do you need their help? Sure. 17 walked out of the cafe and then headed to his car to drive back to the safe house. Days passed by. Around Layla's office building, 17 occasionally appeared in a corner, sometimes as a young man, sometimes as a white-collar worker, even disguising himself as a homeless person lying in the street for a whole day. 3 days later, Jack delivered a syringe of light blue medication, very small, about 20 milligrams. This was 5 days after returning from Oxford. 17. I found Layla's private doctor. He is not in London, but resides long-term in Dublin, Ireland. According to the intelligence, the days when the doctor regularly checks on Layla are when he comes from Dublin to the target's private villa. There are still 7 days until the next scheduled checkup. 17's brow furrowed tightly. Everything was tightly arranged and the schedule was at its most rigorous level. Under these circumstances, carrying out an assassination seemed almost impossible. Does William have any contact with the target? Not yet. The two haven't spoken in the past few days. Oh. The medical checkup is conducted at Layla's villa. 17 wanted to explore the possibility of infiltrating the villa area. Leaving, 17 drove straight towards the villa area. After carefully observing the villa area, 17 felt more assured. He parked the car in a parking lot, quietly waiting for nightfall. Time flowed slowly. It was not until around 2 o'clock in the morning that 17 opened his eyes in the car. Using the cover of night, he with a black backpack approached the outskirts of the villa area. The security level of this villa area is very high, with guards patrolling all around, combined with camera surveillance and high-voltage electric fences. 17 hid in a corner, quietly waiting. When 2 teams of guards crossed paths, they created a brief visual blind spot, and 17 sprang into action. Moving at lightning speed like a leopard racing through the night, he kicked off the wall, using one hand to pull, and with his right hand a small black box quickly adhered below a surveillance camera more than 4 meters high. Boom! After landing, 17 dashed out. Once, twice, thrice. 17 quietly waited at the cross points of the patrolling guards blocking the surveillance, utilizing the cover of night to infiltrate the villa area. Getting closer to Layla's villa, 17 climbed a tree, hiding among the branches, taking out binoculars to carefully observe the villa. In the villa garden, 8 bodyguards were moving back and forth. Tonight, the target happened to return to the villa and stayed with her husband. The combined security level of the two was even more stringent. The living room was brightly lit with 2 security guards standing watch and 2 more on the second-floor balcony. 17's brow furrowed tightly. Contact the instructor. Is a forceful attack possible? No, the mission has strict requirements. Assassination must be covert. Firearms and overt killings cannot be used. H's voice made 17 slightly irritable. No long-range sniping, no overt assassination. He could only create an accidental death. Yet the target's security level had consistently made him feel at a loss from the very beginning. 17 considered infiltrating while the target and her husband were away, hiding in the villa, and executing the assassination when the night was deep, creating the illusion of death and sleep. However, this involved a problem. After killing the target, how to retreat. The security level of the target's villa was very high, making it impossible for him to leave quietly. If he could not retreat safely and was discovered, this mission would undoubtedly be a failure, which would be meaningless for 17. After watching the villa from the tree for a long time, 17 finally gave up. He retrieved the surveillance disruptor and left the villa complex. If the deadline for the mission had not been so tight, 17 could have patiently waited, but Black Mamba had shortened the deadline by 15 days, leaving only 10 days now. 17 returned to his safe house, pondering how to complete this task. So far, 17 had never successfully approached the target. The other party was not an ordinary person. Every individual who approached her was an insider. 17 contemplated whether to take the risk of infiltrating the target's office building. It has been 12 days since returning from the university town, and with only 3 days left in the deadline for Task 17, he decided that if he couldn't find a suitable opportunity in these 2 days, he would take the risk of infiltrating the villa area for an assassination. Having just returned to the safe house from the target's office building that day, he heard Sally's excited voice through the earpiece. 17, we have the latest intel. We just monitored William's communications. He spoke with the target, and they arranged to have dinner together tomorrow night at William's house. Upon hearing Sally's words, 17's spirit was lifted. The opportunity had come. Since arriving in London, it had been half a month, and he finally had a chance to devise a plan. Send me the address of William's house, photos of the villa area, and the personnel distribution. Okay, just a moment, I'll organize it. William was a businessman protected by professional bodyguards, but the level of security and information protection were not on par with the target's. Sally's intel team could handle it without assistance. About half an hour later, everything has been uploaded. Good. 17 checked on the terminal. William's villa was not far from the target's villa, with a straight line distance of only 5 kilometers. It would take about 20 minutes by car. The villa area was luxurious, with lush mountains and waters, even more affluent than the place where the target Layla lived, although the security level was not as high as that of Layla's side. Photos flashed by as 17 carefully observed, remembering every detail. Personnel distribution, chefs, maids, drivers, bodyguard configurations, with a detailed personnel introduction in the list, all stored in 17's mind. As the night fell outside after nearly 3 hours of observation, 17 finally stepped away from the terminal. Opening his backpack, he pulled out the light blue potion sent by Jack and said, If this potion is mixed into food and ingested by the target, what is the probability of causing heart failure and death? If the intake exceeds 15 milligrams, heart failure will occur within 20 minutes, leading to death within a minute. If the intake exceeds 10 milligrams, heart failure will occur within 30 minutes, leading to death within 2 minutes. If the intake exceeds 5 milligrams, heart failure will occur within 50 minutes, leading to death within 5 minutes. H quickly explained to 17 that this potion was customized by the medical department under the Ministry of Technology, specifically tailored to Layla's physical condition. Will it be detected during the autopsy? If a heart sample is tested within 2 hours, there is a chance the potion's components will be detected. It will completely decompose within 2 hours after the target's death. 17 carefully stored the potion, already formulating a preliminary plan in his mind. After rinsing his body, he collapsed onto the bed and closed his eyes to rest. During this period, he had even given up on daily training for the execution of this task, only performing a simple hour of warm-up exercises every morning to keep his muscles active. In the tranquil night, a sense of peace enveloped the surroundings. Every city has its place of belonging for young souls, and the hustle and bustle of London's streets never ceased. At 4 in the morning, 17 opened his eyes. He quickly got up and headed to the bathroom to take care of his personal hygiene, washing up afterward. Dressed in a black coat, wearing a cap, he organized his gear and stepped out with his backpack, driving towards William's villa area. On the streets late at night, occasionally a couple of homeless people or drunks wandered about, their heads turning at the sound of the roaring engine. Approaching the villa area, 17 parked the car in an alley, opened the door, and got out with his backpack. He chose paths that were dark and lacked streetlights, his figure occasionally revealing itself for just a moment. After stealthily making his way to the outskirts of the villa area, 17 visualized a three-dimensional layout of the villa area in his mind. The security here was relatively lower than that of Layla's villa area. 17 glanced at the walls. There were no high-voltage electric fences, only a distant camera monitoring the area. With a rune-up whoosh, 17 jumped up and installed a jammer on the camera. Then he quickly scaled over the wall and removed the jammer on the other side. Once inside the villa area, 17 carefully avoided the sparse security and approached William's villa. William's villa was situated on a hillside, one of the best locations in the villa area, offering a broad view, lush greenery, tranquility, and no disturbances from neighbors for several hundred meters. However, this very aspect provided 17 with excellent cover. He spotted several fixed cameras in the greenery along the roadside, all of which he easily avoided. There were infrared sensors on top of the villa's walls. 17 hid behind a tree outside and observed carefully. There were 2 bodyguards patrolling the garden, 1 on the balcony and 2 more in the back, along with comprehensive surveillance and infrared sensors. Such a configuration would make it impossible for an ordinary person to infiltrate, yet, for 17, it was riddled with flaws. However, he was not in a hurry to infiltrate. Instead, he jumped down from the tree and found a hidden corner to wait quietly. As dawn gradually approached, the humidity in the air increased and light rain began to fall. 17 furrowed his brow, but still did not make a move. He was waiting. He continued to wait until around 8 in the morning, when the bodyguards began to rotate shifts with some eating breakfast, and the bodyguard on the balcony entered the villa. A small white van drove in from a distance. 17's eyes lit up as he glanced at the villa's front door before focusing on the 2 overlapping cameras slowly rotating in the backyard. Beep beep. The small van honked twice, and the villa's front gate opened, allowing the van to circle around to the kitchen side of the villa. The 2 bodyguards in the backyard and several chefs wearing hats followed the van. It was a food delivery truck. Their boss had a banquet tonight, and various fresh ingredients had been ordered in advance. 4 to 5 bodyguards and chefs were meticulously inspecting each ingredient when 17 suddenly dashed out from the corner, sprinting towards the villa's backyard. The 2 cameras slowly rotated and intersected just in time to create a blind spot. 17 charged forward, kicked off the wall, pressed down with one hand, and quickly descended, retreating afterward. Returning to the corner, he waited quietly. Once another camera turned back, 17 dashed out from the blind spot. This time he did not install the jammer, but instead directly scaled over the wall. Landing, he immediately rushed over, climbed up the wall, and removed the jammer. All of this happened silently. 17 moved quickly in the backyard, racing towards the villa's wall. Glancing at the pristine white walls, 17 quickly took out a transparent bag from his backpack and slipped it over his left foot. Humph! A soft grunt escaped as 17 pressed his left foot against the wall, the powerful muscles in his left leg exploding with strength, propelling his body into the air. He reached for the windowsill above with both hands, twisting at the waist, and flipped over. Looking into the room through the window, he saw no one inside. Pushing off the wall with his left foot, he lunged towards the edge of the nearby balcony. Grabbing the edge with both hands, he flipped himself inside. Below in the garden, 2 bodyguards finished their breakfast and walked over from the side. Meanwhile, 17 vanished from the balcony and even the faint water stains on the balcony floor were wiped completely clean. In the bedroom, William sat up from his bed, stretching lazily. He then walked towards the shower room. This villa was solely occupied by him. His wife and child lived in another villa. After freshening up, William stepped out of the bedroom, dressed in a bathrobe. "Hey, he'll have the ingredients been delivered yet?" he called out from the second-floor railing to the living room below. "The boss has already delivered them. The brothers just moved them into the kitchen," replied a bodyguard from the living room below. He had been William's personal bodyguard for over a decade, and despite being in his 40s, William trusted him greatly. "Go check if they're not fresh, have someone replace them." After saying this, William headed towards the stairs, preparing to go downstairs for breakfast. "All right." He got up and walked towards the kitchen. The only other person in the villa was the bodyguard, who was off duty after his shift. William disliked having his bodyguard stationed inside the villa, as it severely affected his daily life. This was not only true for William. Many wealthy business people and high-ranking officials preferred not to have guards stationed every few steps in their homes. Just as Hill entered the kitchen, a door of a bedroom suddenly opened, and a shadow rushed out, disappearing in a flash. "I need to go to the company for a meeting later. He'll take 2 brothers with me, and the others stay here to keep watch. Don't let anyone slip in." William understood Layla's current situation. The fact that she could come to his home for dinner at this time was due to their extraordinary relationship, who otherwise Layla wouldn't have been able to come out. "Don't worry, boss. By the way, have more brothers come over in the afternoon. I'll arrange for some people to pick up and drop off the guests." "Okay, boss." While eating breakfast, William made arrangements for dinner. After finishing breakfast, William returned to his bedroom, tidied himself up, changed into a suit, and left the villa. He was the executive president of a multinational trading company with his daily schedule and time tightly packed. In a sense, he was no less busy than Layla, perhaps even more so. In the villa, apart from the bodyguards, only the chef and cleaning staff were left busy preparing for the evening banquet. This villa was specially designated for hosting valuable guests. The kitchen was spacious and well-equipped, with 4 professional chefs processing various ingredients since morning. Although it was only a dinner for William and Layla, the variety of food was plentiful, featuring items from the sky, sea, and land, all freshly airlifted from around the globe. In addition to the main dishes, there were desserts and fruits, each item's value far exceeding the imagination of an ordinary person. "Hey chef, is there tiramisu on the menu today?" In the kitchen, a man in his 40s was processing an Australian lobster while asking a man in a white chef's uniform from a distance. "Oh, don't you know our boss personality? When has the lovely Miss Layla ever missed out on this dessert?" The head chef replied with a hint of teasing. "Our boss is truly infatuated. I've been here for nearly 10 years, and this dessert is always a must-have." Another chef, squatting in a corner preparing ingredients, said with a smile. "That's right, I've been here for 15 years. I could make this dessert with my eyes closed," the head chef chuckled. All 4 were dedicated chefs for William, having cooked for him for over a decade. A single glance at the menu indicated who William was inviting for dinner, and that tiramisu was Layla's exclusive dessert. Tiramisu is an Italian dessert. It is not the most expensive dessert, but it carries a beautiful love story behind it, symbolizing William's feelings for Layla. Layla understood this well, so even though the dessert was quite ordinary to her, it was a dish she always had to eat. Time passed slowly from morning until afternoon. The kitchen was bustling with exquisite dishes successfully prepared and placed in a nearby room, awaiting to be served, guarded by 2 bodyguards at the door. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, a dozen bodyguards suddenly appeared outside the villa. "Hey, you 2, come over for a moment, patrol the back garden. The boss intends to personally greet the guests, but we should go together." A bodyguard suddenly pushed open the door and called out to the bodyguard at the kitchen entrance. "Okay, coming." The 2 then walked towards the back door. At that moment, a figure suddenly dropped from the second floor and dashed towards the kitchen door. The head chef looked up and saw a figure in a suit standing there. He paid no mind, assuming it was a bodyguard coming to take over, and continued focusing on his food. A cleaning staff walked out from inside, heading towards the main door. 17 stepped aside, quickly pushed open the door where the food was placed, and slipped inside. Exquisite dishes were arranged on the long table, covered with lids with steam, rising continuously to maintain the food's temperature. Target's food preferences: caviar, truffles, foie gras, roasted tender lamb, roasted chicken, vegetables. Sally's voice quickly rang through the earpiece. 17 surveyed the dishes. He needed to find the most suitable food to hide the drug and ensure the target would consume it. This was challenging, as there were over a dozen dishes in front of him, most of substantial portion sizes. If a dose of the drug was injected into the food and the target took either a bite or none at all, this operation would directly fail. A few exquisite desserts were placed at the end: double portions of white cream bread, a single serving of black tiramisu, and double portions of green rice cakes. Without hesitation, 17 took out the syringe, wrapped the top of the lid with his clothing, unfastened it, and injected it into the black tiramisu. He didn't know the so-called love story, but he knew this unique single serving was certainly not prepared for William, but rather specifically for the guest. However, to be cautious, 17 injected half of the 20 milligrams. The pale-colored drug was perfectly hidden within the tiramisu. Then 17 swiftly uncovered the expensive dish of black truffle and injected all the remaining drug into it. From entering the room to injecting the drug, it took less than 30 seconds. He gently opened the door and, seeing no one outside, slipped out quickly, rushing up the stairs and disappearing on the second floor. Just as 17's figure vanished, a bodyguard entered through the back door and walked straight to the kitchen, standing at the kitchen entrance. Hiding in a corner on the second floor, 17 let out a quiet breath, quickly took off his clothing, returned it to Hill's room, and pulled back the curtains to glance outside. At this moment, there weren't many bodyguards in the villa, as most had gone out with William. After waiting quietly for a while, he locked onto a patrolling bodyguard's visual blind spot and jumped out of the window. He rolled on the ground and sprinted towards the wall. The camera was positioned facing outward, giving 17 the opportunity to push off the wall, with one foot propelling himself into the air and flipping over the wall. After landing, 17 did not linger, but moved left along the wall for about 10 meters. Squatting in place, he rummaged through his backpack and took out a surveillance jammer, tying it with a thin, transparent white thread. 17 leaped into the air, pressed the device against the surveillance camera, landed, waited for 2 seconds, then quickly dashed towards a nearby greenbelt, leaping in while the white thread tightened. Snap! The jammer was pulled down and quickly disappeared into the greenbelt. Beautiful. Perfect. Jay and Sally both exclaimed in admiration. This agility, the timing, and opportunity control made for a perfect infiltration. From the perspective of the two women, there was no flaw to be found. Throughout the villa, 17 left no traces. Even among some of the top assassins who graduated years ago from hell, none could match 17's flawless performance. After leaving William's villa, 17 did not linger or disappear, but quickly headed towards Layla's villa area. According to 17's judgment, after finishing dinner at William's, Layla would definitely return home to rest. If that plan fails, he would have to execute the second plan, carrying out a second assassination in Layla's villa, allowing the target to die in her sleep. At this moment, the security level of Layla's villa was greatly reduced due to both spouses being away from home. The sky gradually dimmed. A Rolls-Royce drove down the road, surrounded by 4 or 5 bulletproof SUVs protecting the vehicle in the middle. The convoy arrived at the entrance of William's villa, where a group of bodyguards rushed out. Layla's personal bodyguard, Captain Hyde, and William's personal bodyguard, Hill, both got out of the front vehicles and rushed over to open the door for their bosses. What I have in my hands is enough to threaten him, so this time I must bring him down. When the time comes, we will work together to push Fair up, and I hope you will support me then. Just before Layla took the stage, she whispered to William, "Don't worry, I will definitely support you on my side." William nodded with a smile. "I trust you. What good food have you prepared for me today?" The two laughed as they got out of the car, quietly chatting as they walked towards the villa. "Haha, everything you love to eat is here." William entered the villa, handed his trench coat to Hill, and thoughtfully took Layla's white coat and placed it aside. "It's been a long time since I ate at your place. Tonight, I must enjoy a good meal." Despite being over 50 years old, Layla looked very young due to her maintenance, and with light makeup on her face, she appeared to be in her 40s, smiling as she enjoyed the affection of this wealthy gentleman. "Come on, let's go take a look." The two walked towards the kitchen of the dining room. At this moment, exquisite dishes were already served on the dining table, and they did not sit opposite each other, but rather closely together. "Oh, you are really wasteful." Although Layla said it was wasteful, her smile showed she was very happy. "Try this." William cut a small piece of foie gras for Layla. Delicious." Hill and Hyde stood guard at the door of the dining room. Normally, during such a special period, if they were dining outside, Hyde would definitely inspect every dish, but here at William's place, Layla never allowed Hyde to inspect the food. As time passed, William and Layla chatted while eating, and halfway through they opened a bottle of red wine. Not long after finishing the wine, Layla felt a tightness in her chest. William noticed that Layla's complexion was not quite right, stopped drinking, have some snacks. He moved Layla's glass of red wine aside, thinking it was due to her not feeling well today. At this point, Layla's complexion was slightly flushed. It was not just him thinking this, Layla and Hyde also felt the same way. "I made this specially for you." William brought over the tiramisu. "Haha, I knew you would have this dish." Having dined in this villa dozens of times, the tiramisu was indispensable. Layla smiled, took a fork, and started to eat the dessert in small bites. While chatting softly and eating, Layla quickly finished the tiramisu. At this moment, her complexion was growing redder and the tightness in her chest intensified. My head is a bit dizzy and my heart feels uncomfortable." Realizing something was wrong, Layla immediately shouted to Hyde. Hyde quickly turned around and rushed over. "Minister, how are you?" "Layla, what's wrong?" William also stood up to support Layla's arm, worriedly asking. "Huff, huff, huff." Layla's complexion quickly changed from flushed to pale, and her breathing became increasingly rapid. "Emergency aid! Emergency aid!" Hyde shouted loudly. Bang! The villa door was crashed open, and 2 special forces members rushed in with a medical kit. "Layla, Layla." William stood to the side, continuously calling out, but Layla's pupils gradually dilated, and her breathing changed from rapid to weak. "Fuck!" Hyde yelled, quickly pressing down on Layla's chest. "Madam Minister, hold on. Hurry." In the chaos, William's bodyguards were at a loss. No, the head quickly send her to the hospital. She's in heart failure, hurry. Hyde's two subordinates shouted, having professional medical knowledge. They immediately assessed Layla's condition. Hurry. Hyde picked up Layla from the ground and rushed towards the door. William stood frozen in place when he heard the words heart failure. Bang! Boom! The sound of engines roaring outside followed, and then the noise of tires screeching against the ground as the car sped out of the villa garden. Fuck! William slammed his fist on the table in anger and stormed out, chasing after Hyde's car with his bodyguards. Boss, could there be a problem? In the kitchen, several chefs, startled by the noise, gathered in fear. Is there anyone outside? The head chef had followed William for 15 years and knew his temperament well. No, everyone has gone out. The rotund chef glanced outside. Upon hearing this, the head chef pushed through the others and quickly rushed to the dining room, carefully examining every dish. The others followed suit. Don't speak. If you find anything unusual, tell me quickly. The group exchanged anxious glances, their frightened eyes meticulously scrutinizing each dish on the table. These dishes were all prepared by their hands, and they were very sensitive to the appearance and smell of each dish. Here, boss. One person noticed a faint blue hue in the black truffle, and if not for closely watching, they wouldn't have detected that this dish was not prepared by them. The head chef stared at the dish for a full 10 seconds. He picked up the black truffle and rushed towards the kitchen. Clatter. After dumping all the black truffles into the drain, he refilled the same amount of black truffles and rushed out of the kitchen, placing the plate back in its original spot. Is there anything left? The head chef's gaze turned fierce as he looked at the other three. No, nothing left. There's still a little here. A young chef pointed at the overturned plate, his voice trembling. It was the plate containing the tiramisu. Huff. The head chef grabbed the plate and rushed to the kitchen to clean it, then quickly took another new plate and filled it with the remaining tiramisu scraps, rushing back to the dining room to place it on the ground. Go. After handling everything, he led the three back to the kitchen. If we die, we die together. If we live together. This matter will remain buried in our hearts forever. The head chef's predatory gaze fixed on the three. The three exchanged glances and nodded quickly. It was already clear that the guests had a problem from the food they prepared. No matter who poisoned it, as long as the food was found to be problematic, they would undoubtedly die. At this moment, everyone was in the same boat. As they finished processing not long after, with a bang, a large number of bodyguards flooded into the villa, quickly rushing to the dining room to sample all the food. While they were sampling, William walked in looking extremely grim, a surge of furious roars gathering in his chest. Layla was dead, having succumbed to heart failure in the car as they exited the villa area with no chance for emergency assistance. Bang! William grabbed a chair and smashed it onto the nearby sofa. Investigate for me. Go and investigate. A roar echoed through the villa as a large group of bodyguards sprang into action, while several chefs in the kitchen trembled in fear, not daring to utter a word. At the same time, 17, who was looking for an opportunity to infiltrate Layla's villa, hid in a thicket. 17, a mission accomplished. Retreat. Leave London immediately. Quick, hurry up. The Y country's intelligence department is on high alert. Leave quickly. HS. Urgent and barely contained excitement came through the earpiece, and 17's figure moved as he sprinted into the dark woods behind. A peerless assassin never concerns himself with the identity of his target, nor with the motives behind the contract. Once a mission is accepted, it is pursued relentlessly again and again until the target falls, silent, precise, and gone without a trace. This was the very ideal Hellforge had cultivated in its trainees, and 17 was without question Black Mamba's most exceptional protege. After Layla's death, Y country's intelligence bureau and GF division launched an immediate response. Within hours, the entire city was sealed, air, railroad, and maritime routes subjected to exhaustive, all-encompassing scrutiny. Yet, with logistical support, 17 departed London just 2 hours after receiving confirmation of mission completion, vanishing without a whisper. Upon receiving the report, Black Mamba instantly opened the video feed on his terminal. 17's device continuously recorded footage, and after each operation, handler H or J routinely uploaded and distributed the recordings to superiors and to Black Mamba himself. Not bad, surpassing many of our past graduates. Mere waste. Having watched the full playback, Black Mamba judged 17's performance flawless from start to finish, and a rare approving smile flickered across his face. Beep. Speak. Black Mamba pressed a button on his phone. Instructor. May 17 graduate ahead of schedule. H's voice crackled through the earpiece, bright with excitement. She and J served as 17's designated handlers. Once he graduated successfully, their assignment would be formally concluded. His current operational rating had already reached S-class. His graduation meant a substantial promotion for both women, perhaps even a minor supervisory role within their department. More importantly, it granted them long-awaited leave freedom to choose their own time and place to vacation in the modern world, no longer confined to the shadowed confines of the base. Should be no issue, just needs formal ratification at the upcoming review meeting. Black Mamba replied with a warm chuckle. Oh yes, thank you, instructor. Haha. Send 17 to the safe house in RD country. It's closer. Once the meeting approves his graduation, let him settle there for a while. Only when he's fully acclimated may you cease round-the-clock surveillance. Understood, instructor. Haha. H hung up, already lost in daydreams of sunlit shores and carefree days. Meanwhile, in the Norwegian Sea, a colossal ocean-going freighter cut steadily northward toward the Arctic Ocean. Deep within the ship's lower hold, 17 lay motionless on his bunk. After exiting the Villa district, he hailed a car straight to the docks, where Jack aboard a high-speed speedboat ferried him into open water before he boarded this vessel. Meanwhile, London's city center teemed with law enforcement. Street by street, they combed for any suspicious figure. Yet none of it touched him. The mission was complete. 17 had purged every shred of related data. Now he waited still and silent for the next assignment. 17. H's exuberant voice burst through the earpiece. Oh my God, you're my absolute deity. Haha, utterly flawless. Absolutely brilliant. After handing over her responsibilities to other departments, H could barely contain her elation. This was the first SS-class operation she and J had ever jointly supported in their 5 years on the job, and it had succeeded flawlessly. Oh, 17 responded, tone flat and uninflected. The instructor has approved your early graduation, 17. You should rejoice. Your official classification will be no lower than S-class. Once graduated, your S-class status entitles you to select a permanent residence anywhere across the globe and begin living your life truly. For heaven's sake, show some expression. H's effervescence dimmed halfway, replaced by wry resignation. By the way, your code name. You'll choose one soon after graduation. Have you given it any thought? No. Oh my God. Have you even considered it? Forgot. Shit. You insufferable man. One burned with fervor, the other remained glacial, except when required to wear a mask. 17 refused to feign warmth where none existed. It repelled him. Fortunately, H and J knew him well. Her enthusiasm remained undimmed, even as 17, adrift in unfamiliar surroundings, stayed awake and offered only perfunctory replies. 2 days later, 17 disembarked. His contact was a man in his early 50s, stocky with a thick, bushy beard. Once ashore, I'll drive you to RD country. Someone will meet you there. They sped toward the coastline in a sleek speedboat. Inside Hellforge base. Beep. A prolonged alarm blared. What's happening? What in the world? Most staff looked up, eyes drawn to the flashing amber light in the corner. Boom. Black Mamba strode out of his office, sweeping a sharp glance across the hall below. Silence. Resume work. With that, he turned toward the conference room. Moments after he entered, the alarm ceased. Emergency assembly. Yellow text pulsed insistently across the main display screen. Beep. The screen lit. Then within minutes, 15 distinct silhouettes materialized across its segmented grid, though most faces remained obscured. At the central node, Hades sat in his study, expression grave. I've just received intelligence 1 hour ago, Dr. Wilson Robert was assassinated in Moscow, E-country, by a freelance operative. His marine biology research files were stolen. Target profile: Shadow Angel, male, age unknown. Expert in disguise, poisons, infiltration, and close quarters combat. A side profile photograph accompanied the entry. Tall, nearly 6 feet 3 inches, mid-30s in apparent age, though the face was almost certainly altered through sophisticated camouflage. He now possesses research materials valued at $1 billion and is fleeing from E-country toward the Middle East. Hades paused, gaze sweeping across the assembled figures. Is the valuation truly that staggering? From the lower right quadrant, a middle-aged man in a crisp suit, face unseen, spoke with quiet curiosity. Do you know who placed the bounty on that data, on the dark web? 5. Hades raised 5 fingers. Shit. $1 billion. Even SSS-class missions rarely command such sums. Murmurs erupted across the grid. Fool. This data transcends monetary value. It holds far greater strategic worth. Hades slammed his palm onto the desk, cutting off the clamor. Once acquired, we can leverage it for far-reaching alliances and vastly superior backing. I propose full mobilization. Every available asset, intelligence, logistics, field operatives, assassins, mercenaries, must converge on the Middle East. That data will be retrieved. Vote. Hades fixed his stern gaze upon them all, then pressed a button to his left. A green light flared on screen. His declaration stunned them, including Black Mamba. But these were no ordinary men and women. After a brief pause, each began weighing consequences with cold, calculating precision. Hades' resolve brooked no compromise. The stakes, the gains, the intricate web of power, all too vast to dismiss. 5 minutes passed in silence. Then from the upper left quadrant, a delegate clapped once in assent. One by one, green lights illuminated the screen. When the 10th vote registered, Hades did not wait for the rest. Go forth and return with good news. He severed the connection without another word. Black Mamba exhaled slowly, then turned and walked out of the chamber. Others followed one by one, severing their links. Such emergency assemblies were not unique to Hellforge. Across the globe, In hidden cells, clandestine networks, and even within certain official corridors, urgent councils convened. A storm was gathering, silent, swift, and inevitable. After sailing for 2 hours in the C-17, and the big bearded man drove a pickup truck approaching the RD country. Both the big bearded man and 17 had a taciturn personality, hardly speaking throughout the journey except for necessary exchanges. 17, Instructor Black Mamba requests to speak with you. A voice from the earpiece came through. She and H had already completed their shift. 17, your next mission, go to Turkmenistan. The objective is marine biological research data, which according to intelligence is currently in the possession of a freelance assassin codenamed Shadow Angel. 17 was slightly taken aback, then responded with a simple Your graduation will be discussed after this mission is completed. Moreover, if you retrieve this data, I can elevate your status in the organization above 90% of the members. The voice of Black Mamba was filled with temptation. However, 17 merely responded with a bland, "Oh, all right, you're on your way now, right? Turn around and head directly to the airport for a flight to the Middle East, Turkmenistan. By the way, you won't be the only one on this mission. All operational personnel, without tasks from the organization, will be going there. Be sure to distinguish them." After finishing, Black Mamba cut off the communication. Jay did not reconnect promptly. "Take me to the airport," 17 said, turning to the big bearded man. The airport? Are you sure?" The big bearded man was taken aback. They had just entered the mountainous area heading towards the border, and it would take at least 4 hours to reach the nearest airport. 17 nodded, then looked out the window. "I need to consult." The big bearded man hesitated for a moment, took out his phone, and called his superior. Before long, the big bearded man said, "Okay," and hung up the phone. Boom! The accelerator was pressed down, and the small pickup truck made a sharp turn on the mountain road, nearly sliding down the slope. 17's lips twitched slightly at the clumsy driving skills. "Hold on tight," the big bearded man shouted, frantically steering and shifting gears. Vroom vroom. The small pickup truck surged forward. The mountain road was steep and winding, and the surroundings gradually darkened. After passing several curves, 17 spoke up. "Stop. The big bearded man exclaimed as the small pickup truck missed the best angle to turn abruptly, slamming the brakes, nearly driving off the slope. "Damn it. Let me drive." 17 unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the door, and jumped out. "Don't you trust me?" The big bearded man looked displeased. "Get out, I'll drive." Standing in front of the driver's seat, 17 looked at him calmly. "Damn it," the big bearded man muttered under his breath, opened the door, and got out looking unconvinced. Bang! 17 sat in the driver's seat, closed the door, pressed the accelerator, and the small pickup truck's engine roared to life. Once the big bearded man got in, the small pickup truck began to move. After driving a few hundred meters, the big bearded man looked at the slow-moving 17 with a hint of confusion and was about to speak when, boom, the accelerator roared. 17 gripping the steering wheel with one hand and resting the other on the gear shift. Click! A strange noise came from the transmission, yet 17 paid it no mind. The speed of the pickup truck gradually increased, 30, 50, 80. Hey, slow down, brake, slow down. Oh fuck, slow down. Squeal. The small pickup truck drifted around a bend on the muddy road, roaring and accelerating, going faster and faster. God, slow down, ah. The big bearded man began a 3-hour continuous scream. Meanwhile, at the Inferno base, Black Mamba and several leaders from other departments were holding a small meeting. "I currently have 15 new assassin trainees, remaining 5 are on missions, and the other 10 have already been arranged to head to the Middle East. There are 10 new operative trainees, 3 are on missions, and the other 7 are already on their way to the destination. These trainees are as follows. All right, your newly minted little waste products don't even need to go." A thin man with sunken cheeks interrupted Black Mamba. "Dao Soul, if you dare to interrupt me again, do you believe I will crush your skull?" Black Mamba's eyes shimmered with ferocity. Have any good seedlings emerged from your training camp in recent years? In my opinion, you should give up your position to me. All you produce are worthless trash." Dao Soul was the leader of the assassin department and one of the few S-level ace assassins in Inferno, having debuted alongside Black Mamba. Black Mamba's fury escalated as he coldly stared at Dao Soul with his intact eye. The head of the intelligence department, Yomi, crossed his arms and watched the spectacle. Originally, he was responsible for training the new operatives, but Black Mamba was the head of the entire training camp with direct authority over the new recruits, which annoyed him. In the entire Inferno, the heads of each department were on equal footing with similar treatment. However, Black Mamba was in charge of the entire training camp, supplying fresh blood to the organization. Once trainees like 17 graduated, they directly belonged to the assassin department. Although Black Mamba currently lacked powerful subordinates, many trainees in various combat departments were trained by him, so his status was half a tier above the other combat department heads present. Dao Soul and Yomi, along with several strong bosses, had long coveted Black Mamba's position, so they mocked him whenever they had the chance. Yes, my trainees are all worthless, so the failure of this operation is not my concern. You all carry on. Black Mamba suddenly laughed lightly and spoke indifferently. You? Haha. Black Mamba revealed a face of derision. Within just a few hours, the intelligence department received news that several dark world organizations were sending people to the Middle East, and even some official special organizations had joined in. The difficulty of this operation was no less than that of an SS-level mission, and Black Mamba leaned back in his chair, a face of amusement. Shut up, continue discussing which personnel can go. Compile a list and send it to your subordinates, or else if friendly fire occurs, you'll be responsible for it yourselves. We don't need to report, right? The higher-ups only instructed us to gather in the periphery and wait for new orders. The head of the mercenary department, codenamed Blaze, was burly, chewing on a cigar with a relaxed smile on his face. This time the main participants were still assassins and operatives. After all, the target was an individual, not a team. Subsequently, various departments coordinated and communicated, and orders were sent down to the personnel. 17 also received the latest orders, changing the destination from Turkmenistan to Wile's capital, Tehran. Tehran, with a permanent population of nearly 15 million, is the capital of Wile. At the Badr International Airport, a tall black man, dressed in a suit, followed the crowd as he made his way outside. Hey, stop. Don't move. 4 or 5 airport police officers rushed towards the man, drawing their guns and aiming at him. The man raised his hands. Hey, I'm a BX citizen. What do you want from me? I'm entering normally. The surrounding crowd quickly scattered, leaving the man standing still, shouting repeatedly. Get down, I said, get down. The leading officer shouted at the man. What have I done? Please tell me, I want to call the embassy. The man stood with his hands raised, not following the officer's command to lie down. You're suspected of identity fraud and illegal entry. We are arresting you now for a detailed investigation. Get down. The officers shouted as a few colleagues surrounded the man. Fuck him, a BX citizen. My passport and identification are right here. I'm here on official business. Shut up. If you don't get down, well, shoot. The man, filled with anger, laid down on the ground. Several police officers rushed in and pinned him down, immediately handcuffing him. Take him away. As the officers led the man away, a tall woman emerged from a nearby corner and slipped out quickly, leaving the airport. Helen, you're so bad, haha. A melodious laugh came through the woman's earpiece. That bastard almost ruined my mission in Brazil last time. This time, I found an opportunity to take him out. This woman was number 68, a new recruit from the Hell's Agent training camp, and the girl who had been spared by number 17 years ago. Agents and assassins often change their code names, so their aliases are not unique. The girl from years ago had now fully matured, standing at 173 meters tall, with long legs and black knee-high stiletto boots, tight jeans, a white t-shirt, and a black trench coat. Her perfect hourglass figure would make anyone who glanced at her turn their head, even without seeing her face. You need to be careful. Ooh, I heard that a large number of Dark World personnel have flooded into Tehran, all searching for the Shadow Angel. Number 68 flicked her long hair, which had streaks of gray and white. Your strong rival, number 34, has also arrived. The higher-ups said whoever performs well this time will receive an S-level rating first. Oh, how many agents have come? After exiting the airport, number 68 took off her sunglasses, revealing her light blue pupils, a high nose bridge, delicate eyebrows, and perfectly shaped lips. Her flawless features and perfect figure rivaled even internationally renowned stars, and several men around couldn't help but glance her way. All those not participating in the mission have come. There are quite a few from the Assassin Division as well. By the way, someone from the Assassin Division has already been rated S-level. The code name is 17, and I heard they might graduate early. Is that so? A figure suddenly appeared in number 68's mind. Helen, a man dressed in local Iranian attire, approached, looking at number 68 with a hint of admiration in his eyes. I am Badia. It's an honor to meet you. The two briefly touched hands. This way, my car is over there. Badia, in his 30s, smiled as he pointed to the opposite direction. Number 68 put her sunglasses back on and walked towards the car. A perfect woman, Badia murmured, quickly following behind. This comment naturally fell into the ears of number 68 ahead, who revealed a hint of disdain at the corner of her mouth. Haha, another man, you've captivated my goddess. You're so beautiful. Do you know I've changed my sexual orientation for you? The guide in her earpiece didn't hold back on her praise. The Blood Rose once described her appearance with a phrase number 68 could complete 70% of the mission solely based on her looks, yet she had demonstrated astonishing talent during her training over the past few years. After number 68 and number 17 separated from the training camp, she was brought to the agent training camp, which was also overseen by Black Mamba. However, Black Mamba came from an assassin background, so he did not directly teach. Instead, male trainees were trained by the Phantom Division of the Agent Department, while the Vice Minister Blood Rose trained the female trainees. The Agent Division and Assassin Division have some distinctions. What they learn is more comprehensive, requiring more knowledge than the Assassin Division's training. Agents can undertake a wider range of tasks such as espionage, intelligence gathering, and security. The assassin division specializes while agents are more versatile. This is the fundamental difference between the two departments. Mercenaries are often referred to as cannon fodder, but the top mercenary teams in the world possess terrifying combat capabilities, and even top assassins wouldn't dare overshadow them. Although you look like a man, I don't need a fake man. Standing by the car, number 68 muttered, I don't care, I just like you. Boom. The vehicle started disappearing into the bustling traffic. Badia, is there any latest information? Number 68 asked the other person in the car. The Shadow Angel was tracked down yesterday, but has hidden again, allegedly waiting for a buyer to come for the transaction. What does the data look like? 3 hard drives packed in a metal safe. Since number 68 had just arrived, her communicator had just reported and many intelligence details had not yet been sent to her, leaving number 68 somewhat in the dark. Is there a bomb installed in the safe? Unclear. Can the hard drives be copied? Unclear. Number 68 fell silent, turning her head to lean against the car and gazing at the buildings outside. Badia felt somewhat awkward, but this couldn't be blamed on him. He was merely an external logistics personnel and knew only a little rumor about these intelligence matters. At this moment, hundreds of kilometers away from Tehran in a desert, a black SUV was speeding under the scorching sun. 17, our vacation has been cancelled, boo-hoo. 17, do your best to complete this mission quickly, then we can go on vacation. I'll come to find you with H at that time. J's voice was filled with frustration. She could have been on vacation by now, but suddenly a collective mission came up, causing number 17's early graduation to be cancelled. Number 17 replied absent-mindedly. 17, a stunning beauty has emerged from the agent division, incredibly beautiful Eurasian, mixed blood code, name Helen. She is the top agent among this batch of trainees and has come to participate in this mission. You might encounter her. Oh, they'll send you the list once it's released. She's really beautiful. 17, oh my male god, I support you in getting with her later. Ever since number 17 completed an S-level mission, both H and J referred to him as their male god. Oh, generally J and H wouldn't have so much to say, but at certain moments number 17 also needed someone to chatter in his ear. For instance, at this moment, he had been driving for over 10 hours traveling from the RD border straight to the airport. Due to a sudden deployment, there were no direct flight tickets available, so he took a flight to TRQ, then secured a vehicle from the local logistics to drive all the way to Tehran. Meanwhile, in Tehran, at least over 100 personnel from the Dark World had gathered, all searching for the Shadow Angel and the highly valuable marine biological research data worth $1 billion. 17, a latest intelligence. Shadow Angel, male, black ethnicity, 29 years old. The information is stored in a small metal safe contained in 3 silver hard drives. 3 hours ago, members of the Ghost Shadow organization spotted the target in the city park where a brief gunfight occurred. The target has since escaped. 17 has arrived in the suburbs of Tehran. Open the map. All right. A flash appeared before his eyes, revealing a satellite map of Tehran. 17 pulled the car to the side. A red dot flickered on the map, indicating the location of the city park. Gazing at the map, 17 pondered deeply. Before long, the vehicle restarted and headed toward the city center. The traffic on the city roads is not heavy. Instead, there are more pedestrians. Many of the Islamic faithful wear their traditional attire, with women completely wrapped in long cloth, their faces covered. 17 parked the car in a parking lot and walked toward a roadside restaurant. He hadn't eaten or slept for over 20 hours and needed to replenish his energy. As the capital of a country, Tehran offers a rich diversity of food, from local Middle Eastern specialties to Western fast food and Asian cuisine. 17 walked along the street, passing 2 police officers who were patrolling and leaned against the side. However, when the 2 police officers noticed that 17 was a foreigner, they immediately rushed over. Hey, stop. Where are you from? Show us your passport. 17 pretended to touch his eyes, rubbing his cheeks with his hand. I come from country Z, sent here on a business trip by my company. I'm looking for a restaurant to eat. 17 put on a smile, first speaking fluent country Z language, then translating it into English, and took out a red passport from his pocket to hand over. Upon hearing 17's words, the expressions on the officers' faces relaxed considerably. They reached out to take the passport and opened it to take a look. Hello, there have been many unsafe elements in the city recently. Please be careful. Over there, 200 meters past the corner, there's a nice country Z restaurant. Okay, thank you. After getting his passport back, 17 expressed his gratitude and walked towards the corner indicated by the officers. Throughout Tehran, the number of police officers on the streets has significantly increased, with special forces stationed at some critical intersections for defense, clearly indicating that the YL security department has received intelligence. Hey, fellow countrymen, what do you want to eat? As soon as he entered the restaurant, a man from country Z greeted 17 in fluent country Z language. What do you have to eat? 17 revealed a relaxed smile. The restaurant was nicely decorated, spacious, and it was dinner time with many people dining inside. Fellow countrymen, I haven't seen you before. Where are you from? I'm from YN, surname Wong. I'm from ZJ, grew up in Canada. Oh, immigrant, why did you come to such a chaotic place? Come let me get you a table of specialty dishes. I'm here on a business trip assured, just don't order too much I can't finish it. No worries sister, just get a few meat dishes. It's great to see a fellow countryman, let's have a drink or two. Okay sure. Boss Wong, over 40, somewhat plump with quite a bit of stubble on his face, pulled 17 to sit under the air conditioning and went back to the counter to fetch 2 bottles of alcohol. No need, I don't drink. I have things to do later. 17 quickly declined, joking that alcohol was strictly prohibited in the training camp on par with DP. He had never smelled it in his life. Still busy. It's already night, come by when you have time, and we can drink a few together. Sure. 17 didn't expect the overweight boss of the Country Z restaurant to be so warm-hearted, feeling quite unaccustomed. He could only keep a smiling face while chatting with the boss. Fortunately, his Country Z language was passable, allowing for smooth communication. Before long, a local Iranian waiter brought bowls of dishes to the table. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised pork, spicy chicken cubes, minced meat with eggplant, etc. The fragrant aroma made 17's stomach rumble. Haha, I'm starving, let's eat. 17 didn't hold back. He hadn't eaten for 20 hours and started devouring his meal like a whirlwind. Slow down, don't rush. Wow, brother, slow down, take your time, there's still food. 17's speed and manner of eating startled Boss Wong, who kept urging him to slow down. It's fine, I'm used to it. 17 looked up at the boss for a moment and then continued to shovel in the food. Although 17's physique didn't appear fat or overly strong, his food intake was no less than that of those who were robust. After a fierce meal, he finished 3 bowls of rice. So fast. Boss Wong was dumbfounded. He had been sitting beside him the whole time, and in less than 3 minutes 17 had finished eating. Feeling about 70% full, 17 put down his chopsticks and picked up a glass of plain water to drink. I'm done, thank you. 17 smiled at Boss Wong and took out a $100 bill from his pocket to place on the table. Hey brother, I'll treat you, take it back. Boss Wong grabbed the money and tried to stuff it back in his 17's pocket. 17 instinctively gripped Boss Wong's arm and pushed him outward, causing Boss Wong to stumble backward. Reacting quickly, 17 took a step forward, reached out, and pulled him back, preventing Boss Wong from falling to the ground. Sorry, I have things to do, I'm leaving now. After saying this, 17 turned and left while Boss Wong stood there holding the bill, staring blankly at 17's back. Young brother, be careful, it's a bit chaotic lately, look after yourself. As 17 was about to exit, Boss Wong shouted after him. Upon reaching the door, 17 paused, turned his head to glance at Boss Wong, smiled, and left the restaurant. Hiss. That really hurts. After 17 left, Boss Wong rubbed his wrist vigorously where 2 purple bruises had formed. Just now, 17's instinctive reaction made Boss Wong, who had been here for several years, realize that 17 was not an ordinary person. Shaking his hand, he walked to the counter with the bill in hand, still mumbling to himself. 17, is the Country Z restaurant good? J's voice came through the earpiece. How does it compare to what you cook? 17 paused his steps, ignoring her, and walked toward his car. Ha! Jay laughed uncontrollably in the earpiece, but soon stopped. After communicating with 17 for so long, she and H had figured out 17's personality. Occasionally joking with him wouldn't bother him. To 17, he didn't understand why the two always laughed at his cooking skills. However, to H and J, this was currently one of the only 2 things they could tease 17 about. Aside from that, only wild collisions could lead to playful bantering with 17, so they occasionally made a few jokes. The traffic on the road seemed to have significantly decreased due to the controls as 17 drove his gray vehicle closer to the city park. The figures on the street hurried along with nearly all the women wrapped in long cloth. With a sharp screech, 17 slammed on the brakes, his gaze fixed on a distant alley, and turned the steering wheel to follow. Tehran doesn't have many tall buildings aside from a few in the city center. Most places consist of 3 to 4-story houses. Arriving at the alley, 17 stopped the car and took a look at the sprawling network of alleys. 17, have you found anything? JS inquiry came through the earpiece. If 17 had any intelligence, he needed to report it promptly so that the personnel from the Inferno hiding in the city could conduct a siege. Beep beep. A horn sounded from behind, prompting 17 to press the gas pedal again and drive forward. No, I just saw a shadow. Was it a man or a woman? A man, a Caucasian. Jay quickly took notes. The mission 17 was currently executing was different from before. Lacking a clear target, he now needed to search for the location of the target like the intelligence personnel. Thus, 17 wandered through the city. Night fell swiftly, and the vehicles on the road became even scarcer. Streetlights were few and far between, with many roads completely dark. As 17 left the city center and approached the suburbs, he came upon a residential house with a sign for a guest house hanging outside. There was no parking lot here. 17 parked the car in the alley and got out. How do you have accommodations? The owner rushed out from inside upon seeing a guest. Yes. Okay, this way, please. At that moment, a slender, middle-aged Asian man around 30 years old with a slightly hunched back walked out of the bungalow. 17 exchanged a glance with him and passed by. I have something else to attend to, will be going now. After saying this, 17 turned and left, ignoring the owner's calls behind him as he drove away. There exists a peculiar magnetic field between people, perhaps due to their traits, temperament, or even murderous intent. 17 couldn't quite understand what it was, but when he saw the man's eyes earlier, he immediately recognized him as a member of the Dark World. 17 left. He couldn't share a roof with a member of the Dark World. The vehicle drove down the street towards the suburbs, engulfed in darkness with not a single streetlight in sight. Even the surrounding buildings had little illumination, and any light present was dim. As he reached the suburbs, the number of vehicles decreased even further, drawing the attention of many. The headlights illuminated some shadowy figures flitting through dark corners. He did not expect to find more of his kind in the suburbs. The number of people roaming in the darkness of this city surpassed all expectations. Are there any safe houses from logistics? 17 did not want to stay with these dangerous individuals unless absolutely necessary. No, all the safe houses we had in Tehran are occupied. Oh, 17's brow furrowed. He had no choice but to look for another option. 17, actually, you could choose to stay at a hotel in the city center. Your passport is from Z country and receives certain privileges in YL. H reminded him. All right. 17 nodded and turned the car around, heading towards the city center. After about an hour, he returned to the city center, where he surprisingly did not encounter any shadows of those walking in darkness. In the distance, a tall building flickered with bright lights, the Thorn Palace Hotel. 17 drove straight over. Stop, what are you doing here? Just as he turned the corner, he encountered a police officer. 17 stopped the car. I am from Z country here on corporate business and need to check in. 17 pointed to the luxurious hotel not far away and handed his passport to the officer. Stay safe and don't go out at night. The officer casually glanced through the passport before returning it to 17, offering a few words of caution. After entering the hotel, 17 parked the car in a corner, retrieved 2 handguns, several magazines, a dagger from the storage compartment, and took his identification and exclusive bank card. The lobby was brightly lit, contrasting sharply with the dim streets outside. Welcome, sir. Do you need to check in? Yes. Following the guide to the front desk, 17 presented his passport for registration. Sir, what type of room would you like? A standard room. 17 replied flatly, pushing his bank card forward. All right, please wait a moment. Occasionally, a figure moved through the lobby, and 17 scanned the surrounding environment. Soon the check-in process was completed. Rejecting the guidance of a beautiful woman, 17 headed towards the elevator. Ding! The elevator doors opened to reveal a tall figure inside, wrapped in a long piece of white gauze that covered her face, hair, and body, leaving only her pale blue eyes visible. 17 glanced at her slightly, raising his eyebrows. As the woman in the elevator prepared to exit, their eyes met, and a glint of light flickered in her gaze, with the corners of her mouth curving slightly under the gauze. The two brushed past each other. Long time no see. 1427. The gentle greeting crossed 3 years, spoken softly, so quietly that even the guides in their earpieces couldn't catch it. Before the sound reached his ears, 17 was still reminiscing about the owner of those eyes. However, the soft greeting caused a figure to flash in 17's mind. Standing in the elevator, he looked at 68's back through the slowly closing elevator doors. 17 recalled who she was, a scene flashing in his mind from 3 years ago when he spared her life, remembering when they lived in the same bunk during their first training camp. He remembered how in that merciless training camp a small figure repeatedly stood in front of him, recalling countless nights when his hungry stomach would cramp as a pair of small hands would press moldy biscuits into his mouth. In their 2 encounters, it was always 68 who reminded him, and 17 finally realized he didn't know why 68 could recognize him at a glance after such a long time apart. However, this time 17 deliberately committed her pair of eyes to memory. He believed that next time they met he would recognize her immediately. Ding! Until the elevator doors opened, 17 finally snapped back to reality. He walked straight to his room, and once inside, he focused, thoroughly searching every corner of the room. He discovered a small listening device beneath the television and found a pinhole camera above the curtains. Whooshed! He tossed all the devices into the toilet and flushed them away. 17, you can take a break. If anything happens, I will call you immediately. HS voice came through the earpiece. Since leaving London, he had only rested briefly on the cargo ship and had been on the move ever since, traveling from the RD border to here without a single break, having driven for over 20 hours straight. 17 responded, shedding his sweat-stained clothes and entering the bathroom for a shower. Meanwhile, on the other side, after 68 came down from upstairs, she wandered outside for a bit, returned with a small package, and went back to her room. Helen was the man you bumped into at the elevator door, also from the Dark World. X chatted with 68 over the earpiece. Yes, indeed, he. 68 did not expect to run into 17, so soon, a smile unconsciously appearing at the corners of her mouth. Oh, is he powerful? Powerful. Do you know him? No, I don't. Then how do you know he's powerful? Just a guess, he. TCH. 68 took off her local clothes, revealing her perfect figure, and walked into the bathroom. Before the arrival of a storm, there is often an unusual calm. Just like the current Tehran where the streets are bustling with people and the roads are filled with traffic, if one looks from room 17 aside from the patrolling police, it appears vibrant and lively. 17 had been staying in the hotel for 3 days. During these 3 days, he wandered outside each day searching for the so-called Shadow Angel. However, after 3 days apart from the ubiquitous personnel from the dark world, he found no trace of the Shadow Angel, let alone any sign of angels. Not only did 17 fail to find anything, but all members of the dark organizations also found no clues, as if the target had vanished into thin air. Yet he did not mind. This task was not solely his responsibility. If he found them, he would execute the mission. If not, he would rest in the hotel. Thus, he had not gone out at night for the past 3 days. Since the first day he encountered number 68, the two had not met again in the following days. 17 did not seek the other, and 68 did not come looking for him. It was as if they had forgotten each other's existence. 17 had just finished breakfast in his room and was preparing to step out to stroll on the street. Boom! A massive explosion echoed from afar, prompting 17 to turn and look towards the north. Tat-a-tat-a-tat. Bang! The sound of sniper rifles seemed like a signal, followed by a cacophony of gunfire that resonated throughout the city. Gunfight occurring in the northern district, 17 remarked flatly. Received. Please hold on. Oh, I am communicating with the intelligence department to understand the situation. Various noisy sounds came from JS' side through the earpiece, indicating that 17 was not the only one reporting and inquiring about the situation. Standing in front of the window, 17 gazed towards the northern district and turned to grab his handgun from the nightstand, tucking it into the small of his back. Bang! Another sniper rifle shot rang out. 17 looked towards the direction of the sound, but it was too far away. 17 latest intelligence Shadow Angels have been spotted in the northern district, and their files have also emerged. There is fierce contention over there. Orders from above. A hoarse, deep voice echoed in his earpiece. Assassins Division Blade Soul Command, all personnel on the battlefield listen to Blade Soul's dispatch. Special Operations Division Underworld Command Mercenary Division Divine Battle Team Blood Color Team and Kamikaze Team head towards the northern district of Tehran. Logistics Division prioritize all supplies for combat team members. A series of commands were issued. 17 quietly observed the northern district. As an assassin, he should not participate in such combat missions, but now the higher-ups of Purgatory were determined to seize the files, pressing all the organizational personnel in the city of Tehran. Beep. 17. Depart immediately. You can provide remote support for your comrades at the battlefield's core from the periphery. The voice of Black Mamba appeared in 17's earpiece. I don't have a sniper rifle, 17 replied flatly. Since arriving in Tehran, he hadn't even seen any logistics personnel. The 2 handguns he carried were given to him previously by the bearded man from RD. Fuck! Black Mamba cursed quietly, knowing that Blade Soul and Underworld had monopolized all logistics resources. New recruits like 17 had not yet been assigned to the other side's assassins, and even firearms had not been allocated. The satellite positioning will display your trajectories in real time. Move closer, and if you get the chance, grab a sniper rifle for remote assistance. For now, that's the plan. After saying that, Black Mamba cut off the call, allowing Jay to reconnect. 17. I received orders. If you do not engage in the contention, there may be consequences for you. J's voice carried a hint of helplessness. A flicker of disgust and struggle passed through 17's eyes. His body was implanted with more than one global positioning chip. Beneath the carotid artery was a microbomb, and near his heart was a chip delivering an ultra-high voltage. If the headquarters wanted to sanction him, they only needed to send out a signal remotely, and 17 would undoubtedly perish. Not just him, every recruit emerging from the Black Mamba training camp had been equipped with these implants. This was the strongest and final method for Purgatory to control its assassins. No one could resist unless they found the world's top surgeon utilizing advanced technology to block Purgatory's global satellite signals and extracting the bombs and chips. Only then would there be a slim chance of survival. 17 turned and walked out of the room. At this moment, he wanted to live and thus had to obey orders. He had no right to resist. To survive, instinctively to survive. At the moment he stepped out the door, 17's eyes revealed an inescapable gloom, and the indifference on his face made others instinctively want to distance themselves from him. Ding! The elevator opened, and 17 stepped inside. Inside the elevator were 3 panicked white individuals, and 17 stood to the side, coldly observing them. The 3 were increasingly fearful under 17's gaze, shrinking into a corner, trembling together. Ding! The elevator door opened, and 17 stepped out. After he left, the 3 white individuals rushed out, quickly fleeing the hotel. 17. The terminal is connected. The distribution of our organization's personnel is displayed on the projection with a phantom ratio of 30%. Should we dim it further? As soon as he exited the hotel, Purgatory headquarters had granted all combat guides access to the permissions, and Jay quickly displayed all organization members' coordinates in real time on the terminal. Dim it. 20%. Continue. 10%. The phantoms in front of 17 were reduced to mere shadows. He stood at the door, adjusted himself, and then said, continue 5%. Understood. The projected image from the terminal was dimmed to an invisible extent with only small green dots remaining visible. Reduce the ratio by 70%. Understood. The phantoms were quickly minimized, leaving only a small corner in 17's field of vision. After making the adjustment, 17 walked towards the street. Sir, please return to the hotel immediately and do not wander around. 2 police officers were maintaining order to prevent an impending riot. 17 ignored them and ran towards a nearby parking lot. The roar of sniper rifles and the continuous sounds of various assault rifles and handguns erupted, signaling that chaos had already spread in the northern district, with police sirens rapidly converging towards that area. Boom. Just as he opened the car door, the sound of an engine roared behind him. 17 turned to see a pair of light blue eyes reflecting in his view, and on the terminal projection 17's green that overlapped with 68's. Screech. The tires screeched as 68 executed a drift, the modified SUV coming to a steady stop beside 17. Hi handsome, wanna get in? 68 smiled, dressed in black combat attire, her long hair tied up exposing her fair neck. I have a cannon. 17 was momentarily taken aback, not expecting 68 to invite him to act together so directly. In the training camp, Black Mamba had strictly prohibited any close interactions among recruits. X, help me apply to the higher-ups. I've encountered a new recruit from the Assassins Division 17. I request to team up with him for action. Seemingly guessing 17's thoughts, 68 quickly spoke into her earpiece. Understood. One person sat in the car smiling at him, while another stood beside the vehicle, captivated by her breathtaking beauty. Application approved. Helen, you are authorized to act with 17. Please proceed to the battlefield to seize the files as soon as possible. At the same time, JS' voice echoed in 17's earpiece. 17, the higher-ups have approved your joint operation with the agent recruit Helen. Please head to the battlefield promptly. 17 hesitated no more, opened the rear door, and climbed in. Boom. The engine roared as the vehicle sped down the road. The piercing sound of tires echoed down the street as 68 drove the SUV like a wild stallion, swiftly approaching the northern district. 17, the higher-ups have ordered you and 68 to provide support from the perimeter. There's no need to approach the core battlefield. JS' voice crackled through the earpiece. Understood. The vehicle swayed violently as 17 flipped open the trunk to retrieve a heavy sniper rifle, the TAC-50, a military-grade model equipped with a 16x high-definition optical scope. TAC-50. If one were to ask what sniper rifle 17 excelled at, this would be among the top. He felt incredibly comfortable using it. Caliber 12. 7mm, empty weight 11. 8 kilograms, effective shooting range 2000 m. The TAC-50 once set a world record for a long-distance kill at 3540 m. On the battlefield, this was a deadly weapon. 17 quickly inspected it, loading an armor-piercing round into the magazine. Bang! 68 sped through a red light, crashing into a waiting private car, and sped away. Whoa! As they neared the northern district, the city was filled with piercing alarm sounds, and special police forces converged from all directions towards the north. 3 kilometers to the core battlefield. As they approached the battlefield, 68's expression turned serious. Stop! 17 shouted immediately. Jeet. HK, give it to me, and the magazine vest. In the northern district, there were hardly any buildings taller than 10 stories. Most were 3 to 6-story low-rise homes. 68 slammed the brakes, stopping in front of one of these houses, calling out to the back. 17 reached back with one hand, tossing the 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle and the magazine vest from the trunk. 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle. The 416 Hong Kong dollars weighs a total of 3.49 kilograms, caliber 5. 56 millimeters, magazine capacity of 30 rounds, effective range 300 m. This rifle was developed by the German company Heckler Koch in 2004 and is now procured and used by over 30 countries worldwide. Click, click, click. The two quickly equipped themselves with binoculars, magazines, and small medical kits. Bang! 17 jumped out of the car, rushing towards the adjacent building, closely followed by 68, who had also received orders for peripheral assistance. For this mission, the higher-ups of the Abyss focused on super-elite units like Dowsol and Spectre, while 17 and his team were merely an additional force, which is why they hadn't received any logistical support for 3 days and were unprepared for battle. Fortunately, 68 somehow acquired good equipment. Otherwise 17 would have had to charge into battle with just a pistol. He kicked open the tightly shut door, and some noises came from inside the room. With a cold expression, 17 rushed in and glanced around, finding 3 girls huddled under the bed, trembling in fear from the gunshots. Click. Cold eyes devoid of any humanity met the terrified stares of the 3 girls as they screamed at the sight of the pistol in 17's hand. They are not in danger. Do not expose our position. 68 rushed over, casually tossing out a calm remark before sprinting up the stairs. A hint of confusion flashed in 17's eyes. With gunfire ringing all around, even if he emptied a magazine, he would not expose his position. Puzzled, he glanced back at 68's retreating figure, then turned to look at the three frightened girls whose terrified and pleading eyes met his. Lowering his arm, he turned to chase after 68. Thud, thud, thud. The two quickly ran towards the rooftop. Da-da-da-da. Just as they reached the third floor, 68 emerged from an inner room with an icy expression and continued running upwards. 17 glanced into the room where two adults lay in a pool of blood, their bodies twitching slightly. The two soon arrived at the top floor on the 6th level, entering the battlefield switch channels. Beep. After a prompt sound, both of their earpieces switched simultaneously to the battlefield channel. North, 9 o'clock, a hostile sniper, take him out. 12 o'clock, there's a squad, provide cover. In the chaotic battlefield, not only the Abyss organization was involved, but 7 to 8 organizations participated, and besides their own, everyone else was an enemy. Da-da-da-da. The target is fleeing westward. The box is on him. Quickly surround him. Behind cover, behind a law enforcement team is attacking. Block them quickly. Tut, 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 tut. Assassin unit, everyone listen up. Take out the target's vehicle. Gunfire noise and various commands filled the air. I will assist you. 68 crouched beneath the rooftop wall, taking out binoculars to scan the distance. 17 quickly set the sniper rifle on the wall, aiming at the core of the battlefield. Bang! A sniper shot rang out from the left. The sniper at 9 o'clock, take him out quick. A furious shout came through the earpiece. Jay cut off the battlefield earpiece. 17's tone was cold, devoid of any emotion. Got it, applying now. Keep the assist earpiece open. I am the assistant of Assassin Unit 17, requesting to cut off the battlefield earpiece for 17. 68 quickly stated while crouching beside. Received, reporting now. X replied quickly. Beep. After a prompt sound, 17's earpiece was silenced. 17 pressed his eyes to the scope. Through the lens, a black armored car was recklessly barreling down the street towards the west. In that area, there were no private cars left, only vehicles belonging to the combatants. Boom. The trigger was pulled. 17 quickly retracted the sniper rifle and dashed to the side. Zheet. He adjusted the settings on the scope. Although the rifle was not disassembled, he needed to adapt. Boom. Another shot was fired and 17 retracted, once more adjusting the scope. Sniper position. 17 asked casually. 11 o'clock, 1800 meters, wind from the northwest, wind level 2, wind speed 22. 5 milliseconds, 68 quickly reported from nearby. 17 turned towards 11 o'clock, slowly moving the gun, searching for the target. On a rooftop, a figure crouched, firing downwards, repeatedly changing positions after each shot, even leaping from one building to another. Boom. 17 decisively fired. 1 second. 2 seconds. In the scope, the figure exploded, shredding limbs and spraying blood, staining the entire rooftop red. Click, click. While moving and dodging, he reloaded his gun. Position. 9 o'clock, 1400 meters, wind speed level 2. 68 listened to the chaotic battle sounds in the earpiece, using the binoculars to measure the distance for 17 and selecting suitable targets. Boom. 17 set up the sniper rifle, searching for the target, and fired in one smooth motion. In the scope, a sniper hiding behind a wall, showing only half of his head, was shot through the top of his skull. Go. 17 killed 2 snipers and immediately ran off, with 68 following closely. The distance between the adjacent building and theirs was about 5 to 6 meters. 17 sprinted with all his might, kicking off the wall, propelling himself forward, with 68 leaping right after. Landing. Rolling, 17 quickly got up, taking cover behind a low wall. Position. 12 o'clock, distance 1100 meters, a squad free to kill. 68's voice was devoid of any fluctuations. Click, click. Boom. Click, click. Boom. Each shot rang out. Besides the first 2 shots, every subsequent shot found its mark, each gunshot signifying the end of a life. Go. In they switched buildings again. The residential houses of Tehran offered ample maneuvering space, a natural sniper battlefield. Gunfire from the epicenter of the conflict never ceased, blending with wailing sirens across the city into utter chaos. Huff, hiss, huff, and boom. An Agent 17 landed hard, surged upright, and fired toward the distance. 2 5-round magazines already spent. The instant he pulled the trigger, 17's heart clenched violently. A chilling sensation shot up his spine toward the base of his skull. Without hesitation, he threw himself backward. Clang, and thud. Knob bullet tore a gaping hole through the wall he'd just vacated. A moments later, the deep thunder of a distant sniper rifle echoed behind him. Upright, then forward dive. In clang, in roll, fast and low. In, rat-a-tat-a-tat-tat. An Agent 68 crouched beside the wall, one hand gripping her 416 Hong Kong dollars as she unleashed a sweeping burst outward. Behind us, someone's flanked us. Sniper at 10 o'clock, rear, 800 meters. In her magazine emptied, 68 shouted the warning to 17, still sheltered in the corner, and bolted upright, sprinting away. Thud. In her hiding place erupted under armor-piercing fire, leaving a crater the size of a dinner bowl. In my front, 12 o'clock. Barrett, 1000 to 1300 meters. Their relentless coordinated kills had drawn the attention of several rival factions, each now deploying snipers and assault teams to eliminate them. Gripping her rifle, she rose, lunged forward, shouldered it. Boom. N-17 launched himself midair, firing instinctively. No aim, no pause. Just pure reflexive trigger pull. Fall back. He hit the ground. Another round striking barely 1 meter to his left. With a swift roll, 17 charged toward the adjacent perimeter wall. 68 followed tight on his heels. Huff. N-17 sprinted full tilt, then drove his foot hard against the wall. In the gap between the two buildings stretched 8 meters. At the apex of his leap, he swung the rifle backward in one fluid motion and squeezed the trigger. Boom. The rifle's punishing recoil made the muscles along his shoulder tremble. Knee's body hurtled forward, slamming headlong into the far wall. Thud. Rattler. With one hand clutching the wall's edge, both rifle and body slammed against the masonry. He coiled his waist, twisted hard, and vaulted cleanly over the top. Thud. The sharp report of a sniper rifle rang out once more. 68 grunted sharply as a round struck her 416 Hong Kong dollars, sparking a screeching metallic shriek. The assault rifle flew from her grip, and the violent impact hurled her airborne body downward in an uncontrolled descent. Rattler. And she seized the lower railing of the upper floor balcony with both hands, kicked off the wall, and executed a flawless midair somersault, landing inside the balcony in one seamless motion. Move. Up now. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Fierce gunfire erupted from the alley below. An armed squad closed in fast, while from the opposite direction a local counterterrorism unit surged toward their position at full speed. BRRRT. In an instant the building became the vortex of combat. Boom. Na grenade detonated. N-17 darted a glance outward, then snapped his rifle up, aimed and fired without pause. Boom. Far off a man with an impassive face rolled hard, clutching his rifle and sprinting wildly. 17's bullet had grazed the air above his head, slamming into the ground behind him. He reached cover beneath a wall, gripped his sniper rifle, aimed and fired, all in one uninterrupted motion. Thud. Flame licked from the muzzle, stark and unmistakable even beneath the noon sun. He was a killer, a professional assassin, a phantom who walked in shadows. This chaotic mercenary battleground unsettled him deeply. Gunfire fractured his focus, shouted commands disrupted his rhythm, and danger lurked everywhere. Unrelenting, inescapable. He was a killer, a professional assassin, a phantom who walked in shadows. This chaotic mercenary battleground unsettled him deeply. Gunfire fractured his focus, shouted commands disrupted his rhythm, and danger lurked everywhere. Unrelenting, inescapable. Rattle. Crack. Boom. Heavy gunfire and grenade blasts erupted from the floor below. N-17, left flank. Fall back. N-68 shouted from her post at the stairwell, kicked open the left side room door, and lunged for the window. Clang. She crashed bodily through the wooden frame, launching herself toward a window 5 meters away. Rattle. Inside she rolled hard across the floor. Thud. Crack. Before she could rise, she kicked off the bed frame, sliding sideways along the floor toward the corner, pistol blazing repeatedly toward the doorway. The wooden door splintered under rapid fire, punctured by dozens of bullet holes. A corpse crumpled outside with a heavy thud. Clang. The door burst inward, and a smooth spherical grenade tumbled into the room. 68's pupils contracted sharply. She sprang toward the window. Boom. Shrapnel exploded violently within the cramped room. Hanging by one hand from the windowsill, 68 dangled outside. Her free hand swiftly ejected the spent magazine, slammed it against her thigh, and flicked it upward with practiced force. Click. She raised her arm and fired upward, into the window above. Crack. 2 armed men collapsed inside the room, convulsing uncontrollably. Huff, hiss, 68 flipped smoothly through the window and dropped inside. The air hung thick with acrid gunpowder. All 4 walls were pockmarked with countless shallow craters, steel pellets embedded like grim constellations in the plaster. Click. Reloading, 68 stooped beside a twitching corpse, snatched up its assault rifle, and slotted spare magazines into her tactical vest. A shadow flickered in the doorway. 68 snapped her rifle up, finger tightening on the trigger. It's me. N-17 jerked backward, vanishing behind the wall. Here. N-68 yanked another assault rifle from the fallen operative and tossed it towards 17 at the door, then ripped a grenade from the corpse's belt and tossed that too. 17 slung his sniper rifle onto his back, caught the assault rifle midair, and checked the magazine's remaining rounds. Thud. Hasty footsteps pounded up the stairs below. BRRRT, 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 BRRRT. And 17 fired a single-handed burst down the stairwell. In arg, and screams pierced the air. He glanced at 68. She tossed him a fresh magazine. He swapped magazines. And then, sharp and urgent, his earpiece crackled, target eliminated. Intel has been secured by the Night Demon Squad of the Obsidian Veil Organization. New priority intercept the Night Demon Squad of the Obsidian Veil Organization. They are evacuating beyond city limits. Move in. Surround them immediately. And that voice belonged to Yoming, the operations supreme commander. They exchanged a single knowing glance. 68 yanked the pin from a grenade and hurled it down the stairwell. Simultaneously, 17 kicked open the left side door and sprinted for the window. Grenade. Na shout erupted below. Then boom. In BRRRTBARD, in bullets shattered the window pane. 17 dove through 68 followed without pause. Clang. And they breached another building. Kicked open the door and sprinted downstairs. In 17E68. Exit the city. Disengage immediately. While forces are converging, get out now. Obsidian Veil reinforcements have arrived beyond city limits. You're to intercept them there. Na low, gravelly growl cut through the earpiece. Black Mamba. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. In 17 and 68's faces hardened. Elite operators occupied the third floor, pouring fire down on them. Wile's vanguard had arrived, drawn by the ferocity of their engagement. The entire task force was executing a full encirclement to eradicate every last operative of the shadow world. In ping, Na grenade arced downward. Shouts erupted below. Without hesitation, they charged the window. In boom, in the explosion roared. Both plunged from the third floor opening, not toward the facing building, but straight down, accelerating into freefall. Rattler-rattler-rattle. N17 struck the second floor balcony, kicked off its surface midair, twisting his body to absorb most of the impact before plummeting toward the ground. 68 slid down the wall behind him, landed squarely on the balcony, then pushed off again in one fluid motion. In thud, and they hit the pavement in succession, rose instantly, and sprinted deep into the labyrinthine alleyway. The deafening sound of gunfire echoed throughout the northern district, with not a single figure in the streets or roads, only the vehicles of the YL forces racing away from the pursuit of the small team and special operations unit. The target is at 9 o'clock. 68 followed closely behind 17, promptly informing him of the situation at the battlefield's core to avoid charging recklessly into the fray. The two dashed through the narrow alleyways. In fact, 17 did not need 68's reminder. A multitude of green dots gathered in the direction of 9 o'clock on the small screen in the upper left corner of his view. They were approximately 2 kilometers away from that location, currently breaching the perimeter of the battlefield's core towards the outskirts of the city. If surrounded by regular troops, it would lead to a fierce battle. The chaotic battlefield was not 17's forte. It was highly likely that stray bullets could take him down instantly. Thus, their goal at this moment was to leave the urban area and avoid encirclement. As the two made their escape, a small team at the battlefield's core in the northern district was desperately retreating, with numerous reinforcements blocking the advance of the YL regular army's vanguard. Whoosh! A round of RPG flew swiftly towards the distant civilian houses. Boom! A burst of flames erupted and the wall collapsed with a resounding crash. Tat 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 tat. The dense gunfire erupted from behind. A chain of light streaked forward, striking the building and creating countless bullet holes. Get down, get down. When will support arrive? The YL vanguard was now under concentrated fire, with a multitude of personnel from the Dark Realm rushing towards the outskirts, none wishing to be surrounded, while the pinned-down vanguard remained unable to move. Charge! Knife Soul and Yu Ming led a dozen individuals, rapidly breaking through from another side. With the data in the hands of Dark Knight, they had to charge out first, otherwise if surrounded, even if they obtained it, they would surely perish. The personnel from other organizations were not foolish. They directed all their fire towards the YL forces. 10 minutes. Hold your ground, stop them. RPG go. One after another RPGs were launched, sending some unfortunate souls soaring into the sky, and some were engulfed by the fireball, blown to smithereens and charred. Meanwhile, 17 and 68, it being outside the core battlefield, managed to easily evade the YL vanguard and break free. Find a vehicle, 17 shouted while running, scanning for a means of rapid escape. Suddenly, he veered sharply and ducked to the side. Bang! A spray of mud exploded. Boom! The roar of a sniper rifle hidden amidst the dense gunfire rang out. 17's expression turned icy as he rolled on the ground and lunged towards the alley's exit. 4 o'clock, 600 meters rooftop. 68 shouted from behind. Boom! Raising the gun, aiming, and pulling the trigger in one fluid motion. Through the scope, a figure briefly appeared, hiding behind the wall on the rooftop. Click, click, boom, click, click, boom. 17 crouched in the corner, emptying his magazine, as 2 large holes were blasted into the dirt wall on the distant rooftop. The figure leaped towards the adjacent building. After switching to his last magazine, 17 clutched his gun and chased after 68. Over there. 68 pointed towards a dilapidated pickup truck parked in a corner of a distant yard. Without hesitation, the two dashed towards it. Bang! A bullet struck a meter away from 17's left side. Without hesitation, he swung his gun around, pivoting to fire. Boom! Through the scope, the bullet hit the wall, and the figure vanished. Boom! He continued firing, pursuing the target. The opponent was also a skilled marksman, dodging and weaving unpredictably to evade 17 shots. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of an elderly man's cough echoed as 68 started the old pickup truck. Moments later, with a crash, 68 rammed through the rusted iron gate and sped onto the road. 17 immediately sprinted towards that direction. On the rooftop, hiss. Who hiss who? A 30-something Caucasian man hid behind the wall, blood trickling down from his ear. He reached up to touch the severed earlobe injured by the bullet that struck the wall, and the pain brought a cruel smile to his lips, his eyes filled with murderous intent. His name was Nightmare, an ace assassin for Dark Knight, who had completed dozens of assassination missions over 10 years. This was the first time 17 had been hunted by two snipers, with Nightmare being one of them. After several failed attempts to eliminate 17, Nightmare had been relentlessly pursuing him. If it weren't for his instinctive turn, 17's previous triple shot would have nearly taken him down. Getting up and taking a quick glance, Nightmare swiftly retreated back, rushing to the other side of the wall, raising his gun to aim at the dilapidated pickup truck moving down the road. Bang! The AS-50 sniper rifle in his hands roared. In the scope, due to the angle, a spark erupted from the pickup's roof. After firing one shot while trying to aim again, a figure suddenly rolled out from the pickup's bed, and Nightmare immediately lunged backward. Clang! The bullet struck the spot where he had just been exploding a cloud of cement. He got up and quickly moved. On the street, 68 pressed the accelerator of the pickup truck, a thick plume of black smoke billowing from behind as they sped down the main road. Who? Nightmare chased behind 17, and the others waiting for the pickup to come into view before raising his gun again. Bang! He was hit. A burst of gunfire flashed from the distant cargo area. Whoosh! Nightmare instinctively dodged to the side as the bullet whizzed past him with a sharp sound. Virum! The distance was too close, and 17's shot nearly blew his head off. Nightmare's ears rang from the sharp sound, causing his vision to blur. Fuck! The furious Nightmare cursed, having never encountered such a troublesome opponent in his years of experience. After getting up, he prepared to head downstairs to retreat. In the distance, the pickup truck grew further away, disappearing from sight as it was blocked by buildings. Nightmare held his gun ready to descend the stairs. Clang! He kicked the reinforced iron door, but it did not budge. He ran to the edge of the wall and looked down. It was 6 stories high, and there was no balcony here. Just as he was about to turn towards another direction, he noticed the opposite door was open, and with about 5 meters separating the two buildings, he decided to retreat back. After a running start, he leaped towards the rooftop ahead. At that moment, the pickup truck came back into view, and a flash of gunfire erupted from the cargo area. In midair, Nightmare's pupils constricted, and he instinctively turned, but being suspended, there was no point of support. The next moment, bang! A massive cloud of blood mist erupted in the air, with limbs scattering in all directions. Boom! 2 seconds later, the roar of the TAC-50 echoed, and Nightmare was reduced to fragments. Blood stained the rooftops of both buildings, and below, an AS-50 sniper rifle lay quietly on the ground. AS-50 sniper rifle. The pickup truck barreled forward recklessly. 60 kilometers per hour was already its maximum speed. Tehran's roads were in terrible condition, especially in the northern district, where hardened surfaces were riddled with potholes leading outward toward the desert. Having just eliminated the pesky fly agents, 68 and 17 had no time to catch their breath before rounding a street corner. Boom, boom. A swarm of military vehicles surged toward them at high speed. On the lead jeep, the mounted machine gunner yanked the trigger. And in that split second, both 17 and 68 made the same instinctive choice. They kicked open the door and leapt out. Clang, 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 clang. Streams of tracer fire enveloped the pickup. Boom. The colossal impact reduced it instantly to a mangled heap of scrap metal. They tumbled across the pavement and dove into separate alleyways. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Clang, clang, clang. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Clutching stolen assault rifles, they extended their weapons and fired wildly, emptying their magazines in rapid succession. Gunfire erupted in deafening volleys. Bullets slammed into walls, spraying dust and shrapnel in all directions. Stray rounds ricocheted wildly. After discarding the rifle, they thrust outward. 17 glanced at 68 across the way, then spun and sprinted down the alley behind him. 68 ripped 2 final grenades from her belt, pulled the pins, and hurled them hard, then bolted down her own alleyway. Boom, boom. 2 explosions rocked the air, followed instantly by an even denser hail of bullets. Hiss, kaboom. An RPG struck the alley entrance. The violent detonation shook the entire residential building to its foundations. 17 sprinted through the alley, sniper rifle slung across his back, pistol gripped firmly in his right hand, and a knife held reverse grip in his left. Meanwhile, 68 swiftly reloaded her pistol's magazine and dashed into the distance. There, send one squad. And there, another. The main force advances rapidly to encircle the core zone. Open fire freely, no survivors. Military vehicles screeched to a halt. Armed soldiers jumped down, splitting into two teams to pursue 17 and 68 down their respective alleys, while the main contingent pressed forward to seal off the central battlefield. Heavy footsteps thundered closer. A 3-meter-high wall loomed ahead. 17 charged toward the corner, planted his foot against the wall, and launched himself upward. Years of brutal strength training had forged explosive power beyond measure. He cleared the wall in a single bound, twisting midair with surgical precision. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Bullets slammed into the wall, but 17 vanished over its crest. He landed hard and kept sprinting forward. Elsewhere. Pop, pop, pop. 68 crouched behind a corner, emptied her magazine backward, then whirled and fled. As she ran, she ejected the spent magazine, with one hand slid it into her belt, slapped in a fresh one, with a sharp click, drew her arm back, and slammed it forward with a decisive clack to chamber a round. Fuck. A dead end. 5 or 6 meters high, a packed earth wall blocked the alley ahead. On either side stood low-rise houses. 68 pivoted, just as heavy footsteps closed in from behind. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Bullets chewed chunks from the wall, stone and dirt exploding outward. 68 broke into a sprint, her left hand darting to her waist, then lunged toward the narrow gap where the earthen wall met the house facade. Thud. Her right foot slammed into the earthen wall, propelling her airborne. Instantly, she drove her right foot again, this time against the house wall, lifting herself higher still. Another powerful kick. Her body soared over 3 meters into the air, her left arm rising high above her head. Hiss. Her knife bit deep into the packed earth, serving as an anchor. She pushed off the wall with both feet arcing backward in a flawless somersault and landed atop the barrier. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Soldiers poured into the alley and opened fire on the wall. 68 dropped from its crest, rolled once on impact, and sprinted into the distance. Both had shaken off their pursuers and now raced toward the outskirts. Boom. Kaboom. Crash. Crunch. A series of massive explosions erupted at the battlefield's epicenter, accompanied by the groaning collapse of entire buildings. Fall back. Breakthrough now. Yao Ming's furious command crackled over the comms. Dark Realm operatives, long operating independently, had converged with lethal synchrony, launching a coordinated assault on Wile's regular forces while advancing under fire. Every one of them was a battlefield elite, a professional assassin with peerless marksmanship. United in force, over 100 operatives tore a gaping breach through Wile's encirclement in seconds. Target Nightshade Command. Box is with him. Boom. Then Daehan roared again. Target neutralized. The box has been transferred to a black male heavy weapons operator. Move. Move. Chaos. Absolute chaos. As 7 or 8 rival factions simultaneously engaged Wile's conventional troops, they also turned on each other, viciously competing for the fabled data package. On his tactical display, 17 watched dense clusters of green blips, 2 kilometers to his right, and without hesitation bolted for the suburbs. After evading pursuit, 68 immediately angled toward 17. In such a maelstrom, alliance meant survival, and 17 was unquestionably her best ally. Noticing 68's green icon rapidly closing in, 17 eased his pace slightly. The battlefield was too volatile. He needed someone watching his 6. Yet that fractional hesitation proved costly. Suddenly, a mercenary squad burst from the flank, an elite dark faction unit dispatched to assist the extraction. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Without hesitation, they unleashed full suppressive fire on 17. He ducked into an alley, spun sharply, and swung his sniper rifle off his shoulder, cradling it as he pivoted backward. Boom. No time to aim. He fired purely on instinct. Clang. A deafening metallic shriek echoed back. Sniper. Suppression. Shouts erupted from across the way. Click, click. He ejected the spent casing, racked a fresh round, lunged toward the corner, and raised the 12-kilogram TAC-50 with one hand, squeezing the trigger. Boom. The recoil sent the massive rifle bucking violently, nearly wrenching free from his grip. Splut. Yet that blind, instinctive shot found its mark, detonating one enemy operative in a gory, instantaneous blast. Fuck. Grenades. Fuck. That shot terrified them. Whether luck or lethal skill, its sheer brutality ignited white-hot fury. Pop. 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 Pop, pop, pop. From the flanks, 68 erupted into view, dual pistols blazing with controlled fury. She'd approached from an unexpected axis, striking precisely along their vulnerable flank. Caught utterly unprepared, 2 operatives crumpled to the ground, convulsing. Fall back. Fall back. Don't get flanked. Retreat. The squad leader bellowed the order. 3 operatives down in one exchange, 4 remaining. Their combat power halved. If 17 and 68 had reinforcements closing from behind, annihilation was certain. 68 emptied her magazines and withdrew. 2 grenades arced through the air toward the mercenaries' position. Boom, boom. Both took cover behind corners. The blind throws posed little threat. HSS ha sha sha. 17's ragged breathing crackled over the comms. Zzz. A sharp rip echoed, fabric tearing. 68's expression tightened. She risked a quick glance outward. 7-man squad, 3 bodies left behind, the remaining 4 now advancing cautiously into the alley. 68 sprinted towards 17's position. Any issues? Crouched against the wall, 17 sat on the ground. His sniper rifle discarded beside him, examining wounds bleeding steadily from his arm and thigh. Ryup. He tore open his sleeve, revealing a deep bullet wound on his forearm, blood welling steadily. A quick assessment confirmed no bone damage. His thigh bore only a grazing wound, a shallow furrow from a stray round. From his compact medkit, he sprinkled coagulant powder over the injury, then tightly wrapped it with sterile gauze. Their injuries ran deeper than these visible wounds. 17 bore multiple abrasions, lacerations, and several glass cuts sustained during forced breaches through windows, none yet treated. 68's back, arms, and knees were all scraped raw. Even her shoulder bore a deep bleeding gash oozing steadily. Move. Each administered swift field treatment, then rose and ran. The sniper rifle remained behind. Those had been his last 2 rounds. Emerging from the alley, 68 spotted the fallen mercenaries and sprinted toward their corpses. Her pistol magazines were nearly exhausted. They swiftly stripped the bodies, retrieving assault rifles, spare magazines, and grenades, discarded mismatched ammo, and resumed their desperate sprint toward the suburbs. In a large military base known as YLK, several high-ranking military officers and A.U.S. Army Major General stood before a screen, gazing at the high-definition satellite imagery displayed. The screen showed the battlefield in the northern district of Tehran. "General, should we wait any longer?" a bespectacled staff officer quietly inquired. Let's wait a bit longer until their external support converges together. We are about to break out of the northern district. If they scatter at that moment, it could become problematic. No, as long as the information remains, they will fight for it. The Major General, around 60 years old and dressed in uniform, picked up a cigar and toyed with it in his hand. Information. The staff officer paused for a moment before asking, "Isn't that information just bait?" Bait indeed it is, but the information is real. Without some genuine items, how can we lure these rats hiding in the dark to gather together? The general's words brought a hint of shock to the faces of the few individuals behind him. Wasn't the initial plan to release false information? How did it turn into real information? The research data on marine biology is of immense value, and several major powers truly covet it. Are the missiles ready? The Major General suddenly turned to the row of people sitting in front of computers behind him. Report, everything is prepared and ready for launch. The Major General revealed a sinister smile, turning back to watch the screen. The fierce battle raged on, and after Wile's defenses were breached, over 200 personnel from the Dark Realm were frantically fleeing toward the suburbs. On the battlefield, Yu Ming and Daoan led over 30 elite members of the Inferno to launch a fierce attack against the personnel of the Dark Knight, determined to seize the information. As long as they secured this information, both of them could elevate their status within Inferno. Even pushing Black Mamba down was a possibility. Every event that unfolds, every task that is executed revolves around interests. Inferno seeks to exchange the information for benefits or greater arrangements with major powers, while the major powers desire the data for research in pursuit of breakthroughs in biotechnology. Interests and power are the main themes across every corner of the globe. Rat-a-tat-tat. Charge. The outer mercenary teams intercept them up ahead. The surrounding assassins and agents go around and block the Dark Knight's escape route. Yu Ming shouted while gripping a scavenged AK submachine gun. At this point, everyone had nearly exhausted their ammunition. All were fighting to sustain their battle. Daoan sprinted several hundred meters away from the core of the battlefield, holding a Barrett, his figure resembling a cheetah, moving quickly while occasionally firing deadly bullets at his target. Yet they were unaware that this was a trap, a scheme directed at the organizations within the Dark Realm. The information was merely bait. Perhaps some higher-ups in certain organizations were aware of the trickery, but the information was real, and they were willing to gamble, willing to sacrifice elites from their organization for that information that held immense allure. Individuals 17 and 68 had already broken out of the northern district, entering the suburbs approximately 2 to 3 kilometers away from the core of the battlefield. Yu Ming's command prompted 17 and 68 to turn around mid-sprint and intercept the Dark Knight's escape route. But just then, 17. A low voice from Black Mamba echoed in the earpiece. Maintain your distance from the battlefield, do not approach. Let the mercenary team intercept while you create disturbances on the periphery. 17's speed quickly decreased, a hint of confusion crossing his icy face. Black Mamba's orders completely contradicted those of Yu Ming. 68 also slowed down, looking at 17 in confusion. I don't have a sniper rifle anymore. 17's voice was somewhat hoarse. The prolonged battle and intense movement had left his throat parched. Then stay outside. You don't need to get too close. After issuing the command, Black Mamba unilaterally cut off communications. What's wrong? 68 glanced at 17. Both of them stopped beneath a crumbling earthen wall. Their prolonged sprint left them gasping heavily. 17 was unsure whether Black Mamba's words had come through the headquarters channel. He glanced at her, but remained silent. Seeing that 17 was not speaking, 68 also ceased to inquire and leaned against the earthen wall to recover his stamina. 17 furrowed his brows, revealing a look of contemplation. He was an assassin, not a mercenary. This task shouldn't have fallen on him, yet the organization had assigned it, and he had no choice but to comply. Now, however, Black Mamba constantly hindered him from approaching the battlefield, keeping him lingering on the periphery. Once or twice 17 could regard it as an order, but with such repeated insistence, and utilizing his authority to infiltrate the battlefield command system, forcing 17 to contravene direct battlefield commands, he couldn't help but ponder the implications of the instructor's intentions. Jay? After 2 minutes of thought, 17 gasped for breath and hoarsely called out, "Yes, please speak. Does the satellite positioning show any vehicles around me? I'm sorry, I don't have that authority. Currently, all network teams are serving the combat personnel at the battlefield's core." 17 nodded, turning to glance at 68, then stood up and ran towards the outside of the earthen wall. 68 followed suit, remaining silent throughout, but his gaze lingered on 17's back, a hint of contemplation on his face. Boom. Clang, 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 clang. The rapid-fire sound of the anti-aircraft machine guns and the continuous explosions of RPGs echoed. 17 and 68 maneuvered around an open area, advancing undercover, but 17's path grew increasingly distant from the battlefield's core. After about 10 minutes, the distance had increased from 2 kilometers to 3 or 4 kilometers. Intercept them quickly. Their reinforcements are almost here. Stop them. The furious roar of the overall commander, Yoming, resonated in the earpiece. Gunfire erupted. Meanwhile, 17 and 68 were running further away. Within the YLK military base, the screen displayed an increasingly intense battle as all support from various organizations arrived, and even the regular troops of YL trailing behind dared not rush in, only biting closely at their heels. General, the latest intelligence indicates that there are over 500. The chief of staff hung up the phone, adjusting his glasses with a hint of excitement on his face. That's about right. The major general took a puff of his cigar and turned to the row of soldiers sitting in front of the computers, walking over to them. Prepare to launch. Yes. 3 soldiers quickly struck the keyboard. Coordinates entered, ready for launch. The yellow covers on 3 missile launch vehicles outside were swiftly lifted, revealing 3 supersonic cruise missiles poised for launch. Viru. The 3 missile launch vehicles simultaneously powered up. The 7 to 8 meter long missiles slowly raised. Launch ready. The major general glanced at the screen behind him and pressed the launch button. In an instant, a thunderous sound erupted outside. Hiss. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hiss. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 missiles ignited instantaneously, shooting into the sky from their launch vehicles, trailing flames and thick smoke as they sped toward the azure sky. Simultaneously, piercing alarms blared in the offices of the defense ministries of YL, SD, and TQ in the Middle East. Within the headquarters of Inferno, a vast and brightly lit hall was filled with rows of figures seated at computers, while the large screen displayed the battlefield in Tehran. Beep. The alarm echoed throughout the entire base. Alarm: cruise missiles detected in the air. Alarm: cruise missiles detected in the air. The continuous alerts suddenly quieted the noisy hall. Where is the launch point? Calculate trajectory and coordinates quickly, someone shouted. The staff at the forefront of the computers were hammering away at the keyboards. In another base, Black Mamba stood beneath a screen, watching the 3 cruise missiles captured by satellite, and immediately rushed to a computer, his fingers rapidly dancing over the keyboard. Assassin trainees retreat, immediately, quickly retreat. Cruise missiles incoming, run. After shouting, Black Mamba looked at the screen with a somber expression. Fuck. He smashed the computer screen in front of him with a fist and turned to dash toward his office. On the battlefield, over 100 personnel from the Dark Realm have perished, while the number of civilians is countless. The YL troops in the rear have suffered heavy casualties. In the core combat zone, numerous houses have collapsed, bodies litter the ground, firearms are scattered about, and the walls are riddled with bullet casings. This place has turned into a death zone. However, about a minute after the missiles launched from the M military base, the gunfire on the battlefield gradually diminished, replaced by waves of angry shouts. Retreat, hurry up. The first to withdraw were the regular troops of YL, with their logistics and vehicles closely following. Beep. Evacuate quickly. The M military base has launched supersonic cruise missiles targeting you. Only 7 minutes left, run. The voice of a middle-aged man echoed in the earpiece, the head of the intelligence department, codenamed Shadow. Damn. What's going on? Why are there missiles incoming? What kind of intelligence are you providing? Knife Soul furiously questioned the head of the intelligence department through the earpiece. Cheetah, where is the evacuation transport? Yaming, the head of logistics, shouted. Hurry up, hurry up. He yelled at the remaining 20 elite members, then jumped out of cover and sprinted away. All members of other organizations followed Yaming in a frantic run. There was little time left before the supersonic cruise missile struck. At this moment, even members of other organizations were frantically retreating. No one was engaging in combat anymore, and no one cared about the documents. They were all just trying to escape. On the outskirts, 17 and 68, 5 kilometers away from the center of the battlefield, received a warning from Black Mamba and immediately discarded their automatic rifles, sprinting towards the outside. Hiss! Hiss! Jay, what's the explosion range and time? 17's eyes glinted with coldness, an aura of menace emanating from him as he yelled at Jay through the earpiece. Calculating now, Jay's voice was tense and hurried, tapping away at the keyboard while communicating with the intelligence department. The two ran in a straight line, their path unwavering, exerting all their strength. A 5-meter-high earthen wall stood before them. 17's legs exploded with ultimate power. Blood continuously flowed from the wound on his thigh. Yet he resembled a hunting cheetah as he pushed off the wall, soaring into the air. With one hand, he propped himself up, driving a dagger into the wall as he kicked off it, swiftly flipping over in one fluid motion. Boom! Following closely behind, 68 moved like a swallow, using the wall to propel himself 3 times and nimbly flipping over. Over there. 68 pointed towards a courtyard in the northwest. Without hesitation, 17 jumped down and sprinted towards the courtyard. The height of the earthen wall allowed both of them to spot vehicles and motorcycles hidden in the courtyard ahead. There was no time to think. They urgently needed transportation to leave this place. 5 minutes and 27 seconds. The missile type is Tomahawk cruise missile, total of 3. One is equipped with a small nuclear warhead. The core explosion range is 370 square kilometers with a diameter of 22 kilometers. Simultaneously, alarms from both J and X blared in their earpieces. 17, hurry, get out. J anxiously urged 17 to leave. With a radius of 11 kilometers, 17 and 68 were now 6 kilometers away from the core battlefield. This meant that if all 3 missiles targeted the core battlefield, they would need to run 5 kilometers to have a chance of escape. However, in such a short time, without transportation, 5 kilometers was a despairing distance. Direction 9. Bang, bang, bang. 68 fired first as 5 armed teams from the Dark Realm suddenly rushed out from behind a building on their left. While running, 17 kicked off the wall on his right, propelling himself forward rapidly, firing his weapon. Bang, bang, bang. The enemy did not hesitate, quickly spraying bullets at the two. Bullets whizzed by, kicking up dirt as 68 rolled on the ground, discarding the empty magazine and quickly reloading while drawing out a backup pistol. Boom. Tat, tat, tat. In this frantic encounter, it was all about reaction and marksmanship. 17 emptied his magazine of 10 rounds. Grenade. Having taken out 2 of the 5 with their combined fire, one bearded man from the rear hurled a grenade at 17. 17 rolled on the ground and leaped to his feet, his pupils contracting as he realized there was no cover except for a low wall that was only a few dozen centimeters high. Time seemed to freeze and slow down as 17's arm whipped out, sending his freshly reloaded pistol flying. Tat, tat, tat. Bang, bang. 68 unleashed bullets from both guns towards the enemy, hitting one of the figures hiding behind the wall in the neck, causing blood to spray out. Clang. The metallic clash hidden beneath the gunfire resonated as the thrown pistol and grenade collided in midair, altering their trajectories as they fell aside. In an instant, 17 and 68 dove behind the low wall. Boom. The grenade exploded. Charge. In the moment of the explosion, the remaining 2 immediately rushed out. Bang, bang, bang. However, 68 suddenly slid out from under the low wall, firing non-stop with both guns. Oomph. The 2 who were shot in the head fell to the ground instantly. Hiss. Who? Hiss. 68 discarded the 2 empty pistols, gasping as she looked at the sea of corpses struggling to stand up. With a large amount of blood spreading on her back, 17 stood up from behind the low wall, blood dripping heavily from his shoulder. The 2 exchanged glances, enduring their pain and injuries as they continued to run towards the courtyard. How much longer? A few seconds later, they reached the courtyard and 17 rasped. 3 minutes and 35 seconds. There was 1 SUV and 3 off-road motorcycles. Clang. 68 smashed the SUV's window and jumped inside to search for the keys. Meanwhile, 17 quickly approached the off-road motorcycle, mounting it, while 68 opened the storage compartment and found 3 keys for the SUV inside. He grabbed 2 keys, jumped down, tossed 1 to 17, and mounted another motorcycle. Viru. Viru. The 2 off-road motorcycles crashed through the wooden gate, racing ahead. Tat, 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 tat. Clang. Boom. Just as they burst out of the courtyard, a dozen armed personnel, several hundred meters away at the corner, spotted 17 and 68, unleashing a hail of bullets. 68 was knocked off balance and slid across the ground. A pungent smell of gasoline wafted through the air. 68 rolled on the ground and stopped looking at 17's silhouette ahead. 17 glanced back at her. They exchanged glances. Tat 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 tat. From several hundred meters away, bullets flew aimlessly. 17 tightened his grip, executed a sudden stop, and with his left foot pushed off the ground, the motorcycle performed a sharp turn. Viru. 68 struggled to rise, her delicate features smeared with blood and dirt, but her eyes remained clear and bright as she looked at 17 returning. The speed of the approaching motorcycle showed no sign of slowing down, and 68 took a step back. Viru. In the moment the motorcycle arrived, 68 leaped forward, grabbing 17's shoulders, twisting her body, and landing on the back seat, as 17 revved the throttle, darting into a nearby alley. Hurry, 17, hurry. 2 minutes and 40 seconds. God bless us. Jay urged anxiously through the earpiece. Notify the White House the press conference can commence now. A large number of terrorists have gathered in Weil. We will launch 3 cruise missiles to help eliminate the threat and rescue the lives of Weil civilians. We apologize for any collateral damage caused and will initiate further assistance. In the base, 3 missiles were entering the final flight phase on the screen. The Major General, holding a cigar, took a puff and smiled as he spoke to the staff behind him. General, the news materials over there are already prepared. We don't need to write them ourselves. Huh. Yes, those guys in the office are indeed better than us, ha. The entire base erupted in laughter. In the high sky, the 3 supersonic cruise missiles discarded their final stage boosters, leaving just the 1-meter-long warheads racing towards their targets at speeds exceeding 5 Mach. Quick retreat, hurry. Dao Hun and Yu Ming fought over a car riddled with bullet holes, the engine roaring madly as they fled from the core of the battlefield. Not a single gunshot was heard, only the shadows of people scattering in all directions. In just a few minutes, those like Dao Hun who had vehicles had already left 7 or 8 kilometers behind, while the ones running were still like headless flies dashing about aimlessly. Woo! A rugged motorcycle roared madly on the dirt road in the suburbs. 17 and 68, positioned at the very outskirts of the battlefield, had found a rugged motorcycle belonging to the first batch of people to escape and were already 10 kilometers away. Hurry, 17, run faster, 1 minute. J.'s urgent voice called over the earpiece, making 17 twist the throttle fully, the motorcycle constantly lifting off the uneven road only to crash down again. 17. 68 clung tightly to 17's waist, her face pale, with blood seeping from her back, due to injuries sustained from the earlier grenade explosion. Her fingers were frantically tracing patterns on 17's chest and abdomen. At first 17 didn't notice until 68 called out to him. 68's fingers were writing something, but 17 was too preoccupied to discern what she wanted to convey. A long slope appeared ahead, and 17 twisted the throttle fully, a plume of black smoke billowing from the motorcycle's rear. Woo! As they surged up the slope, the motorcycle launched into the air, rapidly descending towards the downhill road. Bang! The rough ground nearly sent the motorcycle flying off, but 17 clung tightly to it, maintaining balance, while blood continuously seeped from his shoulder wound due to the strain. At that moment, 3 tiny black dots appeared in the distant sky. The missiles were within visual range. 17, run faster, 30 seconds. Woo! The motorcycle's downhill speed increased, racing forward madly. 17 had no idea how far he had run, only wanting to escape as far as possible. Hundreds of meters away, others were also fleeing frantically. Over there. 68 tapped 17 on the shoulder, pointing to the left front where another slope lay, but unlike the previous one, there was no path, only many large rocks. 17 glanced at it and immediately turned the bike towards that direction. Hurry, 10 seconds. Jay in the base anxiously shouted at the screen. 17 and 68 were 13 kilometers from the battlefield's core, but that was still not enough. 3 missiles with trailing flames flew swiftly overhead. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking air followed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. Simultaneously in the city of Tehran, dense sounds of breaking air erupted as numerous short-range missiles were launched, while from another direction continuous sounds of machine guns resonated throughout the city, a chain of lights erupting as missiles and machine gun fire created a dense web of firepower in the sky. Bang! The rugged motorcycle climbed the rocky slope, quickly losing speed. 68 gave 17's shoulder a hard slap. Both jumped off the vehicle, simultaneously diving to the ground. Rolling several times on the ground, they ignored the wounds inflicted by the small stones and quickly got up, rushing towards the area with large rocks. 3 supersonic cruise missiles, dazzling chains of machine gun fire, and dozens of interceptor missiles formed a surreal scene of brilliance in the air over the outskirts of Tehran. Boom! Rumble! The first cruise missile penetrated the interceptor firepower net and struck the ground, erupting into a massive fireball. Boom! Following closely, the second missile similarly pierced through the firepower net and detonated several kilometers away from the first. Boom! Boom! Whether by luck or accurate calculations, the third missile was hit midair by an interceptor missile, exploding in a flash of fire. Boom! A secondary explosion sent a powerful shockwave, and mushroom clouds soaring into the sky. Crash! The buildings at the explosion center were instantly engulfed in flames, collapsing as countless dirt and debris were shattered and swept upward. The shockwave swept out in all directions. Those who did not manage to escape had no resistance, directly succumbing to the shockwave, their bodies blown into the air and falling towards the distant ground, only to be consumed by the flames that followed. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Dao Hun screamed furiously, the throttle pressed to the floor. Although they had already run out of the 10-kilometer range, the second missile was falling in their direction, just about 7 or 8 kilometers away from their vehicle. Clang! Crash! Seconds after the explosion, the shockwave hit. The car's windows shattered completely. Puff! Yu Ming in the passenger seat spat out a mouthful of blood. Dao Hun's expression shifted, blood oozing from all 7 orifices as he followed suit, spewing a large mouthful of blood and collapsing onto the steering wheel. Screech! Bang, bang, bang! The car was sent flying by the shockwave, crashing and rolling on the road. Countless members of the Dark World faced the same fate, scattered in all directions, with only a few managing to escape. The rest were either consumed by flames or killed by the shockwave. Meanwhile, in the distance, 17 and 6-8 were crouched behind a large rock. Fortunately, the third missile, which had originally been aimed at them, exploded in midair, posing no threat to them. Otherwise, their fate would have been the same as Dao Hun and Yu Ming. Puff! Cough, 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 puff! The shockwave from the first missile surged towards them, with the two being approximately 15 kilometers from the explosion center. Even so, they were still jolted, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood, collapsing to the ground, feeling dizzy and experiencing a tearing pain in their insides. 17, 17, 17. JS voice echoed repeatedly through the earpiece. 17 lay on the ground, breath faint, his gaze somewhat vacant. Beside him, 68 had lost consciousness entirely. Meanwhile, an uproar erupted internationally, and the White House promptly held a press conference. Our intelligence personnel have discovered that Weil has recently gathered a large number of terrorists preparing to carry out a terrorist attack on the M military stationed at K military base. In order to eliminate the hidden terrorists in this world for the sake of global safety and peace, our military launched 3 cruise missiles, eliminating a significant number of terrorists. At the same time, this serves as a warning to Weil: terrorists are the enemies of the world, and entangling with them will make you a global enemy. As soon as the press conference was released, the world erupted in chaos, with some condemning it, some cursing, some sympathizing, and others watching with interest. The uninformed were left in the dark, while only those in the know scoffed, cursing M country for its shamelessness for using the information it obtained to trap Weil and those dark organizations that frequently conducted assassination activities in M country. The azure sky still bore remnants of the clouds generated by the explosion, and a pungent, acrid odor lingered in the air. Who? Hiss! 17 struggled to sit up from the ground, bloodied all over his face, pale beyond belief, blood and plasma gushing from his mouth and nose. Glancing at 68, who lay nearby in an uncertain state, 17 leaned against a rock, panting for a moment. Damn it, 17, how are you? Jay, hearing the commotion in the base, immediately inquired, his voice tinged with excitement. 17 responded, supporting himself against the rock and moving towards 68. He felt for the other's neck, checking for breath, which was faint but present. Is there any support left? 17 spat out the blood from his throat and asked hoarsely. Yes, I've already contacted them. They're on their way to your location. Support isn't combat personnel. Although 17 and the others didn't receive weapon supplies, there were still logistics personnel who were now rushing from a city filled with whales to their location. Water, food, weapons and ammunition, adrenaline, medical kits. They brought everything. 17 sat beside 68, though leaning against the rock, gazing at the distant scene. After the explosion, smoke billowed, flames soared into the sky, and the entire northern suburbs of Tehran lay in ruins, extending 10 kilometers in all directions from the epicenter of the explosion, with large swathes of buildings vanished, hills flattened, and 2 massive craters emerging at the original battlefield's core. Beep. 17, how's it going? The deep voice of Black Mamba echoed in his earpiece. 17 replied. Injuries. Internal organ contusions, mild concussion, rib fractures, muscle tears in the shoulder, a penetrating wound in the left thigh, a fractured metatarsal in the right foot, abrasions on the back, arms and knees. 17 leaned against the rock, every part of his body radiating excruciating pain, blood dripping continuously, yet his voice remained calm, as if the one injured was not him. All right, I'll arrange for a doctor to come treat you. By the way, how's 68? Black Mamba sighed with relief. A 17 was his best student in this batch, and he had invested considerable effort and attention into him. If he were to die in the explosion or be crippled, it would be truly unfortunate, which was also why Black Mamba had continuously urged 17 to stay away from the core of the battlefield upon sensing something unusual. 17 stood up, squatting beside 68 to carefully examine his injuries. Not dead, concussion-induced, fainting, a laceration on the back, a penetrating wound in the abdomen, multiple abrasions on the body. I couldn't check the bones and internal organs, so I could only report based on visual assessment. As long as he's alive, logistics will arrive soon. I'll have them take you away from Wild directly. You head to DB. I've arranged for a doctor to treat you at the private hospital there. Cough, cough, cough. Due to 17's movements, 68 woke up in pain, coughing violently and expelling the blood lodged in his throat. Good, 17 replied softly. Not dead, huh? Fuck. 68 struggled to sit up, leaning against the rock, his combat suit tattered and soaked with blood, a faint smile appearing on his pale face. Turn off my terminal, I'm seeing stars. After turning off the terminal projection, 68 and 17 exchanged glances. 17's gaze remained icy, while 68's, though also cold, held a hint of liveliness compared to 17. How are you? 68 asked. Not dead. 17 turned his gaze towards the distant epicenter of the explosion. The scene before him sparked a glimmer of disgust in 17's eyes, which 68 caught as she observed him. X's logistics coming. 68 glanced at the explosion center and asked X through her earpiece. They've already arrived. Helen, our leader, is dead. The training camp's Black Mamba is temporarily in charge of our department and the assassin department's command. X's words prompted a contemplative expression from 68. She was not surprised by the death of Yuming. People like her, including assassins like 17 or mercenaries, often danced with death, and a stray bullet on the battlefield could summon the Reaper. Even if dozens of elites died in this inferno, the vast organization of the Inferno would not be significantly weakened by this loss, and even if the two departments' leaders died, replacements would immediately step in. Inferno was not devoid of capable individuals. Even with Yuming dead, there were still Haiming and Baiming, many excellent agents. With Yuming just dead, Black Mamba taking over command of the agent department in a short time held some intriguing implications. Unlike 68, 17 was an assassin, a cold-blooded killing machine. The camp instructor had spent 20 years teaching him to maximize his physical capabilities and hone his killing skills to perfection. Black Mamba had invested considerable effort in him, training 17 into a top-tier killing machine. In contrast, for the past 3 years, 68 had been undergoing agent training where tasks involved complex social dynamics. She needed to think and judge, making her thinking more agile than the rigid 17. Time passed slowly. 68 seemed to recall something, glancing at the resting and waiting 17, ultimately refraining from communicating with him. About 15 minutes after waking up, the distant roar of engines could be heard. A black SUV sped toward them. The two hid quietly behind the rocks, waiting. The vehicle stopped at the rocky hillside, and two young white men jumped out. 17, its logistics personnel, one named Lucas, the other Matthew. JS confirmation came through the earpiece. With JS confirmation, 17 and 68 stood up from behind the rocks. Their current state was too dire, and aside from daggers, they had no firearms, making them very alert. Matthew, over there. Lucas, the young man, spotted 17 and 68's figures and called out to his companion as he ran toward them. Matthew followed along, carrying a medical backpack. How are the injuries? Lucas rushed up and assessed them, asking. I'm fine. 17 replied blandly, leaving bloody footprints as he walked down the hillside with 68 trailing behind him. Lucas attempted to support the slowly moving 68, but she waved him off, gritting her teeth and following 17 down. Lucas and Matthew exchanged glances before following. They reached the car, opened the back door, and 17 and 68 got in. Aren't you going to treat your injuries? Lucas and Matthew looked at each other with admiration, their bodies splattered with blood still dripping. They hardly resembled people who were fine. Give me the medical kit, you drive. A faint smile appeared on 68's pale face as she took the medical kit from Matthew's hand and closed the back door. As Matthew and Lucas got in the car, 17 had already retrieved a pistol from the trunk, while 68 rummaged through the medical kit for something. The two exchanged glances, both somewhat speechless, as they started the vehicle and drove toward the distant desert. Their orders were to escort 17 and 68 away from Wild. With all airports in Tehran closed, they had to rely on vehicles to escape this vortex. The Inferno base. In the conference room, all the high-ranking officials were present except for the two leaders of the assassin department and the espionage department, who would never attend meetings. Haimamba glanced at the two empty seats beside him, a hint of mockery appearing at the corner of his mouth. This incident has caused us significant losses. The assassin department lost 1 S-level assassin, 5 S-level assassins, and 13 A-level assassins, while the espionage department lost 1 S-level agent, 7 S-level agents, and 14 A-level agents. The entire Blaze team of the mercenary department was wiped out. The Thunderfire team suffered over half casualties. The logistics department lost 18 personnel, and 13 were captured. The head of the intelligence department, dubbed Shadow, read from the detailed loss report in his hand. How many S-level or above assassins does the assassin department still have? Hades asked indifferently. Although this incident was agreed upon by everyone knew that this decision-making error lay on Hades' shoulders, yet at this moment, everyone merely kept it to themselves. The assassin department still has 3 S-level assassins codenamed Apocalypse, Viper, and Blizzard. There are 15 S-level assassins codenamed. Alright, Hades interrupted Shadow directly and turned to ask what about the espionage department. The espionage department has 2 S-level agents with internal codenames Phantom and Jasmine. There are 13 S-level agents. The mercenary department has 2 elite combat teams and 3 elite squads. Shadow reported all the elites under Inferno to everyone. Chief, this loss has caused some disruption among the personnel below. I hope to integrate some of my research, I will show everyone my results. As soon as Shadow finished speaking, Cheerly stood up impatiently, looking expectantly at Hades. Is the technology mature? Hades glanced at him and thought for a moment before slowly saying, not completely mature, but I firmly believe they are not inferior to any S-level assassin or agent, and they fully obey orders. Cheerly wanted to say the technology was fully mature, but any experiment could encounter unpredictable situations, and he couldn't guarantee that. A bunch of fools lacking the ability to think and discern, mere mindless killing machines. Himamba sneered disdainfully. That's still better than the group of useless people you trained. Cheerly retorted without hesitation. Be quiet. Hades took a deep breath and Himamba held back. The assassin department will deploy 1 and the espionage department will deploy 1. Let's see the results first. If they do not satisfy everyone, your technology research department's funding allocation will be reduced by 10% next quarter. Hades looked coldly at Cheerly. Good. However, if everyone is satisfied, I would like to fight for an additional 10% of the funding allocation. Cheerly readily agreed and proposed a wager. I hope it goes as you say. Hades' words filled Cheerly with excitement, while Himamba's expression darkened. I will give you an explanation for this incident. Additionally, let the departments below restrain themselves and do not carry out retaliatory actions within the borders of M country. Let other organizations take the lead, and we will decide based on the situation later. Also, the 2 heads of the assassin and espionage departments, you will vote among the S-level candidates and submit the results to me. The meeting is dismissed. After Hades finished speaking, his figure flickered and disappeared from his seat, the projection in front gradually extinguishing. One by one the figures disappeared, and finally Cheerly cast a smug glance at Himamba before shutting off the projection. Himamba leaned back in his seat, took out a cigar from his pocket, sniffed it under his nose, and murmured softly, let's see if you 2 can make it. Dubai. Under the pitch-black night sky, a speedboat raced across the sea towards the coastline. 17 and 6/8 sat in the speedboat, their bodies wrapped in numerous bandages, dressed in casual attire. After a day's time, the 2 rushed from Tehran to the seaside, then transferred between vessels several times, smuggling across the Persian Gulf to arrive in the country known as the richest in the world. The speedboat reached the shore, and the 2 jumped off, walking towards a car on the beach. Boom. A hat-wearing man in the car started the engine and drove 17 and 6/8 towards their destination. There was no conversation between them as the car traversed the pitch-black desert. About an hour and a half later, they entered the city area of Dubai. We have arrived. At 3 in the morning, the man dropped 17 and 6/8 at the entrance of a villa. The villa's door opened, and 2 old men in white coats stood at the entrance waiting. 17 and 68 got out of the car and looked around the environment. I am the surgeon from Inferno. Rest assured it's very safe here. One of the old men wearing glasses smiled and glanced at the 2 before turning and walking into the villa. Upon entering the villa, the lights were not all turned on, and it was somewhat dim. There were no other figures inside, and they followed the 2 old men deep inside, where a few assistants already dressed in surgical gowns were waiting. You go lie down first, we will change clothes. The old man pointed to the innermost room and turned to walk into a side room. 17 glanced around. Of both rooms had been transformed into sterile chambers. 17 and 68 exchanged glances and walked into the modified operating room, where 2 operating tables lay in the center, surrounded by various expensive medical equipment. Please lie down and we can start the surgery soon. An assistant approached and said to the 2. 17 removed his shirt and pants, threw his gun aside, and lay down directly, while 68 did the same on the operating table to the right. The assistants attached numerous monitoring devices to the 2. Full anesthesia injection. The anesthetist prepared to inject anesthesia into the 2. No need for full anesthesia, 17 said lightly. I don't need it either. The anesthetist glanced at the 2 and then nodded okay. The 2 lead surgeons, now changed into surgical gowns, walked in through the door, standing at the foot of 17 and 68's beds, with 2 assistants each standing beside them, starting treatment for 17 and 68. As the bandages on 17's body were cut open, the gaping wounds came into view, with various abrasions, a penetrating wound on the thigh, and torn shoulder muscles. Although the significant blood loss had been halted, some fine dust and sand were still embedded deep within the wounds. Each of these wounds could incapacitate an ordinary person, yet 17 simply dealt with them and persevered through hundreds of kilometers. After a day, some wounds had begun to inflame. The attending physician glanced at 17 and then looked at the blood pressure on the monitor. Cleaning the wounds will lead to significant blood loss. You need a blood transfusion. All right, 17 replied calmly. This place belongs to a high-level logistical medical point in Inferno, so the facilities and equipment are fully equipped capable of handling even major surgeries. Quickly, a bag of plasma was hooked up to 17A, and the doctor began to clean each wound on 17. Meanwhile, communication between the doctors and 68 was also heard. The surgery proceeded in an orderly manner with the wounds on both being cleaned, stitched, treated, and bandaged. The foredrip hanging to one side slowly dripped down. After more than 5 hours, the two lead surgeons finally finished treating the injuries of subjects 17 and 68, both of whom were wrapped in bandages and gauze. Huff. All right, refrain from strenuous activities for a month, especially considering the torn muscles in your shoulder, the fracture in your foot, and the broken ribs. The old man wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to 17, 17 struggled to keep his eyelids open, having gone 2 days and nights without sleep. On the other side, 68 was treated a bit earlier than 17, as she had no fractures. You can handle the medication changes and inflammation treatment, right? The old man pointed to the freezer on one side. Sure. All right, then we'll take our leave. You can communicate the rest with the higher-ups. Several assistants quickly tidied up the operating room. Put the gun next to me, 17 said lightly to the assistants. Okay. The two assistants handed over both of their handguns. They then wheeled 17 and 68 out of the operating room, preparing to take them to 2 separate bedrooms. Wait, let's go to one room. 68 shouted, asking the assistants to take her and 17 into one bedroom. 17 did not refuse in the unfamiliar environment, and considering his limited mobility, it was safer for them to be in the same room in case of any emergencies. The bedroom contained just one large bed. The assistants looked at the two of them, their meaning clear. I'll just lie on the operating table, 17 said flatly, and 68 smiled slightly. She was then lifted onto the bed with the assistants thoughtfully covering her with a blanket. Outside there were occasional sounds, and after about 10 minutes a group of people left the villa. With the closing of the door, the whole villa fell into silence. The bed is very soft. Aren't you coming up? 68 turned to look at 17, a playful smile on her lips. 17 ignored her and closed his eyes to rest. His body was too exhausted. He had been running a high fever on the way and had only been holding on with sheer willpower to avoid fainting. Such a cute little boy, 68 murmured softly, closing her eyes to rest. Meanwhile, at the base, the operations of the Inferno resumed their usual routine. Tasks were issued one after another, and each task was completed. After inspecting the training camp below, Himamba returned to his office. Beep. Himamba picked up the phone and pressed a button. Instructor, has the early graduation of student 17 been approved? JS voice came through. Since 17 was injured and could not continue with missions, Himamba had previously agreed to this matter. It has been approved. Have him confirm his code name and permanent residence. Himamba opened his computer and accessed the internal network system to search for information. Yes, Jay exclaimed excitedly, ending the call. She then contacted 17. 17, your early graduation has been approved. The instructor wants you to confirm your code name and permanent residence choice. Sitting on the sofa watching TV, 17 heard JS excited shout through his earpiece. He and 68 had been in the villa for 3 days, which had been very calm, allowing their bodies to recover somewhat and enabling them to move about. 17 responded flatly. 17, have you thought about your code name yet? No. Think quickly, you can't really want to use 17 as your name, right? Whatever. Sigh. All right. Jay felt helpless. Occasionally when bored, she and H had offered many suggestions to 17, but all were rejected as the code names they suggested all carried certain signal characteristics. 17, you are in class killer. After graduation, you can choose a good permanent residence. Have you thought about it? Upon hearing JS words, 17 fell silent as he had not previously considered this issue. Sizzle. The sound of cooking came from the kitchen. A68 was preparing a meal. How about Eastern Z country? 17 said casually. Z country. Our organization has very little infiltration. There are probably not many options. How about choosing somewhere else? Jay paused for a moment and checked the internal system, suggesting that 17 consider a different choice. 17 began to think again. A permanent residence is a crucial issue for a killer. As a person of Asian descent, 17 belonged to the yellow race, and among the languages he had learned over the years, he was only proficient in Z language from Asian countries. Thus, 17's first reaction was to hide in a place where the skin color and language were similar. However, JS' answer was that the organization's infiltration of Z country was very limited, leaving little choice, which made 17 reconsider. Dinner's ready. 68, wearing an apron, walked out of the kitchen, holding a plate of stir-fried vegetables, and called out to 17 on the sofa. Despite her injuries and being wrapped in numerous bandages, 68 still found a fitting outfit from the master bedroom on the second floor of the villa, a loose gray t-shirt and sweatpants along with a pair of slippers. As for 17, he was less particular, wearing only a pair of black shorts, his upper body nearly covered in gauze, so no shirt. Getting up to the dining table, 17 looked at the 4 dishes and a soup smelling the delicious aroma, his gaze revealing a hint of surprise. 68 smiled proudly, sitting on a nearby chair and ladling a bowl of soup. The two ate quietly, the food tasting quite good. So far it was the best Z country cuisine 17 had ever had. He slowed down slightly, savoring the flavors. 17, I just checked, there are several suitable places for you to reside in Asia. First, Singapore in Asia, where there is a large population of Chinese immigrants, almost all of whom speak Z language, and additionally English for communication, which should pose no problem for you. Second, Canada, where there is a large population of Asian immigrants. Third, Malaysia in Asia, Kuala Lumpur, which is similar to Singapore. Fourth, Malaysia again, but the living conditions there are not as good as those in major cities. Fifth, Los Angeles or San Francisco in M country, where there are many Asian immigrants. While eating, 17 listened to JS suggestions, slowly contemplating. Send me the information on these cities, including housing details. After thinking for a while, 17 felt it necessary to review the information before making a decision. A permanent residence means he would frequently appear there. He could not be careless in his choice. All right, I will send it to your terminal right away. Jay began to compile the information and send it over to 17. What's wrong? 68, who was eating, asked curiously. 17 glanced at her, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, choosing a permanent city. You graduated. 68's eyes lit up, recalling that she had heard from X about 17's possible early graduation. 17 replied, putting down his bowl and chopsticks. He had already eaten 3 large bowls and needed to be mindful of his diet after these few days of inactivity. Seeing 17's eyes curve into a smile, 68's face brightened. After finishing the meal, 17 sat on the sofa, looking at the information sent by Jay. 68 came out from the kitchen after tidying up and sat on the sofa beside 17. Recently, due to the resurgence of solar storms, the Earth's magnetic field has become unstable. Experts speculate that the active volcano Mount Fuji in Japan may erupt. The greenhouse effect is rising, global glaciers are melting at an accelerated pace, and climate change is severe, leading to frequent natural disasters worldwide. 68 turned on the television, where a news anchor was discussing the major global events with a report in hand. 17 shifted his gaze from the information to the television screen, quietly listening to the report. After 10 minutes, the news report ended and 17's eyes returned to the information. At that moment, 68 suddenly got up from the sofa and sat down not far from 17. 17 glanced at her, while 68 casually found a television program, smiling slightly as she watched. The two were less than half a meter apart, one watching television and the other reading the information. 68's hand suddenly grasped 17's palm. 17 instinctively wanted to pull away, but a soft voice whispered in his ear, "Don't move." 17 turned his head to look at her, but 68 still wore a slight smile, engrossed in watching television. A finger quickly traced letters in the palm of 17's hand, each letter forming words. 17 raised an eyebrow, recalling a time on the battlefield when he rode a dirt bike and 68 had written something on his abdomen and chest, but at that moment all his focus was on escaping, so he didn't notice what she wrote. Freedom. 17 raised an eyebrow, maintaining a blank expression as he stared ahead. Both wore ocular devices. As long as either party lowered their head, their actions would be detected by the guides J and X. Once reported, the consequences were unpredictable for both. In the base, X was bored watching the computer screen, which displayed one view from 68's device and 2 hidden cameras in the villa's living room, capturing the scene from behind the sofa and the side. Their palms were perfectly positioned in the dead angle blocked by the sofa back and their bodies, while 68 quickly wrote words in 17's palm. Do you want to escape the organization's control and gain freedom? This was the first sentence 68 wrote to 17. 17 fell silent, unsure how to respond. Not wanting to. That was impossible. Although they underwent deep brainwashing in the Purgatory, they were still human. In the training camp, things were manageable, but once exposed to modern society, both 17 and other trainees would develop a desire to escape. This is why every new trainee has professional guides after leaving the training camp, and top-tier trainees like 17 and 68 are equipped with ocular devices, expensive high-tech equipment used to restrict and monitor their every move. If you want, we can collaborate in the future to find a chance to escape together. This was the second sentence 68 wrote. 17 remained silent. He was about to graduate, and the Purgatory would implement loose management for graduates. Moreover, he was an S-level assassin. As long as 17 did not betray the Purgatory, he could enjoy high treatment. In the future, he could advance to S-level assassin, gaining access to resources and benefits that ordinary people could hardly reach. I think I should be able to trust you, right? So you can trust me too, adorable little boy. 68's nimble fingers continued to write words in 17's palm. After writing those 2 sentences, 68 stopped, raised her arm, and changed the television program with the remote. 17 thought she would continue writing, but 68 stopped, crossing her arms and sitting on the sofa, engrossed in watching television. Time passed slowly. 17 continued to check the information sent by J, while 68 continued watching television. Both of them were physically scarred and in recovery, and since they had not been assigned any tasks the past few days had been very relaxed and pleasant, spending each day watching television and daydreaming. When 17 finished reviewing the information and exited the terminal, 68 once again reached out and grabbed his palm. After hesitating for a moment, 17 did not pull back. If you're willing to cooperate with me, send a message to this number safely in the future. I will check it regularly. A series of numbers was written down, and to ensure 17 remembered, she wrote it twice. After finishing, 68 stood up and walked towards the second-floor bedroom. 17 grasped his palm, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. In Purgatory, there were many examples of trainees and assassins betraying the organization, but very few succeeded. The reason lies in the bomb hidden beneath their carotid artery and the biological chip near their heart. These 2 points restricted 99 of people, as the chip in their bodies sent irregular signals to satellites in outer space every 24 hours. As long as the signal was not received, the headquarters would trigger an alarm identifying them as traitors or exhibiting other abnormal behaviors. The headquarters could activate the bomb and chip at any time, instantly causing their deaths. To remove the chip and bomb, one must have a global top-tier surgeon perform complex surgery along with a place capable of shielding the many satellite signals from Purgatory. Once removed, aside from escaping the organization's control, one must also face the relentless pursuit of Purgatory. Each person who successfully removed the bomb and chip would have a hefty bounty issued by Purgatory in the entire dark world, accompanied by a kill order. It was difficult. 17 frowned and stood up, leaving the living room and heading toward his bedroom. Since that day when they regained their mobility after the surgery, the two no longer shared the same bedroom. 68 stayed on the second floor, while 17 stayed on the first floor. Returning to his bedroom, he pulled back the curtain a bit to glance outside. The villa had ample food supplies, enough for both to eat normally for half a month, so they had not gone out in the past few days. It was very quiet outside, and he saw no one. 17 lowered the curtain and walked to the bedside, preparing to lie down and rest. Knock, 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 knock. 68 knocked on the door, then pushed it open and stood at the entrance wearing a skirt, and said to 17, "Help me change the dressing." After speaking, she turned and walked toward the operating room. 17 followed her out of the bedroom. Not only did 68 need to change the dressing, but he also did. They helped each other clean wounds and change dressings every day, aiming for a speedy recovery. When 17 entered the operating room, 68 had already taken off her skirt and was lying on the operating table. 17 walked over and took a pair of scissors, cutting off all the gauze from 68's body. Before long, 68's scarred body appeared before 17's eyes. On her abdomen, arms, back, and thighs, various scars intertwined. After removing the gauze, 17 took out the medicine from the cabinet to clean the wounds again. 68's hands gripped the edge of the operating table, her brows slightly furrowed. For a full hour, neither spoke, one meticulously cleaning the wounds while the other endured the pain. Huff. 68 let out a breath, wiped the sweat from her face, and asked 17 to help her rebandage. After finishing, 17 took off his pants and directly lay on the bed. 68 put on her skirt and silently began cutting the gauze off 17's body to clean and change his dressing. Do assassins also get large-scale scar removal? 68 looked at the naked 17, a bit puzzled. As far as she knew, large-scale scar removal was a privilege only given to agents newly out of the training camp. She had undergone such a procedure when she left the training camp, otherwise the scars on her body would be shocking to any ordinary person. Assassins generally do not receive such treatment. However, 17 had very few scars, and most were recent wounds from the past few years, lacking any old scars from 5 or more years ago. No. 17 lay on the bed, gazing at the ceiling, speaking softly. "I remember you used to have a knife wound here on your chest." 68 gestured at 17's chest. "It's gone." 17 wasn't sure what had happened to his body when he entered the Black Mamba training camp. He had been to a base and later fell into a coma for a long time. When he woke up, he had no scars on his body. 68 was taken aback, glanced at 17, and fell silent, concentrating on cleaning and changing his dressing. Time passed day by day. 17 and 68 were quietly recuperating in the safe house, recovering their bodies. Each day was marked by an unusual calmness, the most peaceful and serene period 17 had experienced since he could remember. Waking up in the morning, he washed up, stretched his body and joints a bit, enjoyed breakfast prepared by 68, disassembled his firearm, and watched the news on television. After having lunch, he took a rest. In the afternoon, he continued disassembling his firearm and watching TV. In the evening, he watched television until 10 o'clock, then went to bed on time. 68's rhythm of life was in sync with his own. The two barely exchanged words throughout the day, at most calling out to 17 during mealtime. One night, while they were having dinner, a low voice from Black Mamba came through 17's earpiece. 17, "How's the injury?" "I'm quite good." 17 responded casually while eating. "When do you expect to fully recover?" Black Mamba's tone was relaxed, akin to the concern shared between old friends. About half a month. He and 68 had been living in the villa for over 10 days.